In the year 2025, a thrilling fantasy adventure unfolds as Chu Yun finds himself transported to a mystical realm, where he becomes a mere pawn serving the villainous Saintess. With the female antagonist capturing the destined hero's sister and demanding him to punish her, Chu Yun is torn between moral dilemmas. Just as he contemplates his fate, he awakens an invincible choice system that presents him with life-altering decisions. Should he defy the Saintess and free the sister for a powerful reward, or obey and punish her for even greater strength? As the lines between hero and villain blur, Chu Yun must navigate treacherous waters to claim his destiny and avoid a tragic end. With a blend of humor, danger, and unexpected alliances, this tale promises to keep readers on the edge of their seats. In a world where power dynamics shift rapidly, can Chu Yun outsmart fate and rewrite his story? In the realm of Tianwu, within the eastern domain, lies the Huangquan demon sect. Junior brother Chu Yun, the sister of the ancestral saint body, is imprisoned in the adjacent chamber. It is now your responsibility to handle the situation. In a room that exudes an air of exquisite luxury, tinged with strands of demonic energy, a sweet and pure girl gazes at the remarkably handsome young man clad in white robes, her tone icy as she speaks. The holy maiden has issued her command. You must teach that individual a proper lesson. Where am I? Wasn't I just staying up late watching a series? Chu Yun furrows his brow, pondering whether he has been overwhelmed by his viewing. Just as confusion envelopes him, a wave of unfamiliar memories surges forth, swiftly merging with his consciousness. I have traversed realms. Upon the integration of these memories, a shock resonates within Chu Yun. He has not only crossed over, but has assumed the identity of a mere supporting character, not even the protagonist or antagonist, but rather a disposable follower of the female antagonist, the demon sect's holy maiden, Shiyu. The pure maiden before him is none other than Tang Rou, Shiyu's devoted attendant. At present, the plot thickens due to the previous offense committed by Ye Fan against Shiyu. The sorceress Shiyu has captured Ye Fan's sister, Ye Qingli, and has determined to personally mete out punishment to her. Contemplating this, a wave of weariness washes over Chu Yun. Shiyu, with her striking beauty and exceptional figure, stands as one of the most alluring women in the Tianwu realm. However, as the holy maiden of the demon sect, she has committed numerous acts of cunning theft and treachery, embodying the very essence of a villainess. It is widely acknowledged that in such narratives, the protagonist's fate is often dictated by appearances. This stunningly beautiful holy maiden later becomes one of the protagonist's consorts. Moreover, in her quest for redemption, Shiyu places the blame for all her antagonism towards the protagonist squarely upon Chu Yun's shoulders. Ultimately, this female villainess entwines herself with the protagonist in a bond so deep that boundaries become indistinguishable. Chu Yun, a loyal yet expendable follower, meets a tragic fate, mercilessly tormented to death by the protagonist, an injustice of the highest order, as all the orchestration stemmed from Shiyu herself, the true mastermind, while he suffers the consequences. It seems that staying up late to watch shows has led me to become this expendable pawn. Chu Yun realizes the precariousness of his situation. Punishing Ye Qingli will undoubtedly ignite the protagonist's wrath towards him, a wrath that he cannot afford to incur. Both the destined protagonist and Shiyu have reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, a mere step away from the Void God realm, a level far beyond the reach of someone of his humble golden core status. The cultivation hierarchy of the Tianwu continent is as follows: Qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, Dharma aspect, Tao palace, Nirvana, Void God, True God, Celestial God, Sage, Saint King, Great Sage, Semi-Emperor, Emperor. Each tier is further divided into 9 levels. Ding! The host is undergoing a significant life transition. The system is loading. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice resonates in Chu Yun's mind. This voice? Is it the system? He narrows his eyes upon hearing the sound within his consciousness. Indeed, everything written by the series is true. The system manifests after crossing over. Once convinced that it is not a mere figment of his imagination, a surge of joy fills Chu Yun's heart. He had nearly despaired at becoming the scapegoat of a female antagonist. Now, with the advent of the system, he feels an overwhelming sense of relief, for he need not cower before the destined protagonist or the villainess. Ding! System loading successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the invincible choice system. By making selections according to the system's prompts, rewards can be attained. The invincible choice system, rewards for making choices? Chu Yun's eyes gleam with excitement at the prospect of receiving rewards simply by making selections. Ding! The host's current experiences have triggered the invincible choice. Choice 1. Refuse Shiyu's task and secretly release Ye Qingli. Reward: Di Luo's heavy eyes. Choice 2. Accept Shiyu's task and properly discipline Ye Qingli. Reward: Chaos body. Moments later, the system's prompt echoes once more in Chu Yun's mind. Wow, the system is quite generous. Di Luo's heavy eyes and the chaos body. The options presented by the system ignite a fervor within Chu Yun's heart. Both rewards represent top-tier, superlative physiques. The heavy eyes is a path of invincibility, while the chaos body is a peerless physique, blessed by the heavens, unbound by the laws of nature, capable of evolving into myriad paths and annihilating all existence. Furthermore, it can absorb the essence of all things, enhancing one's cultivation. The chaos body possesses a formidable attribute. It encounters no bottlenecks before entering the realm of immortality. This means that with the chaos body and sufficient resources, one can traverse a smooth path to the Emperor realm. Chu Yun, possessing an ordinary fire spirit body, though decent, pales in comparison to the truly exceptional talents. Even with extraordinary opportunities, it would be difficult for him to reach the void god realm in this lifetime. The chaos body is superior, allowing for an unimpeded path in my future cultivation, which is precisely what I need now. In a short while, Chu Yun arrives at a decision. While the Supreme Bone might enhance his combat prowess, his realm is simply too low. Even with formidable strength, it would yield limited results. Conversely, the potential of the chaos body is far greater, and it would still significantly enhance his combat abilities, albeit not as explosively as the Supreme Bone. Junior brother Chu Yun, do you understand what you must do? Noticing Chu Yun's momentary confusion, Tang Rou furrows her brows and inquires. Miss Tang Rou, I understand. Chu Yun suppresses the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind and replies slowly. That's good to hear. I look forward to your performance. Tang Rou nods, her voice softening as she adds. Ye Qingli has been administered a sealing powder. She is unable to utilize her spiritual power and poses no threat to you. You may handle her as you wish. With that, Tang Rou turns and departs the room. Ye Qingli, I am coming. A flicker of fervor ignites in Chu Yun's eyes as he leaves the room, heading toward the adjacent chamber. Chapter 2. The protagonist's sister. Personal conduct. With a creak, Chu Yun pushed open the door to the adjacent room, revealing a stunningly beautiful young girl with delicate features and smooth skin. Particularly striking was the humiliation reflected in her eyes, evoking a strong desire for conquest. As expected of the sister of the destined protagonist, she was indeed a great beauty. Gazing at the bound Ye Qingli within the room, Chu Yun's eyes sparkled. This enchanting beauty from the fantastical realm far surpassed the goddesses of Blue Star, existing on an entirely different plane. Chu Yun, you. Silence. You have no place to speak now. Chu Yun coldly retorted. He was not in the mood to hear the idle chatter of this lovely girl. It was time for enjoyment. No, please don't. Soon, cries echoed as Chu Yun delved into the main event. 7 days later. In a picturesque valley of the Huangquan Ma Zone, the valley was lush with greenery and fragrant flowers. However, numerous areas were etched with black, demonic runes. These runes emanated a chilling aura, transforming the surrounding spiritual energy into demonic qi, imparting a subtly sinister quality to the valley. In the heart of the valley, a transcendent beauty adorned in a flowing purple gown sat cross-legged. Her garments fluttered like ethereal clouds, and a black mark between her brows added an air of aloofness to her already striking presence. With a rustling sound, the demonic qi transformed by the runes was continuously absorbed into her body, intensifying her already formidable aura. Boom! Several hours later, a violent surge of power erupted from the exquisite woman. Within her, 9 formidable nirvana spiritual lights emerged, radiating a brilliant aura. Congratulations, Your Highness, the Saintess, on successfully advancing to the 9th heaven of the Nirvana realm, reaching the pinnacle of Nirvana, just one step away from igniting the divine fire and entering the void god realm. Shortly thereafter, the pure and sweet Tang Rou approached the stunning woman, her expression fervent. As it turned out, this enchanting woman was none other than the Saintess of the Huangquan Ma Zone, Shiyu. Igniting the divine fire is no easy feat, although it is merely the final step. This step has ensnared countless prodigies. Shiyu opened her eyes and spoke with calm detachment. The Saintess possesses unparalleled talent and extraordinary brilliance. Surely she will ignite the divine fire swiftly. Upon hearing this, the fervor in Tang Rou's eyes remained unwavering. Shiyu, as the saintess of their Huangquan Mazong, bore the heavenly demon's sacred body and the bloodline of the demon's sovereign, making her one of the foremost prodigies of the eastern region's demon sections. Coupled with her outstanding beauty, grace, and captivating charm, she was the dream goddess for countless disciples of the demon sect. Even many prodigies from righteous factions found themselves entranced by Shiyu's allure. By the way, what has become of that Ye Qingli? Has Chu Yun properly taught her a lesson? Shiyu did not elaborate further, but inquired about Ye Qingli, since Ye Fan had already become a true disciple of the Taichu Holy Land. Shiyu had no means to deal with him. Therefore, she intended to start with Ye Fan's sister, making her endure some hardship first. Returning to the Saintess, Chu Yun has forcefully taken advantage of Ye Qingli. It has been 7 days, and it shows no sign of stopping. Tang Rou recalled the sounds she had overheard from Chu Yun's room, her expression turning peculiar. Oh, that Chu Yun dares to be so bold? At Tang Rou's words, Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, she had not anticipated Chu Yun's actions. Her original intent was to have Chu Yun administer some physical punishment to Ye Qingli, as her animosity lay with Ye Fan, and Shiyu held little hatred towards Ye Qingli. However, for Chu Yun to take such an extreme measure, directly involving Ye Fan's sister, was indeed beyond Shiyu's expectations. This fellow truly is a natural-born practitioner of the demonic path, with quite the audacity. Shiyu murmured, "Your Highness, Chu Yun indeed possesses considerable boldness, and I did not expect his combat prowess to be so formidable. 7 days have yet to conclude." Tang Rou seemed to ponder something and blushed, saying, "However, with this, we have thoroughly offended that ancient sacred body, to the point of no return." Humph, it was Chu Yun who took advantage of her. What business is it of ours? That Chu Yun, emboldened by lust, forced himself upon Ye Qingli. This matter does not concern us. Do not speak recklessly. Shiyu shrugged and smiled. Upon hearing her words, Tang Rou was momentarily stunned. However, she soon revealed a look of delight. "Your Highness is wise. This is all Chu Yun's personal conduct, unrelated to us." Shiyu slowly raised her head and spoke meaningfully. "One must always prepare for unforeseen circumstances and leave oneself a path of retreat. Although we currently harbor some enmity with that ancient sacred body, who in this world has eternal enemies? Perhaps one day, we may need to collaborate with that ancient sacred body." Tang Rou nodded, though she did not fully grasp Shiyu's words. Nevertheless, she held unwavering faith in her. "Go now, and let Chu Yun know to temper his actions. Do not let Ye Qingli suffer to the point of death. Otherwise, Chu Yun alone cannot bear such responsibility." After a brief pause, Shiyu continued, "Inform Chu Yun that his performance has been commendable. I am quite satisfied, and shall grant him a training quota for the Demon Spirit Cave." "Yes, Your Highness," Tang Rou replied respectfully before departing the valley. Little did she expect that Chu Yun possessed such audacity. Perhaps she could put him to good use. Watching Tang Rou leave, Shiyu gently clenched her fists, murmuring to herself. Chapter 3. Disdain for Waste. The Saintess's reward. In the room of Huangquan Mazong, where Chu Yun resided, Ye Qingli lamented sorrowfully, "Lu, you wicked villain, you have deceived me time and again. How many more times must you trick me? Rest assured, this truly is the last 3 times, trust me." Chu Yun replied, though his complexion was equally pale and his body considerably weakened. Nevertheless, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Ye Qingli was simply too beautiful. In recent days, Chu Yun had indulged himself wholeheartedly, savoring the exquisite beauty of this world. He had also come to appreciate a slight advantage of being a mere foil. "Woo-woo, I can no longer believe you. I refuse to agree to anything you say," Ye Qingli retorted, gritting her teeth as she shrank into the corner, utterly unmoved. Seeing that his credibility had been completely exhausted, Chu Yun felt helpless. Initially, he would not have cared whether Ye Qingli complied or not. However, now he found himself lacking the energy to pursue her cooperation, for he had genuinely grown weary over the past few days. Cough, it's been 7 days. Chu Yun, perhaps you should temporarily release Ye Qingli. You mustn't overexert yourself. At that moment, Tang Rou's voice floated in from outside the room. 7 days have passed already. How quickly time flies. Chu Yun was taken aback, completely unprepared for the swiftness of time's passage. Alas, the sister of the destined protagonist is truly entertaining, making me lose track of time. Miss Tang Rou, grant me a few more hours. I must properly teach this Ye Qingli a lesson. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun turned his gaze toward the frail Ye Qingli. He understood that such opportunities would not present themselves easily again, so he resolved to indulge a little longer. Moreover, he was not one to squander opportunities. Oh dear, does this fellow truly not fear jeopardizing his cultivation? Tang Rou mused, somewhat speechless upon hearing Chu Yun's words. Over the past few days, she had frequently checked in on the room to ascertain whether Chu Yun was sincerely following Shiyu's orders. Tang Rou had witnessed Chu Yun, in his pursuit of pleasure, even exhausting his own fire spirit body's essence, and consuming numerous forbidden substances to enhance his combat prowess. Although Chu Yun now appeared robust in strength, he had depleted his essence excessively. However, it was his own choice. As long as he did not endanger Ye Qingli's life, it was of no concern. Soon, Tang Rou chose to remain silent, vigilantly guarding outside, prepared to intervene at any moment to protect Ye Qingli's life. Chu Yun, you have performed admirably. The Saintess is quite pleased. You may train in our Huangquan Mazong's demon spirit cave for a month. After Chu Yun emerged from his exertions, leaning against the wall, Tang Rou, her complexion slightly flushed, informed him, I have already spoken with the elders of the cave. You may go directly. Very well. Please convey my gratitude to the Saintess. Chu Yun responded, feeling both weak and invigorated. The demon spirit cave was a premier cultivation ground within Huangquan Mazong, abundant in demonic energy and brimming with opportunities, making it a coveted training site for many disciples. Continue to strive. As long as you diligently assist the Saintess, your rewards shall not be lacking in the future. Tang Rou casually painted a bright future for Chu Yun. Rewards. You mean enduring all the wrath of Ye Fan, correct? Chu Yun internally scoffed. Rest assured, once my strength has risen, I shall repay you well. Yet, his expression betrayed no sign of his thoughts as he addressed Tang Rou. I understand, Miss Tang Rou. I have depleted my essence considerably these past few days. I will return to recuperate. With that, Chu Yun departed for his quarters. Indeed, you certainly need to recuperate thoroughly. Tang Rou observed Chu Yun, who appeared exceedingly frail and drained of vitality. She genuinely feared that he might collapse right there. Chapter 4. Entering the Yuanying, Matters to Discuss System, merge with the Chaos Body. In Chu Yun's chamber, after arranging the formation and ensuring no one was around, he silently recited in his heart. With the stir of his thoughts, an exceptionally powerful aura of chaos manifested from the void. This chaotic energy, whose origin was unknown, surged into Chu Yun's body, nourishing him profoundly. The flesh, meridians, bones, and internal organs of Chu Yun underwent an extraordinary metamorphosis under this enigmatic chaotic aura. The sensation was exhilarating. He had not anticipated that merging with the chaos body would be so delightful. The monumental transformation of his body prompted Chu Yun to let out a long, joyous howl, his eyes brimming with delight. The previously depleted essence of his fire spirit body was now rapidly recovering and becoming even more formidable. Moreover, under the nurturing of the chaotic energy, Chu Yun's cultivation level continuously ascended. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, fully dedicating himself to the integration of the chaos body. After 10 hours, Chu Yun's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, breaking through 6 minor realms and achieving the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. This enhancement showed no signs of cessation, as an extraordinarily exquisite golden figurine began to form within him. This golden being mirrored Chu Yun perfectly, both exuding charm and elegance. I am on the verge of breaking into the Yuanying realm. I did not expect the merging of the chaos body to yield such benefits, elevating my cultivation. Witnessing the gradual condensation of the golden figurine within, Chu Yun's heart swelled with euphoric anticipation. This golden figurine represented his Yuanying, signifying that he had stepped into the Yuanying realm. The Golden Core realm was merely a minor threshold within the cultivation world, whereas the Yuanying realm signified a true entry into the higher echelons. In other sects, those at the Yuanying level could already become elders. Even within the Huangquan Mazong, disciples at the Yuanying level were considered the backbone of the sect. Not long after, under the integration of the chaos body, Chu Yun's Yuanying cultivation was fully stabilized and continuously advancing. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and Chu Yun's cultivation firmly settled at the 7th level of the Yuanying realm, emanating a terrifying aura. Furthermore, his chaos body had successfully merged, with the mysterious chaotic energy swirling around him. In just 3 short days, my cultivation has soared from the 3rd level of the golden core to the 7th level of the Yuanying. Clenching his fists, the immense power coursing through Chu Yun instilled a profound sense of confidence. He could also perceive the formidable aspects of the chaos body, its inherent chaotic spiritual energy akin to an unyielding blade. Though Chu Yun was merely at the Yuanying level now, he felt invincible within this realm. Even formidable opponents at the law manifestation level were not beyond his reach. Now, to teach that Ye Qingli a lesson, I need not exhaust my physical essence. After familiarizing himself with the power within, Chu Yun resolved. I shall pay a visit to Ye Qingli. It has been 3 days. I find myself missing her. She should have recovered by now. Stretching lazily, he pondered. Ye Qingli, the sister of Ye Fan, possessed remarkable talent, having already attained the law manifestation level. If not for the confinement of her spiritual essence, she would not have been so easily surpassed by Chu Yun. The intervening days should have sufficed for her recovery. With that thought, Chu Yun restrained his aura and swiftly made his way to the chamber where Ye Qingli was held at Tianji Peak. Chu Yun, what brings you here? Upon his arrival, a familiar voice reached his ears. Tang Rou emerged from the chamber with a noticeably revitalized Ye Qingli. Ahem, I believe Ye Qingli still requires a proper lesson. Chu Yun contemplated for a moment before stating earnestly. Tang Rou's heart stuttered at his words. You little rascal, how unreserved you are. It was clear to her what Chu Yun intended. He simply wished to chastise Ye Qingli. However, she couldn't help but notice that Chu Yun seemed to have grown even more handsome. Suddenly, a realization struck Tang Rou. Although Chu Yun's appearance remained unchanged, he exuded an undeniable allure. The memory of Chu Yun's previous reprimand of Ye Qingli flashed through her mind, making her feel slightly uneasy. Ye Qingli, hearing Chu Yun's words, was taken aback. Her face filled with panic as she cast a pleading glance at Tang Rou. Chu Yun, there is no need to teach Ye Qingli a lesson now. The Saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land has offered a true divine weapon in exchange for her release. The Saintess has decided to set Ye Qingli free. Tang Rou collected her thoughts and conveyed the information to Chu Yun. The Saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land traded a true divine weapon for Ye Qingli? Chu Yun frowned slightly. It seemed Ye Fan was exerting influence. He reflected on the Yaoqi Holy Land, a premier sect in the northern region of the Tianwu realm, with formidable strength and significant influence. The Saintess, a prodigious figure in the Tianwu realm, possessed an innate Dao embryo and was one of Ye Fan's confidants. When Ye Fan could not intervene directly, she would extend her assistance. It was evident to Chu Yun that Ye Fan had orchestrated this. The Saintess was indeed generous to offer a true divine weapon for Ye Fan's sister. True divine weapons were wielded by the pinnacle of the divine realm, worth their weight in gold. Clearly, the relationship between the Saintess and Ye Fan had reached a substantial level. Yes, Chu Yun, we must honor the Saintess's request, Tang Rou affirmed, her tone leaving no room for dissent. The Yaoqi Holy Land was a top-tier sect, and offering a true divine weapon was a powerful gesture. Although Shiyu bore grievances against Ye Fan, she would not refuse such a benefit. Very well, I understand. However, Miss Tang Rou, I have matters to discuss with Ye Qingli. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun addressed Tang Rou. A flicker of hesitation crossed Tang Rou's face. Previously, she would have dismissed Chu Yun outright. Yet, for reasons unknown, the subtle pressure emanating from him, coupled with his newfound allure, left her uncertain on how to refuse. Perhaps you should consult Miss Qingli. Tang Rou hesitated for a moment, then turned her gaze towards Ye Qingli. If she agrees, I have no objections, she declared. Ye Qingli, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's eyes were fixed intently on Ye Qingli. Ye Qingli was inclined to decline immediately. Yet Chu Yun's gaze was overwhelmingly domineering. Moreover, the experiences she had endured recently had left her with considerable psychological shadows, rendering her hesitant to outright refuse Chu Yun. Since you have not declined, it is tantamount to acceptance, Chu Yun said with a slight smile. Ye Qingli widened her eyes, utterly bewildered. Chu Yun then grasped Tang Rou's hand and entered the room. Tang Rou, keep an eye on things and ensure I am not disturbed. I shall finish shortly. Tang Rou let out a gentle sigh, her face displaying a hint of helplessness. What could he possibly want to discuss with Ye Qingli? Suddenly, a wave of doubt washed over Tang Rou. Could it be that he seeks Ye Qingli's forgiveness? Never mind. I shall see for myself. She edged closer to the room. However, just as Tang Rou approached, she was met with the sound of familiar weeping. Damn! I knew this Chu Yun. Tang Rou's expression darkened. Given that Ye Qingli had already been redeemed by the Yaoqi Saintess, there was no way Chu Yun could act so freely. Perhaps it's best to leave it be, she thought, shaking her head and refraining from further interference. The commotion within the room made Tang Rou increasingly uneasy. I should take my leave, she murmured, biting her crimson lip. Yet, the sounds continued to draw her in. Perhaps I should stay after all. Moments later, Tang Rou found herself unable to resist her instincts, silently reasoning that her presence was not for her own sake, but rather to watch over Chu Yun, to prevent him from leading Ye Qingli astray. Thus, in a bid to keep an eye on Chu Yun, Tang Rou unconsciously inched closer to the room. Chapter 5. A person in the demon sect, helpless and bound several hours later, tranquility once again enveloped the room. Qingli, I genuinely have matters to discuss with you. Do not be afraid. Chu Yun, now in a composed state, addressed Ye Qingli. Step away. I can no longer trust you. Ye Qingli retorted vehemently, pushing Chu Yun away in anger. Outside, she had genuinely believed that Chu Yun had something to discuss, but upon entering the room, he had abruptly shifted the topic. Wu, you are a wicked villain. Ye Qingli wiped her tears, sobbing softly. Although it had only been a few hours, Chu Yun had become even more formidable, leaving Ye Qingli feeling increasingly. Alas, this is not my fault. It is because you are too beautiful. The moment I see you, Chu Yun sighed and lamented to Ye Qingli. Hearing his words, Ye Qingli fell into a stupor once more, unable to fathom his unabashedness. Clearly, he was the one at fault, yet he now blamed her for being too alluring. I speak the truth, Chu Yun insisted earnestly. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Ye Qingli lowered her head. Despite the shamelessness of his words, they stirred faint ripples in her heart, even eliciting a tinge of joy. Humph, then what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Ye Qingli inquired softly, her eyes warily scrutinizing Chu Yun. Should he wish to continue his previous actions, that would be impossible. No, how could I be that sort of person? Chu Yun faltered momentarily before responding. Ye Qingli gazed at him with a hint of skepticism, as if to say, isn't that so? I wish for you not to disclose the events of these past days to Ye Fan and the Yaoqi Saintess. Chu Yun inhaled deeply, speaking with a blend of resignation and sincerity. You know that I am also left with no choice. In truth, I am a good person, yet alas, being in the demon sect means I am bound by circumstances. You. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Ye Qingli was once again rendered speechless. He was the one who had committed the misdeeds, yet he spoke in such a manner. Why had he not said this before? Now that he realized he was to be redeemed, he uttered such statements. Shameless, vile, villainous. Ye Qingli shot Chu Yun a glare and scolded him fiercely. Chu Yun shrugged, unfazed by her words. After all, he was indeed a member of the demon sect and cared little for his reputation. Besides, you have had your share of joy during these days. You have not suffered unduly. Chu Yun continued, I neither mistreated you, nor did I cripple your cultivation, nor did I harm your body. Rather, I have strengthened your resilience. I believe I have shown you the utmost kindness. Ye Qingli. Oh. Chu Yun's words left her utterly astonished. How could one articulate such a shameless act as being for her own good? Do you think I speak incorrectly? Noticing Ye Qingli's apparent dissent, Chu Yun fixed his gaze on her. Incorrect, completely incorrect. It is clearly your fault. Ye Qingli blurted out, recalling her own suffering. You have already harmed me. So, you refuse to agree? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and continued. Umph, you shall await your fate. I shall remember everything that has transpired these days. Ye Qingli huffed, glaring at Chu Yun with indignation. Qingli, do you not desire for the events of these days to be widely disseminated? Chu Yun, following her words, began to speak slowly. As he spoke, he retrieved a black stone from his spatial ring. This stone bore intricate patterns and emitted an enigmatic light. This is a recording stone, You have recorded those events. Ye Qingli's pupils dilated, and her complexion turned pale. This black stone was indeed a recording stone capable of capturing images and sounds. Crack! In an instant, Ye Qingli snatched the recording stone from Chu Yun's hand and crushed it. Useless. I have already copied the contents onto thousands of recording stones. Chu Yun responded calmly. How can there be someone as shameless as you? Although she had anticipated Chu Yun's lack of boundaries, his actions still left Ye Qingli's worldview shattered. For the first time, she grasped the notion of treachery and the essence of a villain. A person in the demon sect is indeed bound and helpless. Chu Yun continued, you decide for yourself. After all, I am merely a small demon from the sect. My reputation matters little, and should I perish, so be it. However, you, as the sister of the ancient sacred body, should consider the repercussions if those events were to spread. Chu Yun spoke with a nonchalant defiance, seemingly resigned to the consequences. Initially, he had not wished to act thus, yet circumstances had changed. Despite having acquired a system, his power had yet to grow, leaving him utterly outmatched against the destined protagonist. Moreover, Chu Yun knew that if Ye Fan were truly determined to retaliate against him, he had no doubt that Shiyu would readily betray him for some promised benefit. Thus, Chu Yun found himself compelled to devise alternative strategies to secure a path of retreat. Ye Qingli bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Are you still contemplating? Then I shall continue. Chu Yun addressed Ye Qingli. No, please, I agree. I agree to your terms. Upon hearing Chu Yun's intentions, Ye Qingli quickly acquiesced. In that moment, she simply wished to escape this dreadful situation, yearning to be free from the terror it entailed. Good, that is the right attitude. Rest assured, as long as you remain silent, no one will know of these events. Chu Yun patted Ye Qingli's shoulder. Afterward, he playfully pinched her cheek before departing the room. He is simply leaving like this. Watching Chu Yun's retreating figure, Ye Qingli collapsed to the ground, a twinge of reluctance swelling within her heart, one that even she could not fully comprehend. Chu Yun, you are indeed a natural-born fiend of the demonic path. Tang Rou, having tidied her attire, gazed at the exiting Chu Yun and lamented once more. What choice do I have? After all, her brother is the ancient sacred body. And I am fearful. Chu Yun shrugged and then spoke. All right, I shall head to the Mo Ling cave for my training. You may take Ye Qingli with you. Subsequently, Chu Yun bid farewell to Tang Rou and proceeded in the direction of the Mo Ling cave. The Mo Ling cave is indeed an excellent place for cultivation, and now that he possesses the chaos body, Chu Yun certainly would not squander this opportunity for advancement. It is imperative that he swiftly enhances his strength, for he must not allow himself to fall into such a passive situation again. As he walked towards the Mo Ling cave, Chu Yun contemplated these thoughts. Chapter 6. The Chu clan seeks a quota. Chu Yun, unlike other disciples of the demon sect, is a unique case. Tang Rou murmured to herself as she watched Chu Yun depart. Initially, she thought he was merely a brazen and ordinary disciple of the demon sect. However, it now appeared that while Chu Yun acted boldly, he possessed a flexible moral compass and understood how to navigate risks for his own benefit. Such qualities are exceedingly rare within the demonic realm. Yet, no matter how skilled he may be, he remains a pawn destined to be discarded by the Holy Maiden. With a sigh, Tang Rou expressed her hope for Chu Yun's fortune to improve. Afterward, she entered her chamber to prepare for the transfer of Ye Qingli to the Yaoqi Holy Maiden. In the Huangquan demon sect, the demon spirit cave is located within the Heiyun mountain range. Permeated by dense demonic energy, various demonic runes and creatures render this already ominous area even more foreboding. The unique environment of the demon spirit cave has made the Heiyun mountain range the most sought-after locale for practitioners of the Huangquan demon sect. Numerous disciples frequent this site for cultivation, while many others seek opportunities to enhance their power. Indeed, the chaotic body is remarkably domineering, capable of even absorbing demonic energy to naturally augment my cultivation. As Chu Yun sped toward the demon spirit cave, he contemplated this thought. Surrounding him was a subtle yet potent force of absorption, continuously drawing in the surrounding demonic energy and gradually elevating Chu Yun's cultivation. Although the rate of enhancement was slow, over time it accumulated into a significant strength, surpassing that gained through his own training. However, he mused, it is imperative that I seek a top-tier cultivation method. The fire spirit technique is merely of medium quality within the earth tier and cannot fully unleash the chaotic power of my body. Acknowledging his progress, Chu Yun considered the opportunities that might await him within the cave. It seems there is a substantial chance hidden within the demon spirit cave. Perhaps I can seize that opportunity this time. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Yun, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He quickly collected his thoughts and made his way toward the entrance of the cave. Elder Su, I wish to enter the demon spirit cave for cultivation, as the Holy Maiden has sent me. Upon arriving at the cave, Chu Yun addressed Elder Su Nian, who stood guard. Elder Su Nian, a formidable figure of the true God realm, had guarded the demon spirit cave for over a millennium and held great prestige within the Huangquan demon sect. Very well. You may enter. The Holy Maiden has informed me, Elder Su stated, glancing at Chu Yun with a neutral expression. Surrounding disciples from the Huangquan demon sect gazed upon Chu Yun with envy, for the demon spirit cave is the pinnacle of cultivation grounds within their sect, offering immense benefits. However, gaining entry requires a staggering contribution of 100,000 points, a feat that would take ordinary inner disciples at least a decade to achieve. Chu Yun, having secured favor with Shiyu, could enter without expending any contribution points, arousing jealousy among the onlookers. Yet, this was a reward from the Holy Maiden, and while many felt discontent, they dared not express it openly. Chu Yun, you're wasting an opportunity by entering. You should give your quota to Brother Chu Feng. Just as Chu Yun prepared to step inside the cave, a melodious voice rang out nearby. A girl clad in a pale yellow gown, with an oval face, approached the entrance, her demeanor haughty as she regarded Chu Yun. It was senior sister Dyer, who thought to herself, I knew that Chu Yun would not possess such fortune. What good is a quota if it is merely to be relinquished to another? It is curious whether Chu Yun is fortunate or unfortunate to have a cousin of extraordinary talent. Of course, it is fortunate. For Chu Feng is one of the 7 true inheritors of our Huangquan demon sect, endowed with exceptional gifts, destined to ascend to the upper echelons of our sect. Once Chu Feng reaches his full potential, merely extending a hand to Chu Yun would be a remarkable opportunity. Dyer's arrival sparked murmurs among the surrounding disciples of the Huangquan demon sect, many casting derisive glances at Chu Yun. It became evident that she was Chu Yun's cousin. A member of the Chu family, a formidable clan in the eastern region that has stood for over 1,000 years, boasting true God Realm warriors within its ranks. The Chu family had sent hundreds of its members to cultivate within the Huangquan demon sect, with some elite members attaining the status of elders. Among the numerous young members of the Chu family, Chu Feng and Dyer stood out prominently. Particularly, Chu Feng, one of the 7 true inheritors, held considerable influence within the demonic sect. Due to Chu Feng's extraordinary talent, the other disciples from the Chu family endeavored to allocate their cultivation resources to him, hoping to expedite his rise. Much of the resources previously acquired by Chu Yun had also found their way to Chu Feng. Why should I relinquish my quota to Chu Feng? Chu Yun replied coolly, casting a glance at the enchanting girl not far away. In the original tale, when Chu Yun met his demise at the hands of the protagonist, he did not see Chu Feng come to his rescue. Naturally, he would not tread the same path as his former self. Now, he lived solely for his own interests. What do you mean, Chu Yun? Do you intend to enter the demon spirit cave alone? Dyer questioned, her brows furrowing as she regarded him with disapproval. Is there a problem? This is my quota. Chu Yun retorted nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Dyer's displeasure. Chu Yun, how can you be so selfish? Only when Brother Chu Feng rises can our family regain its former glory. You must hand over your quota, Dyer exclaimed, stepping in front of him to block his path as she sensed his unwillingness to yield. You are remarkable, and you possess an air of superiority. I recall that last month you obtained a precious nirvana elixir. Why have you not presented it to Chu Feng? Chu Yun scoffed, her eyes brimming with derision. Chu Dyer found herself at a loss, her face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. After a moment, she managed to respond. I must first enhance my own cultivation in order to better assist Brother Chu Feng. That nirvana elixir is of great significance to me. Next time, I shall certainly bestow the nirvana elixir upon Brother Chu Feng. Fool, Chu Yun remarked dismissively. With a resounding slap, she struck Chu Dyer across the face, sending her sprawling away. Chapter 7. Entering the Lingku, a breach of trust. Bang. After being struck, Chu Dyer was sent flying and collided with a nearby towering tree, which splintered upon impact, leaving her breath significantly weakened. The surrounding disciples of the Huangquan Mazong were left in astonishment at the unfolding scene. They had anticipated that Chu Yun would meekly relinquish his spot, but to their utter disbelief, he delivered a slap to Chu Dyer, an act of incredibility. You dare strike me? Chu Yun, you dare. After a brief moment of dizziness, Chu Dyer let out a piercing scream, her eyes filled with rage as she glared at Chu Yun. She had never imagined that this usually submissive cousin would dare to lay hands on her, let alone strike her face. The expressions of her fellow disciples only compounded her humiliation. Chu Yun cast a mere glance at Chu Dyer, completely disregarding her words, and strode directly into the magic spirit cavern. These individuals, under the guise of familial duty, seized resources from their kin while offering nothing in return, akin to parasitic vermin. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Chu Yun would have been inclined to eliminate her on the spot. You selfish and audacious wretch. Watching Chu Yun's retreating figure, Chu Dyer shouted, "I will report this to the family and have the patriarch expel you." Chu Yun, of course, did not hear her final words. Nor would he have cared if he had. Such a family was of no consequence to him. Indeed, the spiritual energy within the magic spirit cavern was far denser than outside, truly deserving of its reputation as the cultivation paradise of Huangquan Mazong. Deep within the cavern's forest, Chu Yun's chaotic body continuously absorbed the surrounding pure, demonic energy. With the flow of this energy, his cultivation progressed at a pace far exceeding that outside. Numerous areas within the cavern bore the remnants of dried blood, and in certain regions, one could even glimpse scattered corpses. It was evident that the magic spirit cavern frequently witnessed brutal, bloody conflicts. Is the competition here truly that fierce? Observing the remains around him, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. The magic spirit cavern was not only the premier cultivation site of Huangquan Mazong, but also a realm beyond the law of the sect. While the periphery was patrolled by elder members, many disciples entered the cavern to either cultivate or seek resources. However, in the depths where Chu Yun now found himself, there were no constraints. Here, if one possessed sufficient ruthlessness and strength, they could plunder and kill at will, a place of peril and opportunity alike. Rustle, rustle. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached. A group of men clad in black robes, exuding a strong scent of blood, arrived in the forest. 7 or 8 of them formed a menacing encirclement around Chu Yun. "You little brat, daring to venture into the depths of the magic spirit cavern on your first visit. Such audacity." The leader, a scar-faced man, glared at Chu Yun with malice and spoke in a low voice. "Hand over your treasures and kneel to beg for mercy. We might spare you." However, before the burly man beside him could finish his sentence, Chu Yun, trapped in their midst, launched a fierce counterattack. He swung his fist directly at the stout man. Although Chu Yun lacked powerful martial arts techniques, the chaotic spiritual energy within his chaotic body was extraordinarily formidable, effortlessly piercing through the stout man's body and impaling his heart. "Everyone, attack! Let's finish him!" the scar-faced man shouted, seeing Chu Yun's display of strength. The remaining 7 men, emboldened by his command, charged at Chu Yun in unison, igniting a fierce battle in the forest. These cultivators were all elite inner disciples of Huangquan Mazong, each having reached the Yuaning stage, with the leader being a formidable figure in the Fa Xiang stage, wielding exceptional power. Their coordinated assault was strategic, each move lethal, showing no mercy. Despite possessing the chaotic body and overwhelming strength, Chu Yun found himself lacking in battle experience. Under the intricate teamwork of these cultivators, he struggled to swiftly overcome them and felt a growing sense of pressure. To dare to rampage here, they surely possess considerable skill. Chu Yun mused inwardly. He could easily defeat any Yuan-ing stage cultivator with a single punch, yet he found it challenging to seize an opportunity to strike decisively. Well then, let these fellows hone my combat experience. Realizing he could not end the battle swiftly, Chu Yun remained composed, continuing to engage them while searching for a chance to turn the tide. With the advantages of his chaotic body, spiritual energy intensity, physical power, and recovery speed, he felt no trepidation. When did our sect produce such a terrifying genius? Just having entered the late Yuaning stage, and yet he can withstand our combined might. The scar-faced man was increasingly astonished as he observed Chu Yun holding his ground against their joint onslaught. They were known bandits of the magic spirit cavern, strong in their abilities, having even slain mid-level Fa Xiang disciples before. Now, however, they were stymied by a disciple who had only just broken through to the late Yuaning stage. Moreover, the scar-faced man could clearly perceive that Chu Yun's combat experience was rather rudimentary, with his techniques appearing quite juvenile. "Who are you? Perhaps we can reach an amicable resolution." The various enigmas surrounding Chu Yun led the scar-faced man to sense something extraordinary, and he began contemplating a ceasefire. After all, the combination of numerous factors made it difficult not to speculate. Perhaps Chu Yun was a significant prodigy within the sect. Although the depths of the magic spirit cavern were lawless, should a person of great importance perish here, the sect's higher-ups would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Reaching an agreement sounds acceptable, Chu Yun replied coolly. Upon hearing his words, the scar-faced man and his companions exchanged glances, each contemplating the possibility of peace. After all, they could do nothing to Chu Yun, and continuing the battle would yield no advantage. Moreover, should Chu Yun prove to be a significant figure within a sect, even if they managed to kill him, they would face considerable trouble. Soon, Both sides ceased their hostilities. Young brother, it seems we have become acquainted through conflict. I am Hu Hai. May I inquire your esteemed name? Following the truce, the scarred man clasped his fists and addressed Chu Yun, his gaze relentlessly scrutinizing him, as if seeking to uncover some hint of his true nature. However, what awaited Hu Hai was Chu Yun's fist, imbued with chaotic spiritual energy. You brat. Upon witnessing the approaching blow, Hu Hai's expression shifted to one of horror as he raised his hand in an attempt to defend himself. Yet, the proximity left him no room for defense, and with his murderous intent ignited, Chu Yun's punch shattered Hu Hai's heart, instantly claiming his life. You deceitful wretch, did you not promise a cessation of hostilities? A nearby man in a gray robe remarked, his countenance darkening as he shouted in outrage. Fools! A group of demonic cultivators who slaughter their own kind dare to speak of credibility? Chu Yun retorted with disdain, casting a scornful glance at the others. These individuals had taken countless lives. Had it not been for Chu Yun's own prowess, he would have long since been slain. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that this was the Huangquan Mazong, where credibility held no value whatsoever. Chapter 8. Absorbing Yin Sha and the Jiu demon crystal having spoken, Chu Yun charged once more towards the remaining strong opponents. Without Hu Hai, the powerful figure at the Fa Xiang realm, the few remaining Yuanying realm cultivators were utterly no match for him. They were swiftly crushed by Chu Yun's overwhelming force. As they begged for mercy, pleading for their lives, Chu Yun was acutely aware that had the roles been reversed, his fate would not have been any better. Thus, he had no intention of showing mercy and decisively eliminated them all. Indeed, ambush was still the best tactic. Direct confrontation harbored too many risks. After the battle concluded, Chu Yun mused to himself. If he had continued to engage in direct combat, he could have achieved victory, albeit at a much greater expenditure of time and effort, lacking the ease he experienced now. Furthermore, this was the depths of the demon spirit cave. Exhausting too much spiritual energy could attract unwanted attention from others, leading to significant trouble. I must diversify my methods. I need to prepare more strategies, or elevate my cultivation level to dominate through sheer realm. With this thought, Chu Yun wasted no time and began to scavenge the spoils left by Hu Hai and his cohorts. Damn, true to their nature as demon cultivators, they used their treasures on the spot, leaving me with just a meager haul. After rummaging through, he found merely over 100 spirit stones and a few bottles of recovery pills. Nevertheless, he collected these items, for even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Once he had finished gathering the spoils, Chu Yun set forth towards the southern forest. After several hours of swift travel, he finally arrived at his destination. This must be it, the Stone Forest of the Demon Spirit Cave. As Chu Yun gazed upon the dense, ominous aura emanating from the forest ahead, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. This forest was indeed the Stone Forest, infused with an exceptionally rich essence of Yin Sha. Even before stepping inside, he could sense a chilling aura enveloping him. Chu Yun refrained from recklessly entering the forest. Instead, he extended his hand to feel the Yin Sha energy within. As soon as his hand made contact with the dense Yin Sha, the power of his chaos body activated spontaneously. Under the influence of this power, Chu Yun felt only a slight chill. The overwhelming Yin Sha posed no threat to him. Indeed, my chaos body can withstand the Yin Sha of this forest. Feeling that faint coolness, Chu Yun's eyes brightened. Realizing that his chaos body could even absorb the Yin Sha to enhance his cultivation. For others, this Yin Sha is akin to poison. For me, it is a fortuitous opportunity. With this realization, Chu Yun's heart brimmed with joy, granting him a clearer understanding of the might of his chaos body. Since this is the case, I shall venture directly into the Stone Forest. The Jiu demon crystal shall be mine. Without hesitation, Chu Yun stepped into the Stone Forest. Upon entering, the Yin Sha intensified, and the power of his chaos body manifested an even more formidable ability to absorb, continuously drawing in the essence of the forest. The influx of Yin Sha filled Chu Yun with an extraordinary sense of comfort, especially as his cultivation steadily progressed, greatly enhancing his sense of security. This journey into the demon spirit cave was certainly worthwhile, Chu Yun reflected, pressing deeper into the Stone Forest. As he ventured further, the surrounding Yin Sha thickened, yet it had no adverse effect on him. Rather, it accelerated his cultivation. After several hours, he reached the heart of the Stone Forest. In this secluded area lay an expanse devoid of any flora, only an endless sea of dense Yin Sha. In the center of this open space rested a black crystal. Is this the Jiu demon crystal of the Jiu demon lord? Chu Yun gazed at the powerful black crystal radiating a potent demonic aura, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. This black crystal is indeed the Jiu demon crystal, containing the demonic legacy of the Jiu demon lord. The Jiu demon lord was once a revered figure of the Huangquan demon sect, known for his formidable strength, and was the most extraordinary individual after the Huangquan demon sovereign. His creation, the Jiu true intent, possessed unparalleled power, capable of inflicting damage upon the souls of his enemies, making it exceedingly fearsome. After the demise of the Jiu demon lord, many demon cultivators sought his legacy, yet none knew its whereabouts. The Jiu demon crystal now belongs to me. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun reached out and grasped the black crystal. As he did, waves of formidable demonic energy surged forth from the crystal, bombarding Chu Yun's body and inflicting immense suffering. The Jiu demon lord has perished. How dare this mere crystal resist me? Enraged by the black crystal's defiance, Chu Yun roared, channeling the power of his chaos body into the black crystal. With each infusion of his chaos body's strength, the black crystal unleashed even more terrifying demonic energy, violently tearing apart its surroundings. Yet, Chu Yun remained undeterred, continuously pouring his chaos body's power into it. Time flowed slowly, and soon, several hours had passed. Under the relentless assault of Chu Yun's chaos body, the demonic energy of the Jiu demon crystal was finally subdued. The power of his chaos body effortlessly filled the black crystal, granting him complete mastery over the Jiu demon crystal. Chapter 9. The current state of Qingli Shengti Yi Fan, with a pale visage filled with joy, gently caressed the fully controlled Jiu Mo Jing in his hand. To gain mastery over this Jiu Mo Jing, Chu Yun had expended a significant amount of his chaos body's essence. However, he deemed this expenditure worthwhile. What secrets lie within this Jiu Mo Jing? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun immediately infused his spiritual power into the Jiu Mo Jing. Since he had already taken control of it, the Jiu Mo Jing offered no resistance to his infusion. Soon, a series of profound and arcane incantations flowed from the Jiu Mo Jing into Chu Yun's consciousness. Indeed, it contained the legacy of the Jiu Mo Zun. As he perceived the myriad obscure messages in his mind, a radiant smile graced Chu Yun's face. These incantations were none other than the legacies of the Jiu Mo Zun, namely, Yuming Mo Zhang and Jiu Sheng Xinju. The Yuming Mo Zhang represents a pinnacle of supernatural prowess, wielding tremendous power. Meanwhile, the Jiu Sheng Xinju serves as the core cultivation method of the Jiu Mo Zun, encompassing the techniques for cultivating the true essence of Jiu. This true essence is of the highest caliber, capable of inflicting damage directly upon an adversary's spirit and augmenting various supernatural techniques, rendering it immensely formidable. In addition to Yuming Mo Zhang and Jiu Sheng Xinju, there exists a superior sword formation, De Gung Jianzhun, along with an ancient sword that has significantly dulled in luster. Upon examining the ancient sword, Chu Yun discovered it was a sacred weapon, the Jiu Jian wielded by the Mo Zun in his youth. Although much of its spiritual essence had faded, it remained a top-tier sacred weapon of extraordinary power. Indeed, possessing this sacred ancient sword and the inheritance from the Jiu Mo Zun was a bountiful gain. By assimilating these newfound abilities, my offensive capabilities will be significantly enhanced, enabling me to confront Hu Hai's situation with greater confidence in the future. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Yun wasted no time and promptly settled into a meditative posture, delving into the comprehension of these mystical techniques while absorbing the surrounding Insha energy to elevate his cultivation. The Instone forest was abundant in Insha energy, making it difficult for others to intrude, and Chu Yun felt no apprehension about potential disturbances. Time passed slowly. 2 days later, at the Tai Chu Holy Land, in a picturesque valley adorned with pavilions and fragrant spiritual plants, reminiscent of a paradise, a stunning maiden with delicate features and skin as fair as snow rested her chin on her hand, gazing vacantly at the sky, her thoughts adrift in the distance. "Sister, are you all right?" A gentle voice broke the silence after a while. Ye Qingli refocused her gaze, turning to another direction. From the opposite side of the valley, a young man with refined features and an aura of mystery approached slowly. "Little Yezi, I am fine," Ye Qingli responded, her sweet smile banishing her previous concerns as she looked at Yi Fan, who was making his way toward her. Sister, please do not hide anything from me. Yesterday, I broke free from the fourth shackles of the ancient holy body and ignited the divine fire, stepping into the realm of the void god. Now, I possess absolute dominance in the eastern region. The mere existence of the Huangquan Mo zone is nothing to fear. Yi Fan clenched his fist, his voice deep. Indeed, Sister Qingli, Yi Fan is now merely a notch below me. You need not fear, should anyone dare to harm you. Both I and Yi Fan will seek vengeance. A robust youth beside Yi Fan thumped his chest, speaking boldly. The youth bore a slightly prominent azure dragon tattoo on the back of his hand, exuding an air of authority. Chenbo, are you feeling adventurous? Do not think that just because you possess the Demon Emperor's legacy, you can become arrogant. Would you care for a friendly spar? Yi Fan shot a sidelong glance at Chenbo, balling his fist. Hey, no way, Fango. You are the ancient holy body. How could I dare to spar with you? Chenbo scratched his head, revealing a simple grin. Please spare me. Previously, Chenbo had sparred with Yi Fan on numerous occasions, yet despite his newfound legacy, he was no match for Yi Fan. Upon seeing the two ahead, Ye Qingli felt considerably relieved. All right, do not worry. I truly am fine. Ye Qingli gently bit her red lip, adding, they would not dare harm me, after all. My brother is the ancient holy body and destined to become an invincible emperor. Yes, it is good to hear that, Sister Qingli. Chenbo replied slowly. Sister, here are some cultivation resources for you. Use them to enhance your strength. After some casual conversation, Yi Fan produced some precious cultivation resources and handed them to Ye Qingli. Though she bore the star path body, which, while formidable, did not quite match Yi Fan's ancient holy body, she possessed immense potential. I will. Ye Qingli nodded firmly. This recent incident had made her acutely aware of the importance of strength. Had she possessed greater power, she would not have been so easily captured. Moreover, when confronted by Chu Yun, she could have stood her ground more assertively. Ugh, Ye Qingli, what are you thinking? How could you entertain such thoughts? Chu Yun is a wicked villain, a great demon. As the peculiar thoughts swirled in her mind, Ye Qingli quickly dispelled them. Nevertheless, the memories of her recent encounters with Chu Yun lingered in her thoughts, stirring ripples in her heart. Sister Qingli, what is the matter with you? Chenbo noticed her unusual demeanor and asked with concern. And nothing. I merely did not rest well while I was imprisoned. I feel a bit fatigued. Ye Qingli regained her composure, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within her. Sister Qingli, you should rest well and recover. Fango, and I will not disturb you. Upon hearing her words, Chenbo added. Yi Fan also encouraged her to take ample rest. Subsequently, the two departed the valley. Fango, I told you Sister Qingli would be fine. Those fellows from Huangquan Mo zone would never dare to harm her. They were merely attempting to intimidate you. Beyond the valley, Chenbo stretched lazily and spoke softly. Fango? After a few breaths, noticing that Yi Fan remained unresponsive, Chenbo hastily turned to him, only to find Yi Fan's countenance dark and somewhat fearsome, his spiritual power surging violently, as if on the brink of eruption. Fango, what troubles you? Is there a problem? Chenbo inquired further. Sister, she is lying. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with a profound gravity. Sister Qingli is lying? Chenbo, taken aback by the revelation, responded in confusion. Whenever Sister tells a falsehood, her ears turn red. Yi Fan clenched his fists, a deep crimson glimmer flickering in his eyes, suggesting that someone from the Huangquan Mo zone must have threatened his sister. Chapter 10. Resolute heart and triggered choices. Could it be true, Brother Fan? Do the disciples of Huangquan Ma zone truly possess such audacity? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Chenbo found it difficult to believe. After all, Yi Fan was the revered Huanggu Xingti, a perfected sacred body comparable to an emperor, wielding an extraordinary level of intimidation. Moreover, Yi Fan was also a true disciple of Taichu Xingdi. How could a demonic sect like Huangquan Ma zone dare to risk offending a Huanggu Xingdi? My instincts are never wrong, Yi Fan replied slowly. Brother Fan, I shall head to Huangquan Ma zone at once and obliterate anyone who threatens Sister Qingli. Chenbo declared fiercely, striking a nearby boulder with a heavy fist. Their bond as brothers was profound, and thus, Chenbo regarded Ye Qingli as his own sister. Wait, Huangquan Ma zone is a top-tier demonic sect. We must not act recklessly, lest we alert them, Yi Fan cautioned, taking a deep breath. I will have Menger investigate Huangquan Ma zone first. Once we gather sufficient intelligence, we shall strike with precision. Chenbo nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Yi Fan's words. By the way, Brother Fan, the Saintess of Yaoqi has expended considerable effort to rescue Sister Qingli. Perhaps you should consider forming a bond with her and create a congenital sacred body together. Suddenly, Chen Bo seemed to recall something and winked mischievously at Yi Fan. Such matters should unfold naturally, Yi Fan replied calmly. If fate allows, we shall come together without force. You remain as unromantic as ever. Chen Bo sighed. Since you embarked on your cultivation journey, so many celestial maidens have taken a liking to you. Have you ever felt stirred by any of them? Due to Yi Fan's unparalleled talent, numerous beautiful companions had gravitated toward him since his debut, including esteemed ladies from noble families, princesses of divine dynasties, and the extraordinary beauties of ancient sacred clans. Chen Bo was aware that even the Saintess of Yaoqi harbored feelings for Yi Fan. If Yi Fan were to take the initiative, he might have a significant chance of winning her heart. However, Yi Fan was solely devoted to the path of cultivation and never pursued any other women. I am in a phase of vigorous progress. How could I indulge in romantic entanglements? Yi Fan continued. Moreover, you know well that I have many enemies. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Chen Bo nodded in agreement. As a Huanggu Xingti, Yi Fan had offended numerous individuals along his journey, and countless sought to bring about his downfall. It would be unwise to create unnecessary entanglements at this stage. It seems Brother Fan is not lacking in interest, but rather steadfast in his resolve, Chen Bo remarked, scratching his head. At that moment, he understood why. Since the Huanggu Xingti had been shackled by the curse of the heavenly path, only Yi Fan had continuously broken free and advanced with fervor. This unwavering determination to pursue the path could not be matched by others. If I were you, Brother Fan, with so many talented beauties vying for my affection, I would certainly embrace them all without exception. Chen Bo licked his lips and chuckled. Thus, you are not me, Yi Fan replied, slowly raising his head. 3 days later, in the realm of Mo Ling Cave, within the Stone Forest. At that moment, the Stone Forest was thick with an oppressive aura of energy, its sinister essence having solidified into a palpable form. The heavy atmosphere permeated every corner of the forest. Deep within the Stone Forest, Chu Yun tirelessly wielded the Jiu sword. Having attained the status of a chaos body, Chu Yun's innate talents had been significantly enhanced, and his comprehension had soared to new heights. Moreover, with complete mastery over the Jiu magic crystal, he had effectively garnered the acknowledgement of the Demon Lord, making his cultivation of the nether magic palm remarkably efficient. With the assistance of the Jiu magic crystal, Chu Yun had begun to grasp the essence of true meaning. Additionally, the energy within the forest had further elevated his cultivation, propelling him to the pinnacle of the Yuan ninth layer. Alas, if only I had the nether sacred stone, I could transition to practicing the Jiu sacred heart technique. Chu Yun sighed deeply. As a chaos body, he was capable of cultivating any attribute of martial arts, including the Jiu sacred heart technique of the Jiu Demon Lord. However, such cultivation required the nether sacred stone as a catalyst. This precious stone, which contained the essence of nether energy, was currently beyond Chu Yun's reach, leaving him unable to make the transition despite his capability to do so. Nevertheless, Chu Yun remained unconcerned, viewing it simply as a training method. If it could be cultivated, that would be splendid. If not, he would not cling too tightly to it. After all, the gains from this venture had already left him exceedingly satisfied. His realm had risen 2 levels, reaching the pinnacle of the Yuaning realm, and he had acquired the Jiu sword, greatly enhancing his power. Furthermore, with the system by his side, Chu Yun was confident that suitable techniques would present themselves in due time. The energy in this area had begun to dissipate, and it would not be long before the Stone Forest ceased to exist. As Chu Yun gazed towards the fissure ahead, he noted that although the forest was saturated with dense energy, its spiritual essence had diminished considerably, making it increasingly difficult for him to continue his rapid advancement. With the Jiu magic crystal stowed away, the energy had further declined. It is time to depart. The changes in the Stone Forest will undoubtedly attract attention, and it would be wise to withdraw early. As he contemplated the rapidly diminishing energy, a sense of retreat began to rise within Chu Yun. The Mo Ling Cave housed many talented disciples of Huangquan Mazong, as well as sect elders. The disturbances in the Stone Forest would surely draw them in, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Wait, what is that? Just as Chu Yun prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed an extraordinarily ancient stone door deep within the Stone Forest. It appeared to have been damaged by the potent Yin energy, now opened slightly ajar. Approaching cautiously, Chu Yun gently pushed the stone door, which then swung wide open. From within emerged an overwhelming surge of mysterious spiritual energy, accompanied by an intense sense of pressure. This oppressive force enveloped Chu Yun, instilling an almost palpable tremor within his soul. A chime resonated, indicating that the host is currently experiencing a pivotal moment, triggering an invincibility choice. Choice 1. Enter the stone door and conduct an exploration, rewarded with the Chaos Immortal Scripture. Choice 2. Pay no heed and depart directly, rewarded with the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Scripture. The Chaos Immortal Scripture is an immortal level technique, exclusively designed for the Chaos body. Cultivating it to its pinnacle can lead to the attainment of the Chaos Immortal body. The 10,000 Spirits Immortal Scripture is also an immortal level technique, capable of encompassing myriad spirits, vast and boundless. Mastering it to its utmost can result in the realization of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal body. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chu Yun's ears. Chapter 11. The Chaos Immortal Scripture, the Grand Tao Tablet. Has the selection been triggered again? The Chaos Immortal Scripture and the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Scripture, truly remarkable techniques. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Yun's heart surged with delight. In the Tianwu realm, the pinnacle of techniques and secret arts is merely at the Emperor rank, while his cultivation of the Fire Spirit technique is only of the Earth rank, middle tier. Yet, the system now presents him with two options, both of which are at the immortal level. Truly, the invincible selection system astounds me. From the initial Emperor-level Rebirth Eyes and Chaos Body, I now have two immortal-grade techniques. Nevertheless, it is evident that the Chaos Immortal Scripture is far more suitable for me. Hence, I shall proceed. With a decisive step, Chu Yun entered the stone door. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the selection and acquiring the Chaos Immortal Scripture. As he crossed the threshold, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Instantly, the incantations of the Chaos Immortal Scripture flooded into his consciousness. Disregarding the esoteric intricacies of the technique, Chu Yun found himself completely captivated by the wonders beyond the stone door. Behind it lay an abundance of celestial spiritual energy, so thick it felt almost tangible, invigorating him and causing every pore to rejoice. In addition to this rich spiritual energy, there was an expansive, open area. At the center of this space stood an ancient, colossal stone tablet, inscribed with profound and mysterious runes. These symbols seemed to encapsulate the essence of the Grand Tao, causing the surrounding laws of nature to become increasingly vibrant. Unconsciously drawn closer to the tablet, Chu Yun felt a surge of inspiration erupt within his mind. His understanding of the Shadow Demon Palm, which he had been studying, flourished with newfound clarity. Moreover, the intricate subtleties of the recently acquired immortal scripture gradually unfolded before him. Could this possibly be the Grand Tao Tablet? As the influx of inspiration continued to overwhelm him, Chu Yun was left in a state of astonishment. Legend has it that within the Tianwu realm exists a supreme treasure known as the Grand Tao Tablet. It is said to harbor boundless powers of the Grand Tao, a celestial artifact that can only arise during the world's genesis. Cultivating in proximity to the Grand Tao Tablet is akin to having the Grand Tao at one's side. One's comprehension can explosively enhance, aiding practitioners in understanding the laws of the Tao and swiftly mastering an array of top-tier divine techniques and martial arts. Indeed, I have arrived at the right place. This demon spirit cave has proven to be fortuitous beyond expectation. Realizing the significance of the Grand Tao Tablet filled Chu Yun with exhilaration. This tablet offers tremendous benefits for cultivation, enhancing comprehension, accelerating the mastery of techniques, and even facilitating the understanding of the laws of the Tao, which is of paramount importance to practitioners. Setting aside the techniques, which undoubtedly bolster strength, it is essential for practitioners in the later stages to grasp the laws of the Tao, requiring exceptional comprehension and fortune. The Grand Tao Tablet enables practitioners to comprehend these laws more swiftly. Even those ancient figures at the Saint or Quasi-Emperor level would be driven to madness over such a treasure. I must secure this artifact. It cannot fall into the hands of others. Suppressing his desire to cultivate here, Chu Yun resolved to store the Grand Tao Tablet first. He promptly infused his spiritual power into it, taking control of the tablet. Perhaps due to its lack of a master, his spiritual energy quickly left a mark on the Grand Tao Tablet, allowing him to gain complete dominion over it. It can be shrunk. After mastering the Grand Dao tablet, Chu Yun discovered he could effortlessly alter its size, much like the Rui Jingu Bang. Soon, he reduced the Grand Dao tablet to the size of a jade pendant. Perfect. This will certainly facilitate my future cultivation endeavors. Observing the now compact Grand Dao tablet before him, Chu Yun mused. Although its effects are extraordinary, a massive stone tablet is far too conspicuous for practice in other locations. Now that it is so small, I need not worry about attracting attention. However, to be prudent, he decided to store the Grand Dao tablet alongside the Tian Dao Divine tablet and the Geodemon crystal within his system space, ensuring it remains undiscovered by others. It is time to leave. Although the spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich, presenting a rare opportunity for enhancement, I must forfeit it for safety's sake. After securing the Grand Dao tablet, Chu Yun left the Yinshe forest without hesitation. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Half an hour after Chu Yun's departure, the space within the Yinshe forest began to distort. A woman clad in a light blue palace gown, exuding an air of noble elegance, emerged from the warped space. Her visage was gentle and breathtaking. Her form graceful, the gown clinging to her skin, accentuating her alluring curves. Radiating a mature charm akin to a perfectly ripened peach, she possessed an enchanting allure. Had any disciples from the Huangquan demon sect been present, they would surely recognize this stunning woman as Nangong Wan, the head of the alchemy hall. Upon her arrival, her gaze was swiftly drawn to the stone door deep within the Yinshe forest. Without hesitation, she entered through the stone door. How strange. I distinctly sensed the presence of a supreme treasure. Why is there nothing here? Observing the emptiness beyond the door, Nangong Wan furrowed her brow. Master, wait for me. You almost left your precious disciple stranded in the spatial turbulence. Just as Nangong Wan examined the world beyond the stone door, a clear and melodious voice chimed. A beautiful maiden, clad in a white gown and exuding a pure and captivating aura, stepped into the doorway. The girl appeared to be around 18, her skin as fair as snow, her figure youthful and delicate, reminiscent of a tender lotus bud, radiating the vigor of youth. Bingyan, with Zhuke to protect you, how could you possibly get lost in the spatial turbulence? Upon seeing the newcomer, Nangong Wan smiled gently. It turns out this maiden is none other than her cherished disciple, Shun Bingyan. Hearing Nangong Wan's words, Shun Bingyan pouted and replied, Master, didn't you say you sensed a celestial artifact? Where is it? Nangong Wan, possessing both profound cultivation and an exceptional spiritual realm, remained poised. Not long ago, Nangong Wan sensed an unusual disturbance in the Yinshe Lin, immediately realizing it could potentially be a divine artifact of heaven and earth. Consequently, she hastened her journey to the location. Arriving a moment too late, it appeared that someone had already taken it away. After inspecting the surroundings once more, Nangong Wan spoke softly, affirming that it had indeed been taken. Upon hearing her words, Shun Bingyan's expression shifted slightly, revealing her discomfort. Master, during this period, no one has left the demon spirit cave. We should conduct a thorough search of everyone within. We are bound to uncover the divine artifact. After a brief moment, Shun Bingyan seemed to have an epiphany and turned to her master. Isn't our action akin to that of the demon cultivators? Nangong Wan cast a glance at Shun Bingyan ahead of her, responding in a calm tone. Aren't we, in essence, demon cultivators ourselves? Shun Bingyan scratched her head, then addressed Nangong Wan. Chapter 12 Upholding the Bottom Line. Yinlong Jian, upon hearing her disciple's words, Nangong Wan immediately tapped Shun Bingyan on the head. Master, that hurts. Shun Bingyan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, looking at Nangong Wan with a face full of grievance, seemingly bewildered as to why her master had struck her. Have you forgotten? We are not demonic cultivators. We are here to infiltrate the Huangquan Mazong. Nangong Wan's lips twitched slightly as she addressed Shun Bingyan. Oh right. I almost forgot we were here as undercover. Shun Bingyan replied, her expression shifting to one of sudden realization. It turned out that both Nangong Wan and Shun Bingyan were disciples of the Bingyun Xingong. Several years prior, under the orders of the sect's leader, they had infiltrated the Huangquan Mazong to carry out a secret mission for their sect. I truly believe you have taken on the persona of a demonic cultivator. Nangong Wan continued, her expression becoming solemn. Shun Bingyan, the Saintess of the Bingyun Xingong, had always been known for her cool demeanor and adherence to discipline. However, since becoming an undercover agent in the Huangquan Mazong, she had completely let herself go, forgetting her identity as the sect's Saintess. Countless disciples of the Huangquan Mazong had suffered at her hands, embodying the traits of a little demoness. Master, I assure you, I have not. I am ever mindful of my status as the Saintess of the Bingyun Xingong, Xin Bingyin declared, patting her slightly heaving chest with a righteous expression. Let us hope it remains so. Nangawan responded slowly. Master, but those are treasures of heaven and earth. Wouldn't it be too regrettable to let them slip away? Xin Bingyin said, clinging to Nangawan's arm. Why not indulge just this once and act like proper demonic cultivators? No need. Once is enough. Nangawan shook her head firmly. Though the treasures are alluring, we must adhere to our principles. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. We mistook you for someone else. We did not intend to rob you. Brother, we were blind and did not recognize your greatness. Let us let this matter go for the sake of our shared sect. Brother, we are willing to surrender all our treasures to quell your wrath. In a forest outside the Yunlong Jian, a group of disciples from the Huangquan Mazong, clad in gray robes, knelt before Chu Yun, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Misunderstandings? Take that up with my Jiyo sword. Chu Yun replied indifferently. Swish. With that, Chu Yun swung his Jiyo sword, unleashing a terrifying streak of sword light imbued with the essence of the Jiyo, swiftly cleaving through the disciples of the Huangquan Mazong. Accompanied by a chorus of tearing sounds and anguished screams, the disciples were utterly annihilated, their bodies becoming cold corpses. Chu Yun then calmly began to collect his spoils. Indeed, just a bunch of paupers, he remarked, examining the meager treasures he had gathered. After departing from the Yinshe forest, Chu Yun had encountered no less than 7 ambushes, each time easily retaliating. However, none of these encounters yielded any precious treasures, only some spirit stones and ordinary pills, which he deemed beneath his notice. It is better to swiftly proceed to Yunlong Jian for cultivation and breakthrough. Continuing forward, Chu Yun made his way to the Yunlong Jian. The Yunlong Jian is a premier cultivation site within the Maling-ku. It is said that beneath its surface lie numerous spiritual veins, rich in spiritual energy. Many disciples entering the Maling-ku come to the Yunlong Jian to cultivate. With no other valuable opportunities left in the Maling-ku, Chu Yun planned to dedicate the remaining time to cultivating within the Yunlong Jian and enhancing his abilities. Before long, Chu Yun arrived at the Yunlong Jian. The scenery within the Yunlong Jian was breathtaking, filled with an extraordinary concentration of spiritual power. The area was dotted with numerous towering mountains, and many spirit beasts circled above, resembling a paradise rather than a realm of demonic cultivation. In the central core area of the Yunlong Jian, a broad waterfall cascaded down thousands of feet, akin to a celestial realm. Surrounding the waterfall were various gathering formations, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and radiating vibrant spiritual essence. In the core area, several disciples and elders of the Huangquan Mazong were engaged in their cultivation. The spiritual energy is indeed rich, but it seems to pale in comparison to the space near the Dadao, Tian Bei. Chu Yun murmured to himself as he observed the spiritual energy in the distance. Having experienced the abundant spiritual energy near the Dadao Tian Bei, Chu Yun was no longer surprised by the richness here. Nonetheless, he felt it would be sufficient for him to break through and enhance his strength. Junior brother, is this your first time cultivating in the Yunlong Jian? Go line up over there. Just as Chu Yun was preparing to enter the core area for cultivation, a disciple in a green robe approached him and spoke. Chu Yun frowned slightly, glancing in the direction indicated by the green-robed disciple. Numerous disciples of the Huangquan Mazong had formed a long queue at the entrance to the core area, and Chu Yun estimated there were at least several hundred of them. With so many people, how long will I have to wait? Seeing the crowd, Chu Yun's brow furrowed as he remarked. That depends on your fortune. If you're lucky, you might enter in half a month. If not, it could take several months, the green-robed disciple shrugged. If you don't want to wait in line, you can pay 100,000 contribution points to enter right now. Hearing the green-robed disciple's words, Chu Yun chuckled. Entering the Maling-ku required 100,000 contribution points, and now entering the core area of the Yunlong Jian demanded another 100,000 contribution points. The creator of the Maling-ku was truly a genius. What if I don't want to wait and don't wish to pay the contribution points? Chu Yun slowly raised his head, his expression calm. Are you seeking to contend for a position in the core area? The green-robed disciple looked at Chu Yun with a bemused smile. How interesting, a newcomer wishes to vie for a spot in the core area. When was the last time someone dared to do that? This is certainly worth a closer look. Let us see who the unfortunate soul is. Before long, Many disciples in the distance seemed to have noticed the exchange between Chu Yun and the green-robed disciple, gathering around with curiosity to observe Chu Yun. Is there a problem? Chu Yun did not deny it, replying in a calm tone. After all, with so many people present, it was evident that Chu Yun preferred not to wait in line obediently. No problem. Let me clarify, he continued. The positions in the core area are limited to just 100. Among these, 70 are occupied by the esteemed sons and daughters of various sects, the 7 true disciples, and the 10 inner disciples. The remaining 30 positions are reserved for other disciples to queue for. Those 30 spots are fixed. If you wish to contest a position, you must vie for one of those established seats. A profound glimmer flickered in the eyes of the disciple clad in blue, who continued in a measured tone. Now, tell me, among the esteemed sons and daughters, the 7 true disciples, and the 10 inner disciples, whose position do you wish to contend for? The blue-clad disciple gazed at Chu Yun with an enigmatic smile. Do you possess a fixed position? Chu Yun inquired, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the disciple in blue. Chapter 13. Confronting Ye Qingli. Cultivating the immortal scripture. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, the disciple in the blue robe appeared utterly astonished, clearly taken aback by such an unexpected inquiry. Of course, I have a fixed position. The blue-robed disciple replied coolly, his tone dripping with disdain. What? Are you seeking to contest my seat? Very well, then I shall contest your seat. Chu Yun declared earnestly. Ha ha ha, how amusing. It has been ages since I encountered someone so entertaining. The blue-robed disciple laughed heartily at the thought of Chu Yun genuinely wanting to challenge him. Are you out of your mind? Brother Ye Qingli is the foremost among the top 10 inner disciples, having reached the 9th level of the Dharma manifestation realm, just a step away from the Tao Palace realm. Challenging Brother Li is sheer madness. Indeed, what a fool. Instead of seeking a weaker brother, he directly targeted the fiercest among the inner disciples. All right, I've witnessed this scene before. That naive fool was swiftly eliminated by Brother Li. The surrounding disciples gazed at Chu Yun as if he were a lunatic. Clearly, they held little faith in his abilities, considering he was merely an obscure disciple of the Huangquan Mojo sect, while Ye Qingli was a senior brother of great renown within the sect. They did not believe Chu Yun had any chance of successfully claiming the seat. I'll give you one more chance. Are you certain you wish to contest my position? Ye Qingli inquired flatly, his sharp gaze fixed on Chu Yun. Enough of this chatter. I am pressed for time. Chu Yun responded with an unwavering calmness. Very well. Since you insist on seeking your own demise, I shall oblige. Ye Qingli retorted coldly, amused by Chu Yun's arrogance. Having exchanged no further words, the two proceeded to an open area in a nearby forest. Many disciples gathered around, curious to witness the outcome. Although they had anticipated the result, it had been a long time since Ye Qingli had demonstrated his prowess, and they were eager to gauge his current strength. I shall not bully you. You may strike first to avoid any accusations of unfairness. Once in the clearing, Ye Qingli stretched lazily and confidently declared. In that case, I will not hold back. Chu Yun replied, raising an eyebrow. In an instant, Chu Yun drew the Juyo sword and unleashed a formidable beam of Juyo sword light. Wait, you're starting off this intensely? Ye Qingli's eyes widened in shock, his expression darkening as he witnessed the overwhelming power of the sword light. Immediately, Ye Qingli invoked a supreme defensive spell, attempting to shield himself from the immense Juyo sword light. However, the sheer dominance of Chu Yun's sword light, amplified by the chaos body, was far beyond what Ye Qingli could withstand. His gathered defensive magical aura was effortlessly shattered. In a heartbeat, the tyrannical Juyo sword light struck Ye Qingli, sending him crashing into a distant boulder, rendering him utterly incapacitated, bloodied and gasping for breath on the ground. The sudden turn of events left all the surrounding disciples dumbfounded. The area plunged into an eerie silence as they stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. My heavens, am I seeing things? The inner sect's senior brother was defeated in a single move. Who is this newcomer? When did our Huangquan Mojo sect acquire such a formidable talent? It's no wonder he is so audacious. He possesses genuine strength. Brother Li has truly met with misfortune this time. Ultimately, it was Brother Li's overconfidence that led to this predicament, allowing this individual to strike first. It seems he relied on the power of a divine weapon. Humph, regardless of the means he employed, victory is still victory. After a brief silence, the surrounding disciples began to murmur, their gazes towards Chu Yun now devoid of any condescension, replaced instead with profound wariness. After all, Chu Yun had effortlessly vanquished Ye Qingli. While Ye Qingli's underestimation played a part, the facts remained irrefutable. Now, may I proceed directly into the core area? Chu Yun approached Ye Qingli, inquiring earnestly. Why yes. Ye Qingli stammered, his head buzzing as he trembled while responding. He handed his cultivation cave token to Chu Yun. Thank you. Chu Yun replied, tossing a healing elixir to Ye Qingli before striding towards the entrance of the core area. The disciples at the entrance parted to allow Chu Yun passage into the core region. Before long, he arrived at the core area of the Yun Dragon Gorge. The spiritual energy here was markedly denser, with numerous cultivation caves constructed to facilitate the disciples' training. Each cave was protected by powerful magical formations, ensuring the disciples could cultivate without disturbance. Soon, Chu Yun located Ye Qingli's cultivation cave, number 61. Channeling the power of the cave token, he entered the 61st cave. The interior of the cave was exceptionally simple, furnished only with basic necessities and a spiritual energy mat. Surrounding the mat was a gathering formation, continuously drawing in the surrounding celestial energies. Chu Yun wasted no time, settling onto the spiritual energy mat. Indeed, the energy here is far more abundant than outside the Yun Dragon Gorge. Now, I shall commence my cultivation of the Chaos Immortal Scripture, an immortal level technique. The earlier one begins practicing, the more beneficial it is for enhancing one's strength. Moreover, cultivating this scripture requires ample spiritual essence, and this cave, abundant in spiritual energy and free from interruptions, is perfect. Chu Yun thought to himself, feeling the rich spiritual energy enveloping him. Consequently, he began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy while utilizing the power of the Tao Heavenly Tablet to comprehend the Chaos Immortal Scripture. Though the Chaos Immortal Scripture was an immortal level technique, deeply profound and intricate, Chu Yun, having achieved the Chaos Body, possessed an innate understanding that was already at the pinnacle. With the added enhancement from the Tao Heavenly Tablet, his comprehension of the Chaos Immortal Scripture progressed remarkably smoothly. As time passed, 3 days soon elapsed. Chu Yun's understanding of the Chaos Immortal Scripture had reached a profound depth, and waves of golden light surged within his mind. The entire presence of the individual exudes an aura of mysterious ethereality. Having comprehended the principles of the Han Dun Xian Jing, it is now time to transition to the cultivation of a new technique. Let me witness the formidable power of the Boom Ye Xian Jing. With a deep breath, Chu Yun commenced the transformation of his cultivation practice. He first dissipated the spiritual energy of his Huoling Ju, as it is merely a mid-tier earth-level technique, compounded by the fact that Chu Yun's cultivation base is not particularly high. Thus, after several hours, the spiritual energy of the Huoling Ju completely dissipated, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. However, Chu Yun remained unfazed, knowing that he could swiftly restore the dissipated energy, and it would emerge even more formidable. Upon completing this dissipation, Chu Yun began to slowly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to the insights he had gleaned from the Han Dun Xian Jing. As the technique circulated through a full cycle, golden divine light emanated from Chu Yun, and an extraordinarily profound force flowed through him. This power continuously nourished his physical body, meridians, and soul, facilitating a significant transformation within him. Suddenly, a devouring force, akin to that which could consume the heavens and the earth, manifested from Chu Yun. The spiritual energy of the cultivation cave surged toward him like a tidal wave. Chapter 14. Ascending to the Law Manifestation Realm. A test, is this the legendary Xian Dao level cultivation method? Indeed, it is formidable. An overwhelming surge of celestial spiritual energy flooded into Chu Yun's body, bestowing upon him an extraordinary sense of exhilaration. The rapid enhancement of his spiritual power left Chu Yun in a state of astonishment. If the previous Huoling Ju had absorbed spiritual energy at the pace of a gentle stream, then this Han Dun Xian Jing absorbed it as if it were the roaring ocean. The disparity between the two was immense, akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, while the Han Dun Xian Jing elevated his cultivation, it simultaneously refined his physical body, bolstering Chu Yun's corporeal strength. At this rate, within 3 days, I shall return to the pinnacle of the Yuan-Ing realm and break through to the Law Manifestation realm. Chu Yun mused, feeling the swift growth of his spiritual power. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and exerted all his energy into the Han Dun Xian Jing, drawing in the surrounding celestial spiritual energy. Chu Yun transformed into a colossal beast, incessantly absorbing the spiritual essence around him. Time slipped away, and soon 3 days had elapsed. A magnificent aura enveloped Chu Yun, emanating from his indestructible immortal body. His previously empty dantian was now completely filled. The Yuan Ying within him had reached its pinnacle, transmuting into a golden form, radiating a rich, chaotic energy. Having returned to the peak of the Yuan Ying realm, he was ready to challenge the law manifestation realm. Chu Yun opened his eyes, his gaze filled with profound luminescence. Although he remained at the peak of the Yuan Ying realm, his comprehensive strength had significantly escalated due to his cultivation of the Hun Dunxian Jing. Now, should he encounter that inner Sect senior brother again, even without employing the Jiu sword, he would have the confidence to vanquish him with ease. Furthermore, he was on the verge of breaking through to the law manifestation realm, which promised another substantial augmentation of his power. The spiritual essence from the cultivation cave continued to flow in, allowing Chu Yun's spiritual power to ascend closer to the law manifestation realm. As his cultivation advanced, the devouring power emanating from Chu Yun intensified, rendering him akin to a black hole for spiritual energy, voraciously absorbing the surrounding essence. Much of the spiritual essence in the Yunlong Jian had been siphoned into the cave where Chu Yun resided. What has transpired? Why has the spiritual energy diminished so significantly? Damn it, who has siphoned my spiritual energy? I was so close to a breakthrough. Such formidable devouring power. Could it be an elder at the Void God realm attempting to break through? How could an elder of the Void God realm possess such immense devouring strength? It must be an elder of the true God realm engaged in cultivation in the core area. Numerous disciples and elders of the Huang, Quan Imo zone voiced their astonishment at the sudden appearance of this overwhelming devouring force. Naturally, Chu Yun was oblivious to the shock experienced by the other elders and disciples. At this moment, he was wholly focused on surging towards the law manifestation realm. Boom. Several hours later, amidst a terrifying wave of spiritual power, a manifestation exuding an awe-inspiring aura appeared behind Chu Yun. This manifestation was golden-hued, resembling a celestial being, instilling an endless sense of oppression. Chu Yun's body underwent rapid metamorphosis, radiating the aura of the law manifestation realm. Yes, I have finally broken through to the law manifestation realm. The remaining half-month shall be spent in the cultivation cave to further enhance my cultivation. After ascending to the law manifestation realm, Chu Yun did not depart, but instead resolved to continue his training here. After all, the density of spiritual energy in this location was far superior to that found elsewhere in the Huang Quan Imo zone. It was an excellent choice to elevate his cultivation while simultaneously familiarizing himself with his newfound powers. Soon after, Chu Yun closed his eyes again, continuing to consume the surrounding celestial spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. Your Highness the Saintess, Chu Yun has injured Chu Dyer and has monopolized the quota for the Mo Ling cave. The Chu family will seek trouble with him. In the picturesque valley of Huang Quan Mo zone, Tang Rou remarked to Shiyu, who was savoring spiritual tea nearby. I understand. Shiyu nodded, responding in a calm tone. Your Highness the Saintess, should we warn the Chu family about their impending troubles with him? Tang Rou, noticing Shiyu's nonchalant demeanor, continued slowly. After all, the Chu family holds significant influence within the Huang Quan Mo zone. If they truly intend to pursue Chu Yun, given his current strength, he would have no means of countering it. He should have anticipated this situation when making his choice. It is best not to interfere. Shiyu replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed Tang Rou's eyes. Rest assured, Chu Yun is still one of us. The Chu family would not dare to take his life. They will merely teach him a harsh lesson. Sensing Tang Rou's thoughts, Shiyu continued in a calm tone. Your Highness the Saintess, could it be that you did it intentionally? Granting Chu Yun the opportunity for cultivation in the Mo Ling cave after a moment, Tang Rou seemed to grasp something and added, the cultivation quota for the Mo Ling cave is quite precious. Chu Yun has only spent a few days with Ye Qingli and had no need to receive such a generous reward. Perhaps it is a test to discern whether this Chu Yun is truly bold and meticulous or merely a fool blinded by ambition. Shiyu did not deny this, responding affirmatively. It seems that this Chu Yun does indeed possess considerable audacity. Now that he has passed the test, why not assist him in extricating himself from this predicament? Tang Rou suddenly realized, her face marked with confusion. It is far more advantageous to offer timely assistance than to enhance one's situation after the fact. Without experiencing the Chu family's retribution, how could Chu Yun be wholly devoted to my cause? Shiyu took another sip of spiritual tea, her eyes shimmering with profound light. Once this matter is resolved, Chu Yun will understand who his true support is within the Huang Quan Mo zone. Your Highness the Saintess is indeed wise. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou felt a deeper sense of reverence towards Shiyu. Just a single quota for the Mo Ling cave has prompted such intricate scheming, leaving Tang Rou somewhat astonished. By the way, what is the status of the ancient sacred body now? Shiyu subsequently inquired of Tang Rou. Your Highness the Saintess, I have received news that the ancient sacred body has ignited the divine fire and has broken through to the void god realm. Tang Rou respectfully conveyed the information she had gathered to Shiyu. Broken through to the void god realm? Is the ancient sacred body that shattered the shackles of heaven and earth truly so formidable? Its advancement is astonishingly swift. Upon hearing Tang Rou's words, Shiyu's brows furrowed slightly. Yi Fan shattered the shackles of heaven and earth 3 years ago, and prior to that, he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. In a mere 3 years, he ignited the divine fire and entered the realm of the void god. Such a pace of cultivation is indeed terrifying. It seems I must also strive to break through swiftly. Shiyu sensed a heavy burden pressing upon her, and then continued, by the way, we can now begin to disseminate some rumors regarding the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Ye Qingli. Remember, be subtle. Do not make it too easy for others to inquire. After all, truths that come too easily are seldom trusted. Chapter 15. Benevolent Chu Feng. Entrance crush. Half a month later, at the entrance of the Mo Ling cave. Chu Yun had been inside for a month, and today marked his day of emergence. Just wait. Mei die? We shall make Chu Yun pay dearly. Indeed, how dare he bully Mei die and seize the opportunity meant for Chu Fengge. Such selfishness is utterly disgraceful. He shows no consideration for the future of the family, only squandering resources without shame. This Chu Yun merely treads the periphery of the Mo Ling cave, leeching off a bit of magic energy for cultivation. What a waste. Before a towering tree, numerous disciples of the Huang Quan Mo zone, clad in yellow robes, voiced their disdain. These disciples were all members of the Chu family. Upon learning of Chu Yun's bullying of Chu Dai and his subsequent entry into the Mo Ling cave, they gathered to seek vengeance for her. Among them stood the pure and enchanting Chu Dai, awaiting with her head held high. Chu Fengge, why have you come personally? We are enough to handle that scoundrel Chu Yun. After a moment, a member of the Chu family seemed to notice something and exclaimed excitedly. Chu Dai, hearing this, turned her gaze to the side and instantly spotted a robust figure striding towards them. It was none other than Chu Feng, one of the 7 true disciples of the Huang Quan Mo zone, and the contemporary pinnacle of the Chu family. Chu Fengge, you have arrived. Upon seeing the approaching Chu Feng, the coldness on Chu Dai's face melted away entirely, replaced by a sweet smile, resembling a harmless girl next door. Indeed, our Chu family has not seen such a character in ages. I must administer a proper punishment. Chu Feng remarked nonchalantly. Chu Fengge speaks truly. Such a selfish individual deserves to be punished. Others echoed, their voices filled with fervor. A waste of resources. I believe such a detrimental figure to family unity should be expelled from the family. Other members of the Chu clan chimed in. Expelling from the family seems too extreme. Simply breaking his limbs and shattering his meridians will suffice. After all, we are still family. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he responded calmly. Sigh, Chu Fengge, you remain so benevolent. Chu Dai gazed at Chu Feng with deep admiration. Oh, just breaking my limbs and shattering my meridians? Should I then thank your great mercy? At that moment, a detached voice emerged. A youth clad in white robes, exuding an otherworldly charm, slowly walked out from the entrance of the Mo Ling cave, speaking coolly. Chu Yun, you have finally emerged. Prepare to meet your fate. Chu Dai's face contorted with rage upon seeing the youth. The last encounter at the entrance of the Mo Ling cave, where Chu Yun had ambushed her, had left her utterly humiliated. She could never forget the contemptuous gazes of the Huang Quan Mo zone disciples. It was a disgrace she could not shake off. There's no need for gratitude. Just be cautious in the future and refrain from doing what should not be done. Chu Feng directed his gaze toward Chu Yun, speaking with indifference. Oh, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, then replied, I understand. Boom. With that, Chu Yun's fists coalesced into a punch, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, rapidly charging toward Chu Feng. Just as Mei Dai predicted, a sneak attack. Chu Feng scoffed, but alas, I was prepared. As he spoke, a brilliant surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, enveloping his body and forming a tightly sealed protective barrier. Bang! However, the moment the barrier coalesced, it was utterly shattered by Chu Yun's fist. Chu Yun's fist, imbued with the power of the chaos body, struck fiercely against Chu Feng's chest. Instantly, Chu Feng was sent flying, crashing against a massive boulder, which shattered upon impact. Blood spilled from Chu Feng's mouth, and his complexion turned ashen in an instant. How can this be? The scene before Chu Dai left her dazed. She never anticipated that the Chu family's top prodigy, Chu Feng, would be defeated with a single punch, even after preparing for it. I must be dreaming. A member of the Chu family rubbed his eyes, his voice tinged with bitterness. The other members stood frozen in disbelief. Chu Feng was a peak expert at the 8th level of the Dao Palace, one of the 7 true disciples of the Huang Quan Mo Zone, boasting immense strength and talent, yet he had been so easily overwhelmed. Chu Yun, however, exhibited no surprise. After all, he possessed the chaos body and had practiced the chaos immortal scripture. Though he was merely at the 3rd level of the Dharma aspect, his strength had reached a formidable level, effortlessly defeating Chu Feng of a higher realm. Boom. Next, Chu Yun hurled another punch toward the nearby Chu Dai, aiming directly at her dantian. Crack! With a crisp sound, Chu Dai's dantian shattered, causing countless spiritual energies to dissipate. You have ruined me. You have ruined me. Chu Dai screeched in fury, feeling an icy chill envelop her body trembling uncontrollably. She had completely lost the poise of the Chu family's celestial beauty, resembling a furious beast instead. I had already given you a chance. Chu Yun said coolly, his eyes devoid of mercy. Scream again, and I shall send you on your way. Hearing Chu Yun's emotionless words, Chu Dai shuddered, lowering her head deeply, too terrified to utter a word. Subsequently, Chu Yun slowly proceeded towards the bloodied and weakened Chu Feng. Given your benevolence, I shall merely break your limbs and shatter your meridians. Chu Yun advanced step by step, speaking in a calm tone. Chu Yun, no, please, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. As he witnessed Chu Yun approaching like an invincible war god, Chu Feng was utterly panicked, trembling as he spoke. He had never imagined that merely addressing an unruly family member would lead to such a terrifying confrontation. The sheer power of Chu Yun left him devoid of any courage to fight back. Chu Yun is not merely relying on the advantage of a surprise attack. He possesses genuine and formidable strength. Contemplating this, Chu Feng felt a surge of murderous intent towards Chu Dai, having belittled Chu Yun's prowess to such an extent, which led him into an inescapable predicament. Fear not, I shall be swift, Chu Yun remarked with a faint smile. Having said that, he approached Chu Feng and forcefully stomped down on his leg. Ah, no, it hurts. The excruciating pain nearly drove Chu Feng to the brink of madness. Subsequently, waves of agony coursed through his limbs, which were thoroughly crushed under Chu Yun's foot, while his meridians were completely shattered by Chu Yun's chaotic spiritual energy. Chu Feng's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he emitted a wretched cry of unimaginable torment. The surrounding members of the Chu family watched the scene unfold, their faces paling as they experienced an unprecedented fear. Their invincible Chu Feng had been utterly incapacitated. Chapter 16. Devotion to the Strong. Although Chu Feng remained alive and his dantian intact, the shattering of his meridians was a devastating blow to any cultivator, particularly for someone of Chu Feng's exceptional caliber. Even if he were to successfully mend his meridians, it would inevitably affect his foundational strength, making further advancements exceedingly difficult. You vampires, all you know is to drain the cultivation resources from us ordinary disciples. What worth do you have? Chu Yun remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Chu Feng ahead of him. Chu Feng was still enveloped in unbearable agony and was unable to respond to Chu Yun's words. The surrounding disciples fell silent, deeply moved by Chu Yun's sentiments. He was the first to consider their perspective. While familial honor held significance, most desired personal growth far more. However, constrained by the family's might, they felt powerless to resist. Chu Yun, do you find fault with our Chu family's actions? A somber and stern voice resonated in Chu Yun's ears at that moment. He lifted his gaze toward the source and beheld an imposing elder clad in a gray robe, his white hair flowing regally. Clan Elder? You have finally arrived. This Chu Yun has overstepped his bounds, incapacitating me and grievously injuring brother Chu Feng. You must deal with this scoundrel. At that moment, not far away, Chu Dai cried out desperately, as if clinging to a lifeline. It turned out the newcomer was Chu Yun, an inner sect elder of the Huangquan demon sect and the clan elder of the Chu family. Silence. Before Chu Dyer could finish her sentence, Chu Yun unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, striking her and rendering her unconscious. Chu Yun, do you believe there is an issue with our Chu family's practices? Utilizing the resources of the lower-ranked disciples to support the strongest among us, allowing them to ascend to greater heights and restore the glory of the Chu family. After incapacitating Chu Dyer, Chu Yun fixed his gaze upon Chu Yun, reiterating his question. The elder's intimidating presence bore down on Chu Yun, who had already reached the third level of the law manifestation realm, yet felt an overwhelming pressure. Is there a problem? All resources have been devoted to Chu Feng, leaving us with nothing to cultivate ourselves. Chu Yun inhaled deeply and continued. Oh, what if the one being supported were you? Chu Yun spoke slowly, his eyes fixed on Chu Yun. If it were I? Chu Yun pondered for a moment. Certainly, there would be no issue. The strong ought to be fervently supported by the weak. After a brief contemplation, Chu Yun spoke with righteous conviction. As soon as Chu Yun's words fell, the surrounding disciples were left astounded. Wait, Chu Yun, you were just calling them vampires. How have you suddenly transformed into a proponent of ardent devotion? Ha ha, well said. The strong should indeed be fervently supported by the weak. Chu Yun laughed heartily, his eyes glimmering with admiration for Chu Yun. From now on, you shall take Chu Feng's place. 80% of the Huangquan demon sect's disciples will be entrusted to you, and our family will regularly provide you with resources. 80% of the resources for me? The family will provide resources. Chu Yun's eyes lit up, a wave of exhilaration washing over him, far surpassing what Chu Feng received before. Wait, clan elder, it was previously a matter of 50% devotion. Why is it now 80% for Chu Yun? One of the Chu family disciples could not contain himself and interjected. Boom. As soon as the disciple spoke, Chu Yun struck out, sending him flying. Is there anyone else who dares to defy the family's will? Chu Yun stated coldly. The surrounding disciples wilted like overripe eggplants, completely silenced. What must I do? Chu Yun pondered for a moment and then inquired. Nothing is required. Chu Yun replied. Why? Chu Yun asked, puzzled. There is no reason. You are a member of the Chu family, and that is sufficient. Chu Yun stated nonchalantly. To receive resources without obligation. Chu Yun stroked his chin, reflecting, this elder is indeed a good person. Who claims otherwise? As Lu Sun said, once you excel, everyone around you becomes admirable. Here are some cultivation resources. Take them for your use. Subsequently, 80% of the cultivation resources from other disciples of the Huangquan demon sect will be submitted to you, and our family's resources will be distributed to you regularly. Chu Yun then produced a spatial ring and handed it to Chu Yun. Without a hint of reluctance, he departed from the entrance of the demon spirit cave. Chu Yun examined the spatial ring given to him by Chu Yun and discovered it contained tens of thousands of spiritual stones, along with 30 vials of spiritual essence pills. In addition to the spiritual stones and essence pills, there were several elixirs that aided in cultivation, including Qing Shin Dan, Hun Yuan Dan, and various items that could enhance physical strength. This elder truly provides abundant resources. Seeing the numerous resources and cultivation items within the spatial ring filled Chu Yun with joy. These resources constituted a considerable fortune, valuable even to the true disciples. Now, Chu Yun had directly bestowed them upon him, with more resources to follow. Whatever the elder's intentions, I shall accept these resources. After all, it is foolish to refuse what is freely given. Chu Yun mused. Brother Chu Yun, these are the treasures and contribution points belonging to Chu Feng and Chu Dyer. Shortly thereafter, a member of the Chu family approached Chu Yun, delivering the treasures of Chu Feng and Chu Dyer. Indeed, this Chu Feng possessed a remarkable 80,000 contribution points. Observing the contribution points transferred to him, Chu Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. Contribution points from the Huangquan demon sect held significant value, allowing for the exchange of many items. Brother Chu Yun, originally, Chu Feng intended to save his contribution points to cultivate within the demon spirit cave. The Chu family member added. I see. Chu Yun nodded. In the Huangquan demon sect, many disciples seldom retained excess resources or contribution points, typically converting them swiftly into their own strength. After all, resources and contribution points were external, whereas personal power was of utmost importance. Chu Yun, wait for me. You shall not revel in your freedom for long. I shall return to reclaim all that is mine. At that moment, not far away, Chu Feng suddenly bellowed, his gaze ablaze with fury as he fixed it upon Chu Yun. In a flash, upon hearing these words, Chu Yun arched an eyebrow, then flicked his finger, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful aura of the Nine Nether Sword, which shattered Chu Feng's Dantian. No, my Dantian. You have rendered me powerless. No. After his Dantian was destroyed, Chu Feng let out a wail of anguish and despair. I never intended to completely incapacitate you. Why must you threaten me? Chu Yun remarked coolly, observing the desolation and collapse of Chu Feng. Brother Chu Yun, Chu Feng possesses a substantial fortune within the Huangquan demon sect. Allow me to guide you to claim it. A member of the Chu clan suggested to Chu Yun. Chapter 17. Receiving property. Ancient Demon Tavern. Chu Yun nodded and departed from the entrance of the Mauling Cave. During their casual conversation along the way, he learned the name of the Chu family member, Chu Zihong. Soon, under Chu Zihong's guidance, Chu Feng arrived at the Tianji peak of the Huang Chuan Ma Zone. This cultivation cave was acquired by our Chu family for 300,000 spirit stones, and now, it belonged to Chu Yun. Chu Zihong gazed at a prominent cultivation cave on Tianji Peak and addressed Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked ahead at the magnificent cultivation cave, surrounded by top-tier heavenly arrays guarding it. Indeed, I did not anticipate such an unexpected boon. His face lit up with joy as he admired the cave. Subsequently, Chu Yun entered the cave to explore, discovering a small spirit herb garden with several precious herbs cultivated within. The cave was equipped with a cultivation room, alchemy room, bathing area, and reception room, everything one could desire. Numerous gathering arrays were also present, channeling the natural spiritual energy, enriching the aura of this cultivation cave. Truly, this was a splendid cave purchased for 300,000 spirit stones, far superior to my previous small chamber. Chu Yun exclaimed. Ordinary inner disciples seldom enjoyed such treatment. They typically only had a small room meant solely for cultivation. After all, the Huang Chuan Ma Zone is a premier demonic sect with thousands of disciples, making it impossible to allocate a cultivation cave for everyone. To obtain a cultivation cave, one must purchase it from the Huang Chuan Ma Zone. However, due to the exorbitant price of these caves, even some true disciples lack their own cultivation caves. Chu Yun, this cave now belongs to you. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me. Chu Zihong handed over the control token of the cave to Chu Yun. By the way, Chu Yun, Chu Feng has some assets in the Chu family. Should we return to the Chu family to claim them? At this moment, Chu Zihong seemed to recall something and spoke to Chu Yun. Does Chu Feng still possess assets in the Chu family? Are they also mine? Chu Yun's eyes brightened. Indeed, Chu Yun. The clan elders have declared that everything belonging to Chu Feng is yours. Chu Zihong replied. Let us postpone that for a while. I wish to focus on my cultivation first. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yun declared. Chu Feng still held some influence within the Chu family, and returning now might invite complications. It would be prudent to enhance his strength before addressing that matter. Moreover, Chu Yun doubted that Chu Feng possessed many treasures or resources. As a disciple of the Huang Chuan Ma Zone would certainly prioritize resources for the sect itself. Very well, Chu Yun, I shall not intrude upon your training. Chu Zihong respectfully acknowledged before departing from the cultivation cave at Tianji Peak. Once Chu Zihong left, Chu Yun immediately activated the myriad arrays surrounding the cave. Indeed, with this cultivation cave, his privacy was greatly safeguarded. After all, he harbored numerous secrets and had already attracted significant attention. If he were to cultivate in that small chamber, it would be easy for others to pry. In this cultivation cave, he need not worry. Chu Yun proceeded to explore the cave and, not long after, discovered some spirit stones and cultivation resources. Furthermore, he unearthed 7 formidable martial arts techniques. However, 5 of them were below the divine tier and did not capture Chu Yun's interest. The Lo Shui Shin Xuan and Zhozhong Lei Jian were indeed impressive, both being mid-tier divine techniques worthy of his practice to enhance his strength. Chu Yun felt a wave of satisfaction as he regarded these 2 exceptional techniques. The spirit stones and cultivation elixirs provided by Elder Chu, along with Chu Feng's assets, would significantly bolster his power. Thus, he resolved to cultivate diligently, thoroughly assimilating the acquired resources to maximize his strength. Chu Yun suppressed his thoughts and firmly decided, promptly engaging in cultivation within the cave. 7 days later, at the Huang Chuan Ma Zone, Ancient Demon Tavern. The Ancient Demon Tavern is a venerable establishment within the Huang Chuan Ma Zone, having existed since its inception. Its renowned brew, Guma Zue, not only boasts exquisite flavor, but also possesses a refining effect on the physical body. Consequently, many disciples and elders of the Huang Chuan Ma Zong frequent this tavern for a casual drink. Recently, our sect has indeed been bustling with excitement. Indeed, who would have thought that a mere inner disciple could consecutively defeat the foremost inner disciple and one of the 7 true disciples? That individual is favored by Her Highness the Saintess. He must be extraordinary. Otherwise, amidst countless inner disciples, why would she single out Chu Yun? Within the ancient demon tavern, numerous disciples of the Huang Chuan Ma Zong engaged in spirited discussions about the recently rising star, Chu Yun. After all, he had previously been an inconspicuous inner disciple, and now, within a short span, he had vanquished the formidable Ye Qingli and Shu Feng, a rare feat indeed. Humph, that Chu Yun fellow merely had good fortune. What is there to boast about? I heard that he won through ambushes. At that moment, a disciple clad in a blue robe from the Huang Chuan Ma Zong interjected. Fool, so what if it was an ambush? Do you look down upon ambushes? Are you a spy from the righteous path? Exactly, we are a demonic sect. If ambushing is effective, then so be it. Upon hearing the blue-robed disciple's comment, the surrounding disciples of the Huang Chuan Ma Zong reacted, their gazes turning hostile. Nonsense. I am a legitimate demon cultivator. How could I be a spy from the Qingyang Zone? The blue-robed disciple's expression shifted as he hastily defended himself. Did I say you were a spy from the Qingyang Zone? A disciple from the demon sect scrutinized the blue-robed disciple with piercing eyes. I am not a spy from the Qingyang Zone. Truly not. I swear. The blue-robed disciple grew increasingly flustered. Qingyang Zone, you little brat, so you are one of their lot. Die. However, the disciples of the Huang Chuan Ma Zong would not entertain further words from him, swiftly launching their attacks. After a few brief breaths, the disciple clad in blue was struck down by a flurry of punches, filling the tavern with a pungent aroma of blood. The surrounding disciples appeared unfazed, their expressions remaining unchanged as they continued to drink, as if nothing had transpired. Miss Menger, did you witness that? These individuals from the MO Zone are utterly ruthless, devoid of any hesitation when it comes to taking lives. They are exceedingly dangerous. Do not speak recklessly. That undercover agent from Qingyang Zone is one who acts without thought. Look, now he has met his end. In a shadowy corner of the tavern, a young man in a black robe whispered to a captivating young lady beside him. Chapter 18. Rumors and the 6th level of law manifestation. Su Ming'er nodded, yet there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, she exhibited a hint of excitement and eagerness. By the way, esteemed brothers, have you heard? Not long ago, the sister of the Huang Guxing was abducted by the Huang Quan Mo Zone. After a brief pause, as the tavern gradually fell silent, Su Ming'er continued to inquire. The young man in the black robe beside her changed his expression slightly upon hearing her words, seemingly wanting to stop her, but it was too late. Junior sister, you have indeed asked the right person. That fellow Yi Fan from the Huang Guxing actually dared to snatch the opportunity of our esteemed holy maiden within the secret realm. Kidnapping her sister was merely a means to intimidate him. A disciple of the Huang Quan Mo Zong spoke up. This incident happened over a month ago. What of the Huang Guxing? Our holy maiden could easily subdue him if she desired. Yes, it is merely the Huang Guxing, nothing of great significance. Other disciples of the Huang Quan Mo Zong chimed in, showing no concern regarding the matter. Upon hearing this, Su Ming'er furrowed her brows. She was already aware of these events and sought to uncover information that she did not know. It seems these fellows possess no useful intelligence. Su Ming'er mused inwardly. Then, she turned her gaze to the young man in the black robe, wishing to explore other avenues. I happen to have a rumor. At that moment, a man with a flushed face from drinking let out a belch and spoke. A rumor? How trivial. One disciple could not help but ask. I have heard that the kidnapping of the sister of the Huang Guxing was not the idea of the holy maiden at all. It was actually Chu Yun who took a fancy to her and secretly sent someone to abduct her. The man continued. Moreover, that Chu Yun is highly likely to have sullied the sister of the Huang Guxing. No way, buddy. That is far too trivial. How could Chu Yun possibly have the audacity to do such a thing? Indeed, I think you've had too much to drink. Are you just fabricating stories? Ridiculous. That is the sister of the Huang Guxing. Who would dare be so brazen? Other disciples of the Huang Quan Mo Zong expressed their disbelief, thinking he was merely boasting. You lot know nothing. The truth is often held by a select few. The man snorted coldly. Forget it, if you do not believe me. That is fine. I have said nothing. With that, the man turned and left the ancient demon tavern without looking back. Su Ming'er pondered the man's words thoughtfully. Soon after, she and the young man in black departed from the ancient demon tavern. Sister Ming'er, you don't actually believe that fellow's words, do you? The black-clad man remarked, noticing the change in her expression. Of course, I won't easily believe it. However, it is not entirely impossible. Investigate the intelligence regarding Chu Yun in detail while I return to verify. Su Ming'er contemplated for a moment and then stated, Verify? The black-clad man asked, puzzled. Well, did that fellow not mention that Qingli's sister was sullied? We can check her condition to uncover the truth. Su Ming'er replied slowly. Half a month later, in the cultivation cave of Tianji Peak, Chu Yun was continuously absorbing the power of the Ling Yuan Dan. For these past few days, he had been diligently cultivating within the cave. The Ling stones and other resources he had previously obtained had all been exchanged for Ling Yuan Dan, as the effect of Ling stones was far inferior to the rapid enhancement provided by pills. Boom. After a while, a terrifying rumble resounded, and a formidable aura surged from Chu Yun's body. The entire cave was suppressed by this powerful energy, and the nearby spirit spring trembled slightly, as if feeling an immense pressure, creating invisible ripples. At last, I have broken through to the 6th level of law manifestation. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, a profound light swirling within them. Although he had overcome the bottleneck of his cultivation, the consumption had been rather excessive. Looking at the numerous pill bottles surrounding him, Chu Yun let out a gentle sigh. He had exchanged all his Ling stones and treasures for Ling Yuan Dan, and with the additional 500 bottles gifted by Chu Yuan, he possessed over 5,000 pills. These pills were sufficient to elevate a newly initiated cultivator directly into the Dao Palace realm. However, they had only allowed Chu Yun to advance from the 3rd level to the 6th level of law manifestation. Chu Yun understood that this was due to the extraordinary nature of the Hun Dun Tea. The Hun Dun Tea was an immensely powerful super physique that encountered no bottlenecks before entering the realm of immortality. Furthermore, each breakthrough was remarkably stable, allowing for continuous advancement as long as sufficient resources were available. Coupled with the top-tier Dao-level technique he practiced, the Hun Dun Xian Jing, which possessed boundless potential, Chu Yun's foundation had been significantly enhanced. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned. In just over 2 months, he had progressed from a mere Jin Dan realm minor demon cultivator to his current level, which he found quite satisfactory. Moreover, this formidable foundation bestowed upon him greater combat prowess, enabling him to easily engage in battles beyond his level. After such an extensive period of cultivation, it was time to relax. Additionally, I require more resources. Although the spiritual energy in the cultivation cave is rich, it is still too slow for my progress. Chu Yun took a deep breath, contemplating a temporary departure from the cultivation cave. After washing up in the adjoining bath, he left the cultivation cave. Brother Chu Yun, something is amiss. Just as Chu Yun exited the cave, he heard a panicked voice. Chu Zihang, looking flustered, rushed to Chu Yun's side. What is it? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired. Brother Chu Yun, I have heard rumors that you were the one who previously abducted the sister of the Huanggu Xingti, and it is said that you sullied her. Chu Zihang hurriedly explained, noting that the rumors had gained credibility, although they had not yet spread widely. Many were already starting to believe it was you. Is it starting already? Chu Yun's brow furrowed. He was well aware that Xia Shiyu had begun to exert her influence. She intended to make him the scapegoat. Brother Chu Yun, what shall we do? Recently, that Huanggu Xingdi has been in the spotlight, having defeated the Jinshi Xiaoping Wang just a couple of days ago. If he comes to trouble us, Chu Zihang continued, his face etched with concern. No need for alarm. When soldiers arrive, we shall confront them, and when water flows, we shall build a dam. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, his expression remarkably tranquil. Brother Chu Yun, but that is indeed the Huanggu Xingti. Should we not discreetly clarify things? Otherwise, the wrath of the Xingti, Chu Zihang, remained visibly anxious. Clarification? At this juncture, even if we attempt to clarify, it would be futile. The truth has ceased to matter. Chu Yun continued slowly. In his heart, Chu Yun understood that rumors had already taken root. Regardless of the truth, Yi Fan would not spare him, driven by the desire to protect his sister's reputation, even if the events bore no relation to him. Not to mention, Chu Yun had indeed wronged Ye Qingli gravely. Xia Shiyu's methods were rather ruthless, having orchestrated everything with meticulous clarity. Chapter 19. Registration at Huangquan Fonsher. Initially, Chu Yun believed that by entrusting Ye Qingli with his secret, he could temporarily suppress the matter. However, to his surprise, Shiyu merely spread some rumors, rendering his secrecy measures virtually meaningless. It seemed prudent to exercise caution when dealing with Shiyu. This individual was far from ordinary, Chu Yun mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he harbored little apprehension. After all, these were merely rumors. And he currently resided within the Huangquan demon sect. If Ye Fan truly intended to target him, it would not be an easy feat. Furthermore, Chu Yun was no longer the same person he once was. He had acquired sufficient resources to mount a defense. Brother Chu Yun, should we perhaps lay low for a while? Chu Zihong inquired, now understanding Chu Yun's intent. No need. Let us act as if nothing has transpired, Chu Yun replied resolutely. He was determined not to let these circumstances hinder his pursuit of strength. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, admiration filled Chu Zihong's eyes. In the face of such events, his calm demeanor was commendable, truly the essence of Chu Yun. Are there any significant happenings within the demon sect lately? Chu Yun continued to inquire. Significant happenings? Chu Zihong pondered for a moment before answering. Brother Chu Yun. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the inner sect competition of our Huangquan demon sect. The inner sect competition is about to begin. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. This event was a major occasion for the Huangquan demon sect, held annually. Excelling in this competition would yield substantial contribution points and resources, along with the selection of true disciples. Yes, Brother Chu Yun, will you participate in the inner sect competition? Chu Zihong asked eagerly. Of course, I shall participate. Chu Yun stated matter-of-factly. The rewards from the inner sect competition were indeed enticing, promising a swift enhancement of his abilities. Moreover, becoming a true disciple would grant him greater access to the sect's resources. Brother Chu Yun, I shall go register you right away, Chu Zihong declared. Very well, off you go, Chu Yun responded. Subsequently, Chu Zihong departed to enroll him. With circumstances evolving, Chu Yun thought to himself that perhaps he should prepare accordingly. He pondered that it would be wise to visit the Fangshi, as those contribution points should suffice to acquire that coveted treasure. Moments later, a thought struck Chu Yun, prompting him to turn and head towards Huangquan Fangshi. Huangquan Fangshi served as the trading market for the Huangquan demon sect. Numerous disciples, and even some elders, frequented this place to buy and sell various treasures and resources. The majority of items here were of average value, with disciples and elders often packaging low-value goods as precious artifacts. Daily, disciples spent exorbitant amounts on worthless items. However, those who fell prey to such deceptions could only suffer in silence, for this was the domain of the sect's senior elders, where transactions were consensual and no one dared to violate the rules. Of course, there were some genuine treasures, albeit in limited supply. There were also instances where disciples managed to procure top-tier precious items at remarkably low prices. At this moment, Chu Yun recognized that most of these so-called bargains were merely ruses designed to lure more disciples into trading. Take a look. Ancient holy weapons on sale at unbeatable prices. No risk, no loss. Buy 10 bottles of true dragon blood and receive 1 free. The more you buy, the more you get. Struggling with low strength? Come see the ancient Devil Emperor's Divine Scrolls Supreme Secret Techniques at a discount, 30,000 contribution points, with a down payment starting at 5,000 and the rest paid monthly. Upon entering Huangquan Fangshi, Chu Yun was immediately greeted by a chorus of enticing voices. Numerous items exuding formidable auras cluttered the stalls, and even Chu Yun felt a palpable sense of pressure. Goodness, the realism is astounding. No wonder so many disciples are duped. Such intricate tactics and overwhelming pressure could bewilder even a sage. Chu Yun shook his head, gazing at the various items radiating ominous energies. Were it not for his awareness that 99% of the treasures in Huangquan Fangshi were fraudulent, he might have been ensnared into purchasing 1 or 2 divine weapons. Moreover, transactions were conducted using contribution points. Most treasures could be purchased through installment agreements, requiring only a small initial payment with the remainder paid monthly. Once entangled in such agreements, one's future in cultivation would be assured. The contracts were protected by the sect, and no one could defy them, unless they were stronger than the senior elders. Suppressing his thoughts, Chu Yun slowly made his way deeper into Huangquan Fangshi. Along the way, he observed numerous disciples who had acquired top-tier holy weapons and formidable demonic techniques, their faces radiant with joy. Yet, Chu Yun knew that once they exited Huangquan Fangshi, their smiles would vanish. Numerous individuals approached Chu Yun with various treasures, but he remained unfazed and unyielding. Before long, Chu Yun arrived at a stall located in the southeast corner of Huangquan Fengshi. The stall owner was a one-eyed man exuding a powerful aura, clearly a formidable individual of great strength. Young brother, everything at my stall is of the highest quality. Ancient holy weapons, imperial techniques, and fragments of divine artifacts. Feel free to choose anything that catches your eye. The one-eyed man greeted Chu Yun with evident excitement, as if he were eyeing a prized lamb. Chu Yun's lips twitched slightly. This fellow seemed unafraid of the consequences of his grandiose claims. However, considering this was Huangquan Fengshi, he found it understandable. Such behavior was to be expected. Ahem, I'm just browsing, Chu Yun replied, lightly clearing his throat as he began to examine the treasures displayed at the stall. This stall, though modest in size, is replete with treasures, each exuding a formidable aura and adorned with mysterious runes, imparting an extraordinary sense of pressure. This is a supreme artifact, albeit slightly diminished in spiritual essence. This, however, is remarkable. It is a fragment of the imperial weapon of the ancient Emperor Luangu, possessing unparalleled power. Even more precious is this one, a secret technique of the celestial path, which I seldom reveal to anyone. As Chu Yun gazed upon each treasure, the one-eyed man provided detailed introductions for each item. Senior, could you please remain silent and allow me to examine them myself? Chu Yun said with a hint of exasperation. All right, take your time, the one-eyed man acquiesced, allowing Chu Yun to inspect the treasures at his leisure. After a while, Chu Yun picked up a spirit seal emanating an overwhelming imperial might, intricately carved with powerful runes, from the corner of the stall. Young brother, you have a discerning eye. This is the imperial seal of the Void Emperor, which I obtained from an ancient relic. Its might is unmatched, and the carved void runes can effortlessly rend the fabric of space. Once you master this imperial seal of the Void Emperor, you may inherit his legacy in the future. Upon seeing the spirit seal in Chu Yun's hand, the one-eyed man immediately became animated, enthusiastically elaborating on its significance. Chapter 20. Implementing Policies. The Void Divine Seal. Name your price. Chu Yun said, his lips twitching slightly. 2 million contribution points, with an initial payment of 100,000, and the remainder to be repaid monthly. The one-eyed man took a deep breath, then, feigning a painful expression, replied, This is the imperial seal of the Void Emperor. I usually sell it for at least 5 million to others. I am making an exception only because I see potential in you, young brother. 50,000. Chu Yun interjected. A down payment of 50,000 is acceptable, but that means your monthly repayments will be quite substantial. The one-eyed man remarked. I meant just 50,000. Chu Yun stated, his gaze fixed intently on the one-eyed man, his expression earnest. The one-eyed man was taken aback. Oh. Young brother, are you really negotiating like this? From 3 million down to 50,000. This is the imperial seal of the Void Emperor. He suppressed his emotions and continued. Such a drastic cut is rather disrespectful to the Void Emperor. 40,000. Chu Yun ignored the one-eyed man's protests and pressed on. The one-eyed man was once again stunned. It was his first time encountering such an unconventional negotiator. 30,000. Chu Yun continued. Young brother, this is the imperial seal. 20,000. The one-eyed man fell silent. After years of setting up shop in Huangquan Fengshi, he had never met anyone so impervious to persuasion. Senior, to be frank, I am purchasing this treasure merely to resell it. Whether I can sell it is another matter. Noticing the one-eyed man's silence, Chu Yun added, If you are unwilling, then let it be. With that, he set the spiritual seal down. Seeing that the one-eyed man remained silent, Chu Yun turned and began to walk away. Wait, 50,000 it is. You've struck quite a bargain. The one-eyed man hastily transmitted his thoughts to Chu Yun after he had taken several steps. Thank you, senior. Chu Yun responded, satisfied that he had achieved his goal, and returned to the stall to finalize the transaction with the one-eyed man. The two exchanged contribution points, and Chu Yun took possession of the spiritual seal. You have acquired the imperial seal of the Void Emperor for 50,000 contribution points. Truly a fortunate lad. I shall henceforth refer to you as the child of destiny. After the transaction, the one-eyed man still wore a pained expression as he addressed Chu Yun. Chu Yun chose not to respond, departing from the stall with the spiritual seal in hand. It wasn't easy, at last. I have made a sale. Business has become increasingly difficult these days. After Chu Yun left, the one-eyed man stretched, fatigue evident in his voice. That's because your prices are exorbitant. Asking for several million for an imperial weapon is simply unreasonable, interjected a nearby elderly man with white hair. Isn't it normal for an imperial weapon to command such prices? The one-eyed man retorted with conviction. Haha. The elderly man chuckled, remaining silent. What do you know? I am merely adhering to the elders' policy, encouraging our young disciples to take on more debt, so they will strive harder to enhance their cultivation and earn contribution points. Young disciples must not become too comfortable. Pressure breeds motivation. The elderly man did not argue further. Indeed, this was the elders' directive. The entire Huangquan Fengshi existed to temper the resolve of the disciples of the Huangquan demon sect, honing their skills while instilling a stronger drive within them. Old Chun, but that young fellow earlier seemed to want nothing but your imperial seal. Surely, that seal can't be a true treasure? The elderly man continued. The one-eyed man scoffed at this. Old Su, your words amuse me. If there were truly a treasure capable of enticing that lad to make such a deal, do you take me for blind? I am one-eyed, not blind. If that spiritual seal were truly a powerful artifact, I would stand on my head and eat. Isn't this a supreme artifact? Why can't I unleash the supreme divine power? At the entrance of Huangquan Fengshi, a disciple of the Huangquan demon sect stared at a mysterious ancient tower in his hand, his complexion ashen. I spent 90,000 contribution points on this. Haha, another unfortunate soul. What a pity, it was only 90,000 contribution points, hardly thrilling. Other disciples of the Huangquan demon sect remarked with smiles. Entering Huangquan Fengshi and expecting to leave without a debt of several tens of thousands? Impossible. Everyone believes themselves to be the chosen one, capable of finding a bargain. Yet, in the end, it often leads to tragedy. How tedious. I shall leave now and focus on earning contribution points. I still have next month's artifact loan to settle. The other disciples seemed unperturbed by the scene. Soon, other disciples approached the ashen-faced disciple, revealing the truth about Huangquan Fengshi to him. I have been deceived. The disciple trembled, his face pale. All right, do not fret. It is merely 80,000 contribution points. You will only repay a few hundred each month. You will be clear of debt in 100 years or so. This was not deception, but a mutually agreed-upon transaction. He could have easily robbed you of your 90,000 contribution points, yet instead, he provided you with a replica of a supreme artifact. Not a bad deal, despite its lack of utility. Sometimes, it can still serve as a good bluff. Other disciples comforted him. Sigh. The elders had warned me not to go to Huangquan Fengshi, yet I chose to ignore their advice. Moments later, the disciple seemed to recall something, bitterness evident in his voice. It turned out that the elders had previously cautioned him against visiting Huangquan Fengshi. Chu Yun observed the numerous pained and despairing disciples at the entrance, his expression devoid of emotion. He understood that those warnings were also the elders' directive. After all, people often possess a rebellious mindset, especially the disciples of the Huangquan demon sect. The more they were told not to go, the more they felt compelled to investigate. The elder was indeed a talented individual, Chu Yun mused inwardly. However, he remained unbothered, as he knew he would not suffer any loss. Within this mysterious spirit seal lies indeed a treasure of great value. Subsequently, Chu Yun did not linger any longer and swiftly departed from Huangquan Fengshi, returning to the secluded cultivation cave of Tianji Peak. In the sanctum of Tianji Peak, Chu Yun activated all defensive formations of the cave and then retrieved the enigmatic spirit seal he had acquired at a high price from Huangquan Fengshi. At this moment, the spirit seal continued to emanate an overwhelming aura of power, with the intricate patterns upon it pulsating with an exceptionally mysterious energy. Chu Yun then unsheathed his Juyo sword and, invoking the supreme essence of Juyo, executed a precise strike upon one of the patterns at the center of the spirit seal. With a resounding rip, the mysterious spirit seal was completely severed. Upon its fragmentation, a divine talisman imbued with boundless void energy emerged. The talisman bore intricate and profound patterns, radiating a terrifying force capable of distorting space itself. Truly, here lies the void divine talisman of the Void Emperor. As he gazed upon the talisman before him, a faint smile crept across Chu Yun's face. Chapter 21. Gathering at the square, absurd rumors. The one-eyed man was not mistaken. This treasure indeed belonged to the Void Emperor. However, it was not the Imperial Seal, but rather the Void Divine Talisman. The Void Emperor never possessed an Imperial Seal. The external spiritual seal was merely to protect the Void Divine Talisman contained within. Although the Void Divine Talisman does not possess the formidable offensive power of an unparalleled Emperor weapon, it is an exceptionally rare spatial auxiliary talisman. Utilizing this Void Divine Talisman allows one to effortlessly traverse space, relocating to a distance of 100,000 miles while disregarding the barriers of formations and restrictions. Furthermore, it bears immensely powerful top-tier spatial patterns. Once activated, it can distort the surrounding space, redirecting incoming attacks elsewhere. It can be said that this Void Divine Talisman is a supreme life-preserving artifact. With this talisman in hand, even in the face of peril, one would possess the means for self-preservation. Chu Yun caressed the Void Divine Talisman in his palm, murmuring to himself. Next, he must quickly refine this talisman and master its capabilities. The internal Sect competition is tomorrow, and time is of the essence. Subsequently, Chu Yun closed his eyes and began the process of refining the Void Divine Talisman belonging to the Void Emperor. Time flowed slowly. The next day, at Huangquan Demon Sect, the inner Sect square. The square was teeming with people, abuzz with vibrant energy and lively chatter. Although not all disciples would participate in the inner Sect competition, it was a major event for the Huangquan Demon Sect, drawing many to come and watch. Upon the elevated platform above the square, numerous high-ranking elders of the sect gathered, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Brother Chu Yun. This inner Sect competition has over 7,000 disciples participating, the highest number in nearly a century. Moreover, several disciples who have reached the Dao Palace realm will also be competing, Chu Zihong remarked as he conversed with Chu Yun. Several disciples have attained the Dao Palace realm? How can there be so many Dao Palace disciples within the inner Sect? Chu Yun expressed his astonishment upon hearing this. Previously, the foremost of the 10 inner Sect disciples he had defeated, Ye Qingli, was merely at the 9th level of the Law Manifestation realm. Typically, disciples at the Dao Palace realm and Huangquan Demon Sect are considered true inheritors. Indeed, Brother Chu Yun, our Huangquan Demon Sect's inner Sect harbors many hidden talents. Numerous disciples choose to cultivate discreetly, indifferent to superficial fame. Chu Zihong continued. Chu Yun nodded, acknowledging that the sect was indeed a realm of diverse talents. He had even heard of inner Sect disciples who had been cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of years, their strength rivaling that of the elders of Huangquan Demon Sect, yet they remained inconspicuous. Moreover, the Huangquan Demon Sect was a formidable force within the demonic path, often targeted by righteous sects, particularly their true inheritors, who were seen as prime targets for honing their skills. Countless true inheritors of Huangquan Demon Sect had fallen to the blades of righteous prodigies, becoming mere corpses. But why are they choosing to participate in this inner Sect competition? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, questioning. Of course, it is for the rewards of the competition. I have heard that those who perform exceptionally may gain the qualification to enter the Nirvana blood pool. Chu Zihong elaborated, sharing the information he had gathered. Ah, I see. Chu Yun's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. The Nirvana blood pool was another premier cultivation ground of Huangquan Demon Sect, created from the essence blood of countless Nirvana realm powerhouses. Cultivating within it not only enhances one's cultivation, but also has a potent refining effect on one's spiritual power. However, its consumption is immense. Each activation requires a significant amount of essence blood from Nirvana realm cultivators, hence it is rarely opened. Even when it is not accessible to inner Sect disciples. At this moment, Chu Yun understood why those ordinarily low-profile Dao Palace disciples were emerging. The allure of the Nirvana blood pool was too great to resist. Is that Chu Yun? His looks are truly striking, and his demeanor is impeccable. Indeed, how could the sister of the ancient sacred body take a liking to him otherwise? The sister of the ancient sacred body has taken a shine to Chu Yun? Did he not abduct her and? Your information is outdated. According to the latest rumors, it was the sister of the ancient sacred body who approached him first. She fell for him at first sight. Indeed, they are said to be quite enamored. I have heard that she is already with child with Chu Yun. Many disciples of Huangquan Demon Sect whispered among themselves as they observed Chu Yun's arrival. Have the rumors become this absurd? Upon hearing the hushed discussions and feeling the unusual gazes from those around him, Chu Yun's heart sank. He had not anticipated the rumors to escalate to such an extent. However, he quickly quelled his thoughts. Such gossip was of little concern to him. The Saintess has arrived. How beautiful the Saintess is. At that moment, another wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as all eyes were drawn to a stunningly beautiful woman. Chu Yun lifted his gaze to behold a striking figure clad in a black gown, her features exquisitely refined. She possessed an alluring grace, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a captivating black lotus, drawing all attention. Chu Yun, I have heard of your exploits. Well done, even defeating Chu Feng. Shiyu approached Chu Yun, her voice soft. Just luck. Chu Yun shrugged nonchalantly. Noticing Chu Yun's composed demeanor before her, Shiyu raised an eyebrow. Previously, he had been meek and hesitant in her presence, unable to meet her gaze. Now, it seemed that a bit of fortune had inflated his ego, she mused. Nevertheless, Shiyu was confident in her ability to keep him in check. As for the sister of the ancient sacred body, you need not worry. As long as you remain obedient, I will protect you. Even the ancient sacred body cannot harm you, Shiyu said slowly, her tone laced with disdain. Of course, Saintess. Chu Yun smiled faintly and spoke in a gentle tone. Indeed, although this Chu Yun exhibits a degree of arrogance, she remains obedient. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Shiyu contemplated within her heart. However, I am currently in dire need of cultivation resources. I wonder if Her Highness the Saintess could possibly grant me a bit more. Just then, the soft voice of Chu Yun reached her ears. Shiyu's heart momentarily halted as she slowly raised her head, only to discover Chu Yun gazing at her with eager anticipation. The need for cultivation resources weighed heavily on Shiyu's mind, and she felt a tinge of irritation. After all, no one had ever dared to directly request such resources from her. Just as Shiyu was about to refuse, she suppressed her annoyance upon recalling Chu Yun's potential. Here are 50,000 spirit stones, along with 20 vials of Lingyuan Dan. Please take these for your use. Shiyu then produced a spatial ring and handed it to Chu Yun. Thank you, Your Highness the Saintess. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Chu Yun's face blossomed with gratitude. Then, as if struck by a thought, she continued, by the way, I find myself missing Ye Qingli. Could Your Highness the Saintess invite her here as well? Shiyu. Oh. Chapter 22. Early Elimination. The Sovereign's Method. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. Was Chu Yun truly audacious enough to desire the sister of the Huanggu Xingti, even at this stage? This was, without a doubt, an audacious display of boldness. However, she decided to set this matter aside for now and urged, you should participate in the inner sect grand competition first. Taking a deep breath, Shiyu turned to Lu Chun and, after speaking, walked away. Although Chu Yun possessed remarkable looks, Shiyu found no desire to see him at this moment. Chu Yun shrugged and chose not to elaborate further. Acquiring a few spirit stones and Lingyuan Dan was still beneficial. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He then proceeded to enter the inner sect square, awaiting the commencement of the grand competition. This inner sect grand competition promised the opportunity for the victor to gain entry into the Nirvana blood pool. The top 3 would each be awarded 100,000 contribution points, 50,000 spirit stones, a divine-grade martial art, and a heavenly tier spiritual treasure. The top 10 would receive 20,000 contribution points, 10,000 spirit stones, a heavenly tier martial art, and an earthly tier spiritual treasure. After a brief pause, a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, exuding an imposing aura, gradually spoke from the high platform, announcing the rewards of the competition. This middle-aged man was Lin Yuanhong, the sovereign of the Huangquan demon sect. The prospect of entering the Nirvana blood pool was indeed enticing, and Chu Yun was determined to secure that opportunity. The rewards this time seemed excessive. Previously, only the top 3 received heavenly tier martial arts rewards, yet now even the top 10 would benefit. Moreover, the allure of divine-grade martial arts for the top 3 was simply irresistible. Regrettably, the participation of several disciples at the Daogong level posed a significant challenge. Otherwise, the top 3 would have been within reach. Upon hearing Lin Yuanhong's words, the disciples in the square began to express their fervent excitement, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Clearly, the rewards of this competition had stirred their spirits. Now, let us formally commence the inner sect grand competition. All participating disciples, please gather at the center of the square. After outlining the rewards, Lin Yuanhong spoke once more. As his words concluded, the disciples hurriedly made their way to the center of the square, Chu Yun included. Before long, the expansive central square was filled with thousands of disciples. Many were observing their competitors for the forthcoming contest. The inner sect grand competition would adopt a traditional arena battle format, with disciples facing off in pairs. Lin Yuanhong surveyed the numerous disciples gathered in the central square and announced, however, we only have one arena, and the number of participants is exceedingly large. We must eliminate some disciples in advance, or the competition will take too long. How will we eliminate them? Is there another assessment? A disciple could not help but inquire. No need for an assessment. Lin Yuanhong replied nonchalantly. With a swift motion of his right hand, an unfathomable wave of demonic energy surged forth, transforming into numerous black, serpentine manifestations. In a matter of moments, a multitude of foreboding black serpents appeared behind Lin Yuanhong, exuding a chilling aura. Witnessing this display of power, the disciples in the central square were filled with confusion, uncertain of their sovereign's intentions. Suddenly, the swarm of black serpents surged toward the center of the square. No, it can't be. Sovereign, what are you doing? No, please, I dare not anymore. I no longer wish to participate. The disciples, confronted by the oppressive presence of the serpents, turned pale, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, as if their very souls were on the brink of being torn asunder. Yet, Lin Yuanhong paid no heed to their cries. The terrifying serpents crashed into the central square. These black serpents struck indiscriminately, wreaking havoc among the inner sect disciples. In an instant, anguished screams echoed throughout the square as many disciples let out heart-wrenching cries. The other disciples and elders in the inner sect square stood frozen, bewildered by Lin Yuanhong's actions, unable to comprehend his motives. After a prolonged moment, the multitude of black serpents dissipated. Of the thousands of inner sect disciples, only around 800 remained standing in the square, while the rest lay defeated on the ground, devoid of combat capability. I have randomly eliminated some disciples. Now, the numbers are just about right. Lin Yuanhong observed the remaining 800 disciples with satisfaction. Sovereign, this isn't fair. They were eliminated without even showcasing their talents. An elder from the Huangquan demon sect could not restrain himself from speaking out. Lin Yuanhong's actions had resulted in the elimination of a staggering 90% of the disciples, including many of considerable strength. What is unfair? My demonic serpents acted randomly. Being struck is merely a stroke of bad luck. After all, luck is also a form of strength. Lin Yuanhong's voice resonated throughout the inner sect square. Upon hearing his words, the disciples and elders collectively inhaled sharply. This was their sovereign of the Huangquan demon sect, one who never played by the rules. Fortunately, I refined the void divine talisman. Otherwise, I too would have faced early elimination. In the square, Chu Yun felt a wave of trepidation. Just moments ago, Lin Yuanhong's demonic serpents had indeed targeted Chu Yun, but he had utilized the power of the void divine talisman to redirect the impact onto a nearby disciple. Now we may commence. Pair off for battles, still at random, until we determine the top 10 and ultimately the victor. After clearing the square, Lin Yuanhong continued with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, the elder from the law enforcement hall promptly organized the remaining disciples' identities to arrange one-on-one battles. The first match, Zhao Jingrui versus Chun Daogu. Shortly thereafter, the elder had arranged the battles and promptly initiated the first clash. The two disciples of the Huangquan demon sect ascended the arena and began their fierce contest. Zhao Shixiang, one of the formidable Dao Palace realm experts in this grand competition, is indeed a venerable powerhouse within our inner sect. It seems Zhao Shixiang is truly favored by fortune. The other two Dao Palace realm contenders have been eliminated by the sect leader, making him the undisputed frontrunner for this contest. Indeed, the outcome for the champion has become quite evident. Many disciples surrounding the arena recognize the striking young man clad in a white brocade robe, exuding an air of nobility, none other than Zhao Jingrui, the Dao Palace realm master in this competition. At this moment, a fierce battle erupted on the stage. A fellow disciple, aware of Zhao Jingrui's formidable strength, took the initiative to strike first, unleashing his most powerful martial arts technique. However, Zhao Jingrui, unfazed, did not even lift his eyelids, delivering a single, thunderous punch. With a deafening roar, Chun Daogu was sent flying off the stage, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The first match concluded with Zhao Jingrui's victory. The elder from the law enforcement hall spoke in a calm tone, his gaze towards Zhao Jingrui reflecting admiration. Chapter 23. The defeat of Jingrui, the protagonist of Destiny. Zhao Jingrui truly lives up to his reputation as a formidable master, effortlessly concluding the battle with a single strike. Numerous disciples, witnessing Zhao Jingrui's displayed prowess, couldn't help but express their admiration. After vanquishing Chun Daogu, Zhao Jingrui departed from the arena. The internal sect competition was progressing fervently, with a series of exhilarating battles leaving the disciples exhilarated. Although the abilities of other disciples paled in comparison to Zhao Jingrui, those participating in the internal sect competition were all remarkably competent, showcasing techniques that left many disciples in awe. In the 9th match, Chu Yun faced off against Su Jinrui. Soon, it was Chu Yun's turn to ascend the stage, the very Chu Yun who had captured the heart of the sister with the ancestral sacred body. Su Jinrui was no ordinary opponent. With his peak Dao realm cultivation, his strength was not to be underestimated. Although he had previously defeated Chu Feng, there were suspicions of a sneak attack, and now it was time to gauge his true capabilities. As Chu Yun took to the stage, the surrounding disciples engaged in hushed discussions, their eyes fixed on him, brimming with curiosity. "Your Highness, is that your recent follower? He is indeed an extraordinarily handsome young man. No wonder you hold him in such high regard." On the high platform, Su Quan, the holy son of the Huangquan demon sect, remarked to Shiyu as he observed Chu Yun making his way to the arena. "He is more than just a pretty face," Shiyu replied coolly. "Oh, is he exceptionally skilled in other areas as well?" Su Quan pondered, stroking his chin. "Indeed, otherwise. How could he capture the heart of the sister with the ancestral sacred body?" Shiyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Quan, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, the battle on the nearby arena concluded, as Chu Yun unleashed a terrifying sword light that swiftly overwhelmed his opponent. It was clear that Chu Yun possessed considerable strength, effortlessly dispatching his adversary and ending the conflict in an instant. Following the conclusion of the battle, the admiration in the eyes of the other disciples towards Chu Yun deepened. The battles continued unabated. "Senior brother Zhao Jingrui, the other disciples are no cause for concern. We merely need to be wary of Chu Yun." An inner sect disciple remarked to Zhao Jingrui as they observed Chu Yun's effortless defeat of another top-tier Dao realm expert. Be cautious of Chu Yun? Zhao Jingrui furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Indeed, only Chu Yun poses a threat. The disciple continued. "A threat? Huh, do you believe I would lose?" Zhao Jingrui scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "He is merely a Dao realm weakling. When he encounters me, he shall learn the meaning of cruelty." The disciple hesitated, sensing Zhao Jingrui's arrogance. Yet, reflecting on Zhao Jingrui's demonstrated strength, he reasoned that Zhao Jingrui's words held merit. No matter how formidable Chu Yun appeared, he was still merely a Dao realm practitioner. Previously, he had simply not faced Zhao Jingrui, which allowed him to achieve continuous victories with ease. Moreover, Zhao Jingrui's reputation was even more formidable. Many opponents would concede upon merely seeing him. As several hours passed, after a series of matches, the top 32 were determined, leaving only 32 disciples remaining. These 32 had emerged victorious from over 800 participants, all possessing considerable strength. At this stage, the disciples had a general understanding of each other's abilities. In the round of 32-16, the first match featured Zhao Jingrui against Xiao Chun. The battles for the 32-16 round quickly commenced, with Zhao Jingrui's match leading the way. "Senior brother Zhao Jingrui, please enlighten me." Xiao Chun, clad in black attire and exuding determination, clasped his fists in salute to Zhao Jingrui. You are not conceding?" Zhao Jingrui raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he noted Xiao Chen's apparent desire to engage in combat. Zhao Jingrui recalled Xiao Chen vaguely. Although he had achieved victories, each win had come with great difficulty. Time and again, it seemed he was on the verge of defeat, yet he fought valiantly until the end. In Zhao Jingrui's eyes, Xiao Chen's strength was rather mediocre. He had merely struggled to reach this stage, lacking any potential for further advancement. "Having come this far, I shall not easily concede," Xiao Chen declared, his face slightly pale, but his resolve unwavering. "Your courage is commendable. However, in the face of absolute strength, any perseverance is meaningless." Zhao Jingrui shook his head dismissively. "Nonetheless, considering your injuries and your willingness to challenge me, I might offer you some guidance." "Thank you, senior brother Zhao." Xiao Chen's face broke into a smile, appearing genuinely grateful for Zhao Jingrui's offer of counsel. The surrounding disciples, overhearing the exchange on the stage, regarded Xiao Chun with envy. After all, in their view, Xiao Chun had no chance of defeating Zhao Jingrui, and reaching this stage was already his limit. To receive guidance from Zhao Jingrui was an immense opportunity. "You may strike first," Zhao Jingrui declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Senior brother Zhao, I shall not hold back," Xiao Chen replied. immediately unleashing a powerful technique as he charged forward. Employing an earth-level fist technique, he unleashed a flurry of punches at Zhao Jingrui. Too slow, too weak, your rhythm is lacking. Zhao Jingrui effortlessly defended against Xiao Qin's relentless barrage, speaking leisurely. Your punches lack destructive power. You need to cultivate a fire-based technique to enhance your lethality. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother Zhao. Would this fire-based technique suffice? At that moment, Xiao Qin's voice inquired. Zhao Jingrui turned his gaze toward Xiao Qin, only to see a blazing flame manifest in Xiao Qin's hand, while his aura surged dramatically, instantly breaking through to the Dao Palace realm. You little rascal, playing the fool. You are at the Dao Palace realm. As the terrifying aura radiated from Xiao Qin, Zhao Jingrui's hair stood on end, and he exclaimed in shock. He immediately summoned all his strength to counterattack. But it was already too late. Xiao Qin's fist, wreathed in scorching flames, struck Zhao Jingrui with devastating force. Boom! A violent explosion echoed as Zhao Jingrui was directly hit by the powerful, fiery impact of Xiao Qin's punch. The searing flames elicited agonized screams from Zhao Jingrui, who was then hurled off the arena by the tremendous force, completely incapacitated. This Xiao Qin, how treacherous! To conceal his strength for so long, only to reveal a Daogong realm cultivation. Very well, if this is how he chooses to play. Alas, senior brother Zhao Yang was not cautious enough, deceived by Xiao Qin. The scene on the arena sparked murmurs among the surrounding disciples, their expressions filled with wariness as they glanced at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, who possessed Daogong realm cultivation, had deliberately concealed his true strength throughout the previous battles, disguising himself as an ordinary disciple. Who would have thought the allure of the Nirvana blood pool would be so great as to draw out another protagonist of destiny? At another corner of the plaza, Chu Yun watched Xiao Qin step down from the arena, silently pondering to himself. Chapter 24. The Reincarnated Supreme. Bing Yin's request. It turns out that this Xiao Qin is also one of the fated protagonists in this world. Xiao Qin is the reincarnation of the Juyang Supreme from 100,000 years ago. Back then, while striving to break into the Emperor realm during his seclusion, Xiao Qin was betrayed and ambushed by his own brothers and beloved confidants, leading to his untimely demise. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin did not completely perish. Instead, he was reborn 100,000 years later. Learning from the lessons of his past life, he has been cautiously cultivating in the Huangquan demon sect, remaining hidden and undetected. Chu Yun never anticipated that Xiao Qin would suddenly emerge during the inter-sect competition of the Huangquan demon sect. What does it matter if he is a fated protagonist? I have no fear of him, Chu Yun mused. Although Xiao Qin is a reincarnated supreme, Chu Yun, possessing a system, does not feel excessively apprehensive. Moreover, Chu Yun is well aware that Xiao Qin's situation is far more perilous than his own. If the news of his reincarnation as the Juyang Supreme were to leak, those who betrayed him in his previous life would not spare him. Is that the Xiao Qin you admire? He indeed possesses some skills, having defeated Zhao Jingrui without revealing his Juyang sacred body, remarked Nangong Wan. Her elegant figure adorned in a water-blue palace dress, as she gazed at Xiao Qin in the distance, speaking to Shen Bing Yen beside her. Of course, brother Xiao Qin is an exceptionally talented individual, replied the stunningly beautiful Shen Bing Yen, raising her delicate fist. If it weren't for the damage to brother Xiao Qin's Dao Palace, he could have ended the battle much more easily. Nangong Wan nodded, astutely noting that, although Xiao Qin had long entered the Dao Palace realm, there were evident cracks forming within it. This damage prevented him from fully unleashing the powers of the Dao Palace realm. Just now, when Xiao Qin utilized its power, the fissures deepened slightly. Alas, what a shame. Had his Dao Palace remained intact, he would surely be the leader. Master, with Zhao Jingrui defeated, is there anyone left capable of overcoming brother Xiao Qin? Shen Bingyan asked, her expression filled with disbelief. Having known Xiao Qin for quite some time, Shen Bing Yin was well aware of his formidable strength. Even without employing the powers of the Dao Palace, his prowess was truly terrifying. She did not believe the remaining disciples of the Fa Xiang realm could pose a threat to him. Look, can your brother Xiao Qin defeat that individual? Nangong Wan directed her gaze toward the arena. Shen Bingyan followed her gaze and immediately witnessed Chu Yun unleashing a razor-sharp sword light, swiftly obliterating a cultivator at the 9th level of the Fa Xiang realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Bingyan bit her red lips, acutely sensing the overwhelming strength of Chu Yun. Xiao Chun cannot rival Chu Yun unless he can freely wield the powers of the Dao Palace. Nangong Wan stated with conviction. Isn't a sneak attack like before still an option? Shin Bingyan inquired. Do you believe such tactics can be used a second time? Nangong Wan replied coolly. Realizing the truth in Nangong Wan's words, Shin Bingyan acknowledged that such methods could only be employed once, as others would be prepared. However, the Nirvana blood pool is of utmost importance to Brother Xiao Chun. Shin Bingyan thought to herself, glancing at Chu Yun, who had just stepped down from the arena. A flicker of determination passing through her eyes. The competition continued, and indeed, as Nangong Wan had predicted, due to Xiao Chen's feigned weakness, every subsequent battle saw the participants exerting themselves to the utmost, fearful of suffering a similar fate to Zhao Jingrui. Soon, several fierce battles concluded, leaving only 16 disciples remaining in the central square, marking the top 16 in this inter-sect competition. After the intense confrontations, many disciples were exhausted, panting heavily. Yet, Chu Yun stood apart, seemingly untouched by fatigue, his robe pristine and unblemished by dust or blood. At this moment, the other disciples subconsciously turned their gazes toward Chu Yun, realizing that he might be the most formidable and insurmountable opponent. Many disciples fervently wished not to encounter Chu Yun in the next round, as it would be crucial for the advancement from 16 to 8. Very well, we shall take a half-hour break. The Elder of Law Enforcement declared. After half an hour, we will proceed to the next round, from 16 to 8. Brother Chu Yun is magnificent, achieving consecutive victories. It seems the title of leader is secure. Chu Zihong, having prepared spirit tea, rushed to Chu Yun's side, brimming with excitement. Chu Yun's performance had utterly captivated Chu Zihong, igniting a fervent admiration within him. Brother Chu Yun is too powerful, always winning in an instant. Our efforts have not been in vain. Brother Chu Yun, please take all my resources and restore the glory of the Chu family. Come on, Brother Chu Yun, seize the title of leader. Since Brother Chu Yun has utilized my cultivation resources to become so strong, doesn't that mean I also share in this glory? I have my share of the credit. The other members of the Chu family nearby echoed their excitement, astonished by the hidden talents displayed in this inter-sect competition. They had not anticipated that Chu Yun would reach such heights. Many felt a sense of pride, as they had contributed numerous resources to Chu Yun, feeling a shared involvement in his ascent. Indeed, you all share in the credit. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. Young Master Chu Yun, may I have a moment of your time? At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice rang out. A breathtakingly beautiful girl in a flowing white dress approached Chu Yun. Her voice soft and gentle. The girl's skin was as fair as snow, her figure youthful and vibrant, exuding a delightful aura reminiscent of a charming neighbor. She is the cherished disciple of the esteemed master of the Liandan Tang, a prodigious talent in alchemy from our sect, Shin Bingyan. One wonders what brings her to seek out Brother Chu Yun. Could it be that she has succumbed to the charm of Brother Chu Yun? It is indeed a possibility, for even the sister of the sacred body of the ancient wilderness has been captivated by him. This goddess of the Liandan Tang might also find herself enchanted. Ah, Brother Chu Yun, with his suave demeanor, ethereal elegance, and formidable talents, it is no surprise that I, too, would be enamored if I were a lady. Many members of the Chu family nearby chimed in. Very well. Chu Yun did not decline. He was curious to see what this alchemical genius from the Liandan Tang desired. Soon, amidst the envious gazes of the Chu family members, the two retreated to a secluded room. Esteemed young Master Chu Yun, might I request that you show some mercy during your battle with Xiao Chun, allowing him to emerge victorious? Upon entering the room, Shin Bingyan gently bit her crimson lip, her tone exceedingly soft. Should you grant my request, I would be delighted to present you with this Sanwen Daoyuan Dan. Chapter 25. Triggering Choices. Expressing apologies, Chu Bingyan spoke as she retrieved a mysterious elixir from her spatial ring. The elixir was adorned with 3 profound Dao patterns, exuding a captivating fragrance. This Sanwen Daoyuan Dan could elevate a Dao Palace realm cultivator by 3 minor realms. Chu Bingyan continued her explanation of the elixir's effects, clearly intended for Xiao Chun. Hearing her words, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. He was aware that Chu Bingyan was the Saintess of the Bingyun Immortal Palace, and she was an undercover agent in the Huangquan Demon Sect alongside her master. Furthermore, Chu Bingyan was also a close confidant of Xiao Chun. During Xiao Chun's concealment within the Huangquan Demon Sect, he had met Chu Bingyan, who was drawn to him and had provided him with significant assistance. Beep. The system detects the host's current experience and triggers an invincible choice. Option 1. Agree to Chu Bingyin's request and lose to Xiao Chun in the grand competition. Reward: Yuming Divine Fire. Option 2. Refuse Chu Bingyin's request and defeat Xiao Chun in the grand competition. Reward: Jingling Divine Fire. Yuming Divine Fire. The pinnacle of divine fires from the Yuming clan, possessing extraordinary power and containing formidable Yuming energy, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. Jingling Divine Fire. The purest and most pristine divine fire, possessing a strong restraining effect on malevolent impurities. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in Chu Yun's mind. He felt a surge of joy. He had triggered a choice: 2 supreme divine fires, Yuming Divine Fire and Jingling Divine Fire. Both were exceedingly powerful flames with terrifying destructive capabilities. Chu Yun, are you dissatisfied with the Sanwen Daoyuan Dan? I can add an extra 100,000 spirit stones. The opportunity of the Nirvana blood pool is crucial for Xiao Chun. Please agree to my request. Seeing that Chu Yun remained silent, Chu Bingyin assumed he was displeased with the elixir and spoke with a pitiful tone. No need. The opportunity of the Nirvana blood pool is also very important to me. If Xiao Chun desires it, let him defeat me. Chu Yun had already made his decision and spoke calmly. The Nirvana blood pool was an invaluable opportunity, and Chu Yun would not easily yield. Chu Yun, is there truly no room for negotiation? Chu Bingyin was reluctant to concede easily and inquired again. Indeed, there is no room for negotiation. Chu Yun replied unequivocally. Chu Bingyin bit her red lips. Her eyes filled with conflict. After a moment, she seemed to come to a realization. Her gaze filled with determination. Chu Yun, I apologize. My previous remarks were merely a test. I did not expect you to be such a steadfast cultivator on the path of the Tao. After a brief pause, Chu Bingyin continued. Please allow me to express my apologies. Express your apologies? Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Chu Bingyin truly meant. Suddenly, Chu Bingyin leaped into Chu Yun's embrace, catching him off guard. Instantly, he was enveloped in a soft embrace. What does this girl intend to do? Chu Yun was bewildered by Chu Bingyin's actions. However, since she had approached him so willingly, he felt no qualms about reciprocating. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Yun left the room. Inside, Chu Bingyin covered her face, her expression filled with grievance. Brother Xiao Chun, I have sacrificed much for you to secure the top spot. It seems all the benefits have been claimed by Chu Yun. You must strive to succeed. As she recalled Chu Yun's behavior, her face flushed. Initially, Chu Bingyin had only intended to give him a simple kiss, but she had not anticipated that Chu Yun would treat her as if they were not strangers. Reflecting on this, she felt both embarrassed and indignant. Nevertheless, knowing it was all for Xiao Chun, she believed her efforts were worth it. She then straightened her attire, adjusting her demeanor to perfection, and exited the room. This girl truly is determined. She is willing to go to such lengths to ensure Xiao Chun's victory. Chu Yun mused, stroking his chin. He sensed a faint surge of power within him, identifying a subtle icy force that had been injected by Chu Bingyin during their brief encounter. This icy energy lurked within him, ready to erupt and inflict harm should he overexert his spiritual power. Chu Yun understood that Chu Bingyin was acting for Xiao Chun's benefit. If this icy force were to suddenly manifest during battle, it would undoubtedly hinder him and assist Xiao Chun in achieving victory. However, my spiritual power is formidable. I have already detected it. Chu Yun shook his head. Due to his transmigration, his spiritual power was exceptionally strong, enabling him to sense the potential threat within his body. Moreover, as a chaos body, he could easily expel this force with the slightest movement of his chaotic energy. Chu Bingyin's method was destined to be ineffective. Nevertheless, Chu Bingyin was quite admirable, small yet charming, with considerable potential. Chu Yun recalled his recent experiences and decided it was prudent to prepare for the battle against Xiao Chun, as he was the destined protagonist who might possess astonishing hidden skills. Suppressing his thoughts, Chu Yun made his way to the center of the square, quietly awaiting the commencement of the top 16 competition. Why do I suddenly feel a wave of restlessness? Meanwhile, not far away, Xiao Chun slowly opened his eyes. For some reason, a subtle agitation arose within him, disrupting his previously tranquil mind. Could it be due to the injuries to my Dao Palace? Xiao Chun pondered inwardly. His Dao Palace had suffered significant damage, and he sought to use the power of the Nirvana blood pool for restoration. At that moment, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Chu Bingyin was returning to the high platform. As she passed the arena, she glanced at Xiao Chun, their eyes meeting. Xiao Chun sensed a complex emotion within her gaze. Bingyan, do not worry, I am fine. Assuming she was concerned for him, Xiao Chun quickly transmitted a reassuring message to Chu Bingyan. Upon hearing this, Shin Bingyan revealed a smile and then returned to the high platform, with no direct communication exchanged between the two. This was Xiao Chun's idea. Shin Bingyan enjoyed immense popularity within the Huangquan Mazong, and Xiao Chun wished to keep their relationship concealed, preferring a quiet and low-key approach to his cultivation. In the internal sect competition, the first match of the top 16 pitted Chu Yun against Ouyang Sun. After a brief pause, the voice of the elder in charge of enforcement echoed through the square, signaling the resumption of the competition. At this moment, Xiao Chun also gathered his thoughts and focused on the arena, fully aware that Chu Yun was the most formidable opponent in this internal sect contest. Chapter 26. Instant Reversal, Surrendering Directly. Chu Yun Shixiang, please enlighten me. On the arena, Ouyang Sun clasped his hands and addressed Chu Yun. Chu Yun's strength had garnered recognition from many disciples. Even as an adversary, Ouyang Sun could not help but acknowledge Chu Yun's formidable prowess. Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement, responding to Ouyang Sun. Swish. Following his words, Chu Yun raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying sword light that surged directly towards Ouyang Sun. Ouyang Sun's pupils constricted as he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, he seemed well prepared, channeling his spiritual energy to immediately conjure a water-blue spiritual shield. Bang! The sword light collided with the spiritual shield, producing a resounding clash. In a short while, the immense impact of the sword light caused numerous cracks to appear on the shield, yet Ouyang Sun only staggered back 2 steps, sustaining minimal damage. Blocked? Seeing this, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone could withstand his attack. However, he was not entirely taken aback. By reaching the top 16, most participants were indeed formidable figures among the inner sect disciples. Moreover, having employed this sword light multiple times, it was only natural for it to be studied. You have also attained Dao Palace Realm? At this moment, Chu Yun sensed the aura emanating from Ouyang Sun, which seemed to indicate he had indeed reached the Dao Palace Realm. Yes. Shixiang Chu Yun, I have long since entered the Dao Palace Realm. Acknowledging Chu Yun's insight into his strength, Ouyang Sun unleashed his full power. Instantly, the aura characteristic of the Dao Palace Realm surged around him, and he had even reached the 5th level of the Dao Palace Realm. Goodness, another expert? Indeed, the inner sect disciples are teeming with hidden talents. Another seasoned player, concealing his strength for a grand reveal. Initially expecting yet another swift victory for Chu Yun, they were taken aback by the emergence of another Dao Palace Realm contender. Chu Yun was in danger. His cultivation level was still too low, merely at the law manifestation realm, and with his most powerful sword light having been thwarted, defeat seemed imminent. It was a pity that Chu Yun possessed the strength to contend for the top 3, if not for encountering Ouyang Sun. He could have genuinely competed for the top spots. Numerous disciples observing the match expressed their astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. Clearly, Ouyang Sun's strength had surpassed their expectations. Previously, Chu Yun had repeatedly struck with his fierce sword light, but now that it had been countered and Ouyang Sun's realm exceeded his, they were at a loss as to how Chu Yun could secure victory. Chu Yun Shixiang, I am about to strike. Ouyang Sun declared with unwavering confidence, releasing all his might as he charged towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun remained silent, lifting his right hand with grace. Rustle. In an instant, over 100 sword lights coalesced before Chu Yun, radiating an immensely powerful aura. Upon witnessing this, Ouyang Sun's pupils constricted, his face paling drastically. He hastily conjured another spiritual shield. Swish. Yet, moments later, the multitude of sword lights surged towards Ouyang Sun with astonishing speed. Bang! The sturdy spiritual shield shattered instantly, and Ouyang Sun was bombarded by the relentless sword lights, sent flying as he lost consciousness and fell, incapacitated. What? Chu Yun was also concealing his strength? This is outrageous. Everyone is so ruthless. With over 100 sword lights, who could withstand such an onslaught? Clearly, Chu Yun Shixiang held the upper hand. Such terrifying power, the title of champion was surely his. It seemed that misfortune had befallen Ouyang Sun, who had a chance at the top 3 but was decisively defeated by Chu Yun. This sudden reversal left the surrounding disciples astounded once more. They could hardly believe that Ouyang Sun, possessing 5th level Dao Palace realm cultivation, was so forcefully crushed. Not only the disciples, but also the many elders on the high platform gazed at Chu Yun with astonished expressions, as he, with his law manifestation realm cultivation, easily overcame Ouyang Sun of the 5th level of Dao Palace realm. Such innate talent was truly terrifying. Chu Yun is formidable, Xiao Chun thought as he observed Chu Yun on the arena, his mind consumed by a single word. The competition continued unabated. The subsequent battles remained intense. However, Chu Yun's matches became rather mundane as his opponents unhesitatingly opted for immediate surrender in the quarterfinals and semifinals. After all, they had witnessed Ouyang Sun's fate. While victory was important, they had no desire to suffer such grave injuries. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen also managed to narrowly defeat his opponents, and both he and Chu Yun advanced to the finals. In the inter-sect competition finals, Chu Yun faced off against Xiao Chun. A quarter of an hour later, the enforcing elder announced the commencement of the finals. Chu Yun and Xiao Chen slowly ascended the arena. All the disciples and elders surrounding the arena fixed their gazes upon the stage, eager to witness this final confrontation. Chu Yun's prowess needed no elaboration, having swiftly vanquished many adversaries. Xiao Chun, though each battle appeared exceedingly arduous, had emerged victorious each time. Previously, he had even showcased his Dao Palace realm strength by defeating the seasoned Dao Palace realm expert, Zhao Jingrui. Moreover, those who had reached the finals were no ordinary competitors. They certainly possessed their own hidden cards. Brother Xiao Chun, go for it. With my support, you shall surely defeat Chu Yun and claim the title of champion. On the high platform, Shun Bingyan lightly clenched her fists, silently cheering for Xiao Chun. Despite Chu Yun's daunting strength, she remained confident in Xiao Chun. After all, he possessed the 9 Yang's sacred body and had mastered numerous formidable techniques, and with Shun Bingyan's assistance against Chu Yun, she believed Xiao Chen's chances were substantial. At this moment, both Chu Yun and Xiao Chen stepped onto the arena, facing each other. No wonder victory had been so strenuous. It turns out his Dao Palace was damaged. Chu Yun's spiritual sense immediately detected the anomaly surrounding Xiao Chun, realizing the reason for the damage to his Dao Palace. With this knowledge, Chu Yun felt considerably relieved. The finals commenced. At this moment, not far away, the enforcing elder promptly announced the start of the finals. Chu Yun raised his right hand, conjuring over 100 sword lights, a majestic aura swirling around him. Wait, I surrender. Just as Chu Yun's sword radiance was about to burst forth, Xiao Chun on the arena spoke up directly. After finishing his words, Xiao Chun leapt off the stage. This protagonist of destiny has conceded defeat? Upon witnessing this, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, surprised that Xiao Chun was unwilling to even attempt a challenge and chose to surrender outright. However, this behavior aligns with Xiao Chen's nature. Prudent and composed in his cultivation, he avoids unnecessary risks. After all, in his previous life, he was an unparalleled powerhouse, one of the pinnacle experts of the Tianwu realm. With gradual cultivation, he would inevitably return to his former glory. This realization only heightened Chu Yun's wariness toward Xiao Chun. A protagonist with such an awareness of advancement and retreat, exhibiting such measured restraint, is indeed more formidable. In the distance, Shun Bingyan exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 27, Promotion to True Inheritance, Pure Spirit Fire. No, Brother Xiao Chun, you surrendered directly? From the distant central platform, Shun Bingyan was stunned to see Xiao Chun concede immediately. I have invested so much, and you just give up. What does that make my earlier efforts with Chu Yun in order to provide Xiao Chun with a better chance of victory? Shun Bingyan selflessly offered her kiss, and even allowed Chu Yun to as she thought of this. Shun Bingyan trembled in anger, tears shimmering in her eyes. Bingyan, what's wrong? At this moment, Nangong Wan noticed the change in Shun Bingyan's expression and asked in confusion. Xiao Chun, how could he surrender so easily? Shun Bingyan spoke, filled with grievance. This was the best choice for Xiao Chun. He was being rational. Nangong Wan did not see any issue with Xiao Chen's immediate concession. On the contrary, she believed that Xiao Chun was indeed commendable. Everyone has their youthful exuberance. However, Xiao Chun's current situation was entirely unsuitable for continued combat, as prolonging the fight posed significant risks. No, I must ask Xiao Chun directly. Unable to contain her frustration, Shun Bingyan stormed off the platform. The champion of this intersect competition is Chu Yun. At this moment, the elder in charge of the arena announced the winner of the intersect competition. Chu Yun, you performed admirably. Here is your reward for this competition: 100,000 contribution points, 50,000 spirit stones, and you may select from the Scriptures Pavilion and the Sect Treasury a divine martial art and a heavenly grade spiritual treasure. At this time, the sect master of the Huangquan demon sect approached Chu Yun, his expression warm as he spoke to him. Furthermore, this is the token for the Nirvana blood pool, which will open in 7 days, when the time comes. You may use this token to enter the pool. Subsequently, Lin Yuanhong presented a crimson token to Chu Yun. Thank you, sect master. Taking the rewards, Chu Yun replied slowly. In this inter-sect competition, both Chu Yun and Xiao Chen demonstrated exceptional performance, and they have been promoted to true disciples. Soon after, the elder in charge announced that both Chu Yun and Xiao Chen, who excelled in the competition, would become true disciples of the Huangquan demon sect. Congratulations to senior brother Chu Yun on your promotion to true disciple. Many disciples around began to congratulate Chu Yun. This time, Chu Yun's performance had impressed numerous disciples. Although all his opponents conceded in the subsequent rounds, this only underscored Chu Yun's formidable strength. The many disciples of the Chu family also cheered for him. Among the true disciples, Chu Yun's potential far surpassed that of Chu Feng. Chu Yun, this is your true disciple token, which is also a heavenly grade supreme spiritual treasure, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a virtual god realm expert. Moreover, this true disciple token contains a communication array that connects directly to the sect's core. In the event of danger, you can use this token to send a distress signal, and the elders of the sect will come to your aid. Additionally, as a true disciple of the Huangquan demon sect, you will receive 20,000 contribution points and 30,000 spirit stones each month, and you may consult with the sect elders regarding any cultivation issues. The elder in charge conveyed the significance of the true disciple token, while also informing Chu Yun of the benefits that accompany this status. Indeed, the privileges of being a true disciple of the Huangquan demon sect are quite impressive. Feeling the profound aura contained within the true disciple token, Chu Yun reflected. Although the Huangquan demon sect is a demonic force, once one becomes a core true disciple, the benefits are indeed substantial. However, aside from the benefits, true disciples must also fulfill corresponding obligations, including completing 3 heavenly level missions each year. No problem, I will accomplish that. Chu Yun nodded. Naturally, the sect would not expend significant resources on true disciples without expecting something in return. The Huangquan demon sect has a mission hall where various tasks can be undertaken to earn sect rewards. Heavenly level missions are among the more challenging, but Chu Yun was not daunted. After explaining the matters regarding true disciples, the elder in charge departed. Congratulations, Chu Yun, on becoming a true disciple. Shortly thereafter, Shiyu approached Chu Yun, expressing her congratulations. Shiyu was also quite astonished. She had not expected Chu Yun to truly claim the title of champion in the inter-sect competition. Chu Yun's excellence exceeded her expectations. Indeed, my judgment was correct. Chu Yun is truly someone worth nurturing. In 7 days, I too will enter the Nirvana blood pool. At that time, I will provide you with another opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Shiyu said to Chu Yun, "All right, I look forward to the journey to the Nirvana blood pool in 3 days." Chu Yun responded slowly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Yun departed the inter-sect square under the fervent gaze of numerous inter-sect disciples. In the days that followed, he continued to cultivate and enhance his strength. Then he would redeem the rewards from this competition. After leaving the inter-sect square, Chu Yun proceeded to the Scriptures Pavilion to select a divine martial art. Chu Yun chose Floating Light and Shadow, a high-level divine martial art of movement. Although the cultivation difficulty is high, once mastered, it grants an astonishing speed beyond ordinary perception. Subsequently, Chu Yun visited the Treasure Pavilion to select a heavenly grade supreme spiritual armor, the Shiyu armor. After selecting his rewards, Chu Yun exchanged all his contribution points and spirit stones for various spiritual elixirs and resources that would enhance his cultivation. Having accomplished all of this, Chu Yun returned to his cultivation cave on Tianji Peak. System, receive pure spirit fire. On the gathering spirit formation within the cave, Chu Yun silently intoned. After Xiao Chen's immediate concession, the system prompted Chu Yun that he had completed his selection. With a rush of energy, a pale blue flame surged forth from the void, floating in Chu Yun's hand. The moment the pale blue flame appeared, the temperature within the cultivation cave sharply increased. Additionally, some demonic energy within the cave was instantly dissolved by the aura emitted by this flame, turning into nothingness. Indeed, the pure spirit fire is truly formidable. Feeling the essence contained within the pure spirit divine fire, Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. This searing aura, even to Chu Yun, emanated a faint warmth. With this extraordinary flame, he contemplated, perhaps it would prove remarkably effective against certain unique adversaries. He resolved to devote himself entirely to enhancing his strength in anticipation of the Nirvana blood pool 7 days hence. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun retrieved numerous spiritual elixirs and various cultivation resources from his spatial ring. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, activated the indestructible Immortal Sutra, and absorbed these elixirs to elevate his cultivation. Time flowed by gently. Chapter 28. Xiao Chun and Bing Yin. Brother Xiao Chun, why do you choose to concede? You clearly possess the strength to triumph. In a picturesque bamboo grove belonging to the Huangquan Mazong, the pure and enchanting Shen Bing Yin gazed intently at Xiao Chun, adorned in a flowing white gown. Bing Yin, a fleeting victory does not constitute true success. It is the journey to the end that holds paramount significance, Xiao Chun replied, his tone gentle as he looked ahead at the young woman. However, cultivation demands relentless advancement and continuous victories. At this moment, Shen Bing Yin remained engulfed in the aftermath of Xiao Chen's defeat, struggling to comprehend it. Bing Yin, I once shared your sentiments, believing that only through unceasing victories could one ascend to the pinnacle, Xiao Chun continued, yet I later realized I was gravely mistaken. The transient nature of success and failure is inconsequential. Our paths, yours and mine, stretch far into the future, and we both harbor bright prospects. Not every encounter necessitates our utmost exertion. What matters is to traverse the journey steadily and seize the most critical victory when it matters most. As he spoke, memories of his past life flooded his mind. In his previous existence, he had fought fiercely for resources, reputation, and supremacy, exhausting himself in pursuit of victory. Though he attained success, he ultimately faced failure. His relentless quest for advancement had blinded him to the unusual behavior of those around him, leading to a devastating betrayal at a crucial juncture. Just one failure shattered everything he had built, and all he cherished was taken from him by those he once trusted. Reflecting on these thoughts, Xiao Chen's heart ached, as if countless blades pierced through it, leaving him breathless. Now, having been reborn, he was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his former life. Bearing the weight of too many burdens, he resolved that those who had betrayed him would pay dearly. The pinnacle he failed to reach in his past life must be achieved in this one. Thus, he opted for a prudent approach, choosing to cultivate with humility and steadiness. He could not afford to err, for there would be no second chance. Although the Nirvana blood pool was significant, it was not indispensable. After all, Chu Yun's prowess was formidable, and Xiao Chun was reluctant to reveal too many of his abilities. Now was a time for subtlety and caution. There was no need for reckless risks. Is it enough to seize the most pivotal victory? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Shen Bing Yin appeared to gain insight, sensing the charisma that emanated from him. Bing Yin, I understand your concern for my Dao Palace, Xiao Chun continued. Rest assured, even without the Nirvana blood pool, I have alternative means to restore my Dao Palace. At his reassurance, Shen Bing Yin felt a wave of helplessness. The damage to the Dao Palace was indeed severe, and she believed only the Nirvana blood pool could remedy it. Why didn't Brother Xiao Chun mention this sooner? Shen Bing Yin's frustration grew. By the way, Bing Yin, I heard that during the competition, you sought out Chu Yun. What was your purpose in approaching him? Xiao Chun seemed to recall something and inquired. And nothing. I merely hoped for him to concede to Brother Xiao Chun, but he refused. Shen Bing Yin lowered her head, sharing her experience with Xiao Chun but omitting the details of her subsequent encounter with Chu Yun. Observing Shen Bing Yin, Xiao Chun felt a momentary pause, sensing that she was concealing something from him. Moreover, he had heard that the two had spent a quarter of an hour alone together, which surely implied other matters. However, as Shen Bing Yin chose not to divulge anything, Xiao Chun refrained from probing further, trusting that she had her reasons. He believed Shen Bing Yin would never harm him, yet a subtle unease lingered in his heart. Brother Xiao Chun, hold me. Suddenly, Shen Bing Yin stepped closer, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Please. Not like this, Bing Yin. Xiao Chun instinctively took several steps back. Brother Xiao Chun, witnessing his reluctance even to embrace her, Shen Bing Yin felt deeply aggrieved. Having endured the turmoil with Chu Yun, she sought solace from Xiao Chun, only to be met with distance. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I become quite fearful when someone of the opposite gender approaches me. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen's voice was hoarse as he admitted his vulnerability. The betrayal of a confidant in his past life had cast a long shadow over him. Now, he hesitated to engage closely with women, especially those with whom he shared a close bond, as it sent shivers through his very soul. I will strive to overcome this. Please grant me some time. Xiao Chun inhaled deeply and spoke to Shin Bingyan. That's all right, brother Xiao Chun. I will wait for you. Shin Bingyan suppressed her complex emotions, offering a sweet smile. Qingli Jiejia, have you truly been with that Chu Yun from Huangquan Mazong? 7 days later, in a scenic valley of Tai Chu Shengdi, the alluring Ming heir, dressed in a red gown, inquired of Ye Qingli beside her. What are you saying? That Chu Yun is merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Mazong. How could I possibly be involved with someone so insignificant? Ye Qingli's complexion paled as she hastily denied the insinuation. Qingli Jiejia, do not deceive me. I checked while we were bathing in the spirit spring. You are no longer pure. Meng Er's gaze pierced through Ye Qingli as she spoke softly. You checked me? Upon hearing Meng Er's words, Ye Qingli's face turned ashen. Meng Er, the princess of the Tian Yaohu clan, possessed formidable spiritual power and commanded strong illusionary arts. No wonder I felt a bit disoriented earlier. You were using illusions to interfere with me. Ye Qingli finally understood why she had felt woozy during their bath. Initially attributing it to overexertion, she hadn't realized that Meng Er had been examining her. I apologize, Qingli Jiejia. I should not have used illusions against you. However, it was necessary to uncover the truth. Meng Er's expression turned remorseful as she continued. Alas, since you are already aware, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. I am indeed entangled with Chu Yun of the Huangquan Mazong. Upon hearing this revelation from Ye Qingli, Su Ming'er chose to forego any further concealment. That detestable little demon. As Ye Qingli's words hung in the air, Su Ming'er felt a surge of resentment, her teeth grinding in fury. Though she had anticipated that Ye Qingli might have lost her purity to Chu Yun, the confirmation struck her with an unbearable weight. I shall go and slay that little demon at once, Su Ming'er declared, her chest heaving with indignation, her voice chillingly frigid. Chapter 29. A conversation between two. The Nirvana blood pool. Previously, Su Ming'er's life had been saved by Ye Fan and Ye Qingli. Their bond was profound, and Su Ming'er regarded Ye Qingli as an elder sister. Now, upon learning that Ye Qingli had been defiled by a young scion of the Huangquan demon sect, an overwhelming fury surged within her, wishing nothing more than to rend Chu Yun into 1,000 pieces. Dreamer, please. Chu Yun is also a victim in this. Ye Qingli urgently grasped Su Ming'er, her face filled with earnest appeal. Sister Qingli, are you still going to shield that little demon? Su Ming'er gritted her teeth, then a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that you truly harbor feelings for that little demon? After leaving the Huangquan demon sect, Su Ming'er had continued to investigate and had learned much about the rumors concerning Ye Qingli and Chu Yun. Among these was the absurd claim that Ye Qingli had developed feelings for Chu Yun. How could that be? I would never fall for such an outrageous little demon. Ye Qingli bit her red lip, continuing to speak. Yet, memories of her time in the Huangquan demon sect involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Although Chu Yun had brought her nightmares, the joy intertwined within those experiences was unfathomable, leaving Ye Qingli somewhat troubled. Oh no, Sister Qingli has indeed developed feelings for a little demon from a wicked sect. Seeing Ye Qingli's expression, Su Ming'er felt a heavy weight settle in her heart, sensing the impending doom. No, I cannot simply watch Sister Qingli stray down the wrong path. I must save her. Su Ming'er clenched her fists, resolutely thinking. Dreamer, I beg you, let this matter be forgotten. Please do not inform Xiao Yi about it. Moments later, Ye Qingli held onto Su Ming'er, her expression pleading. Ye Qingli was acutely aware of Ye Fan's feelings for her. If he were to learn the truth, he would undoubtedly go mad, recklessly charging into the Huangquan demon sect. Ye Fan would certainly be in danger, which was not what Ye Qingli desired to witness. If all of this remained concealed, then no one would be harmed. Seeing Ye Qingli's earnest plea, Su Ming'er felt a pang of heartache. Sister Qingli, that Chu Yun is merely a small demon from the sect. Chu Yun is unlike other demon cultivators. Although he belongs to the demon sect, he is a good person. Ye Qingli interjected. Though their time together was brief, they had come to understand one another. Ye Qingli could sense that Chu Yun did not possess the same violent aura as other demon cultivators and was not drenched in bloodshed. He was merely bound by the Huangquan demon sect's Saintess, forced into his circumstances. All crows in the world are black. Su Ming'er replied slowly, clearly unconvinced that there could be any difference among demon cultivators. In her view, demon cultivators were merciless nightmares, especially those from the notorious Huangquan demon sect, who were all vile. However, since this is Sister Qingli's request, I shall help you conceal this for the time being. Su Ming'er declared to Ye Qingli. Thank you, Ming'er. Hearing Su Ming'er's agreement, Ye Qingli breathed a sigh of relief. But this is only a temporary concealment. I will personally investigate the truth of this Chu Yun. If he is not as Sister Qingli describes, then I will be unable to assist you. As Su Ming'er spoke, her eyes shimmered with brilliant determination. Meanwhile, at the Huangquan demon sect, Blood Yuan Peak. Blood Yuan Peak stood as the imposing main peak deep within the Huangquan demon sect. Here, the air was thick with the overwhelming power of blood, and a strong stench of blood lingered in the atmosphere. Esteemed guests, ahead lies the Nirvana blood pool. In a deep cavern of Blood Yuan Peak, an elder led 9 cultivators into the depths. This group consisted of the disciples and elders of the Huangquan demon sect who had secured a place in the Nirvana blood pool, including Chu Yun and Shiyu. Before long, they reached the innermost part of the cavern, where the rich stench of blood dissipated, replaced by a refreshing fragrance and a rich flow of spiritual energy. At the center of the cavern, a blood pool exuding faint wisps of blood aura appeared before everyone. The pool pulsated with energy, emanating an enchanting fragrance and radiating captivating spiritual light. Surrounding the blood pool was a formidable formation designed to contain its spiritual power. The Nirvana blood pool was forged from the essence blood of countless Nirvana realm cultivators and numerous rare treasures. While cultivating within the Nirvana blood pool provided significant benefits, the spiritual power within was extraordinarily domineering and highly corrosive. If one could not endure, it was imperative to exit the pool promptly. Otherwise, irreversible harm could be inflicted upon the body, rendering the effort futile. The elder of Blood Yuan Peak continued to explain the Nirvana blood pool to the gathered crowd. Enough, old Gua. We are well aware of the Nirvana blood pool. Stop the rambling and let us enter. One seasoned elder impatiently interjected. Indeed, old Gua. Activate the formation. The other elders chimed in, clearly familiar with the Nirvana blood pool. You old fogies. I am merely cautioning these two who are visiting for the first time. Elder Gua's lips twitched as he spoke slowly. This time, 9 individuals will enter the Nirvana blood pool. 6 sect elders, the Saintess Shiyu, Chu Yun, and the sect's foremost disciple Songtingyu. Elder Gua. We are well aware of the dangers of the Nirvana blood pool and will not take unnecessary risks. Songtingyu, the first disciple dressed in a flowing white gown, smiled sweetly, her tone light and cheerful. Chu Yun nodded in agreement, signaling his understanding. Very well, I shall activate the formation. Be cautious. Seeing that both Chu Yun and Songtingyu were aware of the dangers, Elder Gua refrained from saying more and directly activated the formation. Once the formation was opened, the elders eagerly entered the blood pool. Chu Yun, 7 days ago, did I not mention that I would grant you an opportunity? In front of the blood pool, Shiyu addressed Chu Yun. Saintess, what opportunity might that be? Chu Yun inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Shiyu, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 30, Blood Prison Demon Armor, Chaos Spirit Seal. What can be deemed a fortuitous opportunity by Shiyu is undoubtedly of great significance. This is a treasure I previously acquired within a hidden realm. Shiyu slowly began to speak, subsequently retrieving a set of ominous armor, steeped in bloodlust. The armor was adorned with exceedingly malevolent patterns, exuding a terrifying aura. Yet, its spiritual light appeared somewhat dim, as if it had sustained considerable damage. Nevertheless, even in its damaged state, the armor emanated an extraordinary sense of oppressive dread, as if it could consume flesh and blood. Wow, senior sister, you actually bestowed this blood prison demon armor upon junior brother Chu Yun. At that moment, Songtingyu, who stood nearby, gazed at the armor with astonishment. This is a treasure you painstakingly obtained from the ancient ruins. Is this the blood prison demon armor? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's expression mirrored her surprise. The blood prison demon armor is a sacred weapon of the ancient powerful clan, the Blood God clan, known for its exceptionally formidable defensive capabilities that can greatly enhance one's strength. Furthermore, this armor is imbued with the principles of blood, capable of absorbing vital energy to restore itself and significantly amplify its wielder's power, making it an exceedingly powerful instrument of slaughter. Indeed, this is the blood prison demon armor. However, Its spiritual essence has been compromised, thus it can currently only exhibit the powers of a heavenly-grade spiritual treasure. Shiyu nodded, continuing. However, it has the capacity to absorb the power of the Nirvana blood pool to restore its spiritual essence. If junior brother Chu Yun refines it and nurtures it with his own vital energy, combined with the power from the Nirvana blood pool, he should be able to quickly restore it to the rank of a virtual divine weapon. In the future, should junior brother Chu Yun encounter other opportunities, perfectly restoring its spiritual essence and returning it to the ranks of sacred weapons is not beyond the realm of possibility. A blood prison demon armor with a compromised spiritual essence? Chu Yun's gaze fixated intently on the armor before him, sensing the terrifying aura it contained. However, this blood prison demon armor is ultimately a treasure of the Blood God clan, imbued with an exceedingly violent essence. If one cannot withstand it, they risk being backlashed by the armor's brutal energy. Do you have the courage to accept this opportunity? Shiyu continued slowly, her profound gaze fixed upon Chu Yun. Beep, detecting the current experience of the host, triggering invincible choice. Option 1. Accept the blood prison demon armor. Reward, Chaos Spirit Seal. Option 2. Decline the blood prison demon armor. Reward, Chaos Calamity Light. Another choice has been triggered. The Chaos Spirit Seal and Chaos Calamity Light are both supreme abilities perfectly suited for a chaos body. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Yun's heart surged with joy. He had not anticipated that this would also activate a choice. Song Tingyu, observing with keen interest, awaited to see whether Chu Yun would accept the blood prison demon armor. Although its spiritual essence was compromised, its violent aura had not diminished significantly. Controlling this armor would undoubtedly entail considerable risk. Despite Chu Yun's formidable combat prowess, it was uncertain whether he could suppress the blood prison demon armor. Why not? If the Saintess bestows it upon me, I shall accept it. At this moment, Chu Yun declared, directly claiming the blood prison demon armor that exuded a terrifying aura. Upon grasping the armor, a bloody scent enveloped him, as if an invisible force were gnawing at his flesh and blood. Yet, as the chaotic spiritual energy within him faintly stirred, this intangible pressure was entirely dissipated. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the choice, obtaining the Chaos Spirit Seal. After Chu Yun accepted the blood prison demon armor, the system's notification resonated in his mind, and the powerful Chaos Spirit Seal appeared within his system space. Truly commendable, junior brother Chu Yun. Your audacity is admirable, and my appreciation for you grows ever deeper. Shiyu smiled, her eyes brimming with admiration and anticipation. Subsequently, she refrained from further words and directly entered the Nirvana blood pool. Hey, junior brother Chu Yun. Song Tingyu, standing nearby, hesitated, seemingly wanting to convey something, but ultimately remaining silent. Do your best, junior brother Chu Yun. Finally, Song Tingyu offered a word of encouragement before entering the Nirvana blood pool. Chu Yun silently observed the two as they entered the blood pool. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the blood prison demon armor, yet he felt no fear. With his chaos body and chaos immortal scripture, he possessed the confidence to suppress all. Without further contemplation, Chu Yun also stepped into the Nirvana blood pool. Splash! Upon entering the Nirvana blood pool, Chu Yun was immediately assailed by an overwhelmingly terrifying blood-colored spiritual energy. This blood-colored energy surged wildly into his body, enhancing his cultivation. Just days prior, he had utilized resources gained from the inner Sect competition to elevate his cultivation to the 8th layer of the law manifestation realm. Now, he felt his cultivation continually advancing toward the 9th layer of the law manifestation realm. Other powerful beings within the Nirvana blood pool were also fervently absorbing its energy, rapidly enhancing their own strengths. Training here, I believe I will soon break through to the Tao Palace realm, and even within the Tao Palace realm, my cultivation will see substantial improvement. Indeed, the Nirvana blood pool was as formidable as rumored, yielding astonishing effects. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, Chu Yun's heart brimmed with joy. Next, he intended to refine and master the blood prison demon armor, allowing it to absorb the power of the Nirvana blood pool to restore its spiritual essence. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the blood prison demon armor he had just acquired from Shiyu. Chu Yun began to channel his spiritual energy into the fearsome blood prison demon armor. Roar, roar, roar. The moment his spiritual energy poured into the armor, he was met with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The vital energy contained within the blood prison demon armor surged violently, while an evil consciousness within frantically tore at him, as if seeking to corrupt his very soul. A mere remnant of a broken sacred weapon dares to consume my divine soul, Chu Yun thought coldly. He then summoned the formidable spiritual energy from the essence of his chaos body and the chaos immortal scripture, forcefully channeling it into the blood prison demon armor. Soon, he faintly heard endless wails emanating from within the armor, as if an evil presence was being suppressed and eradicated by the power of his chaos body and chaos immortal scripture. Chapter 31. The Refinement of Control, Assault on the Tao Palace. Indeed, there lies a significant problem within this blood prison demon armor. Remnants of the divine consciousness of a powerful member of the Blood God clan must still linger within. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe repercussions. Fortunately, I possess the chaos body and the chaos immortal scripture, rendering the feeble residual consciousness utterly ineffective against me, Chu Yun mused internally. At this moment, he comprehended why Shiyu had bestowed this treasure upon him. In addition to harboring an extraordinarily violent essence of blood and energy, the blood prison demon armor contained the ancient remnants of a powerful blood goddess consciousness. Without sufficient means, one could suffer damage from this residual consciousness, and in more severe cases, risk succumbing to madness, leading to irreversible consequences. It seems that my rapid advancement has placed considerable pressure on Shiyu, who wishes to use this artifact to suppress me. However, alas, your scheme has fallen short, Chu Yun thought with a cold smile. Subsequently, Chu Yun continued to channel his primordial power and spiritual energy to cleanse the blood prison demon armor. Within merely a quarter of an hour, the residual consciousness was completely eradicated, leaving behind a domineering essence of blood and energy that could not affect Chu Yun in the slightest. Under such circumstances, the blood prison demon armor was swiftly refined and brought under his control. Finally, I have refined and mastered it. Next, I shall strive to elevate my cultivation and restore the spiritual essence of the blood prison demon armor, he murmured, gazing at the armor in his hands with ease of control. Then, Chu Yun operated the chaos immortal scripture to its utmost limit, voraciously devouring the spiritual essence within the nirvana blood pool. Instantly, he transformed into a gluttonous beast, and a massive storm of spiritual energy erupted around him, ravenously consuming everything in its path. The blood prison demon armor beside him also absorbed the spiritual essence, regaining its own spirituality as time flowed slowly by. Sister, you are truly malicious. Chu Yun is your own person, and yet you dare to give him this perilous blood prison demon armor, Song Tingyu remarked to Shiyu, who was absorbing the powers of the nirvana blood pool not far away. Malicious? I am merely providing him with an opportunity, and besides, I did not compel him to accept it, Shiyu replied, her eyes not lifting in the slightest, her tone calm and indifferent. Alas, Chu Yun is still young and impetuous. Although his strength is commendable, he fails to recognize his limits. This is far beyond what he can manage at present. Song Tingyu sighed. In truth, Song Tingyu held a favorable view of Chu Yun. It was rare for the Huangquan demon sect to have someone so intriguing, with such perfect looks. Little did she expect that Shiyu would. You intend to use Chu Yun as a sacrifice for the blood prison demon armor, allowing it to fully restore itself, do you not? Soon, Song Tingyu seemed to realize something and continued. I would never. Shiyu smiled faintly. How could I do such a thing? Chu Yun is a true disciple of our Huangquan demon sect. I hope for his well-being and that he can master the blood prison demon armor. Upon seeing the somewhat eerie smile of Shiyu, Song Tingyu's heart momentarily stalled. Chu Yun's misfortune lay in being involved with this enchantress, she thought. Song Tingyu could already envision the tragic fate that awaited Chu Yun after the blood prison demon armor drained his vital essence. What a pity for such a beautiful face. Song Tingyu licked her lips, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Sister, once that Chu Yun loses his value, could you possibly give me his corpse? I can offer a genuine divine weapon in exchange. Shortly thereafter, Song Tingyu addressed Shiyu beside her. Shiyu shook her head in response. Sister, what do you mean? Song Tingyu furrowed her brows, surprised by Shiyu's refusal. Shiyu replied calmly, he is my disciple, a true fellow practitioner. Song Tingyu looked at Shiyu with a puzzled expression. Sister wouldn't truly be interested in this fellow, would she? No, what I mean is, one genuine divine weapon is insufficient. You need to offer more. Chu Yun, oblivious to the conversation between Song Tingyu and Shiyu, was fully engrossed in absorbing the spiritual essence of the nirvana blood pool, elevating his cultivation. Before long, several hours passed, and Chu Yun's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Dharma aspect realm. It was time to challenge the Tao Palace realm. After attaining the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm, Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with profound light. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his undying immortal scripture to its maximum potential, propelling himself toward the Tao Palace realm. As a chaos body, he encountered no bottlenecks prior to the immortal path. Chu Yun effortlessly shattered the barriers of the Dharma aspect realm, surging toward the Tao Palace realm. However, despite the absence of bottlenecks, the energy expenditure for his breakthrough was incredibly immense. The surrounding powers of the nirvana blood pool surged wildly toward Chu Yun, as if the entire essence of the pool were being absorbed solely by him. A black hole of insatiable hunger formed around Chu Yun, ruthlessly plundering all spiritual essence. Who is breaking through with such a commotion? Is it Elder Qin attempting to ascend to the celestial god realm? No, is he out of his mind? Such reckless consumption could lead to disaster. Do not be so extreme. If he practices like this, how can others cultivate and absorb? The other powerful beings within the nirvana blood pool were disrupted by the sudden emergence of this overwhelming absorbing force, finding it impossible to continue their tranquil cultivation. After all, the spiritual essence of the nirvana blood pool was already fearsome, requiring meticulous absorption and refinement. No one had ever dared to absorb it so violently. Not me. I have yet to break through. At this moment, Elder Qin's voice echoed from the nirvana blood pool, confirming it was not him breaking through. Could it be the Saintess? She entered the nirvana blood pool specifically to challenge the virtual god realm. My, how terrifyingly fierce the younger generation's cultivation has become. Another elder silently marveled, a look of astonishment on his face. At that moment, in another area of the nirvana blood pool, Shiyu spat out a mouthful of dark blood, her complexion turning deathly pale. My breakthrough has been interrupted. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Shiyu's expression darkened. It turned out that she had been fully engaged in absorbing the spiritual essence, preparing to ignite her divine fire and ascend to the virtual god realm. However, this sudden storm of spiritual essence had disrupted her breakthrough. Who dares to sabotage my cultivation? Shiyu's countenance was frigid, her spiritual energy surging restlessly. The interruption during her breakthrough had adversely affected the nirvana spiritual light within her, causing several strands of the light to dim slightly. Consequently, Shiyu found herself unable to attempt another ascent to the void god realm in the near future, rendering the opportunity of the nirvana blood pool a futile endeavor. Contemplating this, Shiyu's body trembled with rage, wishing she could tear apart the individual responsible for sabotaging her cultivation. Chapter 32. Continuous Breakthroughs. Tao Palace 7th Layer. Every breakthrough for a practitioner is of utmost significance, particularly for someone of Shiyu's caliber, a top-tier prodigy of the demonic path, where the consequences of failure can be monumental. After all, each advancement on the path of cultivation is a battle against the heavens, necessitating relentless progress. Moreover, Shiyu has invested considerable effort for the opportunity to enter the nirvana blood pool. Now, having failed in her breakthrough, the losses are indeed grievous. I cannot continue my cultivation in the nirvana blood pool. I must depart and swiftly restore my nirvana's spiritual radiance. Shiyu took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Though she felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, she understood that in her current state, remaining in the nirvana blood pool would yield no benefits and could even be detrimental. With determination, Shiyu rose immediately, preparing to leave the nirvana blood pool. However, I must ascertain who has disrupted my cultivation, she thought to herself. As she exited the nirvana blood pool, she discreetly observed the various elders engaged in cultivation. Before long, she identified the source of the disturbance, located in the area of Chu Yun, where a tempest of spiritual essence was incessantly swirling. What? It is Chu Yun. Upon realizing that it was Chu Yun who had caused the interruption, Shiyu's expression darkened, her face almost dripping with disdain. She never anticipated that the one who would disrupt her breakthrough would be Chu Yun, whom she had always believed she could control. The disciple who had previously seemed so submissive now dared to sabotage her cultivation furthermore. He has successfully refined and mastered the blood prison demon armor? At that moment, Shiyu noticed that the frenzied aura of the blood prison demon armor beside Chu Yun had completely subsided, calmly absorbing the spiritual essence of nirvana without any signs of agitation. Chu Yun, I underestimated you witnessing this scene. Shiyu felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by something. Chu Yun's performance had entirely surpassed her expectations. A being who had slipped from her control. Gazing at the increasingly formidable Chu Yun in the distance, her eyes glimmering with a crimson light, she thought it prudent to decisively abandon him. If that is the case, it is time to extract your remaining value. Silently, Shiyu turned away, her mind already formulating a plan. Sister Xia, you truly are a case of the hunter becoming the hunted nonetheless. Your breakthrough is indeed a cause for celebration. On the opposite side of the Nirvana blood pool, Song Tingyu gradually opened her eyes, her expression filled with delight. She then turned her gaze toward Chu Yun, who was wildly absorbing spiritual essence not far away. After entering a state of cultivation, Song Tingyu had been closely monitoring Chu Yun's movements. She had expected that Chu Yun would be drained of his flesh and blood essence by the blood prison demon armor, but to her surprise, he had successfully mastered it, even interrupting Shiyu's breakthrough. Chu Yun, you have truly given me a delightful surprise. My interest in you continues to grow. Song Tingyu licked her lips, her eyes burning with intensity as she watched Chu Yun. Unbeknownst to Chu Yun, during his ascension to the Dao Palace realm, he had also interrupted Shiyu's breakthrough. However, even if he were to learn of it, he would not care. He was well aware that Shiyu had only ever viewed him as a tool, one she would readily discard when convenient. Boom. Not long after, within Chu Yun's body, a terrifying aura radiated from a spiritual-powered Dao Palace. Simultaneously, the aura characteristic of the Dao Palace realm began to circulate around him. He had successfully broken through to the Dao Palace realm. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes. The effects of the Nirvana blood pool were astonishing. In just a few short hours, he had ascended to the Dao Palace realm. Now, he must continue to elevate his cultivation. As the Nirvana blood pool still contained a substantial amount of spiritual essence, which should suffice to enhance his prowess significantly. With that thought, Chu Yun closed his eyes again, continuing to devour the surrounding spiritual essence of the Nirvana blood pool to augment his cultivation. Although his absorption during this phase was not as ferocious as during his breakthrough to the Dao Palace realm, it was nevertheless formidable. Like an ancient ferocious beast, his aura continued to swell. The blood prison demon armor beside him also absorbed the spiritual essence of the Nirvana blood pool, continually growing stronger. As Chu Yun's absorption became somewhat subdued, the other elders and Song Tingyu swiftly entered a state of cultivation, enhancing their own powers. Time passed in the tranquility of their cultivation. Before long, half a month had elapsed, and the spiritual essence of the Nirvana blood pool had been nearly fully consumed. The other elders had all departed, leaving only Chu Yun and Song Tingyu within the pool. After this period of absorption, the number of Dao palaces within Chu Yun had reached 6, signifying that he had attained the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm. This is exhilarating. The Nirvana blood pool is truly a remarkable place. In just half a month, I have continuously broken through to the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm. No wonder that Xiao Chun could not resist appearing, eager to contest for this opportunity. Feeling the immense power within him, Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with joy. The sensation of such rapid enhancement in cultivation is indescribably pleasurable. However, he also recognized that this state of affairs would not last long, as the spiritual essence of the Nirvana blood pool was nearly depleted. The remaining essence would allow him to ascend only to the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm at most. With that realization, Chu Yun suppressed his thoughts and devoted himself entirely to absorbing the remaining spiritual essence. As time gradually passed, another 2 days went by, and the remaining essence was completely consumed. The entire Nirvana blood pool had transformed into a mere pond of clear water, revealing its bottom. The 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm, quite impressive. Alas, the Nirvana blood pool can only be accessed once every 6 months. Otherwise, my cultivation would have soared even higher. With the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm, combined with my primal chaos body, the indestructible immortal sutra, and the legacy of the 9 nether demon sovereign, I can contend with anyone beneath the void god realm. Now, my strength has finally reached the pinnacle of the younger generation in the eastern region. Chu Yun opened his eyes, the profound power within him providing a great sense of security. Previously, despite having the system by his side, he felt a lack of security due to his low cultivation. Now, with his late-stage Dao Palace realm cultivation, he finally felt a sense of stability. Moreover, the Shiyu Ma Kai has astonishingly reverted to the status of a true divine weapon. Should I don this Shiyu Makai once more, even a formidable opponent from the realm of the Su Shun, who has ignited the divine fire, would not be beyond my reach in battle. Chu Yun then turned his gaze towards the Shiyu Makai beside him. After more than half a month of absorption, the sentience of this Shiyu Makai has significantly rejuvenated, having returned to the caliber of a true divine weapon. Chapter 33 Tingyu reminded him, "You must teach me." A chilling aura subtly surged from the blood prison demon armor. The entire area of the Nirvana blood pool was faintly infused with a sinister energy. However, since Chu Yun had already refined and mastered this blood prison demon armor, he felt no pressure whatsoever. It was time to depart from this Nirvana blood pool. Subsequently, Chu Yun stowed away the blood prison demon armor, preparing to leave this place that had significantly enhanced his cultivation. Chu Yun, you truly are remarkable. Nearly half of the spiritual essence of the Nirvana blood pool has been absorbed by you. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from beside him. Chu Yun slowly turned around and was instantly captivated by the sight of Song Tingyu, dressed in a pale yellow gown, her delicate features radiating purity and charm as she gracefully approached him. The gown, dampened by the clear water of the blood pool, clung to her skin, accentuating her enchanting curves. Chu Yun could even discern, unexpectedly, this beauty possesses considerable strength. Gazing at the enchanting maiden before him, Chu Yun couldn't help but think, a flicker of ardor igniting in his eyes. Song Tingyu, naturally attuned to Chu Yun's gaze, seemed unfazed and instead approached him with a radiant smile. I wasn't really aware of how much I've absorbed. It was merely a normal practice. Chu Yun reined in his thoughts and replied, Hee. Chu Yun, you interrupted Xia Shiyu's breakthrough to the Void God realm. Be cautious when you return. That fellow will seek revenge and certainly won't let you off easily. Song Tingyu boldly lifted Chu Yun's chin and declared, Really? Xia Shiyu's breakthrough was interrupted by me? Upon hearing Song Tingyu's words, Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback. For the past half a month, he had been wholly focused on his cultivation, oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. This turned out to be an unexpected boon. With this knowledge, he need not fear Xia Shiyu. At the very least, in a direct confrontation, he would not be at a disadvantage. As for her seeking trouble, that was well within Chu Yun's expectations. It was merely a question of when. Indeed, Chu Yun, you are truly formidable. Song Tingyu exclaimed with a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You are quite impressive yourself, Chu Yun remarked, observing the delicate beauty of Song Tingyu. Hee, thank you for the compliment, Chu Yun. Song Tingyu responded, her breath fragrant as a lily. Song Tingyu is quite. Chu Yun mused. Chu Yun, that's enough. If you can help me deal with Xia Shiyu, I could offer you a perfect experience. After a quarter of an hour, Song Tingyu gracefully withdrew and adjusted her demeanor, speaking softly. Deal with Xia Shiyu? Sister Song, do you truly think so highly of me? Xia Shiyu is a saintess of our sect. How could I possibly handle her? Chu Yun shrugged and replied. I believe you possess that potential. Chu Yun. Song Tingyu regarded him with a flirtatious glance. Sister Song, you must be aiming to replace Xia Shiyu as the Saintess, right? Chu Yun inquired. Precisely. Had that wretched girl not resorted to underhanded tactics during the Saintess selection, the position would never have fallen to her. I merely wish to reclaim what was rightfully mine. Song Tingyu stated bluntly, showing no hesitation in expressing her animosity towards Xia Shiyu. Chu Yun refrained from commenting. He had heard of the grievances between the two. Both Song Tingyu and Xia Shiyu were candidates for the Saintess position. And it was true that Xia Shiyu had employed some strategies, though they fell within the selection rules. At that time, Song Tingyu had simply been slightly outmatched. Although Chu Yun harbored no fondness for Xia Shiyu, he had to admit that she was indeed a formidable opponent. Compared to her, Song Tingyu still had a ways to go. If you assist me in dealing with Xia Shiyu, once I become the Sect's Saintess. In addition to the perfect experience I mentioned, I could also provide you with a genuine divine weapon. Song Tingyu continued. Let's discuss this later. I have no intention of involving myself in your disputes. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yun replied. She will undoubtedly target you. Are you planning to sit idly by? Song Tingyu raised an eyebrow and asked. I am now a true disciple of the sect. Xia Shiyu cannot easily deal with me. Moreover, Sister Song expects me to take such a significant risk against Xia Shiyu on a whim. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Chu Yun replied slowly. What then do you desire? Song Tingyu inquired, arching an eyebrow. I currently lack strength and require substantial resources to enhance my cultivation. Chu Yun stated. Chu Yun, You have just broken through to the late phase of the Tao Palace realm. Continuing to consume spiritual resources for enhancement will affect your foundation and harm your future cultivation. Song Tingyu cautioned. I am unafraid. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. Very well. Since you insist, it would be rather unreasonable of me not to offer something. After a brief contemplation, Song Tingyu declared, here are 200,000 spirit stones and 10 bottles of nirvana spirit liquid. This should suffice, no? As she spoke, Song Tingyu retrieved the spirit stones and spirit liquid from her spatial ring. Sister Song is indeed generous. Seeing the abundance of spirit stones and nirvana spirit liquid, a smile spread across Chu Yun's face. He had merely mentioned it casually, not expecting Song Tingyu to truly provide him with cultivation resources. The nirvana spirit liquid was a precious elixir used by powerful practitioners to enhance their cultivation, highly valuable and effective for those in the nirvana realm. Although Chu Yun did not require it at present, he had already reached the 7th level of the Tao Palace and was not far from the nirvana realm, where it would soon prove beneficial. Sister Song, there is still. Chu Yun began. Chu Yun, do not be greedy. I merely asked you to assist me in dealing with Shiyu. Noticing Chu Yun's desire for more, Song Tingyu's brow furrowed slightly. No, Sister Song. I just felt that it wasn't entirely satisfying. Chu Yun quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, Song Tingyu shot him a playful glare. You should have said so earlier. Indeed, regarding Chu Yun, Song Tingyu holds a considerable admiration for him, and given her striking beauty, she does not mind cultivating a more intimate relationship with Chu Yun. However, at present, it is not feasible. The cultivation method I practice is rather unique, and I must not cross certain boundaries before breaking into the celestial realm, lest it adversely affect my training. Song Tingyu continued. Is it impossible to break boundaries prior to reaching the celestial realm? Chu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. If boundaries cannot be crossed, then so be it. Song Tingyu gazed at Chu Yun in confusion. You merely need to. Chu Yun then leaned in closer to Song Tingyu's ear, whispering softly. Chu Yun Shiyu. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Song Tingyu's face flushed a deep crimson, clearly taken aback by his remarks. Is that permissible? Chu Yun inquired with a smile. Truly, I find myself at a loss with you. However, I shall not refrain. You must teach me. Song Tingyu bit her red lip gently. Subsequently, she gathered her flowing hair slowly. Chapter 34. The Theft of the Champion and the Arrival of Families. Several hours later, Chu Yun emerged from the Nirvana blood pool, invigorated and refreshed. He had reached a preliminary agreement for collaboration with Song Tingyu. However, it must be noted that Shiyu, being the Saintess of the Huangquan demon sect, possessed extraordinary strength and abilities that far surpassed ordinary individuals. Hence, both decided to await an opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow against her. After departing from the Nirvana blood pool, Chu Yun proceeded directly to his Tianji Peak. He had acquired the supreme technique, Chaos Spirit Seal, and needed to dedicate time to mastering it. Moreover, he also required familiarity with the Blood Prison Demon armor to maximize its potential. Chu Yun halt. Just as Chu Yun stepped away from Shiyuan Peak, he heard a deep voice call out. He turned towards the source and beheld a young man clad in white robes, exuding an air of grandeur. The youth approached, fuming. Chu Yun, you have stolen my position as champion in the inner sect competition, causing me to lose my opportunity in the Nirvana blood pool. I challenge you to prove that I am indeed the true champion. Ah, is it Zhao Jingrui, the participant in the inner sect competition? Chu Yun recognized this disciple, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean by claiming I stole your championship? Was it not Xiao Chun who defeated you? Chu Yun chuckled at Zhao Jingrui's words, surprised that he would come to challenge him. Indeed, it was Xiao Chun's ambush that led to your defeat, but had it not been for his interference, the champion's title would have rightfully belonged to me. Therefore, it is you who has stolen the championship. Zhao Jingrui retorted through clenched teeth. At that moment, their commotion attracted the attention of several other disciples of the Huangquan demon sect, all keen to observe how Chu Yun would respond. After all, while Zhao Jingrui's claims were somewhat absurd, they were not entirely devoid of merit. Zhao Jingrui possessed considerable strength, and should the confrontation continue, he might indeed have a chance at reclaiming the title. Oh, I see now. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. I shall defeat you and prove the truth of this matter. Zhao Jingrui, gritting his teeth, unleashed his spiritual power and charged at Chu Yun with remarkable speed, intent on overwhelming him. Bang! Yet, without even lifting an eyelid or utilizing his own spiritual energy, Chu Yun delivered a single kick that sent Zhao Jingrui sprawling. Zhao Shixiang was utterly no match. He was akin to a stray dog, effortlessly kicked aside. I expected him to possess some skill, but with such meager strength, it is truly disappointing. Zhao Shixiang is still somewhat irrational. Chu Yun Shixiang has already entered the Nirvana blood pool for training. How could he contend with him? Witnessing Zhao Jingrui's defeat, many disciples shook their heads, their words filled with disdain for him. No, it cannot be like this. How could this happen? Zhao Jingrui, unable to accept the outcome, trembled with frustration. I am not reconciled. Had I been more cautious, it would not have come to this. The champion and the one to enter the Nirvana blood pool should have been me. Seeing Zhao Jingrui in a state of despair, Chu Yun merely shook his head. He chose to ignore the ramblings of the distraught Zhao Jingrui and departed from Shiyuan Peak. His time was precious, and he would not squander it on such a fool. Master, I am sorry. I could not inflict any harm upon Chu Yun. Half an hour later, in a hidden forest of the Huangquan demon sect, a pale Zhao Jingrui spoke to a seductive young woman beside him. At this moment, Zhao Jingrui's pupils appeared unfocused, his voice cold, as if under the influence of some unseen force. One strike was sufficient to shatter you, comparable to the Nirvana realm. This Chu Yun possesses quite a bit of strength, Su Ming'er remarked, observing Zhao Jingrui, whose internal organs seemed to be in disarray. To ensure that Zhao Jingrui could deliver a small lesson to Chu Yun, she had facilitated his training in forbidden techniques, allowing him to approach the threshold of the Nirvana realm in both cultivation and physical prowess. She had anticipated that this would sufficiently discipline Chu Yun, making him suffer a bit. However, she had not expected Chu Yun's strength to be so formidable, effortlessly dispatching Zhao Jingrui with a single kick. This Chu Yun is rather extraordinary. Su Ming'er mused, stroking her chin. Initially, she had assumed Chu Yun to be merely an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Huangquan demon sect, but after some investigation, she discovered that his rise in strength was remarkably swift. Coupled with his ability to defeat Zhao Jingrui so decisively, her interest was piqued. It seems I must personally intervene, she resolved, raising her delicate fist. At Tianji Peak, within his cultivation chamber, Chu Yun, aided by the Daidao Tian Bei, was engrossed in mastering the Chaos Spirit Seal. Threads of chaotic energy swirled around him, while the Daidao Tian Bei emitted profound insights, illuminating his mind with flashes of inspiration. As time passed, Chu Yun's understanding of the Chaos Spirit Seal deepened significantly. Boom. After several hours, he unleashed a spirit seal that radiated a terrifying aura. As a resounding explosion reverberated, the Chaos Spirit Seal struck the adjacent space, creating a rift and causing chaotic spatial currents to swirl around. Excellent. The power is quite remarkable, rivaling the 9 Nether Demon Palm, and in terms of destructive capability, it surpasses it. Observing the subtly fracturing space, Chu Yun's face lit up with joy. To shatter the void is a feat achievable only by true transcendent beings. Now, even in the preliminary mastery of the Chaos Spirit Seal, he exhibited such destructive power, indicating the immense potential of this technique. Let us continue to cultivate and elevate the Chaos Spirit Seal to an even higher level. Chu Yun inhaled deeply, resolved to persist in his training. Chu Yun go? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside the chamber. Chu Yun squinted, recognizing it as the voice of Chu Zihong. Could it be that something important has transpired? Typically, Chu Zihong would not disturb him without significant reason. Let me see. Chu Yun concealed his aura and opened the door to his chamber. Chu Yun go. Our family has sent someone. They claim it is of utmost importance and require your return to the family. Chu Zihong stood before him, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Chapter 35. Return to the Chu family. Where does the engagement come from? Are you asking me to return to the family for a discussion on some matters? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun narrowed his eyes. A look of confusion etched across his face. He could not fathom why the Chu family would summon him at this juncture. Do you know what this is about? Chu Yun inquired, directing his question towards the ahead figure of Chu Zihong. Brother Chu Yun, I am equally in the dark. However, it is the Patriarch who has personally requested your return. Chu Zihong replied. The Patriarch's direct summons indicated that something of great importance was afoot. Chu Yun's heart raced at the thought. The Chu family had once been a prestigious holy clan, and although they had since fallen from grace, they still wielded considerable influence and heritage. Especially their Patriarch, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Standing merely a step away from transcending into the realm of the extraordinary, a true overlord of terrifying power. Very well, I shall return. Perhaps I might also reap some benefits from the Chu family, Chu Yun mused, stroking his chin, having made up his mind. After all, it was a direct order from the patriarch, and at present, he had no means to defy it. As the sole true disciple nurtured by the Chu family within the Huangquan demon sect, he was not one to be persecuted. Moreover, with his newfound strength, he felt confident in confronting any potential risks. Soon after, Chu Yun made his preparations and departed from the Huangquan demon sect, heading towards the Chu family. In the eastern region, the Chu family resided in Tianfeng City, a place blessed with both talent and natural beauty, underpinned by a vast celestial spiritual vein, making it a city of considerable wealth and prosperity. Within Tianfeng City, the Chu family, the Zhao family, and the Qi family stood as three dominant clans, having coexisted for millennia, jointly governing this grand ancient city. Tianfeng City was indeed unlike the Huangquan demon sect. Although its spiritual energy was not as dense, it lacked the oppressive atmosphere that characterized the latter. As Chu Yun walked the streets of Tianfeng City, he inhaled deeply, savoring the gentle ambience. While the Huangquan demon sect posed no threats to his life, the frequent bloodshed and the looming threat from Shiyu made it impossible for him to find true peace there. Before long, Chu Yun returned to his residence. Chu Yun, you have taken everything from me. How dare you return? As he stepped inside, a familiar icy voice pierced the air. Dressed in a white brocade robe, Chu Feng, devoid of any spiritual power, fixed a venomous gaze upon Chu Yun, his eyes glowing with a crimson hue as if he intended to consume him whole. How dare you, Chu Feng? What gives you the right to speak to brother Chu Yun in such a manner? Do you wish to meet your end? One of the Chu family members swiftly rebuked Chu Feng. How infuriating. A mere waste at the Dharma realm. If this were the past, I could have easily incapacitated you with a single slap. Chu Feng seethed, his anger boiling over at the audacity of an ordinary family member daring to speak to him thus. That was then, and this is now. Chu Feng, you are no longer the same as before. The Chu family member retorted coldly. To disrespect brother Chu Yun, it seems you are in need of a severe lesson. Others joined in, and immediately, they began to rain down blows upon Chu Feng. His anguished cries echoed in the air. Chu Yun, why? Why have you taken everything from me? I refuse to accept this. Even as he was being beaten, Chu Feng continued to unleash his fury at Chu Yun. Chu Yun cast a dispassionate glance at Chu Feng, choosing to ignore him entirely. Chu Feng had always been arrogant, relying on his innate talents to bully others in the Chu family. Now that he had been rendered powerless, many were keen to put him in his place. Brother Chu Yun, you are truly remarkable, having become the true disciple of the Huangquan demon sect. I have long harbored disdain for that Chu Feng fellow. You have done splendidly. Many members of the Chu family gathered around Chu Yun, their expressions filled with fervor. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, where the strong dominated. Perhaps Chu Yun had once been an inconspicuous figure in the Chu family, but now, he had undoubtedly become its core. Chu Yun, the patriarch awaits you in the council hall. Allow me to escort you there. Shortly thereafter, an elder of the Chu family approached Chu Yun with a gentle demeanor. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Yun followed the elder into the council hall. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, exuding an air of authority, stood awaiting them. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Yun. Chu Yun, I have heard of your exploits in the Huangquan demon sect, achieving the top position in the inter-sect competition. Well done. Chu Yun praised as Chu Yun entered. It was merely luck, nothing worth mentioning, Chu Yun replied slowly. Your humility is commendable, a stark contrast to that good-for-nothing Chu Feng. Chu Yun observed Chu Yun's calm demeanor with approval. With a prodigy like you in the Chu family, our future will undoubtedly shine brightly once more. Now, let us get straight to the point. I have summoned you back to expedite the completion of your engagement. Engagement? When did I have an engagement? At this, Chu Yun was taken aback, clearly not expecting the patriarch to utter such words. As a mere shadow in the Chu family, having lost both parents without any mention of a betrothal, he was utterly bewildered by Chu Yun's statement. Patriarch, could there be a mistake? Chu Yun sifted through his memories, but found no recollection of any engagement, replying in confusion. Have you forgotten? You defeated Chu Feng. Everything that belonged to him is now yours, including his fiancée. Chu Yun clarified. Chu Yun. Oh. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yun was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, one can inherit a fiancée? What if Chu Feng had? Rest assured, Chu Feng has had no contact with his fiancée. You need not concern yourself with that. Chu Yingtian seemed to sense Chu Yun's unease and reassured him. What about his parents? They wouldn't expect me to inherit them as well, would they? Chu Yun pondered for a moment before continuing. That won't be necessary. His parents have long since passed away, Chu Yingtian remarked. So his parents are gone. Then it's fine, Chu Yun thought to himself. Who is the intended partner for this marriage alliance? Chu Yun then inquired. The eldest daughter of the Luo Shin clan, Luo Yunxi. Chu Yingtian replied with a beaming smile. Chapter 36. The Marriage Candidate. The Thunder Emperor's Divine Art. The young lady of the Luo Shin clan. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with astonishment. The Luo Shin clan is one of the ancient divine clans of the Tianwu realm, possessing extraordinary depth and potential. Although time has brought some decline to the Luo Shin clan, it remains a top-tier force within the Tianwu realm, wielding immense influence. The Chu family, despite having its own glorious past, finds itself at a considerable disparity when compared to a prestigious ancient clan like the Luo Shin clan. The prospect of a marriage alliance was simply inconceivable, especially with the young lady of the Luo Shin clan as the intended bride. Chu Yun had heard of Luo Yunxi, whose beauty and talent are unparalleled in the Tianwu realm. Furthermore, she ranked among the top 100 on the Qianlong list, a prestigious ranking established by the Tianji Pavilion for prodigies in the realm beneath the saint level. Those who make it into the top 100 are guaranteed to transcend into the realm of the saints. Patriarch, how did you persuade the Luo Shin clan to forge a marriage alliance with us? Chu Yun pondered for a moment before turning to Chu Yingtian. It was beyond his imagination that the Luo Shin clan would consider marrying their prodigious young lady to the Chu family. At that moment, Chu Yun also understood why Chu Feng harbored such deep animosity towards him after being crippled. It was not only due to his ruined cultivation, but also because his future bride, the prodigious young lady of the Luo Shin clan, had now become his. Not merely through persuasion. Over a decade ago, while I was honing my skills in the outside world, I happened upon the patriarch of the Luo Shin clan and his daughter, Luo Yunxi. At that time, she was afflicted with the Xian Yin cold poison and was on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. I offered my precious holy medicine, the Juku Ling Shan, to the patriarch of the Luo Shin clan, saving his daughter's life. In gratitude, he proposed this marriage alliance. Originally, it was meant for Chu Feng, but Chu Yingtian slowly recounted the origins of the alliance to Chu Yun. So that is how it came to be. I never anticipated you had such an experience, patriarch, Chu Yun remarked with a sense of admiration. Do you think the Luo Shin clan will honor this alliance after all these years? Although he possessed a system, the path of cultivation was long and fraught with uncertainty. Any additional support would undoubtedly be advantageous, particularly considering the formidable strength of the Luo Shin clan. Moreover, Chu Yun was delighted at the prospect of having a stunning and talented wife. After all, the Tianwu realm was not like Blue Star. There were no strict regulations on monogamy, and having multiple wives was quite common. As long as one had the strength and means, indulgence was permissible. The patriarch of the Luo Shin clan is a man of his word. The marriage alliance will not be broken, Chu Yingtian stated confidently. However, the young lady of the Luo Shin clan is of noble status and a prodigy on the Qianlong list, which inevitably invites gossip and pressure from all directions. Therefore, the choice lies with you, should you wish to decline this alliance. I can arrange for it to be offered to other members of the Chu family, he continued. Is it possible to offer it to others? Chu Yun was taken aback. Of course. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the marriage contract has yet to bear the male name. Chu Yingtian replied with a slight smile. He then produced a marriage contract, which bore the name of Luo Yunxi. But the male name was only represented by the character Chu, lacking a full name. Patriarch, you are truly skilled. Observing the incomplete marriage contract, Chu Yun was thoroughly impressed. Chu Yingtian's maneuvering was indeed remarkable. You decide for yourself. If you agree, I shall inscribe your name. If not, I will seek another family member. Chu Yingtian gazed at Chu Yun earnestly. You are the hope for the revival of our Chu family, and I will not pressure you if you are unwilling. Hearing Chu Yingtian's words warmed Chu Yun's heart. While he did not hold strong feelings for the Chu family, he recognized the patriarch's commendable character. Beep, current experience detected, triggering the invincible choice. Choice 1. Accept the marriage alliance. Reward Thunder Emperor's divine art. Choice 2. Reject the marriage alliance. Reward True Dragon's divine art. At that moment, the sound of the system's notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind. Both the Thunder Emperor's divine art and the True Dragon's divine art are supreme techniques of the highest order. Joy filled Chu Yun's heart upon hearing the system's prompt, recognizing that the rewards were substantial due to the significance of this marriage alliance for his future. I am willing to accept this marriage alliance. After some contemplation, Chu Yun made his choice. Are you not concerned about the pressure from the Luotian clan? You will bear a considerable burden, Chu Yun remarked with a smile. While the patriarch of the Luotian clan may harbor no ill will, others within the clan would undoubtedly exert pressure on Chu Yun. I fear not. If they pressure me, I shall return the pressure upon their esteemed young lady. Let us see who emerges the worse for wear, Chu Yun replied calmly, unperturbed by the prospect of gossip. Excellent. With such resolve, you have no reason to worry about achieving greatness in the future, Chu Yun exclaimed, increasingly satisfied with Chu Yun. However, you need not worry too much. Though our Chu family has seen better days, we are not to be trifled with. Should the Luotian clan truly overstep their bounds, I will not stand idly by. I have faith in you, patriarch. Chu Yun nodded affirmatively. Then I shall inscribe your name, Chu Yun proclaimed. Upon finishing his words, Chu Yun bit into his own fingertip, inscribing an additional character, Yun, on the back of the marriage contract. With the completion of the contract, Chu Yun's system emitted a notification sound, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the selection and acquiring the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique." As the marriage contract lay whole before him, Chu Yun's gaze fixated intently on Chu Yun ahead. Chapter 37. Cultivation of the Precious Techniques. Qingli Shinju 3 months from now will be the occasion of your marriage. Chu Yun spoke slowly. 3 months, you say? Very well. I shall devote this time to further enhance my strength. Chu Yun replied thoughtfully. With this 3-month grace period, Chu Yun felt a surge of confidence. He knew he had ample opportunity to elevate his cultivation, especially as he was to wed the distinguished young lady of the Luotian clan, which weighed heavily on his mind. Should he manage to augment his prowess further, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Good. During these months, focus entirely on your cultivation. I will arrange everything. You need only wait for the wedding, Chu Yun assured him. Take these resources for your training, Chu Yun said, producing a spatial ring and handing it to Chu Yun. Upon examining its contents, Chu Yun discovered it contained 200,000 spirit stones, over 100 bottles of Ling Yuan Dan, as well as numerous other spiritual herbs and resources. Thank you, clan leader. Chu Yun expressed his gratitude, taking a deep breath. With these cultivation resources, along with the investment from Songtingyu, he should be able to make significant advancements in his cultivation. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Chu Yun bade Chu Yun farewell. Moments after Chu Yun's departure, a shadow emerged in the hall, transforming into a man clad in black. Clan leader, this Chu Yun is merely an ordinary fire spirit body. His rapid progression and drastic change in temperament may indicate something more. The man began, gazing in the direction Chu Yun had left. Yet, before he could finish, Chu Yun raised his hand to silence him. What of it? As long as he remains a member of the Chu family, that is sufficient, Chu Yun stated, a brilliant light flickering in his gaze. As for the rest, I choose to remain uninvolved. Everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? I understand, the man in black replied softly. He recognized that Chu Yun's sole ambition was to restore the glory of the Chu clan, a goal for which he had sacrificed immensely. Enough of this discussion. Go to the Luotian clan and inform their leader that 3 months hence, Luo Yunshi must wed Chu Yun. I mean must. Chu Yun commanded, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Should they refuse, they shall not escape my wrath. Several hours later, in Leiling Valley, situated over 100 miles north of Tianfeng City, Leiling Valley was perpetually engulfed by ceaseless thunderous energies, radiating an aura of terrifying destruction. In the heart of the valley, clad in a white robe, Chu Yun was enveloped in the surrounding thunderous forces, diligently practicing the Lei Di Bao Shu. This technique is among the top 10 ultimate techniques, embodying the supreme essence of thunder. Its cultivation is notoriously challenging, requiring the assistance of thunderous energy for rapid progress. Hence, Chu Yun chose this location to hone his skills. Grasping the Dai Dao Tian Bei in his hand, Chu Yun's comprehension was greatly enhanced, facilitating his mastery of the Lei Di Bao Shu. As time flowed gently by, with the aid of the Dai Dao Tian Bei and the surrounding thunderous energies, Chu Yun's understanding of the Lei Di Bao Shu deepened profoundly. Arcane electric arcs began to dance around Chu Yun, resembling a deity poised to unleash a tempest. After 3 days, The electric arcs surrounding him had transformed into a tangible force, emanating an aura capable of annihilating all. With a pointed finger, Chu Yun unleashed a formidable thunder finger, which surged forward with an overwhelming presence. Boom! The deafening roar resonated as a small hill was utterly obliterated by the powerful thunder finger, reduced to rubble. The surrounding thunderous energies were rendered void by the impact. What astounding power! It far surpasses the Hongdong Lingyin. With my current cultivation, even my full-strength thunder finger could challenge beings of the void god realm. Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with joy as he beheld the devastation left in the wake of his attack. However, such power comes at a considerable cost. One thunder finger consumed a third of my spiritual energy. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivation is greater than that of the Hongdong Lingyin. While I grasped the latter in a few hours, mastering the Lei Bao Shu has taken me 3 days, and without the Dai Dao Tian Bei, I might not have even breached the surface. Taking a deep breath, sensing the emptiness within his spiritual reservoir, Chu Yun murmured, "It seems this Lei Bao Shu must be reserved as a trump card. Overusing it could deplete my energy and place me in a precarious position." Nevertheless, Chu Yun remained unperturbed. He possessed numerous tactics, and when energy ran low, he could always utilize the Su Kong Gu Jie to retreat. Furthermore, as his cultivation progressed, his spiritual energy would inevitably increase, alleviating this issue. I recall that deep within Leiling Valley, there are Jin Lei Shinju. Now that my Lei Bao Shu has reached its initial stage, I am unafraid of the surrounding thunderous energies and can retrieve those Jin Lei Shinju. Suddenly struck by inspiration, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Immediately, Chu Yun consumed a pill to replenish his spiritual energy, preparing to venture deeper into Leiling Valley. With the aid of the pill, his energy quickly restored to a considerable extent, and he promptly delved into the depths of the valley. Rumble! The depths of Leiling Valley were alive with even more violent, thunderous energies, with the air thick with strands of destructive aura. Chu Yun activated the protective thunderous energy of the Lei Bao Shu around himself, effortlessly withstanding the formidable forces. After a quarter of an hour of rapid movement, Chu Yun arrived at the heart of Leiling Valley. Here, brilliant flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings, with even the flora transformed into entities of thunder attributes. However, Chu Yun paid little heed to the plants. His focus was solely on the Jin Lei Shinju. At last, he found the Jin Lei Shinju nestled within a secluded thicket. 10 majestic Jin Lei Shinju stand resolutely amidst the thicket, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The thunderous power emanating from these divine bamboos is of a resplendent golden hue. Not only do they exude an overwhelming aura of destruction associated with thunder, but they also possess the sharpness of gold, glimmering with an undeniable edge. Indeed, with these 9 Jin Lei Shinju, the formidable might of the Daigong sword formation, inherited from the previous 9 Nether Demon Sovereign, can now be unleashed. As he beholds the 10 Jin Lei Shinju ahead, pulsating with an aura of destructive sharpness, Chu Yun's eyes are filled with delight. Chapter 38. Ambushed on the return journey. Initial confrontation with Su Shun after acquiring the legacy of the Jiu Mo Zun. Chu Yun examined the Daigong sword array. This array, a pinnacle of ancient warfare, possesses unmatched lethality. However, setting up the Daigong sword array is quite challenging. Despite its formidable power, it demands extraordinary swords for its formation. At least 5 swords of the same attribute are required, all of which must reach the level of Su Shinbing. The higher the rank of the swords, the more terrifying their unleashed might becomes. The Jin Lei Shinju, a premier divine material embodying both metal and lightning attributes, is exceptionally suited for crafting swords. Moreover, these Jin Lei Shinju are millennium old, capable of being refined into Tian Shinbing. If even more superior materials are amalgamated, the creation of Shengbing is not beyond reach. Should these Jin Lei Shinju be fashioned into swords and utilized to establish the Daigong sword array, even a transcendent sage might struggle to withstand its might. Gazing at the Jin Lei Shinju before him, Chu Yun felt an increasing fervor. He mused that he must resolve the matter of the Daigong sword array before marrying Luo Yunxi, for it is truly a formidable weapon. Without delay, Chu Yun began to collect the Jin Lei Shinju, swiftly storing them in his system space. With the Lei Bao Shu mastered and the Jin Lei Shinju secured, it was time to return. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun resolved to head back to the Chu family. He then activated the Fu Guang Luing, racing towards Tianfeng City. Through extensive practice, Chu Yun had refined his Fu Guang Lu Ying to a profound level. He moved like a flickering shadow, darting away into the distance. Moments later, as he stepped beyond the confines of Lei Ling Valley, a sudden, sharp sound of slicing wind pierced the air. An onslaught of arrow rain, radiating a chilling aura, surged towards him. The arrows, imbued with lethal intent, seemed poised to rend everything asunder. Witnessing the oncoming barrage, Chu Yun's pupils contracted, and he promptly summoned a powerful, indestructible spiritual energy shield. The clash of the arrows against the protective barrier erupted into a cacophony of violent sounds. Soon, the rain of arrows dissipated entirely, yet Chu Yun's indestructible shield remained largely unscathed. Remarkable, indeed. The Chu family possesses extraordinary fortune. Having vanquished one Chu foe, another even more formidable, Chu Yun, emerges. At that moment, a low voice resonated from nearby. Chu Yun turned towards the source and beheld a young man clad in a black brocade robe, with thick brows and large eyes. Accompanying him was an elderly man, hunched and with graying hair. Behind them stood a cadre of black-robed cultivators, exuding potent spiritual energy, their bows and arrows indicating they had unleashed the earlier barrage. "You are Zhao Hongyao of the Zhao family." Chu Yun recognized the young man's identity from his memories, acknowledging him as the young master of the Zhao family in Tianfeng City. "Indeed, it is I," Zhao Hongyao proclaimed. Chest thrust forward, his demeanor condescending. Before Zhao could finish, Chu Yun drew the Jiu sword and unleashed hundreds of formidable Jiu sword lights. The sword lights, imbued with terrifying lethality, surged towards Zhao Hongyao and his companions. Overreaching. You dare to ambush." The elderly man beside Zhao snorted coldly and waved his hand, conjuring a massive spiritual energy blade that swiftly slashed towards the hundreds of Jiu sword lights. With a resounding crash, the colossal energy blade was shattered by the Jiu sword lights, which then surged ferociously towards Zhao Hongyao and the others once more. "How is this possible? I am a Sushin expert." The elderly man's pupils dilated, sensing the imminent threat, and instinctively evaded. However, Zhao Hongyao and the surrounding black-robed cultivators lacked the same reflexes and were swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught of Jiu sword lights. Amidst the cries of anguish, Zhao Hongyao and his companions were pierced through, falling lifeless to the ground. "Young master!" The elderly man shrieked in horror at the sight of Zhao Hongyao's demise. He had never anticipated such ruthless prowess from Chu Yun, a mere Dao Palace realm cultivator who had effortlessly taken Zhao Hongyao's life. "You vile wretch, I shall slay you to avenge my young master." The elderly man's eyes blazed with fury as he channeled his full spiritual energy. Charging at Chu Yun. "Perfect. I shall test my strength against you, old dog." Chu Yun replied fearlessly, brandishing the Jiu sword in response. The elderly man was ablaze with divine fire, granting him immense power with each movement infused with deadly force. Chu Yun employed the essence of Jiu while activating his Chaos Body and Chaos Immortal Sutra. Under the influence of these enhancements, Chu Yun transformed into an unstoppable war god, engaging in fierce combat with the Su Shin Elder. Moreover, with the Jiu sword being a top-tier Shingbing, its strength amplified by the essence of Jiu, Chu Yun held his ground against the Su Shin Elder without faltering, even beginning to gain the upper hand. How can this be? You, a mere Dao Palace realm waste, possessed such overwhelming strength. After dozens of exchanges without posing any threat to Chu Yun, the elder's expression soured, trembling as he spoke. Typically, Dao Palace cultivators were no more than ants in his presence. Now, Chu Yun was able to contend with him to this extent, leaving him both astonished and alarmed. "Old dog, if this is all the strength you possess, then let us conclude this," Chu Yun declared, growing increasingly impatient. Although the elder was a Sushin expert, he appeared unaccustomed to combat. Furthermore, his vitality had waned, failing to exert any significant pressure on Chu Yun, who found it impossible to gauge the limits of his own strength. "You insolent boy, how dare you humiliate me so?" The elder seethed, his anger reaching a boiling point. As a formidable powerhouse of the Shu Xinjing, he was revered by countless members of the Zhao family. Now, being looked down upon by Chu Yun filled him with an intense fury. Subsequently, the elder with white hair unleashed an even more formidable surge of power, attempting to reclaim the dignity befitting his status as a Shu Xinjing expert. However, Chu Yun's methods were far too terrifying. The elder's display of strength posed no threat whatsoever to him. "If only I were younger." At that moment, A thought took root in the elder's heart. Chapter 39: The Might of the Spiritual Seal. The reason for the ambush due to prolonged residence in high positions and neglecting combat. Coupled with the waning vitality of the white-haired elder, it was exceedingly difficult for him to sustain such intense fighting. The elder longed for the vigor of his youth. Old dog youth? You, a worthless being, even if granted entry into the realm of true gods, would still remain but refuse. Chu Yun remarked coolly. Having entered the realm of the illusory gods, he sought only indulgence and displayed no ambition for advancement. Such individuals are destined to find it arduous to ascend the peaks of cultivation. You dare to insult me, you little brat? I refuse to believe you will escape the clutches of aging, the white-haired elder bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Boom. Chu Yun paid no heed, silently gathering a terrifying chaos spiritual seal and directing it straight at the elder. No. As the formidable spiritual seal approached, the elder's eyes widened in horror, a profound fear seeping into his bones. He attempted to evade, yet the chaos spiritual seal was far too swift, striking him instantaneously. Bang! With a thunderous collision, the elder was overwhelmed by the powerful chaos spiritual seal, crashing down like a kite severed from its string onto a nearby slope. The might of the chaos spiritual seal was undeniable. It had effectively crushed this half-hearted elder of the illusory god realm. Observing the elder, bloodied and weak in the distance, Chu Yun revealed a satisfied smile. Through this battle, he gained a clearer understanding of his current prowess. An elder like him could be effortlessly subdued. As for stronger practitioners within the illusory god realm, should he employ the blood prison demon armor and the Thunder Emperor's techniques? He was confident of a formidable confrontation. With renewed confidence, Chu Yun approached the fallen elder. Now speak. Why did you target me? Humph. The Zhao family has treated me well. I shall divulge no information. Give up hope. The elder spat blood, gritting his teeth defiantly. Oh, I am a member of the Huangquan demon sect. There are certain techniques I wield that even I dread. I hope you remain so obstinate. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, the elder shuddered, his body trembling slightly. The Huangquan demon sect was a top-tier demonic sect, and its disciples were known for their cruelty and bloodlust. Falling into their hands was akin to descending into hell. As Chu Yun spoke, he produced a black spiritual beast pouch, extracting a small, charming creature resembling an oversized ant. Yet, this creature bore sharp mandibles, capable of rending anything apart. Wait, the Zhao family has committed numerous atrocities. I cannot aid them in their wickedness. I will speak. The moment the insect was revealed, the elder's complexion drained of color, hastily conceding, fearing Chu Yun might force the creature into his mouth. Though he was unaware of the creature's nature, he had no desire to learn. Chu Yun, upon hearing this, felt a momentary pause. For an instant, he had believed the elder to be a loyal servant. But it seemed he was merely a coward desperate to cling to life. We, the Zhao family, and the Qi family plan to unite to annihilate your Chu family and absorb your power. The elder began to divulge information, pouring it out like beans. You intend to join forces against my Chu family. At this revelation, Chu Yun's expression shifted slightly. In Tianfeng City, the Chu, Zhao, and Qi families were roughly equal in strength, forming a tripartite stalemate. Should the Zhao and Qi families join forces, the Chu family would undoubtedly suffer significant losses if unprepared. I must relay this information to the clan leader, Chu Yun thought to himself. But how did you learn of my whereabouts in Leiling Valley? Suddenly, a realization struck Chu Yun, prompting him to inquire. After leaving the Chu family, he had merely informed the elders within his clan, aside from core members. It was inconceivable for anyone else to know of his movements. It was Chu Feng from your family who disclosed it. The elder responded. Good. This fellow is truly despicable. I spared his life, and he dares to act against me. Upon hearing the elder's words, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. Swish. Chu Yun swiftly dispatched the white-haired elder with the 9th nether sword, collecting the spoils from Zhao Hongyao and others before hastening back toward the Chu family. Half an hour later, Chu Yun returned to the Chu family and once again faced Chu Yingtian. Clan leader, I encountered the Zhao family while training in Leiling Valley. The Zhao and Qi families intend to unite against us. Chu Yun relayed the ambush he experienced and the information obtained from the elder. I have long been aware of this matter. Fear not. The Zhao and Qi families are but a rabble. I shall deal with them. Chu Yingtian responded calmly, a smile gracing his features. Nodding in response, Chu Yun felt reassured by the clan leader's confidence. By the way, clan leader, it was Chu Feng who revealed my training in Leiling Valley to the Zhao family. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yun conveyed this information to Chu Yingtian. As a member of the Chu family, despite betraying them, it was a matter for Chu Yingtian to address. I understand. He shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. Chu Yingtian stated slowly, unwavering in his belief in Chu Yun's words. After receiving the clan leader's assurance, Chu Yun departed the grand hall. It appeared our clan leader is no ordinary man. Outside the hall, Chu Yun mused to himself. The Zhao and Qi families were both elite clans. Their alliance would confer strength comparable to that of ordinary ancient holy families. Yet, Chu Yingtian possessed the confidence to confront their union. Never mind, I must first gather materials to forge the golden thunder sword. Following that, I shall proceed to refine the weapon and enhance my own cultivation. Chu Yun resolved inwardly. Jin Lei Shinju seeks to forge the Jin Lei Shinjian, yet it requires additional top-tier refining materials. However, these supplementary materials do not need to possess the same caliber as the Jin Lei Shinjian. They are merely auxiliary components. Subsequently, Chu Yun departed from the Grand Hall and made his way to the Chu family treasury. As a key figure being cultivated by the Chu clan, he was permitted to take any materials or spiritual objects from the treasury that he required. Before long, Chu Yun discovered a considerable number of materials within the treasury. Nevertheless, a few crucial auxiliary components were still elusive. Chu Yun remained unperturbed, confident that the remaining materials could undoubtedly be found within the Huang Quan Mo zone. With matters concerning the Chu family resolved, it was time to return to the Huang Quan Mo zone. The cultivation environment of the Chu family paled in comparison to that of the Huang Quan Mo zone, and to successfully forge the Jin Lei Shinjian, a return to Huang Quan Mo zone was imperative. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun arrived at his resolution. Chapter 40. The 9 Layers of Dao Palace. Forging the Divine Sword. Subsequently, Chu Yun departed from the Chu residence. Do not kill me. I have learned my lesson. I am utterly devoted to the Chu family. It is all Chu Yun's fault. If it were not for him, how would I be in this predicament? Chu Yun has stolen my life. I cannot accept this. You cannot kill me. I am the future of the Chu family. Ah, please no. As he exited the Chu family's estate, Chu Yun heard the despairing and broken voice of Chu Feng. This voice gradually faded, ultimately vanishing into silence. He mused to himself, heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones cannot. Had Chu Feng not provoked him, Chu Yun would have had little interest in dealing with him. Unfortunately, without lingering, Chu Yun swiftly embarked on his journey back to the Huangquan Demon Sect. Several hours later, within the Huangquan Demon Sect's scripture pavilion. Nestled deep within the sect, the scripture pavilion is a critical stronghold, protected by numerous magical formations. On the 3rd floor, Chu Yun retrieved a yellow jade slip from a shelf. The slip bore the inscription Xiantian Refining Technique. After acquiring the jade slip, Chu Yun promptly approached the elder of the scripture pavilion. Elder, I wish to exchange this Xiantian Refining Technique. Very well. It will cost you 5,000 contribution points. However, as a true disciple, you only need 4,000 contribution points. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Such a low price? The many tomes of divine techniques within the Huangquan Demon Sect are not inexpensive. The last time Chu Yun exchanged his rewards from the inter-sect competition for the divine martial art Fuhua Luiying, it required 30,000 contribution points. The Xiantian Refining Technique is a holy level refinement technique. Yet it only costs 5,000 points. The disparity is indeed vast. This is a fragment. It can only forge divine weapons. The elder continued. Moreover, very few people exchange for this Xiantian Refining Technique, which has naturally diminished its value. Few people exchange for it? Chu Yun queried, puzzled. The Xiantian Refining Technique is quite an exquisite refinement technique, and it is remarkably affordable. Refining requires prolonged study. The elder slowly lifted his gaze and stated disdainfully, moreover, we demonic cultivators can simply seize divine weapons rather than toil away at forging them ourselves. Such reasoning is indeed sound. Chu Yun's heart faltered. Nevertheless, the Jin Lei Shinju is a premier spiritual material, precious and full of potential. He harbored reservations about entrusting its refinement to others. Furthermore, he possessed the Dao Tian Bei and the unparalleled Jingni Shenhui, providing him with exceptional conditions for forging. Subsequently, Chu Yun exchanged for the Xiantian Refining Technique. and then proceeded to the Huangquan Demon Sect's treasure vault to acquire additional materials necessary for forging the Qingli Divine Sword. He converted all remaining spirit stones and contribution points into resources to enhance his cultivation. Once all preparations were completed, Chu Yun returned to his cultivation cave on Tianji Peak. Inside the cave, he took out the Dao Tian Bei, pushing his comprehension to its limits. He then began to comprehend the Xiantian refining technique. Simultaneously, his indestructible immortal sutra continuously operated, absorbing nearby cultivation resources and enhancing his own cultivation. As time flowed gently, Chu Yun's understanding of the Xiantian refining technique deepened. With the assistance of numerous spiritual resources, his cultivation steadily increased. 10 days later, a resounding roar erupted in the cave as Chu Yun attained the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, an overwhelming aura surging around him. Achieving the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, the consumption of the chaotic body and indestructible immortal sutra is indeed staggering. Observing the abundance of spiritual resource remnants around him, Chu Yun couldn't help but exclaim. He had initially believed these cultivation resources would at least elevate him to the nirvana realm. It appears he underestimated the consumption of the chaotic body and indestructible immortal sutra. The supreme physique and celestial art indeed bestowed boundless potential upon Chu Yun, yet the consumption was extraordinarily high, nearly tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator. Nonetheless, Chu Yun harbored no regrets. The combat prowess gained was equally astonishing. Not only could he easily subdue those at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, but he could also dispatch formidable opponents at the apex of the Nirvana realm with ease. Should he confront the white-haired offerings of the Zhao family again, even without utilizing the chaotic spirit seal, Chu Yun felt confident he could resolve the matter effortlessly. Such a substantial enhancement in combat strength far outweighed the costs of resources. Next, it was time to attempt forging the Qingli Divine Sword. After absorbing the cultivation resources, Chu Yun retrieved the Qingli Shenju from his system space. With the assistance of the Dao Tian Bei, his comprehension of the Xiantian refining technique had reached perfection. However, he decided to first practice with other materials. Although he was forging a simple divine weapon, Chu Yun still felt a lack of confidence. He then took out several prepared sword blanks and commenced his attempts at forging weapons. With a whoosh, the Jingmi Shunhui was summoned. Soon, the divine fire ignited the sword blanks as Chu Yun began to forge the weapon according to the methods of the Xiantian refining technique. An explosive sound erupted as a quarter of an hour passed, and the sword blank shattered. The timing was off, and he had hastened the addition of auxiliary materials. Chu Yun sighed softly. Forging was indeed no simple task. He continued to attempt forging. The second attempt ended in failure. The third attempt also failed. Finally, after the 9th attempt, success was achieved. After 8 failures, Chu Yun had successfully completed the forging. Continuing to practice and familiarize himself with the steps, he prepared to forge the Qingli Divine Sword. Seizing the momentum, Chu Yun continued his practice. After 2 days and nights of relentless efforts, having completed hundreds of attempts, he had mastered the forging process to perfection. Adjusting himself to an optimal state, he commenced the forging of the Qingli Divine Sword. With a whoosh, the Jingmi Shunhui surged towards the Qingli Shenju, gradually refining it into the sword blank of the Divine Sword. The other auxiliary materials were meticulously integrated into the sword blank under Chu Yun's careful guidance. As this was a formal forging, Chu Yun exercised utmost caution. After an hour, the sword blank of the Qingli Divine Sword was fully forged under Chu Yun's skillful hands, radiating a brilliant purple-gold electric light. Chapter 41. The Sect's Gathering. Source Stone Vein. The forging was a success. The Qingli Shenjian, a sword radiating terrifying electric light and an aura of destruction, stood before Chu Yun. His face was filled with joy. However, due to the quality of the auxiliary materials he had used, this Qingli Shenjian had only reached the strength of a top-tier true god weapon. Nevertheless, if Chu Yun were to procure superior materials in the future, this sword could be further enhanced, potentially elevating it to the status of a holy weapon, akin to the Shui Yuemojia. Resolute, he decided to continue the forging process and transform the remaining 9 Qingli Shenju into swords as well. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the other 9 bamboo pieces. As time flowed steadily, under Chu Yun's meticulous crafting, the Qingli Shenju gradually transformed into Qingli Shenjian. After 3 days of relentless effort, he successfully forged all 9 bamboo pieces into swords. 10 formidable Jin Lei Shunjin now emanated a fearsome purple-gold lightning, and the surrounding space trembled under the onslaught of their radiance, hinting at a potential rupture. Indeed, these 10 top-tier virtual god weapons, imbued with the domineering attributes of thunder and the sharpness of gold, could form a formidable Dagung sword array, capable of withstanding even the mightiest true god realm experts. With satisfaction evident on his face, Chu Yun surveyed the powerful swords. Suddenly, a faint humming sound emanated from his true inheritance token. Was it a sect gathering? Noticing the subtle vibration of the token in his hand, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Such a sound indicated that the sect had summoned the true disciples for an important matter. With his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm and the Tianjin Lei Shunjian completed, he resolved to attend. Leaving his secluded meditation chamber, he made his way to Huang Quan Mo Zone at Mo Yuan Peak. In the grand hall atop the peak, the true disciples of Huang Quan Mo Zone gathered, awaiting the presence of the Grand Elder Mo. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yun entered the hall and noticed the 8 true disciples of the sect, including the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, were already present. Chu Yun, how has your training been of late? A melodious voice broke the silence. It was Shiyu, clad in a black dress, her beauty captivating as she smiled at him. Thank you, Holy Daughter, for your concern. It has been quite smooth, Chu Yun replied with a smile of his own. Although Shiyu wore her customary smile, Chu Yun sensed an undercurrent of pressure, likely stemming from the previous incident where he had interrupted her breakthrough. That is good to hear. Let us proceed. The Grand Elder has important matters to discuss, Shiyu said, her voice calm. Nodding in agreement, Chu Yun approached the center of the hall. Upon his arrival, the Holy Son and the other true disciples cast him indifferent glances, particularly Song Tingyu, who flirtatiously winked at him, seemingly conveying unspoken sentiments. Now that all disciples have arrived, I shall get straight to the point, the Grand Elder began, his demeanor serious. You 10 are among the most exceptional disciples of our sect, and I have summoned you for an important mission. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the disciples displayed little surprise. It was clear that the sect would not summon them without reason. Grand Elder, what mission requires the gathering of so many disciples? Holy Son Zhaoquan inquired. We have received news that the Qingyang Zone has discovered a small source stone vein in the primordial ancient mine. The upper echelons of our sect have unanimously decided to send you to seize the source stones from that vein. Elder Mou explained, stroking his beard. What? A source stone vein? How fortunate for the people of Qingyang Zone to find such a treasure. The disciples' eyes brightened at the prospect. Source stones, imbued with source energy, were far more precious than spirit stones, containing divine essence that served as a top-tier cultivation resource, greatly enhancing the abilities of virtual god and true god experts alike. However, Zhaoquan voiced a concern, but the source stone vein is incredibly valuable. Surely, the Qingyang Zone will have strong defenses in place. Can we truly succeed? Fear not. The vein is located within the primordial ancient mine, one of the forbidden zones of the Tianwu realm. Inside, unique laws of heaven and earth make it difficult for even the strongest to exert their full strength. We have already investigated, and the Qingyang Zone has only dispatched a single virtual god elder, with the others being Nirvana and Dao Palace realm disciples. With your skills, the vein can be seized. Elder Mou reassured them. This mission guarantees each of you 20,000 contribution points and 500,000 spirit stones, regardless of success or failure. Moreover, for every source stone you acquire, only a third needs to be submitted. If you manage to obtain divine essence, the sect will reward you with a heavenly weapon and 2 sacred divine techniques. Elder Mou's words ignited fervor among the disciples. The rewards were indeed enticing. Yet, Chu Yun remained skeptical. Such immense profit was inevitably accompanied by significant risk. Should we succeed, my ascension to the virtual god realm would be assured. I shall participate as well. We must act decisively. I too shall engage. The disciples voiced their eagerness. Seeing their enthusiasm, Elder Mou smiled with satisfaction. However, at that moment, a frail voice interrupted. I fear I cannot partake in this mission. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, revealing Xiao Chun, who had secured second place in the last inter-sect competition. At this moment, Xiao Chun was clad in a black attire, his complexion slightly pallid. Oh, after all the cultivation bestowed upon you by the sect, you find yourself incapable of executing even a trivial task? Elder Mou remarked, her tone as chilling as frost, instilling a sense of dread. Elder, My Dao Palace is on the brink of collapse. I am utterly incapable of fighting. Xiao Qin's face reflected his bitterness as he continued. Let me examine it. Elder Mo, you stated coldly. Subsequently, she seized Xiao Qin's hand, her spiritual force forcefully invading his body. Chapter 42. Bing Yin's heartfelt intentions and the nightmare beast. The already weakened Xiao Qin felt an overwhelming wave of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as Elder Mo Yu invaded his personal space, causing his body to tremble incessantly. Indeed, he had been shattered to such an extent. Moments later, Elder Mo Yu withdrew his hand, his expression one of disbelief. Given the circumstances, there is no need for you to proceed. However, considering your current injuries, the position of true disciple is no longer suitable for you. Return and serve as an inner disciple. With that, Elder Mo Yu directly confiscated Xiao Qin's token of true discipleship. Thank you for your understanding, Elder, Xiao Qin replied, his face shadowed with despair. The surrounding disciples gazed at him with eyes filled with sympathy. Had Xiao Qin truly sacrificed his own Dao Palace just to avoid leaving the sect? Witnessing this scene, Chu Yun reflected on the situation. Previously, he had detected only minor fissures in Xiao Qin's condition. Now, it was evident that external forces had inflicted this damage. Is there anyone else reluctant to proceed? After confiscating Xiao Qin's token, the elder turned his gaze toward the other disciples. With Xiao Qin's precedent set, none dared to voice their concerns. Very well, let us not delay further. We shall depart promptly. As for the rewards, they will be distributed upon the completion of your tasks. This time, all will follow the arrangements of the Holy Maiden. Elder Mo Yu stated nonchalantly. Should we fail to return, I presume the rewards will be forfeited? How very characteristic of the Ma Zone. Chu Yun thought to himself. If Shiyu is in charge of the arrangements, I fear she will impose considerable demands upon me. Nevertheless, at his current level of power, Chu Yun felt little trepidation towards Shiyu. Even if she were to assign him tasks, he was confident in his ability to navigate any challenges. Chu Yun, you are under my protection. Do not worry. I shall look after you well. As she prepared to depart, Shiyu smiled warmly at Chu Yun. I look forward to it, Chu Yun replied with a smile and kind. Subsequently, upon learning of the location of the mine from Elder Mo Yu, Shiyu promptly led the group of disciples to the Yuan Chugu Kuang. Woo, it's all that Chu Yun's fault. If he hadn't seized the championship from my brother Xiao Qin, how could he have fallen to such a state? In a picturesque valley of the Huang Chuan Ma Zone, the pure and captivating Bing Yin gazed sorrowfully at Xiao Qin, who appeared pale and on the brink of a shattered Dao Palace, her tears flowing like rain. Bing Yin, do not blame Chu Yun. It is merely a reflection of my inadequacies, Xiao Qin said slowly, gazing at the heartbroken Bing Yin. Moreover, in this situation, it may be for the best that I avoid the peril of the Yuan Chugu Kuang. Xiao Qin, witnessing him still attempting to console her, Bing Yin's heart ached even more. I am truly fine, Xiao Qin reassured her once more. Bing Yin sniffled, her delicate face glistening with tears. She had never anticipated that Xiao Qin's Dao Palace would deteriorate to such an extent. Had she known, she would have employed a more aggressive strategy to compel Chu Yun to relinquish his claim to the championship. Thus, Xiao Qin would not have fallen into this predicament. Xiao Qin, please take this Jiuzhuan Yapan Dan to stabilize your injuries for the time being. At that moment, Bing Yin produced a fragrant elixir. The Jiuzhuan Yapan Dan, this is far too precious. Seeing the elixir gifted by Bing Yin, Xiao Qin felt a jolt of surprise. The Jiuzhuan Yapan Dan was an exceptional elixir renowned for its extraordinary healing properties. It could significantly mend injuries as long as one still drew breath. This elixir was invaluable, even for those at the true God and celestial God realms. In comparison to you, this Jiuzhuan Yapan Dan is nothing, Bing Yin continued, her gaze filled with affection for Xiao Qin. Witnessing her expression, Xiao Qin felt his heart, once as cold as ice, begin to thaw. He sensed her earnest intentions. Then I shall accept it. Xiao Qin did not decline further, silently elevating Bing Yin's position in his heart. Ru Yin, if only you possessed a fraction of Bing Yin's qualities, I. At that moment, memories of his past life as confidant, Liu Ru Yin, flooded Xiao Qin's mind, filling him with sorrow. Wait for me. I shall reclaim all that I have lost, even if you have become an invincible supreme being. Chu Yun, you must bear half the responsibility for Xiao Qin's current state, not to mention the last time you took advantage of me. Bing Yin thought to herself. The recollections of their last encounter often lingered in her mind, especially during the quiet of the night, leaving her feeling unsettled. After some idle conversation, Xinbing Yin took her leave. Master, I have procured the Xueling Yulan you requested. Shortly after her departure, a black mist enveloped Xiaoqin. From the mist emerged a somewhat ferocious little beast, exuding an aura that distorted the surrounding space. Excellent, nightmare beast, well done. Upon hearing the little beast's words, a long-lost smile graced Xiaoqin's face. Let us commence the Shattered Palace Nirvana immediately. Being relegated to an inner disciple allows me to attract less attention. However, Master, is it truly wise to take such a risk? The Shattered Palace Nirvana technique is an ancient secret art. Should it fail? The nightmare beast expressed concern, its visage marred with worry. The Shattered Palace Nirvana technique was an ancient cultivation method that Xiaoqin had recently discovered in an ancient tome. It diverged from conventional practices, requiring one to intentionally shatter their Tao palace before entering nirvana. I have tested this method numerous times. There should be no issues. Perhaps this is the true path of nirvana. After contemplating for a moment, Xiaoqin continued, utilizing this approach will enable me to maximize my potential. Furthermore, even if I were to fail, I would still have opportunities for recovery, would I not? Upon hearing Xiaoqin's words, the nightmare beast nodded. Master will surely succeed. You should make a trip to the Yuan Chugu Quan. At this moment, Xiaoqin seemed to remember something. Turning to the nightmare beast with a question. What is the purpose of going to the Yuan Chugu Quan? Focus on Chu Yun. I sense a divine flame emanating from him, a force of great significance to me. Xiaoqin continued. Should the opportunity present itself, seize the divine flame from him. What if a suitable chance does not arise? The nightmare beast interjected. Then we shall create an appropriate opportunity. A mere Tao Palace realm is not beyond our control, is it? Xiaoqin gazed at the nightmare beast, his expression icy as he spoke. Chapter 43, Triggering Choices, Entering the Ancient Mind. Yes, Master, I understand. The nightmare beast responded with utmost reverence. Upon finishing its words, it transformed once more into a swirling black mist, vanishing from Xiaoqin's sight. Chu Yun, regardless of your formidable talent and astonishing combat prowess, your foundation remains lamentably immature. Observing the departing nightmare beast, he murmured softly, no matter how remarkable your potential, until it manifests as strength, it is merely an illusion. Even if I do not contend with you, others will surely have their sights set upon you, so do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your own misfortune. With that, Xiaoqin turned away, intent on undergoing his own rebirth. In the eastern region, the original ancient mine lay before them, a powerful forbidden zone within the Tianwu realm, stretching endlessly, a desolate expanse of crimson earth. Deep within this ancient mine, vast swathes of mist shrouded everything, rendering it impossible to discern the interior secrets. The outer edges of the mine were similarly veiled in tendrils of mist. While not as dense as that found within, these mists still exuded an aura of terror, thwarting any attempt at mental penetration. All right, halt. Just ahead lies the original ancient mine. Before long, Shiyu led numerous disciples of the Huangquan demon sect to the entrance of the mine. Although they had not yet ventured inside, the oppressive aura emanating from the ancient mine was palpable, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the disciples. Chu Yun, you and Song Tingyu shall enter first to scout the area. After everyone paused, Shiyu addressed Chu Yun and Song Tingyu, who stood in the middle of the group. Senior sister, shouldn't we go in together? This is the original ancient mine. It is far too perilous for just the two of us. Song Tingyu interjected swiftly, adding, moreover, we have no knowledge of the source stone vein's location. The source stone vein is of utmost importance and requires utmost caution. If you do not go, shall I? Shiyu replied calmly, her gaze fixed on Song Tingyu. Feeling the weight of Shiyu's demeanor, Song Tingyu hesitated. Elder Mo, you had entrusted this matter entirely to Shiyu, and to refuse her would be akin to inviting her ire. Furthermore, the other disciples remained silent, evidently unwilling to intervene. Shiyu then turned her attention to Chu Yun, seeking his opinion. Beep, detecting the host's current experience, triggering invincible choice. Choice 1. Comply with Shiyu's arrangement and enter the original ancient mine. Reward. One of the Taoist 9 secrets, the Do character secret. Choice 2. Reject Shiyu's arrangement and refrain from entering the original ancient mine. Reward. The Hunyuan Demon Fist. Do character secret. One of the Taoist 9 secrets, an ancient technique long lost to the Tianwu realm, a supreme art governing destruction. Hunyuan Demon Fist, the fist technique of the Hunyuan Demon Emperor, imbued with unparalleled destructive power. At that moment, a notification resonated in Chu Yun's mind. Another choice had emerged, an opportunity for the Taoist Nine Secrets or the Hunyuan Demon Fist. The thought of such rewards stirred excitement within him, as both possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Chu Yun, do you believe there is an issue with my arrangement? Shiyu inquired once more, a gentle smile adorning her face. Regaining his composure, Chu Yun replied, there is no problem. I believe your arrangement is excellent. Seeing Chu Yun's agreeable response, Shiyu's eyes sparkled with delight. She continued, of course, should you. I am willing to enter the original ancient mine. Chu Yun interjected abruptly, cutting off Shiyu before she could finish her sentence. Without hesitation, he turned and stepped into the ancient mine, seemingly eager to ensure Shiyu would not retract her offer. Hey, Chu Yun, wait for me. I have not. Song Tingyu exclaimed, watching Chu Yun enter the mine without delay, and promptly followed in his footsteps. Observing the decisive actions of the two, Shiyu's brow furrowed in concern, her expression turning cold. Saintess, it appears your pet truly does not heed your commands. Leaving before you could finish speaking, Zhao Quan remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Silence, and no one shall consider you mute. Shiyu replied coolly to Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan shrugged, choosing not to press further, sensing Shiyu's evident displeasure. I have already granted you another opportunity. If you fail to cherish it, do not hold me responsible. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Shiyu's eyes after a brief silence. Saintess, shall we wait here for Chu Yun and the others to return from their scouting? A disciple at the 7th level of Nirvana asked. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. We shall proceed as well. Shiyu replied indifferently. But what if they cannot find us upon their return? The disciple inquired further. If they are incompetent in their task, taking so long to scout an original ancient mine, who can they blame? Shiyu scoffed. And what if they fail to locate us and simply give up? Another disciple added, feeling a profound sense of trepidation upon sensing the mine's ominous aura. Seizing the source stone did not seem a trivial endeavor. Indeed, should they choose to abandon their mission, they could return and still receive rewards. Such an outcome would be too lenient for them. Another disciple chimed in. Do you think the elders are fools? If they do not bring back any source stones, do they still expect rewards? Merely preserving their lives would be a mercy from the elders. Shiyu replied disdainfully, her expression one of utter contempt. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding disciples fell silent, contemplating the implications. Indeed, attempting to evade responsibility while expecting rewards, the Grand Elder will teach them a lesson in humility. With a collective sense of foreboding, the disciples silently mourned for the two individuals while resolutely deciding not to offend the Saintess. Very well, let us proceed. Rest assured, as long as you heed my guidance, there shall be no issues, Shiyu declared. With that, she led the remaining disciples into the original ancient mine. Yet they ventured in a direction starkly different from that of Chu Yun. Chapter 44. The Secret of the Word Do. Breaking through the Nirvana realm at this moment, within the ancient primordial mine, a notification resonated in Chu Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection, acquiring the secret of the word Do. Chu Yun, wait for me. Song Tingyu hastened to catch up with Chu Yun, persistently calling out to him. Chu Yun paused his steps, allowing Song Tingyu to close the distance. Soon. She caught up and wrapped her arms around his, playfully huffing. Now you can't leave me behind. I had no intention of leaving you, Chu Yun replied, gazing at Song Tingyu beside him. That's good. Upon hearing his words, Song Tingyu beamed with joy. Do you have any cultivation resources left? Please give me some. I wish to break through to the Nirvana realm. Chu Yun appeared to ponder for a moment before addressing Song Tingyu. I need to ask you for some resources. Chu Yun, you are quite bold, aren't you? Song Tingyu responded, her expression slightly darkened. She hadn't anticipated that he would directly request cultivation resources, which felt rather impolite. Nevertheless, she didn't harbor much resentment. At least Chu Yun was straightforward, and being with him felt comfortable, unlike the scheming nature of others from the demon sect. We are allies, and we must confront Shiyu together. With my strength, we will have a greater chance of success. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yun articulated. Alas, I've truly drawn the short straw by being involved with you. These are all the resources I have left, so take them for now. Song Tingyu replied helplessly. Yet, she retrieved numerous cultivation resources from her spatial ring and handed them directly to Chu Yun. Surprised by her generosity, Chu Yun paused momentarily, He had merely mentioned it in passing. Yet she had immediately complied. Among the resources were several precious top-tier spiritual liquids and rare spiritual herbs, all beneficial for reaching the nirvana realm. Are you dissatisfied? This is my last bit of savings. If we weren't in this together, I wouldn't give you a single one, Song Tingyu declared, noticing Chu Yun's momentary daze. No, not at all. I am truly grateful, Miss Song, Chu Yun responded, now regarding Song Tingyu with earnestness. While she may not possess the same cunning as Shiyu, he sensed that collaborating with her could be quite advantageous. You're welcome. We are allies, so just help me deal with Shiyu, Song Tingyu said with a cheerful smile. Absolutely. Let us first find a suitable place to cultivate. Once I break through, we can seize the source stones. Chu Yun continued. Do you know the location of the mine? Song Tingyu's eyes lit up. I do not. But I can locate Shiyu, Chu Yun replied. Wow. Chu Yun, it seems partnering with you was indeed the right choice. No wonder you agreed to let that wretched girl in. You must have left a plan in place. Song Tingyu exclaimed, her face brimming with delight. Chu Yun nodded. He had indeed marked Shiyu with a trace of his origin power, allowing him to sense her exact location. Let us find a place to cultivate, he said. And together they began searching for an appropriate area. Neither of them mentioned reporting back or investigating the situation, as they understood it was merely Shiyu's tactic to exclude them. How strange. While Shiyu has it out for you, why must I suffer as well? I have always respected my senior sister. Song Tingyu lamented, feeling quite vexed. You've been sending me subtle glances the entire way. Does Shiyu strike you as blind? Chu Yun replied, slightly exasperated. Throughout their journey, although they exchanged no direct words, Song Tingyu had continuously communicated her feelings through her expressions. While subtle, Shiyu, who was already quite attentive to Chu Yun, naturally took notice. Now it makes sense, Song Tingyu remarked, realizing the situation. Let us cultivate here. You defend me from the outside. Ignoring Song Tingyu's suggestion, Chu Yun focused on a nearby desolate cave and declared, we shall set up our defenses here. Song Tingyu did not object. They arranged concealment formations around them, and Chu Yun entered the cave alone while Song Tingyu stood guard outside. Upon entering, Chu Yun promptly set up additional arrays for protection. I hope these cultivation resources will enable me to break through to the nirvana realm, he thought as he surveyed the myriad of resources before him. Then, Chu Yun activated his Immortal Sutra, continuously absorbing the spiritual essence from the surrounding resources to enhance his cultivation. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend the secret of the word Do, utilizing the power of the Dao Tian steel to delve into this formidable Taoist secret. As he absorbed the spiritual essence, Chu Yun's aura surged rapidly toward the nirvana realm. The mantra of the secret of the word Do flowed through his mind, revealing its profound intricacies. The secret of the word Do is ever-changing, devoid of fixed forms or techniques. Once perfected, the body's combat potential would be unleashed to the utmost, amplifying each attack with the formidable essence of Do, rendering it even more terrifying. Moreover, it allows the simulation and evolution of others' divine combat arts, a fearsome and exceptional martial technique. However, its comprehension is exceedingly challenging, demanding substantial time and mental effort. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Dao Tian steel, these esoteric mantras became significantly clearer to Chu Yun, making them accessible for his understanding. As time passed, 7 days swiftly elapsed. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, revealing countless golden streams of light swirling within, as if innumerable divine arts were manifesting. Although he had not unleashed any divine techniques, an overwhelming combat aura radiated from him. Truly, the secret of the word Do is powerful. Even in its preliminary grasp, it has fully unlocked my combat potential, elevating my fighting prowess to its zenith. Although Chu Yun had refrained from engaging in battle, his body felt as if it had undergone countless conflicts, and he could sense a monumental transformation in his strength. Moreover, this is merely a preliminary grasp. As Chu Yun delves deeper, his combat potential will continue to ascend. The next step is to enter the nirvana realm. Chu Yun took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him surged wildly. Just a day prior, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm. However, due to being in the critical moment of comprehending the Do character secret, he chose not to break through. Now that he has mastered the Do character secret, it is time to step into the Dao Palace realm. With a rush of energy, Chu Yun immediately directed all the spiritual power within him towards the 9 Dao Palaces. Amidst the tumultuous surge of formidable spiritual energy, the 9 Dao palaces gradually began to merge into one. Chu Yun's aura continuously ascended. After several hours, the 9 Dao palaces completely fused into a singular entity, transforming into an extraordinarily pure spiritual light, known as the Nirvana spiritual light. The aura of the Nirvana realm also enveloped Chu Yun. I have broken through to the Nirvana realm. Shiyu, it is time to settle our accounts. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, a profound luminescence swirling within. Chapter 45, The Incident in the Mine District. Meng family prodigies. Subsequently, Chu Yun suppressed his aura and dismantled the surrounding formations before leaving the cave. Thanks to the extraordinary powers of the chaos body, Chu Yun's cultivation was remarkably stable, eliminating the need for the arduous refinement required by other cultivators. With sufficient resources for training, he could break through limits indefinitely. Chu Yun, you have finally emerged. Something terrible has happened. As soon as Chu Yun exited the cave, he heard Song Tingyu's anxious voice. What has transpired? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired. The source stone vein discovered by Qingyang Zone is not a small mine, but a large one. Many of the top-tier forces in the eastern region and ancient sacred families have set their sights on it. Song Tingyu took a deep breath and continued. Qiyun Zone, Baiguin Zone, Tianxiang Zone. The ancient sacred family Zhu family, as well as the Xian Yaosheng Zone, they have laid out numerous formations to seal the original ancient mine, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. A large source stone vein. How could such a significant vein appear in the outskirts? Upon hearing Song Tingyu's words, Chu Yun's heart jolted. The original ancient mine was an ancient forbidden zone in the Tianwu realm, shrouded in endless mist, where few dared to explore. However, the periphery was considerably less perilous, often attracting cultivators seeking opportunities. Chu Yun did not expect that after so many explorations, a large source stone vein could still emerge. The source stones within a large vein were exponentially more abundant than those in a small vein, and the probability of encountering divine sources was also significantly greater. This was an opportunity that would make even the most prestigious sacred grounds envious. Given the multitude of forces converging, it was entirely expected. Do you have any news about Shiyu? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun asked. Although a large source stone vein had appeared, he still wished to settle matters with Shiyu first. Junior brother Chu Yun, no. They may have hidden themselves, waiting for the right moment to act. Song Tingyu replied. Chu Yun nodded, understanding that if he were in Shiyu's position, he would do the same. I understand. Let us take this opportunity to deal with Shiyu. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Song Tingyu's eyes lit up. She had long fantasized about defeating Shiyu and ascending to a higher position. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, she was filled with excitement. However, junior brother Chu Yun, are you confident? That wretched Shiyu is not easy to deal with. Worry flickered across Song Tingyu's face. As Shiyu's rival, she was acutely aware of the challenges posed by her. Rest assured, I am confident, Chu Yun affirmed. When he was at the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm, he had been able to suppress the Zhao family's Void God Realm Guardian. Now, having attained the Nirvana realm and practiced the invincible combat technique known as the Dozi secret, he was no longer concerned about Shiyu. All right, let us proceed. Song Tingyu gritted her teeth. She knew that the original ancient mine was an excellent location, and eliminating Shiyu there would minimize complications. Ah, there are 2 little demons here. At that moment, a detached voice echoed from not far away. A young man clad in a blue brocade robe, exuding a formidable aura, slowly stepped into the area. Accompanying him were 7 cultivators dressed in black robes. The group regarded Chu Yun and Song Tingyu with cold, indifferent gazes. You are Meng Hongwan of the Meng family. Upon seeing the newcomer, Song Tingyu's pupils constricted and her expression darkened. The Meng family was a top-tier ancient sacred family in the eastern region, wielding immense power and influence. Meng Hongwan and his brother Meng Hongwu were known as the twin stars of the Meng family. Meng Hongwu had even joined the prestigious Qian Kuan sacred land in the central region, becoming a true disciple of that sacred ground. Ranked among the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon list. While Meng Hongwan was not as illustrious as his brother, he was still a notable figure in the eastern region, a seasoned prodigy of the Void God realm. Indeed, you recognize this young master. Kneel and serve me as a maid, and I may spare your life. Meng Hongwan gazed at the beautiful Song Tingyu, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. He then turned his attention to Chu Yun. As for you, take your own life, or I shall make you wish for death. Swish. The moment Meng Hongwen's words fell, Chu Yun by Song Tingyu's side suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow. In an instant, he dashed toward Meng Hongwen with blinding speed. The shadow coalesced, revealing Chu Yun, whose Jiu sword emitted a terrifying aura, twisting the very essence of existence as it sliced toward Meng Hongwen. You. Upon witnessing Chu Yun's sudden assault, Meng Hongwen's hair stood on end, and he felt an unprecedented wave of fear. Instinctively, he tilted his body to evade. The Jiu sword struck him, having only grazed his arm due to his evasive maneuver. Rip! With a harsh tearing sound, Meng Hongwen's arm was severed by the Jiu sword. A jade pendant on his person erupted with immense spiritual energy, repelling Chu Yun, who sought to press the attack further. Ah, you little demon, you severed my arm. Elder Su, capture this brat for me. I shall have him tortured 1,000 times. Meng Hongwen shrieked in agony. Buzz! Just as Meng Hongwen's cry faded, an elder in a gray robe, exuding a terrifying aura, distorted space and appeared beside him. You little beast, daring to sever my young master's arm, you seek death. The elder's furious roar resonated like a tsunami, surging toward the retreating Chu Yun. Damn it! Is it not enough to play fair, bringing a guardian? Chu Yun felt an immense threat, and his expression shifted. Tingyu, we must leave. He quickly embraced Song Tingyu and activated the Void Ancient Ring. Whoosh! The enigmatic spatial power of the Void Divine Talismans enveloped the two, swiftly whisking them away from the area. Elder Su, seize those two for me. I want them to perish without a burial ground. Meng Hongwen roared furiously as he watched Chu Yun and his companion vanish before his eyes. In all his years, he had never suffered such humiliation. As one of the twin prodigies of the Meng family, with his elder brother being a supreme talent on the Hidden Dragon ranking, no one in the eastern region dared to harm him. Yet now he had lost an arm. Moreover, had he not shifted his body slightly moments ago, he might have lost his life entirely. The thought filled Meng Hongwen with both terror and rage, making him wish he could skin Chu Yun alive and tear his sinews apart at this very moment. Young master, you are severely injured and require immediate treatment. Su Gaojun, hearing this, spoke with deep concern to Meng Hongwen beside him. The nether sword intent from Chu Yun was exceedingly dreadful, and the lingering nether energy continued to corrode Meng Hongwen's wound. Now, immediately, at once, I want them captured. Do you not understand human speech? Meng Hongwen, now somewhat unhinged, bellowed at Su Gaojun before him. Chapter 46. The Return Strike. A bountiful harvest. Upon hearing this, Su Gaojun dared not refuse any longer. Hurry and treat the young master's injuries. I'll go capture those two little brats. Su Gaojun quickly instructed the Meng family guards beside him to tend to Meng Hongwen's wounds. Then, Su Gaojun immediately tore through space to pursue Chu Yun and Song Tingyu. The Meng family guards, meanwhile, retrieved various spiritual medicines to treat Meng Hongwen's injuries. Half a quarter of an hour later, with the aid of numerous miraculous elixirs, Meng Hongwen's condition had improved considerably. However, his expression remained ferocious, as if he were ready to devour someone. Damn it, you two little bastards from the demon sect. Once Elder Su captures you, I'll flay your tendons and refine your souls, making you wish for death, but unable to die. Meng Hongwen rasped, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Oh, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You likely won't have that chance. As soon as Meng Hongwen's words fell, a cold, indifferent voice echoed in his ears. Hearing this voice, Meng Hongwen's body stiffened, and fear surged within him like a tidal wave once more. Then, the space in front of Meng Hongwen twisted, and Chu Yun, holding the 9 nether sword, reappeared before him. No, you. Don't be rash. I was just joking earlier. Seeing the murderous intent radiating from Chu Yun, Meng Hongwen hurriedly spoke, his eyes filled with pleading. However, Chu Yun's 9 nether sword had already been unleashed, striking directly at Meng Hongwen's neck. Rip! With a fierce tearing sound, Chu Yun's 9 nether sword severed Meng Hongwen's neck. Meng Hongwen's eyes widened in shock, and then he felt himself flying through the air. Moments later, his eyes caught sight of a headless, one-armed body collapsing stiffly to the ground. Have I died just like this? This was the final thought that flashed through Meng Hongwen's mind. Young master. The surrounding Meng family clansmen cried out in alarm upon witnessing Meng Hongwen's demise. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, and then proceeded to cut down the other Meng family members around him as effortlessly as slicing through melons and vegetables. After dealing with these individuals, Chu Yun swiftly collected the spoils from the fallen cultivators and used the Void Ancient Ring to depart from the area once more. Young master, this subordinate has failed in his duty. I was unable to capture those two little brats. Not long after Chu Yun left, the space nearby twisted again, and Su Gaojun returned. However, the scene before him left Su Gaojun frozen in place. Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, Su Gaojun felt an unprecedented chill in his heart. Ruthless, so ruthless. That little bastard from the demon sect actually circled back for a killing strike. Observing the wounds still warm with 9 nether energy, Su Gaojun understood all too well that Chu Yun had doubled back. How ruthless, how utterly ruthless you are. Su Gaojun roared towards the sky, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably and sweeping out in all directions. I remember you, you little bastard from the demon sect. I will definitely capture you. Chu Yun, that was absolutely thrilling. You actually turned back and killed that Meng family prodigy. In a hidden cave within the primordial ancient mine, Song Tingyu exclaimed excitedly to Chu Yun. Song Tingyu was still immersed in a mix of excitement and fear. Originally, she thought that Chu Yun severing Meng Hongwen's arm was ruthless enough. Never did she expect that, even while being pursued by a heavenly god realm expert, he would dare to return and kill Meng Hongwen. Such audacity was truly immense, leaving Song Tingyu's heart pounding with anxiety, and she had yet to fully recover. If such a person isn't eradicated root and stem, they will surely cause trouble for me later, Chu Yun said calmly, his face pale. If only my strength were sufficient, I would have liked to kill that old dog from the Meng family in the heavenly god realm as well. The consecutive activations of the Void Divine Talisman had drained Chu Yun immensely. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Song Tingyu's heart skipped a beat. He even wanted to kill the Meng family's heavenly god realm expert. You truly have immense courage. No wonder you dared to. Even the sister of the ancient desolate sacred body. Song Tingyu stared intently at Chu Yun, her eyes shimmering with a radiant light. She couldn't help but feel that the Chu Yun before her was brimming with charm. I had no other choice at the time. Chu Yun shrugged. It seems dealing with Shiyu will be a sure thing, Song Tingyu thought to herself. The strength Chu Yun had just displayed was truly terrifying. He had defeated Meng Hongwen in just 2 moves. Although surprise played a part, Meng Hongwen was an established Void God Realm expert with formidable power. If Chu Yun could handle Meng Hongwen, then Shiyu would naturally be no challenge. Let's see what treasures this Meng family prodigy had. At that moment, Chu Yun took out the spatial rings he had seized from Meng Hongwen and the others. Indeed, seizing resources through killing and plundering is the fastest way. Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with joy as he looked at the abundant resources and treasures within the spatial rings. Inside the spatial rings were hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, along with numerous spiritual elixirs and medicines. Void spirit pills for void god realm cultivation, soul origin pills for spiritual cultivation, nirvana spiritual liquid. The quantities of these resources and elixirs were substantial, with hundreds of bottles of each, as well as many thousand-year spiritual herbs exuding rich spiritual energy. It was practically a small treasure trove. In addition to these treasures, there were several void god weapons and true god weapons, and even a Bao-type heavenly god weapon. This is Profound Origin Iron Essence, a top-tier auxiliary material for artifact forging, containing profound cloud true power. It can be used to refine true god weapons. Shortly after, Chu Yun discovered a head-sized iron block in a corner of the spatial ring, precisely the Profound Origin Iron Essence. Excellent. With this Profound Origin Iron Essence, I can temper my Golden Lightning Divine Sword and elevate it to a true god weapon. Looking at the Profound Origin Iron Essence, Chu Yun felt immense satisfaction. This unexpected harvest had truly pleased him greatly, especially the cultivation resources and spiritual elixirs, which would allow his cultivation to advance significantly once more. This Earth Core Fire Lotus is for you. Then, Chu Yun retrieved a lotus radiating scorching heat from among the treasures and handed it to Song Tingyu. This is a supreme spiritual medicine that can assist in igniting the divine flame. You're giving it to me? Seeing Chu Yun present the Earth Core Fire Lotus to her, Song Tingyu was momentarily stunned, her expression one of astonishment. Chapter 47. My anger and the ownership of the mine. Although the destined Yin is merely a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, it possesses an extraordinarily miraculous effect that can assist in igniting divine fire, significantly enhancing a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Sushin realm. Thus, its value is comparable to that of a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. Song Tingyu never anticipated that Chu Yun would present the destined Yin directly before her. Now at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, she felt a great assurance that, with this herb, she could enter the Sushin realm. Chu Yun, why are you giving this to me? This will also benefit you in the future. Song Tingyu pondered for a moment before inquiring. We are allies, and you did not hesitate when providing me with cultivation resources, Chu Yun replied, his gaze fixed intently on Song Tingyu. Your strength will enable you to better contend with Shiyu. Moreover, possessing the chaos body, Chu Yun required no assistance to ignite the divine fire and step into the Sushin realm. More importantly, he felt that Song Tingyu was more trustworthy compared to others from the MO zone. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Song Tingyu's heart felt a warm surge once more. All right, I shall accept it. She took a deep breath and accepted the destined yen from Chu Yun. Afterward, she playfully tapped him on the face. Deep down, she sighed, realizing how Shiyu had indeed missed out on a remarkable individual. Had Shiyu been less calculating, perhaps she would now be standing alongside Chu Yun. Sister, you always think I am foolish, but sometimes, being overly clever is not a virtue. Nonetheless, Song Tingyu did not dwell on this thought. Without all the scheming, Shiyu would not be Shiyu. You have made me angry. At that moment, the clear voice of Chu Yun reached her ears. Song Tingyu came to her senses, realizing that Chu Yun was gazing at her with intense eyes, seemingly quite upset. Humph, am I not allowed to soothe your anger? Song Tingyu licked her lips softly. Several hours later, the somewhat inconvenienced Song Tingyu arrived at another area of the cave, using the power of the destined yen to advance to the Sushin realm. Meanwhile, the refreshed Chu Yun began to enhance his Jin Lei Shinjian, utilizing the resources acquired from Meng Hongwen to elevate his own cultivation. After recent events, Chu Yun recognized that, while his strength was relatively adequate within the Huangquan Mo zone, the Huangquan Mo zone was too small, and the Tianwu realm was vast with countless powerful beings. He still had a long journey ahead, and now was not the time to indulge in idleness. Half a month later, at the foot of a towering mountain range in the Yuchu ancient mine, a vibrant mining area emanated rich spiritual energy. Numerous formidable formations surrounded the area, defending against external forces. Within the mine, many cultivators, shackled and pale, toiled vigorously. Baskets of source stones were continuously transported from the mine. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. In just 7 days, we have extracted over 1,000 pounds of source stones. Truly, a large source stone vein. In the central pavilion of the mine, a young man clad in a white robe laughed heartily, his deep-set eyes gleaming with delight. Indeed, it is a stroke of luck for the miner Qingyang zone to unearth such a mine, but unfortunately, they cannot seize the opportunity. Brother Luo Xian's abilities are astonishing. He easily subdued those Qingyang zone members and even compelled them to mine for us. Truly remarkable. Indeed, this mine should rightfully belong to our Shao Yaosheng zone. Several disciples of Shao Yaosheng zone echoed excitedly. As they watched the baskets of source stones being extracted, their enthusiasm was palpable. Luo Xian, you lack integrity. You promised that our Qingyang zone would jointly develop this mine, yet now you monopolize it and force us to mine. This is utterly outrageous. You will face retribution. At that moment, a young man with disheveled hair and heavy shackles shouted angrily from a distance, his eyes aflame with fury. Haha, you think you are worthy to collaborate with our Shao Yaosheng zone? How amusing. I was merely jesting, and you took it seriously. Luo Xian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the battered youth. Previously, in order to hastily claim the source stone mine, Luo Xian had feigned agreement with Qingyang zone to develop the mine together. However, once Qingyang zone activated the formations, Luo Xian and his companions stormed in, seizing the mine for themselves and capturing numerous strong members of Qingyang zone to enslave them for mining. All right, continue mining. Once you extract 10,000 pounds of source stones, I will grant you your freedom. Luo Xian then casually addressed the disciples of Qingyang zone below. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Qingyang zone gritted their teeth in anger. Although Luo Xian was devoid of credibility, they still dared not resist, as refusal meant death. At this point, they could only hope that Luo Xian held a shred of mercy in his heart and would free them once enough stones were mined. Ha ha, worthless. I relished dealing with the incompetent. As Luo Xian observed the Qingyang zone members diligently mining, he laughed once more. He then disregarded them entirely, collecting the over 1,000 pounds of source stones they had mined. Excellent, excellent. With this source stone vein, our Shao Yaosheng zone strength will undoubtedly be further enhanced. dominating the eastern region is not beyond our reach. As he gazed at the stones being transported from the mine, Luo Xian's eyes sparkled with arrogance, filled with anticipation for the future. The eastern region is home to numerous sacred lands and top-tier ancient families, hidden powerful clans, yet none have singularly controlled a large source stone mine. Now, with Xiao Yao Shengzong in possession of this large source stone vein, they have truly acquired the foundation for a complete resurgence. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying roar suddenly reverberated from outside. Powerful forces were assaulting the formations surrounding the mining area. Who dares to attempt to seize our Xiao Yao Shengzong's source stone mine? Upon hearing the clash of formations, Luo Xian's expression turned grim. Bang! Just as Luo Xian was preparing to investigate, a cacophony of jarring collisions erupted outside. The defensive magical formation was shattered with a resounding crash. With the disintegration of the formation, a formidable aura surged from the outside, overwhelming the entire mining area. This presence bore down upon everyone within the vicinity, akin to an ancient divine mountain, and even Luo Xian found himself immobilized beneath its weight. Indeed, the girl Shiyu has proven to be a remarkable asset, revealing the existence of a vast source stone vein, thus augmenting the foundation of our demon sect. Before long, a hearty voice resonated from outside, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man clad in a black brocade robe, exuding an aura as deep as an abyss. Beside him stood a stunning young woman in a flowing black gown, both of them smiling as they made their way into the mining area. Senior, this mining area now belongs to our Xiaoyao Shengzong. I kindly ask you to leave. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man and the young woman, Luo Xian suppressed his trepidation and spoke hastily. However, just as his words fell, the middle-aged man instantaneously appeared before him, delivering a forceful slap that sent Luo Xian sprawling. What nonsense! This vein now belongs to my Yuanma Emperor sect. Do you have any objections? The middle-aged man remarked coldly, gazing at Luo Xian, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Chapter 48. The Elder of the D-Zone and the Million Reward. The name of the Yuan Mo D-Zone echoed in Luo Xian's mind, causing his thoughts to swirl in a cacophony of dread. His body trembled uncontrollably, his face etched with profound fear. The Yuan Mo D-Zone, a formidable force in the realm of demonic cultivation, possessed an astonishing depth of power. Even amidst the myriad imperial clans and ancient sects that populated the central domain, it stood as one of the most elite factions. Luo Xian could scarcely fathom that this mine would attract such a top-tier demonic force. A mere holy sect seeks to seize a grand source stone mine. How laughable, remarked a middle-aged man, observing Luo Xian's paralyzing fear with a cold smirk. He raised his right hand slightly, summoning an overwhelming black spiritual energy, poised to obliterate Luo Xian completely. Elder Shuepan, this mining area is in dire need of labor. Why not spare this fellow's life and let him dig? At that moment, Shiyu approached the middle-aged man, speaking softly. You are indeed correct, my dear Shiyu. We do require manpower for mining. Keeping him alive would be more advantageous. Elder Shuepan concurred, nodding thoughtfully. He then shackled Luo Xian and the other disciples of the Xian Yao Shengzong nearby. You shall mine here. When your efforts satisfy me, I shall release you, Shuepan declared indifferently. The faces of the Xian Yao Shengzong disciples were marred with fear and humiliation. They pondered the meaning of satisfaction, their hearts heavy with despair. Yet, they dared not resist and began to toil in the mine. Nearby, disciples of the Qingyang zone watched the plight of the Xian Yao Shengzong's disciples with a sense of grim satisfaction. You lot, do not stop. Continue your digging. Shuepan commanded coldly to the Qingyang zone disciples. Yes, Elder. We shall work diligently. They replied fervently, throwing themselves into the task with zeal. Not paying them further heed, Shuepan turned to Shiyu, saying, You have performed admirably this time, my dear Shiyu. Upon our return to the D-Zone, I shall commend your efforts to the sect leader. Such a mine of this caliber can only be rightfully claimed by the D-Zone. You merely facilitated the opportunity, Shiyu replied with a calm demeanor. Upon discovering the mine's significance, she had immediately envisioned leveraging it to gain favor with the Yuan Mod zone. Stay here and keep watch over them. I shall inspect the mine, Shuepan instructed, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. With that, he transformed into a shadow and swiftly flew towards the mine's entrance. Once Shuepan departed, Shiyu concealed her smile and retrieved a wanted poster from her spatial ring. The image upon it was unmistakably that of Chu Yun. Chu Yun, I truly underestimated you. Who would have thought you could slay Meng Hongwan of the Meng clan? She murmured, gazing at the exorbitant bounty. Perhaps your potential is indeed formidable. However, in the face of absolute power, unfulfilled potential is ultimately nothing but a scattered handful of sand. Shiyu observed the elder of the D zone entering the mine, crushing the wanted poster in her hand into fragments. In the desolate valley outside the primordial ancient mine, a fierce battle raged, filled with cries of anguish, the clash of weapons, and the sound of tearing flesh. What transpired was less a battle and more a one-sided massacre. A cultivator clad in menacing demonic armor wielded an ancient sword exuding a dark aura, ruthlessly slaughtering the surrounding cultivators. Among them were many peak experts of the Sushin realm, yet they fell like paper against the might of the armored figure, their lifeless forms littering the ground, staining the black armor with blood. As the armor became drenched, it appeared to undergo a slow metamorphosis. Demon, you are a demon. Retribution shall surely come for your heinous acts. How dare you commit such atrocities? The remaining cultivators howled, their faces twisted in terror as they trembled. Huh? Were you not seeking my life to claim the Meng family's bounty? Why is it that you may seek my life, yet I cannot claim yours? Chu Yun, clad in blood-soaked demonic armor, replied with a hint of mockery in his gaze. After breaking through to the 5th tier of nirvana, he had emerged from his seclusion, only to encounter relentless pursuit by numerous cultivators seeking his death, each strike aimed to kill, without mercy. Through his inquiries, Chu Yun learned of the bounty placed upon his head by the Meng family. A reward of 1 million spirit stones awaited anyone who could bring him down, alongside a top-tier divine weapon and a wealth of rare materials. Such a fortune would entice even those at the Sushin and True God realms. This marked the 3rd group of cultivators Chu Yun had dispatched. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the remaining experts froze, left speechless by his retort. Fleeing now will only lead to your demise. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed as he prepared to act. He retrieved the divine weapon, the Qi Yin Tian Gong, bestowed upon him by Meng Hongwan. With swift precision, he drew back the bowstring and released arrows imbued with searing heat, swiftly claiming the lives of the fleeing cultivators. Noticing a pale young man in a green robe not far off, Chu Yun saw a spirit arrow lodged in his chest. Though he was weak, he still exhibited a faint pulse of life. Let us have one more arrow, Chu Yun said expressionlessly, readying his bow once more. Chu Yun, I am a disciple of the Yao Qi Shengdi. My grandfather is an elder there. You cannot kill me. The young man stammered, trembling in fear. To desire my life is to be prepared for your own demise, Chu Yun replied coolly. He drew the Qi Yin Tian Gong taut, the spirit arrow poised for release. Chu Yun, Shu Hong has already paid the price for his actions. There is no need for you to eradicate everyone. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out from a distance. Chapter 49. The Saintess of Yao Qi, triggering choices not far from the desolate valley. A breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a flowing white fairy dress gracefully approached. Her figure was slender, surrounded by a myriad of Tao essence, as if she were one with the great Tao itself. A blue lotus mark graced her forehead, enhancing her ethereal and transcendent aura, resembling an incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Saintess, save me. This demon intends to kill me. The young man nearby cried out desperately, as if clutching at a lifeline. It was the Saintess of Yao Qi, one of the confidants of the Saint Body Yi Fan, an innate Tao fetus. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Saintess had also arrived at the original ancient mine. Devil, our Saintess of Yao Qi is here, your end is nigh. At this moment, the young man glared fiercely at Chu Yun, seemingly wanting to devour him whole. Shu Hong, be silent. The Saintess of Yao Qi furrowed her brow, reprimanding him. Young Master Chu Yun, Shu Hong is being foolish, please spare him. Her voice was crisp and melodious, as if it could cleanse the soul. Ding, detecting the current experience of the host, triggering the invincible choice. Option 1. Agree to the Saintess of Yao Qi's request, and spare Zhu Shu Hong. Reward. Ancient Sword Technique, Burial Heaven Sword Technique. Option 2. Refuse the Saintess of Yao Qi's request, and slay Zhu Shu Hong. Reward. Supreme Healing Secret Technique of the Phoenix Clan, Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Burial Heaven Sword Technique, an ancient sword art from the era of the Burial Heaven Sword Saint, possessing formidable offensive power. Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, the Phoenix Clan's unparalleled healing secret technique, with miraculous healing effects, when cultivated to perfection. It can restore severed limbs and achieve rebirth. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind. His eyes sparkled. He had triggered a choice again, the Burial Heaven Sword Technique and the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Saintess of Yaoqi, considering your personal appeal, I may contemplate this. Chu Yun replied slowly. Very well, young Master Chu Yun. If you spare Shu Hong, I. The Saintess of Yaoqi smiled faintly as she began to speak. However, before she could finish, Chu Yun's Qi Yin heavenly bow unleashed another spiritual arrow. Swish! In an instant, the spiritual arrow pierced through Zhu Shuheng's throat. His eyes widened, blood gushed forth, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Moments later, Zhu Shuheng's gaze lost focus, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the choice. Obtaining the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. At the moment of Zhu Shuheng's demise, the system's notification reverberated in Chu Yun's mind. The sudden turn of events left the Saintess of Yaoqi stunned. She could hardly believe that Chu Yun, who had just spoken of considering her feelings, had retaliated by killing Zhu Shuheng. You killed Shuheng. Why? After a moment of shock, the Saintess of Yaoqi fixed her gaze on Chu Yun, her body trembling with fury. I contemplated the matter and decided not to give you face. Chu Yun stated thoughtfully. Very well, Chu Yun. To dare kill a disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land before my eyes, I will not let you off. The Saintess of Yaoqi was infuriated. No one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner since she became the Saintess. Moreover, Zhu Shuheng was the offspring of an elder from their sacred land. While many disciples were away, that elder had instructed them to protect Zhu Shuheng. Unexpectedly, he was slain by Chu Yun right before her eyes. If she failed to apprehend Chu Yun, even as the Saintess of Yaoqi, she would face considerable repercussions upon her return. With a wave of her hand, the Saintess of Yaoqi summoned her inner power, a majestic aura radiating from her being. The forces of the great Tao surrounding her seemed to converge in response to her call. Farewell. Chu Yun sensed the formidable energy emanating from the Saintess and smiled. With that, he activated the Void Divine Talisman and departed the area. Chu Yun, wait. You cannot escape. The Saintess of Yaoqi trembled with rage at the sight of Chu Yun vanishing without a trace. She had never felt so frustrated. I will place a bounty on that scoundrel. She gritted her teeth. Indeed, securing the Void Divine Talisman had proven to be a wise decision. It was exceedingly useful. In a secluded forest within the original ancient mine, Chu Yun stowed away his blood-prisoned demon armor, murmuring to himself. Ever since entering the original ancient mine, he had navigated numerous crises with the power of the Void Divine Talisman. Just moments ago, he sensed that the Saintess of Yaoqi had entered the true God realm. And with her innate Tao fetus, he was acutely aware that he was no match for her at present. Rather than confront her head-on, it was wiser to retreat for now and bide his time until he grew stronger, for there would be ample opportunities for retaliation. Junior brother Chu Yun, are you all right? In the forest, Song Tingyu looked at Chu Yun, who was covered in blood, with a worried expression. I'm fine. All this blood belongs to others. Chu Yun smiled reassuringly. I'll check you over. Song Tingyu eagerly pulled Chu Yun into a nearby cave to examine him. After several hours, Chu Yun emerged from the cave feeling refreshed. Junior brother Chu Yun, I have gathered information. That little wretch Shiyu informed the elders of the Yuanma Emperor Sect about the large mine vein, thus gaining their favor. Now, the original ancient mine is under the control of the Yuanma Emperor Sect, and we cannot deal with that little wretch in the short term. Not long after, Song Tingyu exited the cave, her voice somewhat hoarse. Having gained the favor of the elders of the Yuanma Emperor Sect, this Shiyu is indeed quite resourceful. Upon hearing Song Tingyu's words, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. However, this is typical of Shiyu. She will not overlook any opportunity that benefits her. It's fine. Let her live a little longer. The Emperor Sect elders cannot protect her for a lifetime. Chu Yun continued. Song Tingyu nodded. It was evidently unwise to confront Shiyu at this moment. I will enter seclusion to cultivate. You continue to investigate the news regarding the original ancient mine. Chu Yun concluded. Very well, then you may focus on your cultivation. The primordial ancient mine has been seized by the Yuan Mod Sect. The mission of the sect should conclude here. Song Tingyu spoke slowly. Subsequently, Chu Yun once again entered the cavern. Although he faced relentless pursuit from numerous cultivators, this predicament simultaneously presented him with considerable opportunities. Those cultivators were ultimately vanquished by Chu Yun, and all the resources and treasures they possessed became his spoils. After numerous fierce battles, Chu Yun not only acquired a vast array of resources and spiritual items, but his blood prison demon armor, having absorbed copious amounts of blood, has also reached the pinnacle of the void divine weapon tier, poised to ascend to the true divine weapon level at any moment. Chapter 50. Nirvana's Eightfold Path. The Emperor's Legacy. The blood prison demon armor is the supreme holy weapon of the Blood God clan, a formidable instrument of slaughter. Particularly in the midst of continuous battles, it can ceaselessly absorb the vitality of blood to enhance its wielder's physical strength. Chu Yun, who already possesses an extraordinarily terrifying foundation, is further empowered by the formidable Dozi's secret art, rendering his prowess nearly invincible at the level of Su Shun. Should the blood prison demon armor evolve once more, Chu Yun's strength would experience a significant augmentation. Regrettably, he suffers from a deficiency in realm. Otherwise, why would he have to flee from that Yaoqi holy maiden? Chu Yun sighed inwardly and expressed his helplessness. Although his foundation is unmatched, his realm remains a shortcoming. He is currently at the 5th layer of Nirvana. In the Huangquan demon sect, he might rank among the elite. Yet compared to other top talents in the eastern region, or even those in the central region who have entered the Qianlong rankings, he still falls considerably short. Most of them have already reached the pinnacle of Su Shun, or even the realm of Jin Shun. Furthermore, the top 10 super prodigies in the Qianlong rankings have entered the realm of Tian Shun and are striving towards the extraordinary state of the Holy One. However, with my chaos body, I need not be concerned about cultivation bottlenecks. Surpassing them in the future is merely a matter of time. Chu Yun took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The chaos body provides him with ample confidence. Free from the constraints of realm bottlenecks, he can break through as long as he possesses sufficient cultivation resources, without worrying about instability in his realm. This assurance fills him with unwavering confidence about the future at all times. Next, I shall transform these resources into the foundation of my cultivation. Chu Yun then took out the numerous resources he had recently acquired. Soon, the cave was filled with a plethora of resources, various elixirs and potions, alongside fragrant spiritual herbs. Although the resources from each individual cultivator were not abundant, their sheer number was overwhelming. Over the past few days, Chu Yun had slain more than 100 cultivators, resulting in an astonishing accumulation of resources, rivaling what he had obtained from slaying Meng Hongwan. With no hesitation, Chu Yun immediately activated the Chaos Immortal Sutra, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual resources to rapidly elevate his cultivation. As the essence of these spiritual materials flowed into him, Chu Yun's aura began to rise steadily. Simultaneously, he retrieved the Grand Dao Steel. Utilizing the power of the Grand Dao Steel, Chu Yun began to comprehend the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, recently rewarded by the system. Numerous profound and obscure incantations flowed through his mind, and with the assistance of the Grand Dao Steel, these intricate mantras were quickly grasped by Chu Yun. As time passed, 7 days swiftly elapsed. Within Chu Yun, 7 strands of Nirvana's spiritual light had manifested, indicating that he had ascended to the 7th layer of Nirvana. Furthermore, the 8th strand of Nirvana's spiritual light was slowly coalescing. However, the remaining resources had been nearly depleted, and the residual essence was inadequate for him to reach the 8th layer of Nirvana. It appears that I must utilize this 3-pattern true spirit pill. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes and spoke softly. He then took out a pill adorned with 3 cloud patterns from his spatial ring. This pill was the true spirit pill, specifically the 3-pattern true spirit pill. The True Spirit Pill is a premier elixir for cultivators at the Zhenshin realm, and the 3-pattern variant is the creme de la creme among them, offering immense benefits to Zhenshin cultivators. This pill was discovered on Meng Hongwen's body. Originally, Chu Yun intended to conserve it for when he entered the Sushin realm. However, it seems that time does not allow for such delays. He then directly swallowed the 3-pattern True Spirit Pill. In an instant, the purest spiritual energy surged wildly within Chu Yun. He activated his Chaos Immortal Sutra, transforming this essence into the foundation of his cultivation. With the aid of the 3-pattern True Spirit Pill, the 8th strand of Nirvana's spiritual light was fully condensed. At last, he had entered the 8th layer of Nirvana. Feeling the overwhelming strength within him, a look of joy spread across Chu Yun's face. Nothing provides a greater sense of security than a formidable cultivation base. The Phoenix Nirvana Sutra has also been mastered. Now, to assess the situation at the primordial ancient mine. If no suitable opportunity arises, I shall depart directly. Chu Yun contemplated. He then concealed his aura and exited the cave. Tingyu, are you injured? Upon leaving the cave, Chu Yun noticed Song Tingyu nearby, her complexion pale, with what appeared to be a severe wound on her shoulder. Although it had been bandaged, blood continued to seep through, indicating the gravity of her injury. Chu Yun, junior brother. It's nothing serious, merely a minor wound. Song Tingyu flashed a playful smile and addressed Chu Yun. Chu Yun grasped Song Tingyu's hand and began to examine her. A minor wound? Your Shadow King body's essence is on the verge of collapse. Sensing Song Tingyu's aura, Chu Yun's expression turned cold. Who did this? Junior brother Chu Yun. It was the Meng family. I didn't expect them to set up a forbidden formation. I was caught off guard and fell into their trap. Song Tingyu lowered her head and spoke softly. The Meng family, these scoundrels. They've only killed one Meng Hongwan. Is it necessary for them to act like rabid dogs? Chu Yun frowned and spoke slowly. At the same time, he resolved to make a proper arrangement regarding the crazed Meng family. Junior brother Chu Yun, that is the Meng family's twin star prodigy. The brother of Meng Hongwu from the Qianlong rankings. His status is exalted, and he holds significant standing within the Meng family. Song Tingyu hesitated, speaking. Chu Yun's remark seemed somewhat reckless. I shall treat you first. Chu Yun then said to Song Tingyu. Junior brother Chu Yun, the injury has affected my essence. Do not waste your spiritual energy. Song Tingyu replied helplessly. The Meng family's methods are excessively ruthless. They have already harmed the essence of Song Tingyu's Shadow King body. Such an injury is exceedingly severe, and without a holy grade elixir, it is nearly impossible to heal. Chu Yun remained silent, merely concentrating on activating the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to treat Song Tingyu's wounds. Song Tingyu observed Chu Yun, who seemed indifferent to her words as he focused on treating his own injuries. A warm feeling surged within her, accompanied by a profound sense of security, as if being by Chu Yun's side rendered her fearless against all adversities. Shitty Chu Yun, I have gathered intelligence that within the Yuanchu ancient mine, the legacy of a great emperor has emerged. Many prodigies have entered the Taichu ancient mine, seeking to seize this imperial inheritance. Noticing that Chu Yun remained resolute in his decision, Song Tingyu seized her persuasion and leaned against him, softly speaking. Chapter 51. The gathering of talents at Zhalongtai. Has the legacy of an emperor emerged within the Yuan Chu ancient mine? Which emperor's legacy could it be? Chu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired. The Yuan Chu ancient mine is a remarkably ancient life forbidden zone within the Tianwu realm, so it is entirely plausible for an emperor's legacy to reside there. It is rumored that it is highly likely to be the legacy of the Void Emperor, whose bloodline family, the Jiang clan, has sent their talented descendants to seize the inheritance. Song Tingyu continued, relaying the information she had gathered to Chu Yun. The legacy of the Void Emperor. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with interest. The Void Divine Talisman in his possession is indeed a treasure of the Void Emperor, which has aided him considerably. If it is the Void Emperor's legacy, he might attempt to contend for it. After all, possessing the Void Divine Talisman grants him a sort of connection with the Void Emperor. Even if he cannot acquire it, he could easily escape with the talisman in hand. Chu Yun's mind began to formulate plans. Junior brother Chu Yun, please do not exhaust your spiritual energy, my injuries. At this moment, Song Tingyu, unable to bear the thought of Chu Yun overexerting himself, spoke up. Is there truly no effect? Chu Yun queried, gazing at Song Tingyu. Upon hearing his words, Song Tingyu sensed her injuries and was astonished to discover that her condition had significantly improved. Furthermore, the collapsing essence within her seemed to be revitalized, slowly recovering. How can this be? Junior brother Chu Yun, you are astonishingly powerful. After confirming that her injuries were indeed healing, Song Tingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chu Yun. This was a wound to her essence, which ordinarily required holy-grade spiritual medicine to mend. Now, Chu Yun was managing to heal her through sheer spiritual energy. This was utterly miraculous. Just a few minor techniques. Chu Yun smiled modestly. This is the extraordinary effect of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, with its formidable healing capabilities rendering it quite adept at treating injuries to the essence. Junior brother Chu Yun, you are truly remarkable. Song Tingyu exclaimed, her admiration evident. Wait, your injuries are not yet fully healed. Chu Yun hesitated, concerned for her well-being. I cannot wait any longer. Song Tingyu declared excitedly. A few hours later, under the influence of Chu Yun's Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, Song Tingyu's injuries were completely healed. Tingyu, I will go investigate that emperor's legacy. You should conceal yourself and act cautiously. Do not act recklessly. A refreshed Chu Yun advised Song Tingyu. If there is an opportunity, make sure to leave the Yuan Chu ancient mine quickly. Although Song Tingyu had reached the void spirit realm, her strength was still on the lower end within the dangerous environment of the Yuan Chu ancient mine. Understood, junior brother Chu Yun. I will take good care of myself. You must also be cautious. Having experienced the restrictions laid by the Meng family, Song Tingyu had become more prudent and responded accordingly. After sharing a moment of warmth, Chu Yun departed from the forest, heading deep into the Yuan Chu ancient mine. That was close. I almost failed to uphold my boundaries. After Chu Yun left, Song Tingyu took a deep breath, reflecting inwardly. However, junior brother Chu Yun certainly possesses a myriad of tricks. It is quite embarrassing. She bit her red lips, her heart stirring with countless ripples. In the Yuan Chu ancient mine, amidst a vast expanse of towering mountains shrouded in dense mist, obscuring all. Yet, at the center of this mountainous realm stood an ancient, majestic hall, exuding an aura of profound void energy. Enveloped by this void power, the hall appeared out of place, as though it did not belong to this world. Before the hall, 9 towering dragon-shaped platforms crafted from gold loomed. Each platform bore intricate Tao patterns that radiated an ominous power. In front of these 9 golden dragon platforms, numerous talented cultivators had gathered, their eyes ablaze with desire as they gazed at the ancient hall behind the platforms, eager to enter. Soon, some of these talented cultivators could no longer contain their impatience and rushed towards the hall behind the 9 platforms, hoping to breach its defenses. Bang! However, as several of them entered, they were immediately repelled by the terrifying aura emanating from the hall, losing consciousness in an instant. Fools, did you not see the Zhelongtai before the hall? How could you think to bypass it and enter the hall directly? A young man clad in white robes, with a strikingly handsome face, scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. The Zhelongtai, so it is the legendary Zhelongtai. The Emperor's legacy was indeed not so easily accessed, protected by the Zhelongtai. The Zhelongtai requires 9 talented individuals capable of withstanding the pressure of the true dragon to activate it. As the words of the young man echoed, the surrounding cultivators expressed their shock. It turned out that the Zhelongtai was a divine object of the ancient True Dragon clan, containing exceptionally profound power. Only when 9 talented cultivators could withstand the True Dragon's pressure and occupied the golden platforms could the hall be opened. Without this, even a supreme being would find it impossible to access the Emperor's legacy. How can mere True Dragon pressure affect me? At that moment, the young man in white flew onto one of the golden platforms. As he stepped onto the platform, a deep dragon's roar resounded, echoing throughout the area, causing an overwhelming sense of pressure to envelop everyone present. The young man, having ascended the golden platform, began to sweat profusely, his body trembling slightly, accompanied by the sharp sounds of his bones creaking. Clearly, the true dragon's pressure within the golden platform was formidable. Before long, the young man managed to stabilize himself on the platform. Although his complexion remained pale, he had withstood the true dragon's pressure, and soon after, it dissipated, allowing him to meet the requirements of the golden platform. Indeed, he is the holy son of the Chu Yun sect. His strength is truly remarkable to endure the Zhelongtai's true dragon pressure. The onlooking talents marveled, their eyes filled with astonishment. As the holy son of the Chu Yun sect established himself on the golden platform, other talented cultivators began to attempt to occupy the remaining platforms, leading to fierce and intense battles over their ownership. We require 3 golden platforms. After a while, amidst the ongoing fierce struggles for the golden platforms, a cold yet commanding voice rang out. Chapter 52. The Imperial Clan of the Jiang family. Li Feiyu who dares to demand 3 golden dragon platforms so brazenly? A top-tier prodigy scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. Open your eyes wide and behold. Who are you to challenge anyone here? However, before he could finish his words, his companion swiftly delivered a sharp slap across his face. Why did you strike me, Laolu? The prodigy exclaimed, his expression darkening, his voice low and tense. At that moment, his companion turned his head, forcing him to gaze in the direction of the speaker. Instantly, the prodigy beheld a graceful young woman clad in a veil, her figure exquisite and her skin porcelain-like. Despite her masked visage, she emanated an air of noble elegance. Flanking her were 2 striking young men, equally adorned in garments that spoke of immense wealth. The trio's attire was embroidered with ancient golden cloud patterns. exuding a mysterious aura that seemed to distort the very fabric of space. Behind them trailed several saints whose presence radiated an overwhelming pressure, instilling fear in all who beheld them. The Jiang family of the imperial clan. Upon recognizing the golden cloud patterns on their garments, the prodigy's eyes widened in realization. Could it be the princess of the Jiang family, Ye Qingli? Lao Lu, you have saved me, he uttered, trembling with apprehension. The Jiang family, a powerful imperial lineage in the central region, boasted formidable heritage and were descendants of the Void Emperor. The legacy of this emperor was unparalleled. Should he speak disrespectfully now, he might find himself a target for their wrath. Other prodigies and powerful beings in the vicinity also recognized the identity of the Jiang trio, silently acquiescing to their claim over the 3 golden dragon platforms. Jiang Feng, Jiang Yuan, Qingyi, hurry up and ascend the golden dragon platforms. This is the inheritance of our Jiang family's emperor, and it is imperative that you secure it. An elder of the Jiang family, a figure of saintly status, urged the 3 Jiang prodigies ahead. Rest assured, we shall, Jiang Feng replied, confidence radiating from his smile. As a prodigious talent of the Jiang family, ranked among the top 10 on the Qianlong list, and with the blood of the Void Emperor coursing through his veins, Jiang Feng was indeed self-assured. Indeed, elder, leave it to us, Jiang Yuan echoed, equally confident. Jiang Qingyi remained silent, her gaze resolute. The 3 promptly found a high platform and stepped into the embrace of the golden dragon platform. In no time, they had firmly established their footing upon it, appearing utterly unfazed, as though the pressures of the platform held no sway over them. Truly, the Jiang family's top-tier prodigies are formidable. Observers marveled at how effortlessly the 3 maintained their stance on the golden dragon platform, astonished, for even the most elite prodigies of the Yuanma Emperor sect found it challenging to do so. This demonstrated the terrifying level of their power. As time flowed steadily on, 8 out of the 9 golden dragon platforms were claimed. Those who occupied them were predominantly the foremost prodigies of the Tianwu realm, with the weakest being of the virtual divine realm. As the last golden dragon platform remained, the competition intensified, bloodshed staining the ground before the grand hall. I shall claim the final golden dragon platform. A low voice resonated amidst the fierce struggle for dominance. A youth clad in black and wearing a wide-brimmed hat swiftly approached the center of the mountains. And who might you be, to demand the last golden dragon platform so boldly? The combatants, engaged in fierce conflict before the platform, retorted, their gazes hostile. Ah, you have a point. It would be rather unfortunate for blood not to be spilled on such a momentous occasion as the Emperor's inheritance. The youth stroked his chin thoughtfully. With that, he clenched his right hand, summoning a black long sword that materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, the youth swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of black sword light imbued with terrifying intent, cleaving through the ranks of surrounding prodigies. Swish, swish, swish. The air was filled with the sound of slicing and the anguished cries of the fallen as the prodigies were mercilessly severed in 2, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. This horrifying display left those nearby in shock, their hair standing on end, gasping in disbelief at the prowess of the youth in the hat. Now may I claim this last golden dragon platform? The youth asked, a slight smile gracing his lips. Silence enveloped the surrounding prodigies, each one dutifully parting to grant him passage. Such strength rendered them unqualified to contest him. Who are you, esteemed one? Your strength is impressive. One prodigy on the golden dragon platform inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the youth. 7 Mysteries Sect, Li Feiyu. The youth yawned nonchalantly. Afterward, he sheathed his sword and stepped onto the last golden dragon platform. Hearing his name, the other prodigies began to scour their memories, attempting to uncover the identity of this enigmatic youth. However, none could recall the 7 Mysteries Sect or the name Li Feiyu, having never heard of him before. As Li Feiyu established himself on the final golden dragon platform, the 9 platforms emitted a faint humming sound, while the nearby Hall of Inheritance seemed to pulse with a terrifying energy. Wait, I, Yi Fan, also desire one of the golden dragon platforms. At that moment, another deep voice rang out nearby. A striking young man in a flowing white robe, radiating a golden glow, approached the 9 dragon platforms. It is the ancient sacred body, Yi Fan. He has arrived too. The crowd gasped, their eyes fixated on the handsome young man in white. Yi Fan, you are too late. There are no golden dragon platforms left for you. The holy son of the Chu Yun sect shrugged, delighting in Yi Fan's misfortune. As the words of the holy son of Chu Yun's sect resonated, Ye Fan surged forth towards the elevated platform of the holy sun, unleashing a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the holy sun was obliterated by Ye Fan's fist, disintegrating into countless fragments of flesh and blood. After vanquishing the holy sun, Ye Fan ascended to the golden dragon platform that belonged to him. At that moment, Ye Fan stood drenched in the blood of the holy sun, a radiant golden luminescence subtly pulsating around him, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Damn, truly the protagonist of destiny. He can flaunt even more than I can, thought Chu Yun, who went by the alias Li Feiyu, as he observed Ye Fan, bathed in blood, from a distance. Chapter 53. The eternal spirit milk ignites the divine fire. The other extraordinary talents surrounding the golden dragon platform gazed intently at Ye Fan, their expressions revealing a mixture of astonishment and admiration. After all, the prowess of the saint son of Chu Yun's sect was formidable, placing him among the elite of the younger generation in the eastern region. Yet, he was effortlessly slain by Ye Fan, indicating the latter's overwhelming superiority. Oh, has that little girl Ye Qingli also arrived? At this moment, Chu Yun noticed a stunningly beautiful maiden nearby, her features exquisite and skin as fair as snow. It was none other than Ye Fan's sister, Ye Qingli. At this time, Ye Qingli seemed oblivious to her brother, her gaze fixated on Chu Yun, filled with a complex array of emotions. Could it be that she recognizes me? As Ye Qingli directed her attention toward him, Chu Yun furrowed his brow. Should his identity be unveiled, it would undoubtedly incite considerable trouble, potentially jeopardizing his chance to inherit the legacy of the Void Emperor. However, after a brief moment, Ye Qingli shifted her gaze away. Noticing her withdrawal, Chu Yun's brow knitted once more. He could not ascertain whether Ye Qingli had truly recognized him or was merely intrigued. Nevertheless, he resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead, prioritizing the acquisition of the inheritance. With the ancient void ring in his possession, he felt secure, prepared to confront any adversities that might arise. Having secured the golden dragon platform, additional extraordinary talents attempted to seize it by virtue of their own abilities. Yet, regrettably, their strengths proved insufficient to contend for the platform. After a quarter of an hour, the selection for the golden dragon platform was finalized. With a deafening roar, the 9 golden dragon platforms emitted an overwhelming sound that reverberated throughout the vicinity. The grand hall behind the platforms slowly opened its doors. Upon witnessing the entrance to the hall, numerous extraordinary talents swiftly ascended, eager to enter the hall of inheritance directly. However, as they approached the entrance, they were crushed into mere fragments by an immense pressure. Fools, if entry were so easily granted, what need would there be to contend for the 9 dragon platforms? The surrounding talents scoffed. This imperial inheritance was reserved solely for those extraordinary talents who had secured a position on the 9 dragon platforms. Others were entirely unqualified for entry. Upon the full opening of the doors, the 9 golden dragon platforms ascended into the air, entering the hall of inheritance belonging to the Void Emperor. After their ascendance, most extraordinary talents dispersed from the area, while several remained, hoping to seize any potential opportunities that might arise. Finally, I have entered the hall of inheritance of the Void Emperor. In the unknown expanse, Chu Yun gradually opened his eyes, beholding an ancient and solemn hall. At the entrance stood 2 dragon statues, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. The doors of the hall were ajar, yet mysterious patterns surrounded the area, imbued with incomprehensible power that obscured the interior from Chu Yun's direct gaze. Without hesitation, Chu Yun approached the grand hall. As he drew near, the dragon statues released an overwhelming pressure. Chu Yun frowned slightly, not expecting further trials upon entering the hall of inheritance. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, the pressure having no effect on him. Step by step, Chu Yun entered the hall. Upon crossing the threshold, his pupils contracted, feeling an incredibly rich influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. The pure spirit energy had materialized into substance, enveloping him in an immense spiritual pressure. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed ahead and immediately spotted a pool of milky white liquid in the center of the hall, radiating pure spiritual energy. No wonder the spiritual energy was so concentrated. It was the eternal spirit milk. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he recognized the white liquid in the pool as the eternal spirit milk, a treasure of immense value, exceptionally beneficial for cultivation. Truly, this was the inheritance of an emperor, arriving here. He encountered such a precious resource. If he could fully absorb this eternal spirit milk, perhaps he could ascend to the realm of the void god. Joy illuminated Chu Yun's face as he resolved to enter the pool of eternal spirit milk without further delay. Upon entering the pool, he immediately activated his chaos immortal technique, fervently absorbing the spiritual essence of the eternal spirit milk. With each intake of its essence, his cultivation level ascended. As time flowed, 10 days swiftly passed, and Chu Yun's aura transformed into something formidable. Within him, 9 radiant lights of nirvana emerged, signifying that he had reached the 9th layer of the nirvana realm. I have attained the 9th layer of the nirvana realm. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, his heart brimming with joy. The spiritual essence contained in the eternal spirit milk surpassed his expectations. Although it had been stored for countless years, much of its essence had dissipated. The remaining quantity still immense. Just a fraction of it had propelled him to the pinnacle of the nirvana realm. Now, I can strive for the void god realm. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Yun prepared to ignite the divine fire and break through to the void god realm. For other cultivators, igniting the divine fire typically necessitated various resources and spiritual materials. However, for Chu Yun, it was entirely unnecessary. With his chaos body, as long as he possessed sufficient spiritual essence, he could continuously advance. Once more, Chu Yun activated the indestructible immortal technique, voraciously consuming the spiritual essence within the eternal spirit milk. An abundance of spiritual energy flowed into him, and under the operation of the indestructible immortal technique, the 9 lights of nirvana converged together. The ignition of the divine fire is achieved by amalgamating the 9 strands of nirvana's spiritual light as the seed, and then utilizing the essence of heaven and earth as the catalyst to ignite this spiritual radiance. As time gradually flows by, several hours have passed, and the 9 strands of nirvana's spiritual light within Chu Yun have completely converged. In an instant, the formidable essence of heaven and earth ignited the spiritual light. With a resounding roar, a flame of spiritual light emerged within Chu Yun's being. His aura continually ascended, and soon, he manifested the presence characteristic of the void god realm. Chapter 54, 3rd level of the void god realm. The secret of Jie. Is this the void god realm? It truly is far more powerful than the nirvana realm. Chu Yun clenched his fist, feeling the surge of strength and the dense spiritual energy within his body. After breaking through to the void god realm, his power and spiritual energy intensity had increased more than tenfold. The chaotic spiritual energy of his chaos body and the indestructible spiritual energy of the undying immortal scripture had also grown even more formidable, radiating a brilliant glow. There was still a considerable amount of spiritual essence left in the 10,000-year spirit milk. He would continue absorbing it to further enhance his cultivation. Chu Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the thoughts in his mind, and prepared to continue absorbing the 10,000-year spirit milk to advance his realm. Whoosh! Once again, Chu Yun activated the undying immortal scripture. Having reached the void god realm, his speed of absorbing spiritual essence had increased significantly. The spiritual essence contained within the 10,000-year spirit milk surged into Chu Yun's body like a tidal wave, steadily elevating his cultivation. Time flowed slowly, and soon, another half-month had passed. After half a month of absorption, the 10,000-year spirit milk in the hall had been nearly depleted. The once spiritually abundant hall now appeared much emptier. 3rd level of the void god realm. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, exuding the aura of the 3rd level of the void god realm. Excellent. This 10,000-year spirit milk is truly a treasure. It allowed me to advance directly from the 8th level of the nirvana realm to the 3rd level of the void god realm. My cultivation is finally no longer a weakness. Feeling the powerful spiritual energy within his body, Chu Yun was filled with joy. Although his combat prowess was formidable, his rise had been too rapid, and his cultivation had always been his shortcoming. Now that he had reached the 3rd level of the void god realm, while it might not yet match the top-tier talents among the younger generation in the Tianwu realm, it was at least no longer a hindrance. I wonder if there are any other treasures within this great Emperor's inheritance. Chu Yun thought to himself. Whoosh! Shortly after the spiritual essence of the 10,000-year spirit milk was completely absorbed, Chu Yun noticed a white vortex appearing in the depths of the hall. This white vortex must lead to other parts of the inheritance. Chu Yun's eyes lit up. He then restrained his aura and walked toward the white vortex. What is this? Just as Chu Yun was about to step into the white vortex, he suddenly felt his secret of Do being drawn by something, activating spontaneously. Chu Yun immediately halted and surveyed his surroundings. The hall was empty, with nothing particularly unusual. Soon, he noticed intricate characters and patterns carved on the western wall of the hall. What is that? Chu Yun quickly approached the wall, carefully examining the characters and patterns. This is one of the 9 secrets. He soon recognized that the carvings on the wall were the incantation and cultivation method for the secret of Jie, one of the 9 secrets. Fortunately, I have cultivated the secret of Do. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity. Looking at the patterns and characters on the wall, Chu Yun's face was filled with delight. The secret of Jie is also one of the 9 secrets. It does not require spiritual energy to activate and can instantly unleash a 10-fold increase in combat power, possessing a terrifying force capable of destroying everything. It can be combined with any divine ability. However, the activation rate of the secret of Jie is relatively low. It might only trigger once in 100 attempts. Nevertheless, if a cultivator who masters this secret of Jie also possesses other 9 secrets, the probability of triggering the 10-fold combat power can be increased. Excellent. Although it only has a chance to trigger 10-fold combat power, once it activates, it delivers an unparalleled critical strike. Combined with my Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, even a heavenly god would be left reeling. Moreover, I also possess the secret of Do, which increases the activation rate compared to the secret of Jie alone. Various thoughts flashed through Chu Yun's mind. In that case, I shall comprehend and cultivate the secret of Jie now. With the help of the great Tao Heavenly Steel, it won't take long. Chu Yun immediately made up his mind. He then took out the great Tao Heavenly Steel and used its power to comprehend the secret of Jie inscribed on the wall. Since Chu Yun had already mastered the secret of Do, coupled with the powerful effects of the great Tao Heavenly Steel, he successfully learned the secret of Jie in just 3 days. Let us test the effects of this secret of Jie. After mastering it, Chu Yun immediately activated the secret of Jie while simultaneously unleashing various divine abilities and secret techniques to attack the wall inscribed with the secret of Jie. Boom. Chaos Spirit Seal, 9 Nether Devil Palm, 9 Nether True Intent. Numerous powerful divine abilities and sword techniques struck the wall, producing deafening roars. However, the secret of Jie failed to trigger for a long time. After repeating this process over 50 times, a sword light imbued with extreme destructive force finally shot toward the wall. Bang! A violent collision echoed through the hall, and the wall inscribed with the secret of Jie was instantly reduced to rubble. It took over 50 attempts to trigger it once. Does that mean the probability increased from 1% to 2%? Looking at the rubble before him, Chu Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. 2% is still good. In battle, it can have a miraculous effect. Chu Yun quickly reassured himself. The secret of Jie was so extraordinary that even a 2% activation rate was remarkably formidable. Now, let us see if there are any more surprises in store. This great Emperor's inheritance. After confirming that the secret of Jie had been destroyed, Chu Yun wasted no time lingering. He stepped directly into the white vortex in the depths of the hall. The white vortex contained extremely violent energy. As soon as Chu Yun entered, he felt an intense sense of weightlessness and was blinded by a piercing light, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. Where have I been sent? Shortly after, the weightlessness and blinding light dissipated, and Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a vast, dark forest, with a crimson moon hanging high in the sky, casting a faint red glow. How interesting. A human boy has arrived. It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh. Just as Chu Yun was about to explore his surroundings, a low, hoarse voice echoed from nearby. Chu Yun quickly turned toward the source of the voice. Suddenly, on one side of the dark forest, a group of beings, shrouded in an ominous black aura and bearing grotesque visages, gathered not far away. Their pupils were entirely devoid of white, illuminated by a subtle pulsation of purple and pale green luminescence. Under the crimson moon, these sacred spirits appeared exceptionally sinister, sending chills down one's spine. The evil spirit clan? Chu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body instinctively tensed. Chapter 55 The Might of Divine Fire. Unmasking Identities. It turns out that these fearsome beings are indeed the Xieling clan. The Xieling clan belongs to an evil race from beyond the realm, a terrifying group that embodies destruction and distortion. They are perpetually driven by a desire to plunder and obliterate everything in their path. The valiant ancestors of the Tianwu realm have engaged in countless battles against the Xieling clan. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Xiaoling clan even breached the Tianwu realm, nearly annihilating it entirely. Fortunately, at that time, an invincible powerhouse known as Wuzhu emerged. With his tremendous strength and the collaboration of many formidable beings from the Tianwu realm, Wuzhu managed to expel the Xiaoling clan from their domain. Since then, the Xiaoling clan has been relatively quiet. However, after Wuzhu ascended to the immortal realm, the Xiaoling clan made repeated attempts to invade the Tianwu realm. The conflict between the Tianwu realm and the Xiaoling clan has never truly ceased, as the near-catastrophic crisis instilled a profound vigilance within the Tianwu realm towards the Xiaoling clan, with many sects documenting intelligence on them. Could this be a trial of the great emperor's legacy? Am I meant to confront these Xiaoling beings? As Chu Yun surveyed the numerous Xiaoling clan members before him, he pondered to himself. He could sense that although the aura of these Xiaoling beings was exceedingly terrifying, it lacked a soul, exuding only a profound malevolence. Moreover, he discerned that while their numbers were substantial, their highest prowess barely reached the true God realm, with the majority being at the void God realm. Since they have come, let us engage them in battle. Chu Yun took a deep breath and drew forth his Jiu sword. The blood prison demon armor was also summoned and dawned upon him. With a swift motion, Chu Yun unleashed an incomparably powerful sword technique, charging towards the Xiaoling clan ahead. An intense battle erupted instantaneously. The Xiaoling beings fought like fearless machines, undeterred by Chu Yun's ferocious onslaught. Indeed, they are quite resilient. My attack power is formidable. Yet I struggle to easily vanquish the Xiaoling clan. No wonder they are regarded as the great adversaries of our Tianwu realm. After a fierce strike of his Jiu sword failed to eliminate a mid-stage true God Xiaoling being, Chu Yun frowned. Now, Chu Yun's strength had reached the third level of the void God realm, and with the blood prison demon armor, he had attained an invincible status within the void God realm. Even a true God realm expert should be no match for him. Yet, the mid-stage true God Xiaoling had withstood the force of his Jiu sword. This revelation deepened Chu Yun's understanding of the formidable nature of the Xiaoling clan. They are significantly stronger than the human cultivators of the same tier. As the battle continued, after a considerable duration, when Chu Yun activated the power of the Jia character secret technique to tenfold strength, he finally succeeded in slaying the mid-stage true God Xiaoling. The Jia character technique truly proves its worth. Witnessing the mid-stage true God Xiaoling being easily reduced to fragments brought immense joy to Chu Yun's face. Now, let us continue the fight. I have my pure spirit divine fire. Let us see the might of this purifying flame. After eliminating the mid-stage true God Xiaoling, Chu Yun produced his pure spirit divine fire. Once summoned, the entire area became illuminated, and the temperature surged dramatically. The surrounding Xiaoling beings emitted sharp, piercing cries, as if sensing an overwhelming dread. Some even began to retreat. Sensing their fear, Chu Yun propelled the pure spirit divine fire towards them. The flames surged forth like a divine dragon, incinerating the Xiaoling beings into ashes wherever they passed. Even the true God realm Xiaoling beings could hardly withstand for more than a few breaths before being utterly obliterated. Is it true that the pure spirit divine fire counters evil so effectively? As he beheld the terrifying power of the pure spirit divine fire, Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. This is not merely a counter. It is akin to being the very bane of the Xiaoling clan. It appears I underestimated the might of the pure spirit divine fire. As he watched the flames dance wildly, consuming the evil, Chu Yun reflected on the overwhelming potency of this purifying fire. Had I known its strength, I would not have wasted time fighting earlier. After witnessing the pure spirit divine fire's terrifying capabilities, Chu Yun refrained from further personal engagement and allowed the flames to harvest the Xiaoling beings throughout the dark forest. In a mere half hour, the entire dark forest was reduced to ashes, with the Xiaoling clan's presence nearly eradicated. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. After the Xiaoling beings were completely obliterated, a melodious voice echoed from afar. Indeed, it is the trial of the great emperor's legacy. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun felt a shift within. However, did my direct use of the pure spirit divine fire to annihilate the Xiaoling clan count as cheating? No, the pure spirit divine fire is mine, earned by my own merit. Before Chu Yun, a golden vortex materialized. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he stepped into the golden vortex. With a rush, he found himself in a grand and imposing hall, filled with an air of antiquity and authority. The hall was extravagantly adorned, featuring intricately carved beams and a powerful array, alongside fragrant spiritual treasures. To his astonishment, you were the first to pass the trial. As Chu Yun surveyed his surroundings, a clear and melodious voice reached his ears. He turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a graceful maiden with delicate features, her skin fair and smooth, adorned with a veil. It was the little princess of the Jiang family, Ye Qingli. Chu Yun's pupils constricted as recognition dawned upon him. This young woman was indeed Ye Qingli. So, she was the first to pass the trial. Chu Yun took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I am a descendant of the great emperor, requiring no trial. I simply absorbed the millennium spirit milk and passed directly. Ye Qingli replied softly, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Yun. I see. Chu Yun's heart stirred. Descendants of a bloodline are indeed different, able to take shortcuts. Should I address you as Li Feiyu or as Chu Yun? At this moment, Ye Qingli suddenly spoke, her eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yun furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback that Ye Qingli had discerned his true identity. What is it that you seek, Miss Jiang? Chu Yun inquired coolly, refraining from providing a direct answer. Despite his identity being unveiled, he felt no excessive trepidation. He possessed ample strength to confront numerous challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 56. The Art of Daiyin. Selecting treasures. Rest assured, I pay no heed to your identity. It is merely your swift passage through the trials that piques my interest in your prowess, said Ye Qingli, her eyes curving into a gentle smile. Despite being a descendant of the Void Emperor, she was not exempt from the trials that led to the Hall of Inheritance. Nonetheless, she chose to experience the challenges firsthand, examining their nature. The trials were consistent. Eradicate all the evil spirits of the dark forest or survive therein for a month. The speed at which Chu Yun reached the Hall of Inheritance indicated he had thoroughly purged the evil spirits. Even Ye Qingli would require considerable time to accomplish such a feat, revealing that Chu Yun's strength was far from ordinary, transcending the mere realm of void deities. Even if not extraordinarily powerful, he possessed unique methods to confront the evil spirits. Are you solely interested in my capabilities? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, sensing there was more beneath her inquiry. Ye Qingli, the little princess of the Jiang clan, was rumored to have entered the celestial realm, boasting formidable strength. Such a paragon of talent would not simply be intrigued by his abilities. Indeed, I find your strength compelling. In 6 months, our imperial clan will engage in the triennial hunt for evil. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our Jiang clan's team. Would you be willing? After a moment's deliberation, Ye Qingli continued, the hunt for evil is a grand battle among many imperial clans against the evil spirits, requiring direct confrontation with the true malevolence. Exceptional performance could yield substantial rewards. Furthermore, if you agree to join us, our Jiang clan is prepared to offer you 100,000 spirit stones and 10 4-pattern true spirit pills as remuneration. The hunt for evil. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. He was aware of the significance of this event. It was a grand conflict in the Tianwu realm, exclusive to the imperial clans. At this moment, he comprehended why Ye Qingli expressed interest in him. She likely noticed his rapid success in the trials and sought his assistance to provide an advantage for the Jiang clan in the hunt for evil. Ding. Current experience detected, triggering invincible choice. Choice 1. Agree to Ye Qingli's request and participate in the hunt for evil. Reward. Zihue Soul Technique. Choice 2. Decline Ye Qingli's request. Reward. Daiyin Soul Technique. Zihue Soul Technique. An imperial-level soul refining secret art that can absorb the power of the stars, enhancing one's spiritual strength. Daiyin Soul Technique. An imperial-level soul refining secret art that significantly boosts one's divine soul power and, through the Daiyin method, can conceal heavenly secrets, obstructing others' calculations. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind. The choices presented were enticing. Upon hearing the system's prompt, his eyes brightened. Both rewards were imperial-level soul refining techniques, one capable of absorbing stellar energy, the other adept at concealing celestial secrets. Faced with these two soul techniques, Chu Yun swiftly reached a decision. Miss Jiang, I apologize, but I do not wish to participate in the hunt for evil, he stated firmly to Ye Qingli. You do not wish to participate? Upon hearing his words, Ye Qingli's brows furrowed, clearly taken aback by his straightforward refusal. Is it due to the rewards? I can represent our Jiang clan. It is not about the rewards. I simply do not want to partake, he reiterated. Ye Qingli, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. She gazed deeply at Chu Yun and remarked, "Very well, you may not comprehend what you are rejecting. I hope you will not regret it in the future." Chu Yun nodded, paying no mind to her words. He never regretted his choices, neither now nor in the future. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the choice. You have acquired the Da Yin Soul technique. Moments later, another notification resonated in Chu Yun's mind, confirming his choice. Congratulations, trialist, for passing the examination. You may select 2 treasures from these imperial artifacts as your reward for this achievement. Just then, a delicate voice echoed from nearby. A white spirit entity gracefully floated into the hall. "I am the Hall Spirit of the Void Emperor's Hall of Inheritance," the white spirit announced, waving its right hand. Instantly, 7 orbs of light appeared in the center of the hall. "Hall Spirit, what are these treasures?" Chu Yun inquired, gazing at the 7 orbs. "I cannot say. Choose for yourself and see what fortune awaits you," the Hall Spirit replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun did not linger in conversation. He utilized his spiritual power to sense the orbs and directly selected 2 that stirred a response within him. After making his selections, he did not immediately unveil them, but instead placed them into his spatial ring. "Hall Spirit, how do I exit this place?" After choosing the treasures, Chu Yun asked the spirit. With Ye Qingli present in the hall, he was uncertain if she would act against him, so he intended to leave promptly. "The exit is over there." The hall spirit gestured with its right hand, revealing a white vortex on one side of the hall. "Thank you, Hall Spirit." Without hesitation, Chu Yun stepped into the white vortex, departing from the Hall of Inheritance. "Senior, is it not customary to select only 1 item upon passing the trial? Why was that fellow permitted to choose 2? Ye Qingli questioned the Hall Spirit, observing Chu Yun's swift departure with confusion. As a descendant of the Void Emperor, she understood the rules of inheritance, wherein typically only 1 treasure could be selected after passing the trial. Now, the Hall Spirit allowed Chu Yun to take 2, leaving Ye Qingli perplexed. After all, she was the rightful heir of the Emperor, and the treasures left behind were rightfully hers. The fact that Chu Yun acquired an additional item meant that Ye Qingli would receive 1 less, which was indeed a matter of concern for her. As the spirit of the Grand Hall gazed upon the departing Chu Yun, it spoke slowly. "A fated individual?" Ye Qingli, upon hearing this, was filled with confusion. She could not perceive any unique qualities in this Chu Yun. "In time, you shall come to understand," the spirit continued. "If the opportunity arises, it would be wise to befriend this young fellow. It may yield unforeseen benefits." Chapter 57. The Supreme Tao Emperor's Weapon. The Void Mirror. "Do you truly hold such high regard for this Chu Yun, senior?" Upon hearing the words of the Hall Spirit, Ye Qingli's eyes widened in astonishment. The Hall Spirit had once followed the Void Emperor and had encountered countless superlative prodigies, supreme descendants, imperial heirs, and ancient clan geniuses. Now, the Hall Spirit was suggesting that she cultivate a rapport with the mere Void Realm Chu Yun, which left Ye Qingli feeling somewhat incredulous. In her eyes, while Chu Yun's talent was commendable and he might possess some unique methods to deal with the evil spirit clan, the notion of befriending him seemed overly exaggerated. "I am merely offering a suggestion," the Hall Spirit replied with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Hearing this, Ye Qingli's mind once again conjured the image of Chu Yun, and her regard for him deepened. "Senior, since the challengers have departed, may we now commence the inheritance?" After a brief pause, Ye Qingli inquired of the Hall Spirit. "Patience, there is another little fellow who is about to complete the trial," the Hall Spirit answered slowly, his tone unhurried. "Another individual can pass the trial?" Ye Qingli raised an eyebrow. She was acutely aware of the trial's formidable difficulty. Although the prodigies entering it were not weak, passing the trial was no simple feat suddenly. A swirling vortex appeared once more, and a handsome young man stepped forth from its depths. His complexion was pale, and he appeared to be in a state of disarray, yet tendrils of golden aura emanated from him, exuding a powerful pressure. The ancient sacred body, Ye Fan. Ye Qingli recognized the identity of the newcomer instantly. "Since Chu Yun is unwilling, I shall extend an invitation to this ancient sacred body." The ancient sacred body is a premier superlative physique, unparalleled in strength, and possesses attributes that greatly counter the evil clan. "Ye Fan, I wish to invite you to participate in the hunt against evil." Ye Qingli began to approach Ye Fan. Outside the Grand Hall, as Chu Yun exited the Inheritance Hall, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Numerous cultivators gazed at him with fervent eyes. However, due to Chu Yun's earlier display of formidable prowess and his premature emergence, they did not assume he had acquired any precious treasures, thus refraining from making a move against him. Noticing their scrutiny, Chu Yun said nothing further and, employing his ethereal movements, departed from the site of the imperial inheritance. Is this a letter left by Tingyu? After leaving the inheritance, Chu Yun promptly made his way to the cave, where he had previously concealed himself with Song Tingyu. On the spiritual jade mat within the cave lay an envelope. Chu Yun hurriedly opened it. Junior brother Chu Yun, the elders have conveyed that the source stone mine has been seized by the Yuan Demon Emperor Sect. The mission is cancelled, and you may return to the Demon Sect at your convenience. The promised rewards will also be dispensed. Additionally, that little vixen Shiyu has withdrawn from the Huangquan Demon Sect and joined the Yuan Demon Emperor Sect. As he read the contents of the letter, Chu Yun's brow furrowed. The cancellation of the Source Stone Mine mission was anticipated. However, the fact that Shiyu had abandoned the Huangquan Demon Sect for the Yuan Demon Emperor Sect was unexpected. It seemed that his presence had indeed exerted considerable pressure on her. Shiyu had dedicated much time and effort to the Huangquan Demon Sect, and her abrupt departure rendered her previous endeavors futile, causing her to forfeit numerous resources and treasures within the sect. Furthermore, despite the Yuan Demon Emperor Sect being an imperial sect of the Demon Path, Shiyu's unilateral decision to exit the Huangquan Demon Sect amounted to a betrayal of her former allegiance. With such a precedent, it was improbable that she would gain access to the true core of the Yuan Demon Emperor Sect. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She was merely Shiyu, and there would be ample opportunities to resolve this matter. Chu Yun paid her no mind, for he had grown considerably. The Shiyu he once perceived as a formidable adversary had now become inconsequential. Next, he was eager to discover the nature of the two treasures within the imperial inheritance and to practice the Dian Dao technique, which could obscure his own heavenly secrets, a matter of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun retrieved the two spheres of spiritual energy he had acquired from the imperial inheritance. One is the Void Emperor's innate divine ability, the Void Palm Seal. As the light from one sphere dissipated, Chu Yun realized it contained a transmission of divine ability, the Void Emperor's signature skill, the Void Palm Seal. This top-tier divine ability harnessed the power of the Void, forming a palm seal of unparalleled destructive capability and serving as an exceptional means of surprise attack. Excellent. Let us examine the other. Chu Yun then turned his attention to the second sphere of spiritual energy. How is this possible? Upon seeing the contents of the second sphere, Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, and he involuntarily gasped. Within the sphere, a mysterious and ancient mirror floated serenely, adorned with archaic patterns that seemed to pulse with enigmatic power. Surrounding the ancient mirror were wisps of supreme imperial might, flowing with an aura that felt as though it could suppress the very heavens, instilling in Chu Yun an overwhelming sense of pressure. The supreme Dao imperial weapon. The Void Mirror. This cannot be. The most significant treasure from the imperial inheritance has been bestowed upon me. Gazing at the Void Mirror, which radiated imperial might, Chu Yun found it hard to believe. Supreme Dao imperial weapons were the ultimate armaments of the Tianwu realm, imbued with unparalleled offensive power. Even among the imperial clans, not all possessed such weapons. Moreover, the Void Mirror of the Void Emperor was among the most formidable of these supreme weapons, containing the power of the Void Path and boasting extraordinary destructive potential. My fortune has indeed ascended. I have acquired this item. Chu Yun still struggled to comprehend the reality before him. Such a supreme weapon could not have been presented by the Hall Spirit of the Inheritance Hall. It was meant for the descendants of the Void Emperor. I must secure it for now. Chu Yun hastily placed the Void Mirror into his spatial ring. The safest sanctuary for such a treasure. Possessing the extreme Dao imperial weapon cannot be taken lightly. Otherwise, should those top-tier powerhouses become aware of it, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize it. Chu Yun inhaled deeply, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of joy at having acquired the extreme Dao imperial weapon. This serves as an almost invincible trump card, endowing Chu Yun with a greater sense of confidence. Even when confronted by the true pinnacle powerhouses of the Tianwu realm, Chu Yun now feels a semblance of assurance. For the moment, it is prudent to focus on cultivating the Dian Dao technique and the Void Great Hand Seal, particularly the Dian Dao technique, which must be mastered as swiftly as possible. Chu Yun gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, then retrieved the Grand Dao Heavenly Steel to commence his practice of the Dian Dao technique and the void great hand seal. Time flowed by slowly. Chapter 58. Nourishing the Spirit Beasts, True God Soul in the Huangquan Mo Zone. Within an imposing and solemn grand hall, Lin Yuanhong, donned in an ink-colored robe, sat majestically at the center. Though he spoke not a word, the aura emanating from him was as profound as the abyss, rendering those present unable to meet his gaze. Lin Zhongzhu, what are your thoughts? If your esteemed sect is willing to hand over Chu Yun to our Meng family, your sect shall become our ally. We, the Meng family, can prioritize crafting sacred weapons and saint-grade elixirs for you, remarked an elder from the Meng family, his expression brimming with arrogance from the opposite side of the hall. Indeed, not only that, but we are also willing to transfer the bounty on Chu Yun to your esteemed sect, added another elder from the Meng family. In recent days, the Meng family had desperately searched for Chu Yun in the primordial ancient mine, but to no avail. Consequently, they set their sights on Huangquan Mo Zone, hoping to compel them to surrender Chu Yun. Have you finished speaking? Lin Yuanhong glanced at the four elders before him, then spoke in a measured tone. Lin Zhongzhu, what do you mean? Upon hearing Lin Yuanhong's words, the Meng family elder furrowed his brow, sensing an undercurrent of unease. Nothing much. I merely mean that once the final words are spoken, it is time to depart, Lin Yuanhong replied coolly. Boom. With that, Lin Yuanhong raised his right hand, unleashing a torrent of violent black spiritual energy that surged forth, targeting its mark. Lin Yuanhong, how dare you? The Meng family elder's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in alarm, clearly taken aback by Lin Yuanhong's sudden and aggressive response. In an instant, the formidable black spiritual energy collided with the Meng family elder, reducing him and his companions to mere bloody fragments. The grand hall was instantly engulfed in a thick, metallic scent of blood. Alas, Zhongzhu, do take care. Blood has splattered onto me, remarked an elder from the law enforcement hall, frowning at the crimson stains on his attire. The other elders appeared unfazed, seemingly unsurprised by Lin Yuanhong's ruthless execution of the Meng family elders. Sigh Zhongzhu, this is such a waste. We should have captured them. We could have extorted the Meng family for a pretty sum. One elder lamented. Indeed, how dare they demand we surrender our exceptional disciple? They must be brazenly bold. Are they so dim-witted? Our sect has no need for alchemy or weapon forging. Another elder chimed in. Nevertheless, that Chu Yun lad truly brings honor to our Huangquan Mo Zone. The Meng family's twin prodigies have been eliminated. Yes, I have heard he also killed the offspring of a top elder from the Yaoqi sacred land, which is quite in line with the style of our disciples. The other elders continued, their words laced with disdain for the Meng family elders. During this exchange, they also spoke of Chu Yun, clearly considering his exploits trivial. As denizens of the demonic path, it was expected that every cultivator bore the stains of blood. Zhongzhu, what of Shiyu, who has defected from our sect? Should we? At this moment, an elder appeared to recall something and addressed Lin Yuanhong. It matters not. We have no shortage of traitorous disciples in our sect, Lin Yuanhong replied nonchalantly. The Huangquan Mo Zone never coerces any disciple to remain. Their choices are their own. However, that Shiyu girl has indeed acted rather ungratefully. Lin Yuanhong stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing Lin Yuanhong's demeanor, the surrounding elders tensed involuntarily, sensing that he was about to make a decisive move. By the way, did her brother not previously borrow a celestial beast from the Beastmaster sect under our Huangquan Mo Zone's name? Lin Yuanhong continued after a moment's reflection. Having borrowed it for so long, it is time to return it. Also, let us dismember Shiyu's brother and feed him to the spirit beasts, ensuring they are well fed, lest the Beastmaster sect think our Huangquan Mo Zone cannot even nourish a single spirit beast. 7 days later, in the primordial ancient mine, within a concealed cave. In the cave, a profound and mysterious energy swirled around Chu Yun. Under the surge of this enigmatic force, it felt as though Chu Yun was entirely severed from the world, no longer belonging to it. The Da Yin Dao Shu was indeed astonishing. After a while, Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, astonishment filling his gaze. Just moments before, he had successfully learned the Da Yin Dao Shu and could distinctly sense a substantial enhancement in his spiritual power. Moreover, it seemed his fate was gradually detaching from this world, a truly wondrous sensation. Having mastered the Da Yin Dao Shu, those adept in celestial mechanics would find it impossible to decipher his every move, thus safeguarding many of his secrets. With a gentle exhalation, Chu Yun released a breath of turbid air, his eyes brimming with delight. The Tianwu realm possessed celestial mechanics, utilizing various methods to predict fate and calculate all things. Those top-tier celestial mechanics masters could even glean information regarding saints and supreme beings, shrouded in mystery. Now that Chu Yun had cultivated the Dayan Dao Shu, he could evade the calculations and predictions of others. My spiritual power has reached the true God realm. The enhancement is tremendous. Chu Yun continued to sense his soul power. Perhaps due to the nature of his transmigration, his spiritual power was innately formidable. After undergoing the refinement of the Dayan Dao Shu, it surged instantly to the true God level. Such an achievement was exceedingly rare. The enhancement of spiritual power was notoriously arduous, requiring precious soul-related materials or top-tier soul refining techniques, typically held by the most powerful factions. Ordinary sects could scarcely obtain such resources. Moreover, the cultivation of soul refining techniques demanded innate talent. Without it, even possessing the techniques would not guarantee success. The strength of one's spiritual power had a profound impact on alchemy, weapon forging, combat, and even comprehending various divine arts. Those with formidable spiritual talent, even within top-tier sacred factions, were highly sought after. Now that I have successfully cultivated both the Dayan Dao Shu and the Void Great Hand Seal, it is time to return to Huangquan Mo Zone. Chu Yun reigned in his aura, a thought forming in his mind. Moreover, the 3-month deadline is approaching, and I must prepare to visit the Luotian clan to wed their young lady. Chapter 59. The sage's ambush and retreat. Previously, when Chu Yun returned to the Chu family, the clan leader, Chu Ying, had already arranged his marriage with the eldest daughter of the Luotian clan. 3 months had passed, and now there were only a couple of weeks left until the wedding day. It was time to leave this place, return to Huangquan Mo Zone, and then proceed to prepare for the wedding. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun immediately concealed his aura and exited the cave. However, something felt amiss outside. As soon as he stepped out, his powerful spiritual sense detected an unsettling atmosphere around him. Though the surrounding flora and stones appeared unchanged, he sensed an enigmatic force swirling about. Chu Yun, how dare you kill my grandson? Prepare to meet your doom. At that moment, a low and solemn voice echoed through the air. From the distorted space nearby, an elderly man clad in a gray robe and with hair as white as snow emerged. His presence exuded an overwhelming force of laws, exerting pressure on all directions. A sage, there is a sage hunting me. Feeling the aura of the elder, Chu Yun's hair stood on end as an unprecedented fear gripped him. Clearly, this was a peak-level sage, having reached an exceptionally profound realm. Chu Yun hastily activated the Void Ancient Ring, desperate to escape this place. After all, a sage's might was far too terrifying for him to contend with at this moment. Yet, the Void Divine Talisman, which should have allowed him to warp space and transport himself away, suddenly lost its efficacy, rendering him immobile. How could this be? Seeing the Void Divine Talisman fail him, Chu Yun's expression darkened considerably. Boom. At that moment, the sage unleashed a dreadful force of law, forming a terrifying law fist imprint that surged toward Chu Yun with incredible speed, as if it sought to warp space itself, violently tearing through everything in its path. Chu Yun's hair stood on end as his instincts compelled him to summon the Blood Prison Demon Armor. The armor, radiating a ferocious blood aura, enveloped him instantly, while the power of the Chaos Body and the indestructible Immortal Sutra surged around him. Crack! In an instant, the formidable Law Fist imprint struck Chu Yun, shattering the Blood Prison Demon Armor into countless fragments. Under the immense impact, the armor was nearly obliterated, and the blood aura dissipated as Chu Yun was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree. The tree splintered upon impact, and Chu Yun collapsed beneath it, his face paling in an instant as much of the bones and meridians within him were shattered. Is a sage truly this terrifying? Chu Yun's expression turned grim. He had believed that with his current abilities, he could confront most crises. Yet now, it seemed he had been overly arrogant. The extraordinary sages were far too formidable, leaving him little room for maneuver. Chu Yun, my grandson has met such a tragic end, and I shall torment you thoroughly to appease his spirit in the afterlife. The white-haired elder approached Chu Yun step by step, his aura resembling a mountain that suppressed the heavens, rendering Chu Yun unable to move. It's that elder from the Yao Qi Sacred Lands disciple. But how did he find me, and why did the Void Ancient Ring? Chu Yun's expression fluctuated as confusion filled his mind. However, he understood that this was not the time for contemplation. He must escape from this formidable foe, or he would truly perish here. Should I resort to the extreme Tao Imperial weapon? Chu Yun hesitated internally. Has the enigmatic aura dissipated? At that moment, Chu Yun sensed the mysterious aura around him seemingly fade away. Could it be that this elusive aura was the reason his void divine talisman had failed to activate? A thought crossed his mind, and Chu Yun once again activated the void divine talisman. Swish! This time, the activation was remarkably smooth, and Chu Yun was swiftly enveloped by the talisman's power, distorting the surrounding space as he prepared to flee. Trying to escape? The white-haired elder squinted his eyes, quickly conjuring another divine technique to intercept Chu Yun. However, the power of the void divine talisman was beyond his capacity to thwart, and his technique failed to hinder Chu Yun's departure. You old dog, just wait. Your demise is near, and I shall reunite you with your precious grandson. As Chu Yun was whisked away by the power of the void divine talisman, he uttered a fierce proclamation. Chu Yun, you cannot escape. I will find you again. The elder's voice was low and menacing as he watched Chu Yun vanish from sight. Elder Zhu, did you let that Chu Yun escape? Moments later, a stunning woman in a flowing black gown emerged from the other side of the forest. If Chu Yun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Shiyu. At this moment, Shiyu exuded a powerful aura, clearly having entered the void god realm. His methods are not simple. If I am not mistaken, he possesses the void divine talisman. I could not prevent his escape. Elder Zhu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The void divine talisman. He actually has such an opportunity. No wonder he is so slippery. Shiyu furrowed her brow at his words. Rest assured, I have discerned his capabilities. Next time, I shall strike him down in one blow. The void ancient ring will not save him. A fierce killing intent filled Elder Zhu's expression as he spoke gravely. However, I find it curious. If Chu Yun had the void divine talisman, why did he not flee immediately upon sensing danger, instead allowing you to strike him with a divine technique? Suddenly, Shiyu recalled something and asked, perplexed. The void divine talisman is extraordinarily profound. Had Chu Yun chosen to retreat at the onset, he would not have fled in such a panic. Perhaps he thought himself exceptionally gifted and sought to challenge me with his void god body. Such an unaware young man. I have encountered many. Elder Zhu remarked dismissively. Upon hearing these words, Shiyu furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. Chu Yun was not the type to be so ostentatious. Enough of this, she thought. We must swiftly ascertain Chu Yun's whereabouts. He is gravely injured and incapable of fleeing, presenting us with an opportune moment to resolve this matter. Zhu Shuhua urged Shiyu. Heeding his words, Shiyu suppressed her own thoughts and once again employed her secret techniques to sense Chu Yun's location. Chapter 60. The mastermind behind the scenes, triggering a choice whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a desolate and hidden valley within the primordial ancient mine, the space suddenly twisted, and Chu Yun's body tumbled out from the distorted void. Thud! Chu Yun, who had fallen to the ground, spat out another mouthful of turbid blood. Realizing his increasing weakness, he quickly activated his Phoenix Nirvana Sutra and immediately swallowed a top-tier healing pill. With the aid of the pill and the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, Chu Yun's injuries began to slowly recover. That mysterious aura again. Just as Chu Yun was about to fully immerse himself in recovery, he suddenly sensed that familiar, enigmatic aura once more. The danger was not yet over. Chu Yun frowned, instantly realizing that he was still in peril. You've discovered me, but it's too late. You can't escape now. A low, muffled voice echoed from not far away. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately after, dark void chains suddenly appeared in the barren valley. Moving with lightning speed, they swiftly bound Chu Yun completely, rendering him immobile. After Chu Yun was ensnared by the void chains, a black mist drifted over from the distance. From within the mist emerged a slightly ferocious-looking beast, its entire body exuding an aura that distorted space. Chu Yun. No matter how extraordinary your talent or how astonishing your methods, you cannot escape my grasp. The nightmare beast looked at Chu Yun, bound by the void chains, and spoke with smug satisfaction. Nightmare beast, so it was you behind all this? Seeing the nightmare beast appear, Chu Yun's pupils contracted, his voice icy cold. After escaping from that saint, Chu Yun had sensed something amiss. If it truly were that saint who had sealed his void ancient ring, he would have had no chance to use it again. Moreover, this time, the teleportation via the void ancient ring was entirely different from before. The direction of the void shift was completely beyond Chu Yun's control. Initially, Chu Yun had thought it was due to his extreme weakness, but now it seemed that the nightmare beast was the mastermind behind it all. Indeed, I am the one behind this, though not entirely. I merely employed some minor tactics. The nightmare beast continued, speaking with an air of supreme arrogance. Not entirely? Chu Yun asked, puzzled. I have no need to explain to you. Hand over your strange fire. The nightmare beast then spoke slowly, its gaze fixed intently on Chu Yun. It's after my strange fire. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun immediately thought that besides the nightmare beast before him, the other mastermind was the protagonist of Destiny, Shao Chun. Shao Chun was the reincarnation of the Nine Suns Supreme from 100,000 years ago, and fusing with strange fire could rapidly restore his strength. It seemed that Shao Chun had a hand in this as well. A series of thoughts flashed through Chu Yun's mind, and he quickly pieced together the general sequence of events. Don't even think about anyone coming to save you. I've set up a sealing array here. No one can come to your rescue. The nightmare beast continued slowly. No disturbance can escape from this place. So, obediently handing over the strange fire is your best choice. If you cooperate willingly, I can take you as my human pet and allow you to serve my master alongside me. So it is Shao Chun. Upon hearing the nightmare beast's words, a wave of icy killing intent surged within Chu Yun's heart. Originally, Chu Yun had no intention of dealing with Shao Chun, the protagonist of Destiny, but now Shao Chun had taken the initiative to cause trouble for him. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. My patience is limited. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Seeing that Chu Yun ignored him, the nightmare beast frowned and spoke again. No need for 3 breaths. Chu Yun replied calmly. Good. A wise man knows when to yield. I admire your judgment. In the future, the nightmare beast, thinking Chu Yun was about to submit, revealed a satisfied smile. Whoosh. However, before the nightmare beast could finish speaking, it suddenly felt an unprecedented, immense pressure. The overwhelming pressure bore down on the nightmare beast, making it feel as though its soul and body were on the verge of collapse. What? The nightmare beast trembled, hastily scanning its surroundings. Moments later, it saw a mysterious ancient mirror that had appeared before Chu Yun at some unknown time. This ancient mirror hovered calmly in front of Chu Yun, emanating an aura of ultimate power that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Ultimate Emperor weapon. How do you possess an ultimate Emperor weapon? Upon seeing the mysterious ancient mirror before Chu Yun, the nightmare beast widened its eyes and let out a sharp scream. I have no need to explain to you. It's time for you to depart. Chu Yun spoke calmly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Hearing Chu Yun's words, the nightmare beast's body froze completely, and boundless fear spread through its heart. The ultimate Emperor weapon was the supreme weapon of the Tianwu realm, possessing unparalleled destructive power. Even as a nightmare beast, it could not withstand the impact of an ultimate Emperor weapon. At this moment, the nightmare beast was filled with regret. Had it known Chu Yun possessed an ultimate Emperor weapon, it would never have dared to confront him. But now, there was no chance for regret. Wait, Chu Yun, I am willing to submit. Don't kill me. I am proficient in arrays and the void path. I still have value. Don't kill me. I am willing to serve you. Please give me a chance. I don't want to die. It was Shao Chun who sent me. I was forced. I beg you, I truly don't want to die. Shortly after, the nightmare beast hurriedly cried out for mercy, trembling as it knelt before Chu Yun and deeply bowed its head. Clearly, the fear instilled by the ultimate Emperor weapon was too great, shattering its psychological defenses instantly and leaving it no choice but to seek survival through such means. Ding, detecting the host's current situation, triggering the invincible choice. Choice 1. Ignore the nightmare beast's plea for mercy and directly slay it. Reward. Ancient Divine Phoenix Egg. Choice 2. Spare the nightmare beast's life and completely control it for your own use. Reward. Ancient Kunping Egg. Ancient Divine Phoenix Egg can hatch into an Ancient Divine Phoenix. Ancient Kunping Egg can hatch into an Ancient Kunping Beast. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded in Chu Yun's mind. Upon triggering the selection, the Taiga Phoenix Egg and the Taiga Kunping Egg were chosen. Hearing the system's prompt, Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart surged with exhilaration. The Taiga Shinfeng and Taiga Kunping are both legendary divine beasts from the primordial era, possessing astonishing potential. From the moment they are born, these two ancient mythical creatures possess the power of top-tier sacred beasts, which is truly formidable. Once they reach adulthood, Their strength rivals that of the supreme beings among humankind, granting them the ability to dominate all. Chapter 61. The primordial Kunpeng, where the mark resides. To my surprise, confronting a nightmarish beast could trigger a choice. Evidently, this creature is no ordinary foe. Yet, whom shall I choose between the phoenix and the Kunpeng? Chu Yun pondered inwardly. Both are supreme divine beasts, possessing formidable physical forms and extraordinary potential. The phoenix engulfs the heavens and seas in flames, while the Kunpeng commands unparalleled speed, unrivaled across the realm. Before long, Chu Yun formulated a plan. I may spare you, but in return, I demand the imprint of servitude, he declared to the nightmarish beast before him. Having already acquired the purifying divine fire, Chu Yun recognized the overlap with the phoenix's fiery abilities. Moreover, the Kunpeng's unmatched velocity could prove invaluable in many situations. No problem, no problem. Feel free to plant the mark. I shall not resist. The nightmarish beast quickly replied, sensing Chu Yun's willingness to grant it mercy. With that, it promptly retracted all defenses, allowing Chu Yun to proceed. Observing this, Chu Yun immediately summoned the essence of his chaos body to forge a powerful servitude mark. With a resounding flourish, Chu Yun infused the mark into the nightmarish beast's mind. With its full cooperation, the mark took root successfully within the creature's consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and acquiring a primordial Kunpeng egg. Infuse spiritual energy into the egg to hatch it and establish a bond. The system's notification chimed in Chu Yun's mind as he fully dominated the nightmarish beast. Claim the reward. Without hesitation, Chu Yun seized the opportunity to claim his prize. Given his current injuries, hatching the Kunpeng for protective purposes was imperative, and he would not delay any further. In a fleeting moment, a mysterious force materialized, revealing a colossal black golden egg in Chu Yun's grasp. The egg was adorned with profoundly intricate patterns, seemingly containing untold powers. Upon acquiring the Kunpeng egg, Chu Yun rapidly infused his spiritual energy into it. As his essence permeated the egg, it radiated with brilliant light, accompanied by the sound of joyous chirping emanating from within. What could this be? The nightmarish beast gazed at the black golden egg, its face a mask of bewilderment. However, having just been subdued, it dared not question Chu Yun. Boom! As Chu Yun continued to channel his spiritual energy, the egg erupted with a terrifying aura, as if something formidable resided within. Crack! After a quarter of an hour, the egg reached its limit of absorption, and cracks began to form on its sturdy shell. Swiftly, the fissures spread across its surface, and the massive egg shattered in an instant. Before Chu Yun stood a young beast, entirely golden with magnificent wings, resembling a pung bird. Intricate black patterns adorned its wings, hinting at its extraordinary powers. The young beast radiated an overwhelming sacred aura, which suppressed the surroundings, causing the nightmarish beast to tremble slightly. This is the Kunpeng. My master possesses a primordial divine beast. Stunned, the nightmarish beast recognized the young creature as the legendary Kunpeng, a super divine beast born with top-tier sacred strength. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The young Kunpeng leaped onto Chu Yun's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against him, displaying its endearment. Indeed, the energy emanating from this Kunpeng exceeded that of the elder from Ye Qingli, indicating that vengeance could be swiftly realized. Sensing the potent aura of the Kunpeng, Chu Yun contemplated, nightmarish beast, it is time to showcase your worth. Summon that elder from Ye Qingli immediately. I demand his demise. Master, I did not arrange for that elder from Ye Qingli. I cannot command him. The nightmarish beast lowered its head, looking utterly helpless. Not you? Then how did he find me? Chu Yun frowned, initially suspecting a collusion between the nightmarish beast and the elder. However, it seemed otherwise. Master, it was that wretched Shiyu. She disclosed your whereabouts to the elder, intending to target you. I merely attempted to disrupt the ancient spatial device's powers to seize an opportunity. The nightmarish beast explained, revealing what it knew to Chu Yun. Shiyu, how infuriating. Chu Yun's expression darkened significantly upon hearing the nightmarish beast's words. He hadn't anticipated her involvement. Clearly, she could not be allowed to remain free. Chu Yun took a deep breath. Yet, how did she discover my location? A look of confusion crossed his face again. The place where he cultivated was exceedingly concealed, imperceptible to most, and Shiyu should have had no means of knowing. Master, perhaps she left some mark upon you, the nightmarish beast suggested. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun promptly began to inspect his body. However, he found nothing amiss. His soul power had reached the true god tier, enabling him to detect any anomalies. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Yun, prompting him to retrieve the blood prison demon armor, which had been nearly shattered by the elder from Ye Qingli. Upon inspection, he quickly discovered a mysterious mark embedded within the profound blood energy of the armor. Shiyu possesses a devious mind to have implanted a sensing mark within the blood energy. Had the armor not been damaged, I would have never discovered it. The realization sent a chill through Chu Yun's heart. Shiyu's cunning was alarmingly profound, as she had left this hidden danger when bestowing the blood prison demon armor upon him. Nevertheless, this mark may hold the key to resolving this predicament, Chu Yun mused. Previously, he had also left a mark on Shiyu, yet its position had remained unchanged, suggesting she had discovered and neutralized it. This matter concerning Shiyu must be resolved expeditiously, otherwise, it becomes exceedingly bothersome, thought Chu Yun. Minion Shou? Now withdraw your formation and allow the power of this sensing mark to be unleashed, Chu Yun commanded. In order to thwart Chu Yun, Minion Shou had set up a magical array that impeded the outward flow of all sensing energies, including Shiyu's mark. Thus, to facilitate their arrival, this array must be dismantled. Yes, master, Minion Shou responded with utmost respect. Immediately, Minion Shou retracted the formation, while Chu Yun focused on restoring his own body, preparing to confront the elders of Ye Qingli and Shiyu. Chapter 62. The Might of Divine Beasts. The end of poetry. Elder Zhu sensed the location of that little demon. I now know where it is. At the same time, in a forest within the primordial ancient mine, Shiyu slowly opened her eyes, an enigmatic brilliance swirling in her gaze. Finally, I have found it. Let us go. This time, I shall surely slay that wretched creature. Elder Zhu's expression was frigid as he spoke. Shiyu nodded, promptly leading Elder Zhu towards the sense location. However, the imprint had suddenly vanished for a period. Could there be a problem? A thought flickered in Shiyu's mind. Hurry, Miss Xia. Do not let that little beast escape. Elder Zhu urged her on. Hearing his insistence, Shiyu's brow relaxed slightly. Elder Zhu's divine ability had already incapacitated Chu Yun. As a powerful sage, he should not encounter issues. If we fail to deal with Chu Yun this time, it will only become more challenging in the future. Quickly, Shiyu suppressed her thoughts and raced towards Chu Yun's location with all her might. After a quarter of an hour, the duo arrived at a desolate and concealed valley. Upon seeing the valley ahead, Shiyu halted, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She turned to Elder Zhu and said, Elder Zhu, that fellow Chu Yun is within the valley. You confront him while I seal the exits to ensure he has no means of escape. Miss Xia indeed possesses a meticulous mind. With this plan, that little beast will be unable to flee. Elder Zhu replied calmly. Having said that, he eagerly soared into the valley, prepared to swiftly eliminate Chu Yun. I hope this is merely my illusion, Shiyu murmured to herself as she watched Elder Zhu dart into the valley. Suddenly, an extraordinarily sharp cry erupted from within the valley shortly after Elder Zhu's entry. This sound was akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, reverberating throughout, causing Shiyu's very soul to tremble. Indeed, something is amiss. I must leave at once. Shiyu felt her hair stand on end. Acting decisively, she drew a teleportation talisman, shattering it in haste, aiming to vacate the area instantaneously. Yet, just as Shiyu began to activate her talisman, profound chains of void appeared around her at an alarming speed, binding her completely. Who dares to capture me? Shiyu exclaimed coldly upon witnessing the chains that ensnared her. Hee, the Master's predictions were indeed accurate. You, little demoness, act with caution and would not likely enter the valley with that sage elder. A deep voice resonated around her. The figure of the nightmarish beast materialized before Shiyu, its demeanor icy. Unfortunately, with my presence, you shall not escape. As it spoke, the nightmarish beast began to drag the bound Shiyu towards the valley. Master, how much benefit did Chu Yun offer you? I will give you double. Just release me. Seeing the nightmarish beast ahead, Shiyu felt her heart plummet to the depths and hurriedly attempted to entice it with promises of profit. I, the nightmarish beast, am utterly loyal and would never betray my master. Dream on if you think I will release you. The nightmarish beast retorted with a scoff, brimming with arrogance. The nightmarish beast? Chu Yun possesses one as well. How is that possible? Shiyu was engulfed in disbelief, sinking into profound shock as she was dragged further into the valley. A scene even more astonishing unfolded before her eyes. In the center of the valley stood a divine beast, majestic and resembling a pung bird, with imposing wings. Its razor-sharp claws were firmly clutching a white-haired elder clad in a gray robe. The elder was none other than Elder Zhu. However, at this moment, Zhu's hair was disheveled, his body marred by several gruesome wounds, appearing grotesquely bloodied. He had transformed into a veritable figure of blood, issuing continuous cries of suffering. How could this be? Elder Zhu is a top sage at the 8th heaven of the sage realm. How could he? The sight before Shiyu shattered her worldview. She could hardly fathom that such a powerful sage elder could succumb to such a fate in such a brief span. Truly, this super divine beast is terrifying. Although it seems to have launched a sneak attack, it effortlessly overcame a peak sage elder in a single blow. Its combat prowess is overwhelmingly formidable. Not far away, the nightmarish beast gazed at the nearly unrecognizable elder Zhu with a sense of alarm. The Kuanping has just been born, yet possesses such astonishing power. It truly sends shivers down my spine. It appears I must also demonstrate my value in the future. Otherwise, all the glory will be stolen by this little Kuanping, the nightmarish beast thought to itself. Sister Xia, it has been a long time. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in Xia Shiyu's ears. Slowly lifting her head, she beheld Chu Yun, clad in a white robe and bearing a pallid complexion, approaching her with a gentle smile. Chu Yun, it has indeed been a while. Xia Shiyu managed a strained smile as she addressed him. Chu Yun, I heard that the elders of the Yaoqi sacred land intended to harm you, and I rushed here to assist you. Are you unharmed? Xia Shiyu feigned concern as she spoke to Chu Yun, her expression genuine. Sister Xia, there is no need for such clumsy lies between us. That elder from the sacred land was summoned by you to deal with me. Chu Yun replied coolly, fixing his gaze intently upon her. Upon hearing his words, the sincerity and worry on Xia Shiyu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Chu Yun, I have truly underestimated you. Evidently, Xia Shiyu understood that such deception was now pointless. Indeed, I have also underestimated you, sister. Chu Yun nodded, then slowly continued. Since your farewell speech is complete, I shall send you on your way. Chu Yun, are you certain you wish to kill me? You will come to regret this. Xia Shiyu inhaled deeply, then earnestly addressed Chu Yun. However, Chu Yun paid no heed to Xia Shiyu's words. Drawing the 9 nether sword, he immediately thrust it toward her. You will regret this. You will surely regret it. Xia Shiyu let out a final piercing scream before the 9 nether sword pierced straight through her heart. The overwhelming power of the 9 nether essence ravaged her body with ferocity, swiftly claiming her life. Chapter 63. The Restoration of the Blood Demon Armor. Blood God Abyss. Xia Shiyu's pupils lost focus, and a trace of astonishment appeared on her face, as if she had not anticipated that Chu Yun would be so decisive in directly slaying her. Subsequently, Xia Shiyu's lifeless body fell stiffly to the ground, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Regret? I only regret not having eliminated you sooner. Observing the now lifeless Xia Shiyu, Chu Yun spoke calmly. Initially, he had no intention of killing Xia Shiyu so swiftly, for she still held considerable value. However, this individual proved to be exceedingly troublesome, employing tactics that made Chu Yun's situation rather precarious. Simultaneously, Xia Shiyu's demise brought a sense of relief to Chu Yun. She resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, striking unexpectedly. Such a person is far more reassuring in death. Master, this is Xia Shiyu's spatial ring. At that moment, the nightmarish beast presented Xia Shiyu's spatial ring respectfully to Chu Yun. Upon receiving the ring, Chu Yun immediately began to inspect its contents. True to Xia Shiyu's reputation, it contained a wealth of treasures. His eyes brightened at the sight within the spatial ring. There were numerous spiritual elixirs and cultivation resources, and in one corner, Chu Yun also spotted a substantial amount of source stones, estimating over 1,000 pounds. These source stones evidently originated from a large ancient mine and radiated a staggering source power. Regrettably, there was no divine source. Chu Yun sighed. The large source stone veins were rich in divine sources, which possessed a purer essence than regular source stones, coveted even by the holy kings and great saints. However, perhaps due to Xia Shiyu's insufficient capabilities, she had yet to encounter a divine source. Nevertheless, Chu Yun quickly quelled his emotions. Possessing over 1,000 pounds of source stones was already commendable. Moreover, the other resources and treasures within Xia Shiyu's spatial ring constituted a substantial fortune. Before long, Chu Yun discovered a letter tucked away in the corner of the spatial ring. Extracting it, he noted the inscription on the cover and gently opened the letter. This Shiyu even left me a letter? I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. He began to read the contents of the letter. Junior brother Chu Yun, by the time you read this letter, I may have already perished. However, do not feel triumphant. Our affairs are not yet concluded. I will return. As he read, Chu Yun's brow furrowed. This Shiyu, even in death, could not find peace. Did she leave behind some hidden means? Subsequently, Chu Yun examined Shiyu's corpse once more, confirming that she had indeed passed away completely. Forget it. Perhaps this individual is merely attempting to unsettle me with her theatrics. I shall directly utilize your blood vitality to restore the blood demon armor. Chu Yun then retrieved the blood demon armor, allowing it to absorb Shiyu's blood vitality to mend its damages. The blood demon armor, being the pinnacle sacred weapon of the blood god clan, had the capacity to absorb blood vitality for restoration. Release me, you little beast. If you have the guts, let us duel one-on-one. What prowess is it to have Kunping ambush me? At that moment, not far away, Zhu Shuchang, captured by Kunping, roared, glaring fiercely at Chu Yun. Oh right, and you, old hound of the Yaoqi sacred land. Chu Yun turned his gaze toward Zhu Shuchang. What do you intend to do? Upon meeting Chu Yun's gaze, Zhu Shuchang felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp prickling with fear. Nothing much. Aren't you worried about your grandson? I shall send you to reunite with him while I restore my armor. Crack. As soon as Chu Yun finished speaking, Kunping tightened its grip and crushed Zhu Shuchang's body, scattering countless blood and flesh fragments. Chu Yun promptly urged the blood demon armor to absorb Zhu Shuchang's blood vitality. Excellent, excellent. With this sacred old dog's blood vitality, the blood demon armor may very well be restored to a divine weapons level. At that point, it could unleash even more formidable power. Observing the immense blood vitality emanating from Zhu Shuchang, Chu Yun's face gleamed with anticipation. He continued to allow the blood demon armor to absorb the blood vitality for restoration, while he himself sat cross-legged, channeling the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to recover from his injuries. In the Tianwu realm, Eastern Domain, a secluded valley shrouded in crimson mist. Deep within the valley lay a profoundly dark abyss, resembling a connection to hell, filled with an almost tangible aura of blood vitality. In the valley, a sweet-tempered girl in a green dress cradled a bottle, cautiously making her way toward the vast abyss at the center. Moments later, she reached the abyss's edge and opened the bottle in her hand. With a whoosh. At the moment the bottle opened, a feeble spiritual entity flew out. If Chu Yun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this spirit was none other than Shiyu's. Your Highness, the blood god abyss has arrived. Are you truly prepared to enter? This is a place of certain death. Tang Rou cautioned the ethereal Shiyu spirit, which seemed on the verge of dissipating. Xiao Rou, I have no retreat left. Do not worry. I can sense that my blood vitality has indeed been fed to the blood demon armor by junior brother Chu Yun. Consequently, my spiritual essence now carries the aura of the blood god clan. I shall be fine. Shiyu's spirit continuously absorbed the surrounding blood vitality, smiling. Your Highness, why must we leave the Huangquan demon sect? Tang Rou bit her crimson lip, her eyes glistening with tears. Xiao Rou, this is the path of cultivation. I was defeated by junior brother Chu Yun and can only tread this road. Shiyu's voice was weak yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou felt an overwhelming sorrow. She genuinely did not wish for Shiyu to embark on this perilous journey. Though Shiyu articulated her intentions clearly, Tang Rou understood that this path was fraught with peril, and even if one could return, they would inevitably endure unimaginable suffering. The blood god power within this place felt as though it could shred her flesh at any moment. Now, with Shiyu reduced to a mere fragment of a spirit, the torment she would face was likely far more horrific than the legendary 18 hells combined. Enough, stop your weeping. You are a disciple of the demon sect. Shiyu seemed to have accepted her fate, turning to Tang Rou with these words. Upon hearing Shiyu's words, Tang Rou wiped away her tears, yet her heart remained heavily burdened with worry. Do you still remember the other matter I entrusted to you? Shiyu continued, addressing Tang Rou. Your Highness, the Saintess, I shall not forget. I will surely deliver the item. Tang Rou asserted, clutching a mysterious stone tightly in her hand and nodding earnestly. Very well, then I can rest easy. Shiyu smiled. After saying this, she plunged into the depths of the blood divine abyss. Xiao Rou, once you have delivered the item, proceed to the Bingyun Xian Palace for your cultivation. From now on, do not tread the path of darkness, nor engage with Chu Yun in any manner, and do not seek me again. Chapter 64. The new Saintess and the resonant jade pendant 3 days later, at the Da Hall of Mo Yuan Peak, Huang Quan Mo Zone. Chu Yun, this is the reward for your recent mission. In the Grand Hall, Elder Mou presented Chu Yun with a true inheritance token enriched with 200,000 contribution points, along with 500,000 spirit stones. Thank you, Elder Mou. Chu Yun responded as he accepted the spatial ring filled with spirit stones. Focus on your cultivation. This time, 5 of our sect's true disciples perished in the primordial ancient mine. The future now rests in your hands. Elder Mou continued. I will, Chu Yun assured him. Simultaneously, Chu Yun grasped the underlying reason for the continued issuance of rewards. With the Saintess gone and 5 true disciples lost, a considerable amount of expenses had been alleviated. Having received the treasures, Chu Yun exited the Da Hall of Mo Yuan Peak. Junior brother Chu Yun, you have finally returned. Just as he stepped out, a melodious voice rang in his ears. Dressed in a flowing white gown, the stunningly beautiful Song Tingyu approached him. Tingyu, congratulations on becoming the Saintess. Chu Yun beamed at the enchanting figure before him. Song Tingyu had ascended to the Void God realm, and with Xia Shiyu's betrayal resolved by Chu Yun, it was only natural for her to become the new Saintess of Huang Quan Mo Zone. Hee, this is all thanks to junior brother Chu Yun. Song Tingyu joyfully clung to Chu Yun's arm. If you have time, feel free to visit my cave dwelling. I can help you vent your frustrations. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Then let us go now. Chu Yun's eyes brightened. Previously, he had been severely injured by that old dog of a saint, and his heart was filled with rage. With Song Tingyu offering herself, he was eager to indulge in some amusement. All right, but I can't give you everything. Song Tingyu added with a playful tone. Rest assured, I understand. Chu Yun smiled gently. Although he could not completely alleviate his frustrations, Song Tingyu had many ways to entertain. Soon, Chu Yun made his way to Song Tingyu's new cave dwelling. Several hours later, Chu Yun returned to his own cave on Tianji Peak, feeling refreshed, while a fatigued Song Tingyu rested in her own dwelling. Senior brother Chu, the clan leader has sent word. In 10 days, you are to wed the young lady of the Luoshan clan. In the cave on Tianji Peak, Chu Zihong respectfully informed Chu Yun. Only 10 days left? Chu Yun took a deep breath and responded, I understand. Please return and report this. I will hasten back to the Chu family. Yes, senior brother Chu. Chu Zihong replied before departing the cave to relay the message. Suddenly, a swirling black mist surged towards the cave shortly after Chu Zihong's departure. The nightmarish beast materialized before Chu Yun. Nightmarish beast, have you any news of Xiaochen? Chu Yun inquired urgently upon seeing the creature. The first thing Chu Yun did upon returning to Huang Quan Mo Zone was to seek Xiaochen's whereabouts for revenge. However, it seemed that Xiaochen had sensed the nightmarish beast under someone else's control and had vanished upon his return, leaving no trace behind. Thus, Chu Yun instructed the nightmarish beast to search for him. Master, I found nothing. I visited several of Xiaochen's secret hiding spots, but there were no leads. The nightmarish beast lowered its head dejectedly. As expected, this cautious fellow has already fled. Chu Yun sighed deeply. Xiaochen had sent the nightmarish beast to deal with him, aiming to seize his extraordinary fire, and Chu Yun was determined not to let him off easily. Moreover, the extraordinary fire was an exceedingly rare and precious treasure. Since Xiaochen had set his sights on it, he would undoubtedly not relent. Damn it! I simply wish to cultivate in peace. Why must I be provoked? Chu Yun slammed his fist on the table, feeling a wave of irritation. Dealing with the protagonist of fate was rather troublesome, especially one as astute as Xiaochen. It seemed necessary to devise a strategy against this destined character. However, before that, it would be prudent to collect some interest. With 10 days remaining until the grand wedding, he could indulge himself. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Yun's eyes as a clever idea quickly formed in his mind. Let us go to Tianyang Huangchao. Chu Yun instructed the nightmarish beast. Master, what do we seek at Tianyang Huangchao? The nightmarish beast asked slowly, a look of confusion on its face. To repay debts, of course. Since Xiaochen has fled, we shall pay a visit to his mother. If I cannot find Xiaochen, then surely I can find her. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, allowing her to bear some of his wrath. In the eastern region, Tianyang Huangchao. Tianyang Huangchao is a powerful dynasty located in the Shiyu prefecture of the eastern region, wielding considerable influence there. In a lavish chamber within the imperial city of Tianyang Huangchao, a stunningly beautiful woman adorned in an opulent palace gown with an air of elegance and grace spoke softly to the figure beside her. "Chinner, are you not cultivating at Huang Quanimo Zone? What brings you back so suddenly?" Looking at the strikingly beautiful woman, Xiao Chun revealed a long-lost smile. "It's nothing. I just missed Mother a bit, so I came back to see you." "Chinner," Fang Ruoxue responded with a tender smile as she gazed at Xiao Chun. The mother and son engaged in light conversation, primarily with Fang Ruoxue, speaking while Xiao Chun listened. Xiao Chun cherished these tranquil moments, feeling a profound sense of peace. Although he was a reincarnation of a supreme being, his memories of his past life only awakened after he turned 18. Thus, despite being once a supreme entity, he held deep affection for his mother in this life. "By the way, Chunner, have you heard any news from your father?" After a moment, Fang Ruoxue seemed to remember something and turned to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's father, Xiao Zhan, had left Tianyang Huangchao when Xiao Chun was young and had been missing for over a decade, with Fang Ruoxue unable to find him. Xiao Chun had befriended the daughter of an elder from the top-tier merchant association, Bao Yun Shanghui, and had enlisted their help in the search. "Mother, there is still no news," Xiao Chun replied, a look of guilt on his face. "No worries, take your time. After all these years, and moreover, your father's life lamp still glows, so surely he is safe." Although Fang Ruoxue felt a flicker of disappointment within, she still offered words of comfort to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded in acknowledgement to Fang Ruoxue. Suddenly, a resonant buzzing emanated from a jade pendant at Xiao Chun's waist. The sensing jade pendant has activated, indicating the presence of a supreme sage within a 1,000-mile radius. Observing the vibrations from the pendant, Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. This sensing jade pendant is crafted from the finest materials, capable of detecting formidable auras from miles away, particularly those of top-tier powerhouses, who cannot escape its awareness. "Chunner, if you have matters to attend to, please do so. Come visit your mother whenever you have the chance," Fang Ruoxue said gently, noticing the change in Xiao Chun's expression. Chapter 65. The Empress Ruoxue relaxes her body. Although Fang Ruoxue was unaware of the nature of the jade pendant possessed by Xiao Chun, she recognized that whenever this pendant exhibited any signs of disturbance, Xiao Chun would invariably depart, without exception. "Mother, I shall return to visit you later." Xiao Chun inhaled deeply, addressing Fang Ruoxue. Having suffered considerable losses in his past life, Xiao Chun, upon awakening his previous memories, promptly crafted this sensing jade pendant. In the face of formidable foes, his immediate response would be to retreat. He was unwilling to bear risks beyond his capacity. After all, he had once been supreme, and as long as he did not encounter unforeseen circumstances, a radiant future awaited him. "Go forth, Chinner," Fang Ruoxue spoke gently. "Mother, the child takes his leave." Xiao Chun then bid farewell to Fang Ruoxue and swiftly exited the Tianyang Empire. "Chinner is growing stronger. Even I cannot discern his true abilities anymore." Fang Ruoxue observed the departing Xiao Chun. Her expression softened. Following the disappearance of Xiao Chun's father, Fang Ruoxue ascended to the throne as the Empress of Tianyang. Though her innate talent was average, bolstered by the imperial fortune, she had ascended to the realm of true gods. Previously, Fang Ruoxue could perceive some of Xiao Chun's depths and sense his cultivation level. However, this time, she found herself utterly unable to fathom Xiao Chun, as if he were enshrouded in a veil of mist, impenetrable to her gaze. "Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court." Shortly thereafter, a graceful female official entered the chamber, respectfully addressing Fang Ruoxue. "Yes, prepare my attire. I shall attend the court." Fang Ruoxue nodded in response. The official then summoned several personal maidservants into the room to assist Fang Ruoxue in donning her court robes. Before long, Fang Ruoxue was adorned in a golden robe embroidered with the sun, moon, and mountains, crowned with a phoenix headdress, resembling a peerless empress. Accompanied by numerous female officials, Fang Ruoxue entered the Golden Luan Hall. "Salutations to your Majesty." The various ministers of the Golden Luan Hall bowed in reverence. Following their salutations, the court convened. Fang Ruoxue adeptly addressed the myriad issues facing the empire. At this moment, she bore none of the gentleness displayed before Xiao Chun. Rather, she appeared as a stern and formidable empress, her every word instilling trepidation in the ministers below her, who dared not meet her gaze. "Esteemed ministers, do you have any matters to present?" Feng Ruoxue inquired. "If not, we shall conclude the court." After addressing numerous affairs, Feng Ruoxue spoke to the ministers below. "Your Majesty, we have discovered a Xian iron mine at the border between our Tianyang Empire and the Qie Empire. Due to this mine, various conflicts have erupted. How shall we proceed?" A minister respectfully proposed. "A Xian iron mine? Located at the border between our Tianyang Empire and the Qie Empire?" Upon hearing this, Feng Ruoxue's eyes narrowed, glimmering with intent as if contemplating something profound. "First, ascertain the authenticity of the Xian iron mine. We must not fall victim to the schemes of other factions. Its location is exceedingly delicate." Feng Ruoxue pondered for a moment before continuing. "Yes, Your Majesty." The minister responded. "What if the Xian iron mine proves genuine?" Feng Ruoxue replied. "Then we shall feign cooperation with the Qie Empire to divide the mine, prolonging the matter as much as possible, and swiftly arrange for personnel to excavate the mine. If we cannot delay any longer, we shall send individuals to eliminate those from the Qie Empire at the border. Of course, this task should be attributed to the disciples of the White Bonin Sect and not linked to us. We must also extend our condolences to the Qie Empire." "Your Majesty is wise," the ministers below uttered, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. "I am fatigued. If there is nothing further, we shall conclude the court." After resolving the matter of the Xian iron mine, Feng Ruoxue spoke coolly. Upon hearing her words, the ministers exited the Golden Luan Hall in an orderly manner. Gazing at the emptiness of the hall, Feng Ruoxue rubbed her temples, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. She had expended considerable effort to govern the Tianyang Empire. "Qing'er, please massage my shoulders," Feng Ruoxue then said softly. However, Qing'er did not respond immediately. Qing'er. Feng Ruoxue frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. At that moment, a hand rested upon Feng Ruoxue's shoulder, gently kneading it. The softness of the touch provided an unprecedented sense of relief. Particularly, the aura emanating from the hand alleviated much of her fatigue, leaving her feeling inexplicably light. Yet, the direction of the massage soon Feng Ruoxue paid it no mind, for it was Qing'er, her trusted maidservant. "Qing'er, your technique has improved remarkably." After a while, Feng Ruoxue spoke, her face adorned with a serene and content expression. For reasons unknown, Qing'er's methods this time made Feng Ruoxue feel exceptionally well, even stirring a long-buried sensation within her. "Thank you for the compliment." Just then, a clear voice reached Feng Ruoxue's ears. "You are not Qing'er." Upon hearing this voice, Feng Ruoxue's pupils constricted, a chill running down her spine. She abruptly turned her head, and a mysterious young man, wearing a black mask, appeared before her. "Who are you, daring to disrespect me?" Feng Ruoxue's expression darkened. Her gaze filled with indignation as she glared at the stranger before her. Simultaneously, she hastily rewrapped her recently loosened robes. She could hardly fathom that someone had infiltrated the Golden Luan Hall, massaging her shoulders and encroaching upon forbidden territory. Infuriated by this realization, Feng Ruoxue's chest heaved in agitation. As the Empress of the Tianyang Empire, she was accustomed to being revered. No one would dare overstep their bounds. Yet this stranger exhibited such audacity. How could this not incite her wrath? "I am Chu Yun, a true disciple of the Huangquan demon sect and the senior brother of Shao Chun," Chu Yun revealed, producing the true disciple token of the Huangquan demon sect. Upon seeing the token, Feng Ruoxue's pupils constricted again. He was indeed affiliated with the Huangquan demon sect. Since Shao Chun had joined the Huangquan demon sect, Feng Ruoxue had conducted extensive inquiries into it. She could recognize that this true transmission token was indeed authentic. This meant that the young man before her was undeniably a true disciple of the Huangquan Mazo. She pondered what this gentleman sought from her, as she was unfamiliar with the name Shao Chun he mentioned. Feng Ruoxue took a deep breath and continued. In order to ensure Feng Ruoxue's safety, Shao Chun had not disclosed to anyone that he was her son. "Your Majesty, I am aware that you are Shao Chun's mother. Do not worry, I bear no ill intentions. I have come to assist your Majesty in alleviating your physical discomfort." Chu Yun then addressed Feng Ruoxue, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "Was my technique not impressive just now?" Chapter 66. Cooperation. Would you kindly assist me in alleviating my physical tension? "No need." Feng Ruoxue's gaze was fixed intently on Chu Yun, her eyes brimming with wariness. Naturally, she would not easily trust his words, especially after he had just disrespected her. Were it not for the overwhelming aura of threat emanating from him and his status as a true disciple of the Huangquan Mazong, she would have given him an unforgettable lesson for his recent transgressions. As for his claim of being a good person, she did not believe a single word. The Huangquan Mazong was a sect of the demonic path. If there were any good people within its ranks, it would be akin to having ghosts among the living. Of course, her son, Xiao Chun, was certainly not one of them. If you continue to speak insolently, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Feng Ruoxue coldly declared, her spiritual energy surging within her. Although Chu Yun posed a significant threat, as the empress of the Tianyang dynasty, she upheld her dignity. Should he persist in his aggressive demeanor, she would be prepared to fight back, even at the cost of mutual destruction. I believe you need to consider that Xiao Chun is merely a small inner disciple of the Huangquan Mazong. Chu Yun shrugged, surveying Feng Ruoxue before continuing, Your Majesty, I trust you do not wish to see Xiao Chun subjected to my teachings. As he spoke, he tilted her chin. Despite being Xiao Chun's mother, Feng Ruoxue possessed an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of an ice mountain snow lotus. Her long tenure in power endowed her with an air of imperial authority that evoked both fear and a desire to transgress. You. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Feng Ruoxue's expression finally shifted. Xiao Chun was the person she cherished most. After the prolonged absence of his father, she had gradually succumbed to despair. Xiao Chun was her sole source of strength, and she longed to see him thrive without impediment. As his mother, she understood that he detested unexpected changes and disruptions. If she were to engage in a fight with this true disciple of the Huangquan Mazong, what would become of Chen? Feng Ruoxue murmured to herself, her face a mask of conflict and uncertainty. The magnitude of Chu Yun's presence was overwhelming, particularly the hidden power within him that sent shivers down her spine. Moreover, his words placed tremendous pressure upon her. If he were to target Xiao Chun, would he be able to withstand it? Is it truly only for the purpose of alleviating physical tension? Feng Ruoxue bit her lip, feeling a flicker of hesitation within. She did not wish for Xiao Chun to face any issues due to her actions. What do you think? Chu Yun gazed at her with a playful smile, his expression teasing. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I shall not lay a finger on Xiao Chun, and this matter shall remain confidential. You must consider him as well, not just yourself. Upon hearing this, Feng Ruoxue's complexion turned pale once more. She comprehended the true meaning behind Chu Yun's insistence on cooperation. May I remove your mask to see your true visage? Of course, Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. He then removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face, imbued with an ethereal quality, as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Feng Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback by his exceptional beauty. How could such a striking young man be a disciple of the Huangquan Mazong? When did the demonic path set its standards so high? What do you think? Do you have any questions? Chu Yun continued. And no questions. A hint of blush crept across Feng Ruoxue's face. Since the disappearance of Xiao Chen's father, she had not been this close to any other man. Now, with Chu Yun, I can cooperate fully, but you must not bully Xiao Chun within the Huangquan Mazong. Feng Ruoxue whispered. Certainly. I shall not mistreat him. Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with delight as he responded. Indeed, it appeared that Xiao Chen's mother was his Achilles heel. As long as he used Xiao Chun as leverage, he could easily manipulate her. While Chu Yun had considered using sheer strength to subdue her, he recognized that this was the mother of the destined protagonist, and she might possess formidable hidden cards. It was far more prudent to employ such gentle tactics. Very well. Should I discover that you have deceived me, I will not hesitate to retaliate, Feng Ruoxue stated, her eyes filled with determination. Chu Yun nodded and replied, That will not happen. Then, shall we proceed to the palace? Contemplating the potential developments, Feng Ruoxue spoke to Chu Yun, a hint of shyness flickering in her gaze. No need. Right here will suffice, Chu Yun declared as he embraced Feng Ruoxue, smiling. This, here? This is the Golden Dragon Hall. Feng Ruoxue stammered, her face slightly flustered. This was the most sacred place of the Tianyang dynasty, where she conducted court sessions and managed various state affairs daily. Even during her time with Xiao Chen's father, they had never been in the Golden Dragon Hall. What? Do you have an objection? Chu Yun playfully pinched her cheek, chuckling. And no, just tell me how you would like me to cooperate. A hint of forbidden thoughts began to form in Feng Ruoxue's mind. With Xiao Chen's father absent for so long, and given Chu Yun's striking appearance, she thought to herself, I am not acting for my own sake, but for Chen. It's quite simple. Chu Yun leaned closer to Feng Ruoshue's ear and whispered softly. Upon hearing his words, Feng Ruoshue's usually dignified face flushed crimson, almost as if it were about to overflow with warmth. After receiving Chu Yun's guidance, she stepped away from his embrace, then adjusted her gilded robe, her expression transforming into one of icy authority as she resumed her role as the exalted empress. Sir, would you have this empress take matters into her own hands? Do not forget to remove your mask. Feng Ruoshue's lips parted slightly as she spoke with an air of icy aloofness. Gazing upon the breathtakingly beautiful and regal empress before him, Chu Yun felt a ripple of emotion. Indeed, an empress must retain her regal authority. He then proceeded to remove his mask. Feng Ruoshue maintained her aloof demeanor, resembling an ancient glacier that had never thawed. Soon, Feng Ruoshue gradually. Xiaochun, oh Xiaochun, since I am temporarily unable to act against you, I shall have to collect a bit of interest first. Chu Yun mused. Before long, Chu Yun's thoughts were interrupted by Feng Ruoshue. Chu Yun ceased her contemplation. Now was not the time for distractions. Her Majesty the Empress was about to commence. Chapter 67. In search of an old friend at Guanshan Academium? Has that supreme sage remained in the imperial city? In a valley located over 300 miles from the imperial city, Xiao Chun gazed at the sensing jade pendant in his hand, his brow furrowed. Through this pendant, he could discern the general location of the powerful being, which was indeed in the imperial city of Tianyang. Could it be aimed at me? Xiao Chun murmured to himself, yet it seemed implausible. He had never offended any sage-level strongman. Since awakening the memories of his past life, Xiao Chun had been exceedingly cautious, refraining from undertaking any particularly risky endeavors. Offending a sage was even more unlikely. He had always kept a safe distance from such top-tier beings. Furthermore, he had concealed his relationship with Feng Ruoshue very well, ensuring it remained undisclosed. If this presence were truly targeting him, it would not venture into the Tianyang dynasty. Perhaps it was merely passing through, posing no threat to my mother, he speculated. If there were any danger, the sensing measures he had established would certainly detect it. Moreover, if there were real peril, his mother would utilize the spirit communication jade pendant. With this thought, Xiao Chun felt slightly relieved. However, suddenly, he sensed an ominous chill, as if something unfortunate were afoot. No, I must confirm this. After all, that's my mother. His expression shifted between light and shadow, and he ultimately decided to ascertain the situation. Then, Xiao Chun retrieved a jade pendant that emanated a verdant spiritual glow from his spatial ring. He infused his spiritual power into the jade pendant. In a moment, the green jade pendant radiated a brilliant red soul fire. It seemed there was no cause for alarm. His mother's soul fire was so vibrant, even more radiant than before, indicating that her condition was better than ever. It appeared he had been overly concerned. His mother was safe. Seeing this dazzling soul fire, Xiao Chun murmured softly, feeling a great sense of tranquility. Since his mother was in unprecedentedly good condition, it was time to focus on enhancing his own strength. He could not remain in the Huangquan demon sect any longer. He then contemplated his predicament, with the nightmarish beast now beyond his control. Xiao Chun was acutely aware that he was not currently a match for Chu Yun. Furthermore, given Chu Yun's nature, he would certainly not let Xiao Chun off the hook, making the Huangquan demon sect increasingly unsafe for him. However, I could seek her out first. Suddenly, a cool and unparalleled figure emerged in his mind. Back then, she had discerned that Ru Yin was not to be trifled with and advised him to keep his distance from her. Unfortunately, at that time, he had been too prideful and hot-headed to heed any counsel. Xiao Chun reflected, his thoughts swirling. He recalled an old friend from 100,000 years ago, with whom he had shared an incredibly close bond, embarking on numerous adventures together. However, their friendship had soured due to the matter involving Lu Ru Yin. Zishao, you were right. Had I listened to you, I might have already achieved the status of an emperor and ascended to the celestial realm. Xiao Chun sighed inwardly. After his reincarnation, he had contemplated seeking assistance from that old friend's enchanting presence. Yet, due to their previous severance and his awareness of Zizhao's feelings, he had been unable to muster the resolve. Having already perished once, what could possibly deter me now? Zizhao, I hope you can forgive me. Xiao Chun quickly reached a decision to seek Zizhao's help. The loss of control over the nightmarish beast made him realize that relying solely on his own strength would not suffice to swiftly reclaim his peak. Moreover, the fact that Chu Yun could counter the nightmarish beast and wield such ruthless tactics in the original ancient mind instilled a sense of urgency within him. Just wait. Chu Yun, you may have the upper hand for now, but I shall return swiftly, and then you will understand what true strength entails. A momentary triumph means little. What matters is who can laugh last. Having said this, Xiao Chun immediately channeled his spiritual power into a radiant beam and sped away into the distance. 7 days later, in Tianwu Realm, at Guanxian Academy. Guanxian Academy is an exceptionally ancient and prestigious institution in Tianwu Realm, having nurtured numerous superlative powerhouses. Among them are many top-tier sages and even some quasi-emperors and supreme beings who have cultivated within its halls. Although merely an academic institution, it boasts intricate connections with many formidable figures, rendering it a uniquely grand power in Tianwu Realm, rivaling even the most distinguished imperial families in influence. In certain respects, it may even surpass them in terror. Deep within the academy stood a towering, ancient giant tower at its center. The tower's body was adorned with mystical runes, and an overwhelming aura emanated from it. Surrounding the tower were numerous disciples and other elite figures from various factions, all gazing intently at the two flickering spiritual lights within the tower. They were uncertain who between Yi Fan and Zhao Wuji would clear the 7th level of the Xianshan Tower first. I believe Zhao Wuji will finish faster. After all, he is a genuine deity-level 4th stage powerhouse and possesses the stellar body, making him formidable. While Yi Fan has the ancient sacred body, he is merely at the 7th level of the Void God realm. I concur. Although Yi Fan's ancient sacred body holds tremendous potential, he has only broken the 4th seal of heaven and earth, with much of his potential yet to be unlocked. As they observed the two spiritual lights on the 7th level of the Xianshan Tower, the surrounding elite figures engaged in lively discussions. It turned out that the towering structure before them was the Xianshan Tower of Guanxian Academy. The Xianshan Tower is a paramount artifact of the Academy, housing projections of many invincible prodigies. Clearing the 7th level grants one the qualification to comprehend the Tao from the Bodhi Tree of Enlightenment. Whoosh! After a while, a beam of spiritual light burst forth from the 7th level of the Xianshan Tower. Soon, a figure clad in a gray robe, strikingly handsome, emerged from the light. It was Zhao Wuji, indeed. He was the first to pass through the 7th level of the Xianshan Tower. Upon witnessing the youth emerging from the Xianshan Tower, the surrounding formidable figures began to engage in fervent discussion, their gazes fixated on Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji remained silent, instead casting his eyes upward towards the 7th level of the Xianshan Tower, curious to see if Yi Fan could successfully traverse the Tongshan Tower. A quarter of an hour later, another flash of spiritual light illuminated the scene. Clad in a flowing white robe, with delicate features, Yi Fan finally conquered the 7th level of the Xianshan Tower. Jiang Qingli. It seems the ancient sacred body you selected is not all that impressive. Zhao Wuji has indeed surpassed the 7th level of the Xianshan Tower more swiftly. Beneath the verdant willow tree outside the Xianshan Tower, a petite girl with white hair, dressed in a light blue gown, stood with her hands on her hips, her face radiating joy. The girl possessed supple skin, large, expressive eyes, and an air of vivacity, embodying the essence of a pure and sweet little lowly. Chapter 68. The Sound Stone. Anger breaks the shackles. Ji Ninger and Zhao Wuji were merely a quarter of an hour ahead. This hardly signifies anything. Beside the silver-haired lowly, the ethereal and pure Jiang Qingli furrowed her brow and spoke softly. Hee, does Jiang Qingli truly need to deceive herself? This quarter of an hour represents an undeniable disparity in strength. Ji Ninger held her head high, curled her lips, and continued. It was a grave error to allow Yi Fan to participate in your Jiang family's hunting evil tournament. Jiang Qingli remained silent. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she understood that Ji Ninger's words contained an undeniable truth. The difference in the time taken to traverse the Xianshan Tower indicated a significant gap in their respective powers. However, Jiang Qingli did not view Ji Ninger's assertion of a wrong choice as accurate. Contemplating this, she replied, "It is premature to discuss such matters. Yi Fan has ample room for growth. Once he returns from the Bodhi tree to comprehend the Tao, he might just bridge this gap." Jiang Qingli retained a degree of confidence in Yi Fan, having witnessed the formidable might of the ancestral holy body. Even after breaking 4 shackles, it still held tremendous potential. There remains only one spot left for the comprehension of the Bodhi tree. Yi Fan and Zhao Wuji, only one of you may proceed to understand the Tao. You shall engage in a duel, and the victor will earn the right to the Bodhi tree. At this moment, an elder from the Guanxian Academy approached the Xianshan Tower and spoke in a deep voice. Haha, Qingli, it seems Ye Fan will be unable to seek enlightenment at the Bodhi tree. Upon hearing this, Ji Ning'er smiled even more gleefully. Jiang Qingli's expression darkened slightly. She had not anticipated this sudden turn of events. However, this was the Guanxian Academy, and she had no control over it. Ye Fan, do you concede now, or shall I thoroughly defeat you before you exit? At this moment, Zhao Wuji began to provoke Ye Fan from a distance. Humph, do you really believe victory is assured? Ye Fan retorted defiantly, though there was a considerable gap in their realms. Ye Fan had always harbored unwavering confidence in himself and was not intimidated by Zhao Wuji. You two may rest for half an hour. After that, the duel shall commence. The elder from the Guanxian Academy observed that both were not in their optimal condition after traversing the Xianshan Tower. Upon hearing this, the two ceased their verbal sparring and quickly began to recover their energies. The other talented individuals surrounding them began to anticipate the confrontation between the two. Ye Fan, a beautiful maiden just handed me this object for you. As Ye Fan closed his eyes to recuperate, a disciple from the Guanxian Academy approached him, holding a mysterious stone. A beautiful maiden entrusted this to you? Ye Fan frowned slightly. Indeed, that lovely lady instructed me to convey that the contents within are of utmost importance. Master Ye Fan must view it alone in a quiet chamber. The disciple from the Guanxian Academy continued. To view it in the quiet chamber? Understood. Ye Fan nodded in response. He then proceeded to the quiet chamber adjacent to the Guanxian Academy, preparing to examine the nature of this mysterious stone. Oh, Ye Fan, are you retreating without a fight? Zhao Wuji watched Ye Fan depart and coldly sneered. I shall return to defeat you. Ye Fan replied calmly. Soon, Ye Fan entered the quiet chamber of the Guanxian Academy and infused his spiritual energy into the mysterious stone in his hand. Crack! The moment his spiritual energy was injected, the surface of the mysterious stone shattered completely. Is this the sound stone? Observing the stone that had shed its outer layer, Ye Fan squinted his eyes. This stone is indeed the sound stone. Intricately carved with profound formations that can store sound. Having been inexplicably gifted a sound stone, I shall see what sound lies within. Ye Fan again infused his spiritual energy, and then he heard a voice. No, Chu Yun, be gentle. I beg you. I truly, ugh. As Ye Fan poured his spiritual energy into the sound stone, a familiar voice echoed from within. This voice caused Ye Fan to freeze in place, his mind reeling. This voice belongs to my sister. No. Ye Fan's face turned pale, unable to believe the sound he had heard. He could not accept that his sacred sister would utter such. No, it cannot be true. This is not real. Ye Fan gritted his teeth, trembling. He then focused his soul to ascertain the authenticity of the voice within the sound stone. After a prolonged moment, Ye Fan confirmed that the voice was indeed that of his sister, and the sound stone bore no flaws. With this realization, Ye Fan expelled a mouthful of foul blood, his complexion paling further. Chu Yun, the little demon of the Huangquan demon sect. I shall slay you. At this moment, the voice from the sound stone continued to resound, the terrifying sound drilling into Ye Fan's ears, shattering his sanity. As Ye Fan endured the torment of this dreadful sound, he remained oblivious to the faint cracks appearing on the shackles of his ancestral holy body. Rumble. After a while, a terrible roar echoed from the vicinity of the quiet chamber. What is happening there? Jiang Qingli, noticing the disturbance in the quiet chamber, furrowed her brow. Rip. Moments later, a violent tearing sound erupted from the quiet chamber, as if a terrifying heavenly shackle was rapidly fracturing. The quiet chamber exploded at that instant, with Ye Fan's body radiating resplendent light, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression contorted, and his aura steadily surging. It is the holy body shackles. That rascal Ye Fan has once again broken free from the heavenly shackles. By the heavens. This must be the fifth shackle. This ancestral holy body is quite extraordinary. Just moments ago, I saw Ye Fan acquire a mysterious stone. Could it be that this stone is the key to breaking the shackles? It must be, undoubtedly a supreme treasure that allowed Ye Fan to break free from the shackles. How I wish that treasure were mine. Observing Ye Fan's rising aura from a distance, the surrounding elite talents began to voice their astonishment. Ye Fan, the time has come. What does it matter to shatter the shackles? The disparity in strength cannot be bridged merely by the breaking of chains. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained imbued with unwavering confidence. "You insignificant wretch, perish." In that moment, Yi Fan, consumed by rage, surged forward like a frenzied beast, his sights set directly on Zhao Wuji. "Come forth, and witness how I will ravage you." Zhao Wuji scoffed, as formidable and profound celestial energies enveloped him. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch that struck Zhao Wuji with tremendous force. "No, this cannot be." Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted, gripped by an unprecedented fear. Bang! Immediately, the overwhelming force erupted upon Zhao Wuji, shattering his sternum with brutal efficacy. Chapter 69. It is impossible. The Empress's regret. Zhao Wuji, with his shattered sternum, was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar and losing consciousness in an instant. The sudden eruption left many celestial prodigies and disciples of the Guanxian Academy in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that this ancient sacred body, which had broken the fifth celestial shackles, would be so formidable, easily defeating Zhao Wuji in a single strike. Zhao Wuji was indeed a prodigy of the true God realm and ranked among the top 100 on the Qianlong list. Though he was at the tail end of the rankings, he still held considerable renown in the Tianwu realm. Yet, he was vanquished so effortlessly by Yi Fan. "Ji Xian, it seems there is no need to wait for the Bodhi tree's enlightenment. Your chosen Zhao Wuji is utterly feeble." Seeing Yi Fan's performance, Ji Xian smiled and remarked to Ji Ninger beside him, "Useless, truly useless. Unable to defeat even a mere virtual God realm sacred body. How pitiful." Ji Ninger's face turned ashen, her chest trembling with rage as she cast a frigid glare at Zhao Wuji, who resembled a beaten dog. She had never expected that Zhao Wuji, whom she had placed so much hope in, would be so easily overwhelmed. "Jiang Qingli, this time you have triumphed. But wait for the next hunting evil assembly." Ji Ninger took a deep breath and gritted her teeth as she spoke. After finishing her words, she turned and left, not wishing to linger in the Guanxian Academy any longer. "Chu Yun, I will certainly kill you." Not far away, Yi Fan, having shattered Zhao Wuji with a single move, roared in fury, his voice reverberating like a tidal wave around him. The surrounding celestial prodigies looked on in confusion, wondering who Chu Yun was. Then, Yi Fan restrained his aura and swiftly departed to seek out Chu Yun for retribution. "Yi Fan, the Bodhi ancient tree's enlightenment is about to commence." Jiang Qingli, watching Yi Fan leave, quickly distorted the space and appeared before him. The Bodhi ancient tree's enlightenment. Upon hearing Jiang Qingli's words, Yi Fan's anger began to wane slightly. "Yes, the Bodhi ancient tree's enlightenment. This is of utmost importance to me." Yi Fan clenched his fists, murmuring softly, "Chu Yun, let you enjoy your time a little longer. Once I emerge from the Bodhi ancient tree, it will be your demise." Then, as if recalling something, Yi Fan's expression twisted. He had finally deciphered the content of the recording stone, which pertained to the time when his sister was captured by the Huangquan demon Sect. Jiang Qingli frowned slightly, perplexed by Yi Fan's sudden intense hatred towards Chu Yun. However, she refrained from asking further, as Chu Yun had previously received part of the Jiang family's Void Emperor inheritance. Moreover, Yi Fan's current value was insufficient for Jiang Qingli to take action against Chu Yun. "Yi Fan, congratulations on breaking another celestial shackle. You are one step closer to complete liberation." Jiang Qingli shifted the topic and congratulated Yi Fan. "I have broken another celestial shackle?" Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend. He quickly began to sense the origin of his ancient sacred body and, indeed, discovered that he had shattered another celestial shackle, now reduced to just half remaining. "I truly have broken another celestial shackle." Sensing the power of his ancient sacred body within, Yi Fan's heart swelled with joy. Just moments ago, the voices from the recording stone had left him engulfed in fury, preventing him from noticing his sacred body as shackles had shattered. However, why did my ancient sacred body's shackles suddenly break? The fifth shackle had seemed so solid. Yi Fan pondered with confusion. Then, recalling the details of the recent events, he suddenly turned pale, disbelief etched on his face. "Impossible, this cannot be, absolutely cannot be," Yi Fan stammered. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Tianyang dynasty, within the Empress's chambers, before the white jade bed, silk skirts and embroidered shoes lay scattered, a fragrant aroma wafting through the air on the bed. The ethereal and captivating Fang Ruoxiu gazed at Chu Yun in the center of the chamber, her eyes filled with complex emotions. These 7 days had been an unprecedented humiliation for Fang Ruoxiu, yet simultaneously, a time of unparalleled joy and beauty. Those moments of happiness seemed to draw her into a complete immersion. Yet, following the bliss, an endless regret filled the Empress's heart. She felt she had lost far too much, however. That joy was simply irresistible. Under the pressure of Chu Yun's spear, the two had battled from the Golden Luang Hall to the Empress's palace. Feng Ruoxue had lost her sanity countless times, only to be pulled back, alas. Chinner, for your sake, I have truly suffered greatly. Feng Ruoxue sighed inwardly. Boom. At that moment, not far away, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Chu Yun, who was absorbing the source stones. The overwhelming energy coursed around him, nearly suppressing everything in its wake. The 6th level of the virtual god realm. Chu Yun gradually opened his eyes, joy illuminating his gaze. During these days, apart from the Empress, he had been absorbing source stones and various cultivation elixirs to enhance his prowess. Hard work pays off, through his efforts. Chu Yun's realm had ascended from the 3rd to the 6th level of the virtual god realm. Though it was merely a 3-level increase, the depth of Chu Yun's foundation was immense, making this elevation in realm a significant boost to his combat strength. Unfortunately, the source stones had been exhausted. Chu Yun sighed within. The effects of the source stones exceeded his expectations, and his recent advancement was inextricably linked to them. Once one reaches the virtual god realm, the efficacy of ordinary cultivation elixirs diminishes greatly. Only treasures as pure as source stones can facilitate rapid advancement. Since I have broken through, let us celebrate with the Empress. Chu Yun then turned to the enchanting Feng Ruoxue on the bed, contemplating. What are you planning? Feng Ruoxue trembled upon seeing Chu Yun approach her slowly after his cultivation, hastily covering herself with a blanket. Deliberately asking the obvious, you've rested for 2 hours, that should be about enough. Time to come and endure the punishment. Chu Yun shrugged, his expression calm as he spoke. Feng Ruoxue lightly bit her red lips. Although her heart was filled with reluctance, her body was still honest. Then, don't be like yesterday, I beg you. Feng Ruoxue said with a grievance. Don't worry, just be obedient. Chu Yun nodded in agreement. Chapter 70. Departing from Tianyang. The wedding approaches the following day. Chu Yun finally regained his lost will after being ensconced in the tender embrace of the Empress. Having savored numerous delights, he resolved to depart from the Tianyang dynasty. This decision was not born out of ennui, but rather due to a summons from the ancestral patriarch of the Chu family, urging him to hasten back for an impending alliance with the Luotian clan. Young Master Chu, are you truly leaving? The weary Feng Ruoxue gazed at the elegantly attired Chu Yun and inquired. Indeed, why? Do you find it difficult to part with me? Chu Yun playfully tilted her chin, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Though Feng Ruoxue was now a married woman, one cannot deny that as the mother of the destined protagonist, her allure remained remarkably captivating. Moreover, she possessed a depth of understanding that surpassed Ye Fan's sister, Ye Qingli, and was exceedingly compliant, which rendered Chu Yun somewhat reluctant to leave. I do not. I would never miss a little rascal like you. Feng Ruoxue's eyes dimmed slightly as she bit her crimson lip and continued. Do not forget your promise. Rest assured, I, Chu Yun, am a man of my word. I will not allow any harm to befall Shaochun while at the Huangquan Demon Sect. He patted his chest with confidence. Thank you. Feng Ruoxue's face lit up with a smile, feeling that her efforts over the past days had not been in vain. Chu Yun mused. Oh, so you are expressing gratitude. It appears that Feng Ruoxue is indeed quite thirsty for affection. Very well, I shall take my leave. I will return to seek you when time permits. He gently caressed her cheek, then departed. Feng Ruoxue remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to his decision. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yun exited the imperial palace of the Tianyang dynasty, leaving not a trace of cloud in his wake. I must be out of my mind. In her chambers, Feng Ruoxue grappled with her complex emotions, feeling a profound sense of loss. Have you found any trace of Shaochun? Outside the Tianyang dynasty, amidst a forest, Chu Yun inquired of the nightmare beast by his side. Apologies, master. I have scoured every conceivable location where Shaochun might be. Yet no trace of him has been uncovered, the nightmare beast replied, bowing its head in deep remorse. Upon arriving at the Tianyang dynasty, Chu Yun had dispatched the nightmare beast to seek out Shaochun, for he was a reincarnated supreme being, and the lack of any news about him weighed heavily on Chu Yun's mind. Furthermore, having recently shared a passionate encounter with Feng Ruoxue, his sense of urgency had intensified. Despite the extensive search conducted by the nightmare beast, no sign of Shaochun had surfaced. Xiao Chun is far too cautious. It seems conventional methods will not suffice to deal with him. Chu Yun exhaled deeply, contemplating. After all, Xiao Chun was once a supreme being, a destined protagonist, and was well versed in the ways of survival. Now, attempting to confront him proved to be a formidable challenge. Find a way to communicate with Luo Fei and Lu Ruyan, and disclose the matter of Xiao Chen's reincarnation. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun directed the nightmare beast. Luo Fei and Lu Ruyan were the very individuals who had betrayed Xiao Chen 100,000 years prior. After slaying Xiao Chun, they leveraged his legacy to ascend to the realm of the Supreme. Supreme beings are extraordinary powers who have reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Once one enters the Supreme realm, they can enjoy a lifespan of 90,000 years. With the aid of life-extending methods or forbidden techniques, surpassing 100,000 years of life is well within reach. Lu Ruyan and Luo Fei were not lacking in opportunities, and with their ruthless methods, they continued to thrive in freedom. Informing them of Xiao Chen's reincarnation, the nightmare beast's expression shifted slightly as it responded. Master, Xiao Chun possesses numerous opportunities and treasures. If they were to locate him again, would not those precious items slip through your fingers? It matters not. As long as we can deal with Xiao Chun, some opportunities and treasures are of little consequence. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly. Moreover, whether those two can handle Xiao Chun remains to be seen. They are formidable adversaries. If they are unaware of Xiao Chen's continued existence, it may suffice, but should they discover the truth, Xiao Chun would certainly find himself in grave peril. The nightmare beast cautioned. Having accompanied Xiao Chun for quite some time, the nightmare beast understood the terrifying prowess of those who had betrayed him, and it was evident that Xiao Chun had yet to regain his supreme strength. If targeted by the two, the consequences could be dire. Perhaps, regardless of their capability to subdue Xiao Chun, as long as they can keep him on the run, preventing him from growing steadily, that will suffice. Chu Yun stated with indifference. In truth, Chu Yun held little faith in their abilities. After all, Xiao Chun was a destined protagonist. Despite lacking supreme cultivation, he possessed some exceedingly troublesome techniques. Nevertheless, Chu Yun was unconcerned, for his goal was merely to disrupt Xiao Chen's growth. Ultimately, when he matured, it would not matter how Xiao Chen's fate unfolded. Understood, Master. The nightmare beast nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, the nightmare beast transformed into a wisp of mist and vanished from Chu Yun's sight. With the arrangements regarding Xiao Chen concluded, it was time for me to return to the Chu family. Chu Yun slowly raised his head, retrieving a flying vessel, and set forth towards the abode of the Chu family. In the eastern region, Tianfeng City was aglow with festivity, adorned with colorful lanterns and brimming with celebratory spirit. Most of the buildings throughout the city were embellished with joyous decorations. Upon entering Tianfeng City, Chu Yun immediately sensed the exuberant atmosphere. Senior brother Chu, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, the clan leader would have sent someone to fetch you. Chu Zihong greeted Chu Yun, his previously tense demeanor finally easing. Do not fret. I have returned, have I not? Chu Yun replied with a smile. He was aware that his return was rather last minute, with only 2 days remaining until the wedding, making the clan leader's anxiety quite understandable. How come even the territories of the Zhao and Qi families are festooned with red lanterns? At this moment, Chu Yun noticed that shops and buildings belonging to the Zhao and Qi families were also draped in celebratory decorations. Though the three families coexisted in the same city, they had engaged in both open and covert rivalry for many years, particularly as the two sought to join forces against the Chu family. Chu Yun did not feel it was appropriate for them to celebrate for him. Brother Chu Yun, the Qi family, and the Zhao family no longer exist in Tianfeng City. Now, our Chu family stands as the sole top-tier force in the region. Chu Zihong beside him spoke slowly, his face radiating pride. The Qi family and the Zhao family are gone. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback. The Qi and Zhao families had dominated Tianfeng City for thousands of years, boasting formidable foundations and strength. How could they have vanished so suddenly? Did the clan leader take action? Chu Yun inquired further. No, it was the young master of the Zhao family who kidnapped the Saintess of the Shiyu Holy Sect, which led to the total annihilation of the Zhao family by the Sect, Chu Zihong explained. Kidnapping the Saintess of the Shiyu Holy Sect? He certainly had audacity. Chu Yun mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Shiyu Holy Sect was an exceptionally powerful top-tier force. And what of the Qi family? Chu Yun asked next. As for them, on the very next day after the Zhao family was obliterated, they suddenly perished en masse. Our Chu family effortlessly took control of the entire Tianfeng city. Chapter 71. The enchantment of the celestial demon. A family was utterly crushed by the Shui Weshing zone, while another perished en masse. They were indeed most unfortunate. Chu Yun fell into a moment of silence before slowly responding. Indeed, we of the Chu family are exceedingly fortunate. Chu Zihong declared proudly. Fortunate? Chu Yun felt a sudden pang of uncertainty. The fact that a young master from the Zhao family could abduct the Saintess of the Shui Weshing zone was simply absurd. As for the Qi family's tragic demise, Chu Yun could only remark that the clan leader had truly ceased to perform. Yet, one could still consider it a stroke of luck, for after all, the leader is our leader. Following this, Chu Yun chose not to inquire further. Since the clan leader opted for this method to resolve matters with the other two families in Tianfeng City, there must be a rationale behind it. Before long, under Chu Zihong's guidance, Chu Yun returned to the Chu family estate. Due to the impending marriage alliance with the Luotian clan, the entire Chu family was ensnared in a whirlwind of activity, with everyone diligently preparing for the union. Upon his return, Chu Yun met with the clan leader, Chu Yingtian, in the Grand Hall. After detailing certain aspects of the marriage, Chu Yingtian gently advised Chu Yun, "You should rest well for 2 days. After that, you will journey to the Luotian clan for the wedding. There may be some turbulence along the way. However, fret not. I have made all necessary arrangements, and this endeavor will surely be smooth." Understood. Chu Yun nodded, aware that there was little he could do at this juncture. He subsequently departed from the Grand Hall and returned to his quarters. The next 2 days would be devoted to cultivating and enhancing his strength. Although the clan leader had his back, one could never be too cautious against unforeseen events. Upon returning to his abode, Chu Yun mused to himself. After all, this was a marriage alliance with the Luotian clan, a colossal entity within the Tianwu realm. Claiming to feel no pressure would be disingenuous. With that, Chu Yun closed his eyes, preparing to delve deeply into the study of his myriad divine arts and treasures. Heartless scoundrel, I have awaited you for so long. You have wronged Sister Qingli, and now you dare to wed another. This is utterly outrageous. At that moment, a clear, enchanting voice resonated. Startled, Chu Yun realized someone had infiltrated his chambers. Instantly, he summoned his spiritual power, seeking the source of the voice. Suddenly, a wave of pink mist surged in from all directions. This pink mist, like a tidal wave, flooded the room, enveloping Chu Yun in its mysterious embrace, causing him to feel drowsy as his consciousness began to fade. Before long, Chu Yun appeared to lose his wits. His eyes glazed over as he stood in a daze. Humph! What invincible true transmission of the Huangquan demon sect! In the presence of my Su Menger's celestial demon enchantment, it is effortlessly subdued. After Chu Yun was subdued, a radiant figure emerged from behind the screen in the room. A stunningly beautiful girl, with exquisite features and an alluring charm, slowly stepped forth. Clad in a flowing red gown, her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting light, exuding a deadly allure. Yet, one must admit, this little demon from the Huangquan demon sect possessed remarkable beauty, which explained why she could so easily captivate Sister Qingli. Before long, Su Ming'er approached Chu Yun, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Quite impressive, she remarked, as she scrutinized Chu Yun. A hint of crimson flushed her cheeks as she muttered softly, "Have you had your fun?" Just then, a clear voice echoed, startling Su Ming'er as an overwhelming force surged forth, ruthlessly suppressing her. As she struggled against the terrifying spiritual pressure that surrounded her, she glanced at Chu Yun. At that moment, his eyes were clear, and his aura surged vibrantly. He bore no semblance of being under control. How could this be? How can you break free from the enchantment of the celestial demon? Su Ming'er gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The celestial demon enchantment was the supreme secret art of her Tianyao Fox clan, capable of ensnaring even the most formidable of divine beings. Chu Yun, merely at the level of the void divine realm, was someone she never expected to render her enchantment ineffective. It is merely a trivial enchantment. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. His spiritual power was inherently formidable, and having cultivated the great transformation technique, he possessed considerable resistance to such mental illusions and enchantments. Although Su Ming'er's celestial demon enchantment was powerful, her cultivation was still too low, barely at the true divine realm, and thus she could not control Chu Yun. Chu Yun had merely played along, curious to discern who sought to target him. To his surprise, it was none other than the princess of the Tianyao Fox clan, Su Ming'er, one of Yi Fan's closest confidants. Speak, what is your purpose here? Shortly thereafter, the overwhelming chaotic spiritual energy completely subdued Su Ming'er, and Chu Yun addressed her. I have come to avenge Sister Qingli. You have wronged her, and now intend to wed another. Su Ming'er bit her lip, a fierce determination in her eyes. Originally, she had planned to confront Chu Yun within the Huangquan demon sect. However, upon learning that he had not returned for quite some time, and that he was now engaged to the Luotian clan, she had decided to pay a visit to the Chu family, hoping to catch him unawares. I see, you seek revenge? But I have no connection to Ye Qingli, do I? Chu Yun shrugged, responding calmly. Ah, it matters little. Since you have come to me, I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Not let slip away. What do you intend to do? Su Ming'er's expression shifted as she quickly inquired upon hearing Chu Yun's words. You shall soon find out. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, tossing the subdued Su Ming'er onto the bed, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. You wish to? Feeling the softness surrounding her, Su Ming'er finally panicked, her delicate face paling. No, Chu Yun, do not act impulsively. I am the princess of the Tianyao Fox clan. If you harm me, it will lead to great troubles. She continued, her body trembling uncontrollably. I fear no trouble. As for your clan's vendetta, we shall see how it unfolds. Chu Yun advanced step by step towards Su Ming'er, his eyes devoid of fear. Since Su Ming'er dared to confront him, Chu Yun naturally would not let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, he had the audacity to face Xiao Chen's mother, the destined protagonist. How could he possibly be deterred by a mere confidant of the destined protagonist? Please, do not harm me. If you agree to my request, I can offer you a precious divine herb that has existed for 100,000 years. Seeing that Chu Yun showed no signs of relent, Su Ming'er once again implored, her eyes brimming with desperation. Beep. The system has detected the host's current experience and triggered an invincible choice. Choice 1. Agree to Su Ming'er's request. Reward. The chaotic ancient fist. Choice 2. Refuse Su Ming'er's request. Reward. The desolate heaven palm. Chaotic ancient fist. A divine martial technique of the Emperor of Chaos, embodying the pinnacle of chaotic power. Desolate heaven palm. A divine martial technique of the Emperor of Desolation, embodying the pinnacle of destructive power. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind. A choice has been triggered? His eyes brightened. Indeed, dealing with individuals linked to the destined protagonist made it significantly easier to activate such choices. Chapter 72. Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Gradual practice. Both divine abilities belong to the pinnacle of emperors, embodying immense destructive power. There exists a rare medicinal herb aged 100,000 years. Chu Yun fell into contemplation. A 100,000-year-old supreme medicinal herb is a top-tier spiritual herb of extraordinary value. Common spiritual herbs over several thousand years are already quite precious, while those reaching 100,000 years are the finest among divine herbs. Their worth incalculable. Very well, I shall comply with your request, Chu Yun stated, addressing Su Ming'er ahead of him. The two did not engage in any substantial conflict. Just moments ago, Chu Yun had sensed no murderous intent from Su Ming'er. Clearly, this young lady merely intended to teach him a lesson. Possessing a 100,000-year supreme medicinal herb was already sufficient. More importantly, in 2 days, he would be marrying the eldest daughter of the Luotian clan, and he needed to conserve some energy. Thank you, Chu Yun. Upon hearing Chu Yun's agreement, Su Ming'er felt a wave of relief, yet a flicker of displeasure crossed her face. After all, she was the princess of the Tianyao clan, exuding an irresistible charm, and countless admirers had succumbed to her allure. Now, Chu Yun, despite being capable of being ruthless, had chosen to spare her, leaving Su Ming'er feeling somewhat defeated, as if her allure had diminished. How could I think like this? My heart belongs solely to Ye Fan. I have no interest in others. Despite acknowledging that this fellow was indeed stunning, as Qingli Jie had said. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the choice, obtaining the ancient chaos fist. At this moment, a notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind, signifying that he had completed his selection. A brand new martial technique manifested within his consciousness. Now, please hand over the 100,000-year-old Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. After confirming his choice, Chu Yun addressed Su Ming'er again. She nodded and retrieved a snow lotus flower emanating a profound, frigid aura from her spatial ring. The moment the snow lotus was extracted, The temperature in the room seemed to plummet significantly. Even Chu Yun could feel the chilling cold. Chu Yun gazed at the root of the snow lotus and immediately discerned 10 swirling longevity patterns, confirming that this snow lotus was indeed 100,000 years old. The 100,000-year ice mountain snow lotus contained an exceptionally pure essence of spiritual energy, which could not only enhance cultivation and increase one's source, but also be used to concoct top-tier divine pills and imperial pills, making it invaluable and possessing numerous incredible applications. In the hands of certain alchemical masters, its worth could rival that of top-tier great saint weapons, even approaching that of quasi-imperial weapons. Suddenly, a mysterious red spiritual light enveloped the 100,000-year ice mountain snow lotus in Su Meng'er's hands. Chu Yun, this ice mountain snow lotus is sealed with my Tian Yao power. Once I leave safely, the seal will naturally dissolve. Su Meng'er explained further. Chu Yun nodded, recognizing that Su Meng'er had some intelligence. He had initially considered taking the ice mountain snow lotus for himself, but upon witnessing her display of power, he set aside that thought, realizing the snow lotus was indeed quite beneficial to her. Since our transaction has been concluded, Chu Yun, I shall take my leave. Su Meng'er took a deep breath and addressed him. You cannot leave. Chu Yun replied coolly. What do you mean, Chu Yun? Su Meng'er furrowed her brow. I merely promised not to harm you. I never said you could leave. You should stay here and entertain me for a couple of days. Chu Yun continued, gazing at Su Meng'er. Su Meng'er was taken aback. What? Spend 2 days with you? At that moment, a white rabbit leaped from the spirit beast pouch at Su Meng'er's waist and landed directly onto Chu Yun, attempting to bite his arm. However, before it could sink its teeth in, Chu Yun caught it. Please don't harm Xiaobai, Chu Yun. It doesn't he know any better? Su Meng'er exclaimed, immediately clinging to Chu Yun's arm with an enchanting demeanor. The overwhelming allure radiating from Su Meng'er ignited an unbidden flame within Chu Yun. Oh, this little rabbit almost bit me. How do you intend to compensate? Chu Yun turned to Su Meng'er, his gaze lingering on her captivating figure. What? Su Meng'er was flustered. Almost bit you? Xiaobai is merely a small spirit beast at the Nirvana realm. It couldn't even break your skin. However, Su Meng'er recognized that this was not the time for bargaining. What would it take for you to spare Xiaobai? She asked, her voice dripping with charm. Quite simple. I am currently displeased, and you must rectify my displeasure. Chu Yun pulled Su Meng'er into his embrace, showcasing his irritation. Su Meng'er's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided, You promised me you wouldn't. I am not one to go back on my word. Even without that, there are other means. Do not tell me you are unaware of how your Tian Yao Hu clan operates. Chu Yun lifted her chin, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Hearing his words, Su Meng'er felt increasingly conflicted. Deep down, she understood Chu Yun's implication. However, her heart remained steadfastly devoted to Yi Fan, desiring to reserve all for him. Even if Yi Fan did not reciprocate her feelings at present, she wished to hold on to those sentiments. Su Meng'er opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to voice something. Yet, upon seeing the pitiful Xiaobai beside her, her heart softened. Fear not, I shall not cross your boundaries. I merely wish to experience some of the Tian Yao Hu clan's methods. Chu Yun reassured her. I understand, but remember your promise. Do not exceed the limits. After a long pause, Su Meng'er finally lowered her head, speaking softly. Indeed, Chu Yun, keep my word. Chu Yun replied with a slight smile. Then, he placed Xiaobai aside. Let us begin. I trust you know what to do. He lifted Su Meng'er's chin once more, prompting her to comply. I have merely encountered this in books, and have yet to practice it. You must not scold me. Su Meng'er gently bit her rosy lip, her eyes shimmering with a playful glint. It is quite all right. You have 2 days to slowly practice, Chu Yun reassured her. Indeed. Su Meng'er nodded, subsequently gathering her flowing hair. Meanwhile, Xiaobai gazed at the gradually unfolding scene within the room, eyes wide with astonishment, for it had never witnessed such a state of Su Meng'er. Truly, she is a formidable being, always knowing how to bully others, Xiaobai lamented on behalf of Su Meng'er. Chapter 73. Thoughtful Arrangements. Gathering of the powerful 2 days later, Chu Yun, brimming with vitality, exited his chamber, while Su Meng'er remained inside, resting. Though she had not crossed any boundaries, Su Meng'er felt as though she had relinquished much. Brother Yi Fan, I have ultimately safeguarded what was dear to you. A weary smile graced Su Meng'er's pale visage. Xiaobai, come here, let me stroke you gently. After a moment, Su Meng'er called to Xiaobai, who was not far off. Absolutely not. You reek of that little demon. Xiaobai retorted with a look of disdain, then leaped to the window, unwilling to draw too close to Su Ming'er. After leaving his room, Chu Yun first visited the spirit spring for a thorough cleansing. Soon after, several beautiful maidens adorned him in a luxurious red robe, embroidered with golden edges. Chu Yun was already an extraordinary figure, possessing both striking looks and exceptional grace. Clad in the resplendent red robe, he exuded an even more unique aura, capturing the attention of all who beheld him. The young master is truly magnificent. How fortunate the young lady of the Luotian clan is to marry him. Indeed, indeed. I can hardly contain my drool. The young master is simply too handsome. If only the young master would embrace me, I would gladly become a minor wife. The maids gazed at the exceptionally handsome and graceful Chu Yun, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Now, Chu Yun was the most formidable talent of the younger generation in the Chu family, and thus, it was only natural that he became the family's young master. Chu Yun, I have made all the arrangements for the marriage with the Luotian clan, but Luo Yunshi possesses an irresistible charm, attracting numerous suitors. Therefore, during the journey to collect the bride, some ill-fated individuals might attempt to create trouble. If any such fools arise, do not hesitate. A wedding ought to be accompanied by some bloodshed to be deemed festive. Once everything was prepared, Chu Yun approached Chu Yun with a smile. Understood. Chu Yun nodded in response. This is the ancient destruction sacred talisman. It can unleash an invincible surge of a sage's spiritual power. I have prepared 300 for you. As for defense, here is a dragon scale armor, crafted from the scales of the true dragon royal family, which allows you to disregard all spiritual attacks from beings below the sage level, while significantly weakening those above. This is a sacred grade recovery pill. Consuming one restores 70% of spiritual power. And there are also the 9 transformations Nirvana pill and the clear spirit pill. Oh, and one more crucial item, this communication jade pendant. If you encounter any adversaries that the destruction sacred talisman cannot handle, activate this pendant, and assistance will arrive. Chu Yun continued to present various treasures to Chu Yun, offering sage advice. Observing the plethora of treasures bestowed upon him by Chu Yun, Chu Yun felt a sense of reassurance. Indeed, the clan leader had meticulously arranged everything. For added safety, I shall provide you with 500 additional destruction sacred talismans. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun retrieved another 500 talismans and handed them to Chu Yun. Gazing at the 800 talismans, each imbued with an aura of endless destruction within his spatial ring, Chu Yun felt a profound sense of security. Should he deploy them all, even the mightiest of great sages would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Clearly, the clan leader was not to be underestimated. Such an abundance of treasures would be hard to procure even from the most esteemed of sage families. Chu Yun mused inwardly. However, he had no intention of probing into the clan leader's secrets, for he sensed that Chu Yun genuinely regarded him as a member of the Chu family. That was sufficient. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let us set forth to the Luotian clan to collect the bride. After a brief pause, a Chu family elder observed the sun rising in the sky and proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun stepped into the luxurious carriage drawn by 9 serpentine dragons at the entrance of the Chu family. Following the resounding crackle of firecrackers, the dragon carriage ascended into the air, propelled forward by the protection of numerous formidable members of the Chu family. Racing towards the Luotian clan's domain. May everything proceed smoothly. Chu Yun murmured softly as he watched the dragon carriage recede into the distance. Clan leader, it will surely be fine. Now that matters have reached this point, the Luotian clan has no room for retraction. A Chu family elder approached Chu Yun and spoke in hushed tones. There is no need to worry about the Luotian clan. My concern lies with potential interlopers. Chu Yun clenched his fists, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and continued, however, should those individuals truly dare to intervene, it may also present an opportunity. In the eastern region, the Luotian clan is situated in the Luotian city, a premier ancient divine clan in the Tianwu realm, renowned for its formidable strength and influence in the eastern region. At this moment, Luotian city was adorned with festive decorations, exuding a celebratory atmosphere. Within the city, numerous top-tier powerhouses from various factions had gathered, along with a multitude of talents from the potential dragon rankings, all eager to witness the union of Luo Yunshi. After all, Luo Yunshi was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed extraordinary talents. ranking among the top 10 on the potential dragon rankings. Countless admirers were captivated by her allure. Now, with Luo Yunxi unexpectedly betrothed to a talent from a fallen sage clan, many were left heartbroken. My Yunxi, must she truly become another's? Alas, even a figure as formidable as Yunxi cannot escape the path of familial alliances. Has the clan leader of the Luo clan lost his mind? To wed Yunxi to the young master of the Chu family. What even is the Chu family? I will protect Yunxi. That so-called young master of the Chu family must first pass through me. Fool! Who do you think you are to stand in my way? Humph, my father is Zhang De. Many were envious, their teeth gritting in frustration at the prospect of Luo Yunxi marrying the young master of a fallen sage clan. As for the Chu family of Tianfeng City, few had even heard of it. Nevertheless, this was a decision made by the Luo clan, and although many talents were unwilling, they could only grumble in their hearts. Yunxi, you look truly stunning today. In an opulent palace within Luo City, Princess Zhou Yuyao of the ancient spirit clan admired the ethereal beauty of Luo Yunxi, who appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. At this moment, Luo Yunxi donned a radiant red satin wedding gown, adorned with a golden phoenix crown, exuding an enchanting brilliance. Under the embellishment of the phoenix veil, the already exquisite and breathtaking beauty of Luo Yunxi was infused with an indescribable allure. The rosy blush on her cheeks bestowed upon her an irresistible magnetism, captivating Zhou Yuyao completely. How fortunate is that so-called young master of the Chu family, she mused, lamenting that such a stunning Yunxi must submit herself to a scion of a fallen sacred clan. Gazing at the enchanting figure ahead, radiating an astonishing charm, Zhou Yuyao sighed. Chapter 74. A conversation between two women. Arrival at the divine city. Clearly, as a close friend of Luo Yunxi, Zhou Yuyao vehemently disapproves of this marriage. In Zhou Yuyao's eyes, not to mention the Holy Clan, only those exceptional scions of the top imperial families are worthy of Luo Yunxi. Moreover, the Chu family, once a prominent holy clan, has long since fallen from grace. If it were not for this union, Zhou Yuyao would have hardly heard of the Chu family at all. Yunxi, you truly deserve better. The more Zhou Yuyao thought about it, the angrier she became, and she subsequently embraced Luo Yunxi, bursting into tears. Yuyao, there is no reason for such distress. If it weren't for the head of the Chu family saving me back then, I would have long since returned to the heavens, and there would be no me as I am now. Luo Yunxi gazed at the tear-streaked face of Zhou Yuyao, and continued, I have lived this long. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall accept it with open arms. I apologize, Yunxi, that on your wedding day, you must comfort me. Upon hearing Luo Yunxi's words, Zhou Yuyao felt a surge of compassion. Yunxi has always been so gentle. No matter the circumstances, she remains this way. It's all right. I know you are worried about me. Luo Yunxi gently patted Zhou Yuyao's shoulder. Under Luo Yunxi's soothing words, Zhou Yuyao gradually calmed her emotions. Yunxi, if that Chu Yun dares to bully you in the future, you must not be so gentle. Zhou Yuyao earnestly admonished Luo Yunxi. Yuyao, he is my future husband, and besides, he cannot bully me. Luo Yunxi replied with a slight smile. That is true. After all, Chu Yun is merely a scion of a fallen holy clan. I doubt he can even breach your bottom line on your wedding day. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yuyao seemed to have an epiphany, her face lighting up with a smile. He is my husband. I will support him, Luo Yunxi declared with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing Luo Yunxi's words, Zhou Yuyao's expression turned rigid. However, you and your sister are indeed alike. Luo Li seems to have taken a liking to a scion of another fallen family. What was his name? Lu Chen. Zhou Yuyao recalled Luo Yunxi's sister and remarked, you two sisters truly are cut from the same cloth. I believe that external factors are not of paramount importance. Since Luo Li has chosen Lu Chen, it must have been a well-considered decision. She is not a naive girl easily deceived. Luo Yunxi stated earnestly, conjuring an image of a quirky and enchanting young maiden in her mind. Indeed, Luo Li has always been very opinionated. Perhaps Lu Chen truly possesses some remarkable qualities. Zhou Yuyao nodded in agreement. Although Zhou Yuyao was not as close to Luo Li as she was to Luo Yunxi, Luo Li was the designated future goddess of the Luo divine clan, known for her exceptional intelligence and cunning. All right, enough about your sister. Today is your wedding day. You are the star of the show. Zhou Yuyao suppressed her thoughts and turned to Luo Yunxi. However, I have heard that Chu Yun is exceptionally handsome, an unparalleled charmer. A mischievous glint sparkled in Zhou Yuyao's eyes as she continued. If he truly is as dashing as the rumors suggest, as your close friend, perhaps I might borrow your future husband for a while. If my husband is willing, I certainly have no objections. Luo Yunqi chuckled lightly. All right, Yunqi. You truly wish to let your husband. Zhou Yuyao teased Luo Yunqi with a playful huff. Luo Yunqi did not shy away, and the two began to frolic within the palace. In the skies above Luo Divine City, the dragon carriage glided slowly through the crimson clouds, eventually landing on the red carpet in the city. The elder of the Luo Divine clan, accompanied by numerous powerful members, proceeded to the red carpet to greet them. Young master, please descend. I shall escort you to the Shi Shrine to meet the young lady. Luo Yunqi's maid, Qing'er, approached the carriage and respectfully addressed Chu Yun. At this moment, all the prodigies surrounding Luo Divine City were fixated on the dragon carriage, eager to discern the identity of the man who would wed Luo Yunqi. Hearing this, Chu Yun slowly stepped down from the carriage. As he alighted, adorned in a resplendent red robe embroidered with gold, he immediately felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. However, Chu Yun remained unperturbed. If trouble were to arise, he had his own ways to respond. Wow, his looks are astonishing, even surpassing those from the Hahuan Sect. Someone murmured, no wonder he can form an alliance with the Luo Divine clan. He certainly possesses unique qualities. But his cultivation level is rather low, merely at the Void God realm. Still, that is commendable. I had expected him to be at the Tao Palace or Nirvana realms. For a scion of a fallen holy clan, reaching this level is already quite impressive. After Chu Yun made his appearance, the surrounding prodigies began to comment, their gazes fixed on him. These individuals were rather amiable, harboring no extreme sentiments. Upon overhearing the whispers of the surrounding prodigies, Chu Yun remarked, young master. That is because our Luo Divine clan has filtered many individuals. Those overly radical prodigies were discreetly asked to leave by our clan. Ah, I see. Chu Yun nodded, his perception of the Luo Divine clan shifting slightly. Initially, he believed they would either obstruct him or create difficulties, but it seemed the Luo Divine clan possessed a broader vision, actively removing unstable elements to ensure the wedding proceeded smoothly. Guided by Qing'er and numerous powerful members of the Luo Divine clan, Chu Yun gradually made his way towards the Shi Shrine. After observing Chu Yun for a while, the surrounding strong ones resumed their conversations, uninterested in him. After all, this was a decision made by the Luo Divine clan, and they could not alter much. It was better to simply enjoy the banquet. As for the top prodigies, while their words were not overtly aggressive, many gazed at Chu Yun with envy and resentment, seemingly wishing to take his place. Chu Yun, however, paid no heed to their stares, focusing instead on entering the Shi Shrine, preparing to bring Luo Yunqi back to his Chu family. Chu Yun, a mere scion of a fallen holy clan like you, is unworthy of Yunqi. If you wish to marry her, you should first ask my sword if it consents. Just as Chu Yun walked forward, a chilling voice pierced the air. A youth clad in black battle attire, wielding a divine sword, charged towards Chu Yun with fierce intent, his gaze seeming capable of tearing everything around him apart. The youth bore a black diamond mark on his forehead, radiating a terrifying and ominous aura. Chapter 75. The waters of the Luo River. On this night, the illustrious figure of the Yi clan, Ye Qingli, infiltrated the scene. He was a fervent admirer of the celestial maiden, Yunqi, and his presence added an intriguing twist to the unfolding events. Indeed, one could only speculate how Chu Yun would respond, for Ye Qingli ranked among the top 30 prodigies on the Qianlong list. Furthermore, the Yi clan, like the Luo clan, was a prominent ancient lineage, boasting formidable heritage. In comparison, the Chu family appeared as insignificant as ants. As the young man clad in black entered, the assembled prodigies began to murmur amongst themselves. Although they would not obstruct Chu Yun, they relished the prospect of witnessing any ensuing chaos. Finally, someone had taken action. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been unbearably dull. Chu Yun's gaze brightened as he noticed Yi Bei in the distance. His collection of destruction seals within his spatial ring eagerly awaited activation. Just as he prepared to test the might of these seals, the Grand Elder of the Luo clan raised his right hand, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy towards Ye Qingli. The ensuing explosion resonated like thunder, and in an instant, Ye Qingli lay lifeless, a victim of the Grand Elder's overwhelming power. The abruptness of this execution plunged Luo City into a profound silence. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to fathom that the Grand Elder of the Luo clan would act so decisively to eliminate Ye Huai. This shocking turn of events would undoubtedly exacerbate the already tense relations between the two ancient clans. Chu Yun himself was momentarily stunned, surprised by the Grand Elder's intervention. Today marks the union of the Luo clan and the Chu family. Should anyone dare to disrupt this occasion, let them come forth. The Grand Elder stated calmly, his tone devoid of the earlier severity. My apologies, did I frighten you? The troublemaker has been dealt with, he added, a smile replacing his previous demeanor as he addressed Chu Yun. Not at all. I appreciate the Grand Elder's timely assistance, Chu Yun replied with a slight smile. There's no need for thanks. We are all part of the same family, the Grand Elder responded warmly. With that, Chu Yun proceeded towards the Shishin Hall. Following the Grand Elder's formidable display, no further disruptions occurred, allowing him to arrive at the hall without incident. Before the Shishin Hall lay a majestic river, its spiritual energy surging like a celestial torrent, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Young master, this is the Luo River, sacred to our clan. According to our customs, anyone wishing to marry into the Luo clan must traverse its waters. The Grand Elder explained to Chu Yun. Indeed, this is a matter of our clan's tradition, affirmed a member of the Chu family nearby. Young master, as the chosen groom sanctioned by our clan leader, you need only fulfill this formality. Here is a water avoidance pearl, which will shield you from the river's formidable pressure, the Grand Elder continued, producing a pale blue orb. That will not be necessary, since it is the Luo clan's tradition. I shall abide by it without the water avoidance pearl, Chu Yun declared, resolute in his decision. The Grand Elder's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated Chu Yun's refusal of the protective pearl. Young master, the Luo River is our sacred river. Entering its waters will subject both your body and spirit to tremendous pressure, which even ordinary celestial beings find challenging to withstand, he cautioned. Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities. Chu Yun replied confidently. Without further hesitation, he stepped directly into the Luo River. As he did, the surrounding prodigies once again turned their attention to him, having sensed the unfolding situation. Observing that Chu Yun had declined the water avoidance pearl and boldly entered the river, many looked on with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, eager to witness his struggle. Traditionally, those who came to marry into the Luo clan had brought items to mitigate the river's pressure. Now, Chu Yun's direct approach intrigued the other prodigies, who eagerly awaited his potential misfortune. The Grand Elder of the Luo clan, momentarily taken aback, found that Chu Yun had not afforded him the opportunity to intervene and protect him from the river's pressure. Prepared to assist the young master discreetly against the river's force, he instructed the other Luo clan members, resigning to the situation. With a resounding crash, as Chu Yun entered the waters, the Luo River unleashed a torrent of potent spiritual energy, surging like a storm towards him. The waters were pure and sacred. When disturbed, they would exert tremendous pressure to expel intruders, preserving their sanctity. Come forth, Chu Yun exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy crashing around him. He began to circulate his Chaos Celestial Sutra. As the sutra activated, the powerful energy began to be absorbed into his body, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Indeed, if one could withstand the waters of the Luo River, it would prove to be an exceptional opportunity. As he felt his inner power rising, Chu Yun's heart brimmed with joy. His decision to forego the water avoidance pearl was not merely to showcase his potential, but also to elevate his own cultivation. As Chu Yun stepped forward, the surging storm of spiritual power became increasingly formidable. His cultivation swiftly shattered the limits of the 6th layer of the Sushin realm, ascending to the 7th layer, and he was resolutely advancing toward the 8th layer. This Chu Yun, indeed, possesses remarkable prowess. He effortlessly withstands the oppressive force of the Luo, while absorbing its spiritual essence to enhance his own cultivation. It is no wonder that the Luo Shin clan would arrange a marriage with the scion of a fallen ancient family. Not only does Chu Yun possess striking looks, but his potential is also astonishing. He undoubtedly has the potential to enter the Qianlong rankings, and as his cultivation continues to rise, even a position within the top 20 is not beyond possibility. The surrounding powerhouses gazed at Chu Yun, who was continuously absorbing the spiritual essence of the Luo, to elevate his cultivation, their expressions betraying their astonishment. For one at the Sushin realm to endure the spiritual pressure of the Luo, he is already remarkable. The fact that he can further absorb its spiritual essence is nothing short of shocking. The Grand Elder of the Luo Shin clan, who was standing nearby, momentarily found himself in a daze. Initially, he had extended preferential treatment to Chu Yun merely to uphold the dignity of the Luotian clan. Yet, witnessing Chu Yun's exceptional performance, the Grand Elder began to reconsider. Perhaps this Chu Yun truly is an ideal match for Yunxi. A look of relief crossed the Grand Elder's face as he contemplated this. Chapter 76. The ninth level of the illusory deity. A first encounter with Yunxi. Thunderous roars echoed through the air. At this moment, Chu Yun continued to advance slowly within the waters of the Luo River, the immense spiritual essence of the river surging fervently into his body. Chu Yun's cultivation was escalating at an unprecedented pace. Before long, he reached the 8th level of the illusory deity realm. As Chu Yun entered the central region of the Luo River, the surrounding spiritual pressure peaked, and the influx of spiritual power surged to a new level. Indeed, the waters of the Luo River were a fortuitous choice. Overjoyed by the rapid increase of spiritual essence within his body, Chu Yun reveled in his progress, which surpassed all previous gains, even more terrifying than that derived from source stones. Time passed gradually, and soon a quarter of an hour had elapsed, leading to another enhancement in Chu Yun's cultivation, propelling him to the 9th level of the illusory deity realm. Following this breakthrough, the waters of the Luo River began to exhibit a distinct aura, as they had been drained excessively by Chu Yun. The spiritual pressure around him swiftly diminished. Realizing that the Luo River could no longer facilitate his advancement, Chu Yun wasted no time and quickened his pace to ascend the shore. "My lord, you are truly remarkable, having crossed the waters of the Luo River by your own strength." Upon reaching the shore, the maid Qingli spoke softly, her face radiating with a smile. Nearby, the Grand Elder of the Luo God clan also expressed goodwill, saying, "Qingli, it is getting late. Quickly take my lord to find the young lady, lest we miss the auspicious moment." Qingli nodded in agreement and led Chu Yun towards the Shi God Palace. At that moment, many distinguished talents of Luo God City gazed with complex expressions at Chu Yun as he approached the Shi God Palace. Their discerning eyes could undoubtedly perceive that Chu Yun's potential was limitless, perhaps offering him a chance to stand alongside Luo Yunxi in the future. Under Qingli's guidance, Chu Yun stepped into the Shi God Palace. The palace was extravagantly adorned, filled with splendid and festive decorations. Walking upon the golden-edged red carpet, Chu Yun gradually advanced into the palace. Soon, at the end of the hall, he beheld a woman adorned in a phoenix crown and a flowing red veil. Although her face was obscured, her graceful figure and the aura she exuded captivated Chu Yun's attention. Beside Luo Yunxi stood a stunningly beautiful woman, whose presence was equally striking. Dressed in a delicate crimson gown, she exuded an exceptional grace. This was the young lady's close friend, the princess of the primordial spirit clan, Zhou Yueying. Qingli whispered to Chu Yun as he approached. With each step, he drew closer to Luo Yunxi and gently took her delicate hand. Zhou Yueying, gazing at the extraordinarily handsome Chu Yun, was momentarily entranced, her heart fluttering at his unmatched beauty. "Yunxi, your husband is truly handsome. You must let me borrow him sometime." Once she regained her composure, Zhou Yueying swiftly conveyed this thought to Luo Yunxi. Luo Yunxi felt a flutter in her heart, ignoring Zhou Yueying's words. Holding Chu Yun's hand caused her heart to race with an unfamiliar excitement. "The auspicious time has arrived, my lord. Please take the young lady away." After a brief moment, Qingli smiled at Chu Yun. He nodded, leading Luo Yunxi gently out of the palace, with Qingli and Zhou Yueying following closely behind. "Chu Yun, treat my daughter well, and do not bully her otherwise." As Chu Yun and Luo Yunxi departed the Shi God Palace, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated in his mind. However, it seemed the patriarch of the Luo God clan refrained from uttering any threats, as if reconsidering his words. Chu Yun remained silent, merely tightening his grip on Luo Yunxi's hand as they walked outside. The myriad powerful figures of Luo God City gazed intently at the pair. Given the previous fate of Yi Huai, no one dared to disrupt their passage. Before long, Chu Yun and Luo Yunxi boarded a grand carriage drawn by 9 dragon steeds, laden with treasures from the Luo God clan, swiftly making their way to the Chu family. "Your Highness, are we truly allowing the fairy Yunxi to marry that Chu Yun?" In a tall building within Luo God City, a servant of the Saint realm inquired of a strikingly handsome young man beside him. This young man was Li Wuyo, the scion of the fallen God clan. The Luo God clan is resolute in marrying Yunxi to that useless fellow, There is no changing their minds, Li Wuyo remarked, his expression darkening as he watched the distant dragon carriage fade from view. The servant nodded in agreement, noting the decisive actions taken against Yi Huai of the Night God clan, illustrating the Luo God clan's determination. However, Li Wuyo was merely a scion and had yet to fully grasp the fallen God clan, rendering him ill-equipped to handle such a situation. Marrying Yunxi is one thing, but keeping her is another. Li Wuyo crushed the cup in his hand into a twisted shape, his tone cold and resolute. Your Highness speaks wisely. It was my oversight. That pretty boy could never, the servant quickly responded. Yet Li Wuyo contemplated further, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. However, if that pretty boy can successfully marry her, then obtaining Yunxi will merely involve dealing with the Chu family, without needing to compete with others. Chapter 77. The Realm of Heavenly Souls. Unconventional flames against the enemy in the sky over 1,000 miles from Tianfeng City. A terrifying roar reverberated continuously. Numerous formidable beings, exuding an ominous aura, unleashed their grand powers, relentlessly assaulting the dragon carriages in the sky, alongside the experts from the Luotian clan and the Chu family. Surrounding them were many top-tier formations, wildly distorting everything in their path. Clearly, this was a meticulously planned assault. Master, you need not intervene this time. They are but trifling fish, and we shall resolve this swiftly, declared a powerful member of the Luotian clan to Chu Yun and Lu Yongxi within the carriage. Yet, the situation was not so straightforward. Although they faced no significant obstacles from the Luotian clan, on their return journey, they had already encountered 8 assassination attempts. Inside the carriage, Chu Yun stroked his chin and murmured, with this incident, it marks the 9th time. Having been consecutively ambushed, Chu Yun's destruction sacred talismans had been significantly depleted, leaving him with fewer than 100. My lord, do you perhaps regret our union? Lu Yongxi suddenly interjected. Of course not. Such minor assaults cannot shake my resolve. Chu Yun replied, gently pulling Lu Yongxi into his embrace. Before their marriage, Chu Yun had anticipated that marrying Lu Yongxi would entail numerous risks. However, he was unconcerned, for the rewards he gained far outweighed these dangers. Before long, the sounds of combat outside faded away. Master, it is resolved. These assailants appeared to be from the Bai Guyin zone, reported an elder of the Luotian clan to Chu Yun after the battle concluded. Bai Guyin zone? They dare to ambush us? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow at the mention. The assailants had previously consisted of sacred land-level forces, various hidden ancient clans, and divine races. The Bai Guyin zone, a mere ordinary demonic faction, was hardly a relevant threat. It is possible that others are masquerading under the name of Bai Guyin zone, Lu Yongxi pondered after a moment. That could be the case, Chu Yun acknowledged. The Bai Guyin zone, a significant force within the demonic sects, often bore the brunt of blame for the improper deeds of many righteous sections. Chu Yun knew that even their own Huangquan Ma zone sometimes shifted blame onto the Bai Guyin zone. The latter never refuted or explained, merely continued to bear the weight silently. Soon, Chu Yun dismissed the matter from his mind, as they were nearing the Chu family, and the threats of their return journey should soon come to an end. The two then ceased their conversation and closed their eyes to rest. As Chu Yun shut his eyes, he soon felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, as if his body were plummeting downwards. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in a dim, unfamiliar world of darkness and fog, utterly unable to see. Suddenly, torrents of horrifying black mist surged from all directions, attempting to engulf Chu Yun entirely. Frowning slightly, he leapt high into the air to evade the encroaching black mist. However, once he escaped, a multitude of black blades materialized around him, rushing towards him with alarming speed. Chu Yun hastily activated his dragon scale armor, intending to defend against the onslaught of black blades. Yet, he discovered that his armor seemed absent, rendering him unable to summon its protection. Alarmed, Chu Yun quickly employed his floating light and shadow technique to evade the perilous area. After escaping, he attempted to summon his other treasures, but they too appeared to have vanished, completely eluding his grasp. Chu Yun, do not waste your energy. This is my Tianhun realm. What has been drawn in is your soul, and all your protective treasures are rendered ineffective. A deep, hoarse voice resonated, and a figure clad in black materialized before Chu Yun as the space warped. The Tianhun realm, you are of the Soul Clan. Chu Yun's expression shifted upon hearing this. The Soul Clan is an exceptionally enigmatic race within the Tianwu realm, specializing in the cultivation of soul powers, adept in assassination, possession, alchemy, and artifact crafting. They wield a unique influence within the realm, making them a formidable adversary. Indeed, I am Han Yeshing of the Soul Clan. Your life shall now be inherited by me. The black-clad man rasped, his eyes glimmering with an eerie light. So, he intends to possess me. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. The Tianhun realm is the pinnacle of the Soul Clan's soul techniques, capable of silently drawing another's soul into an unknown domain for possession. In this realm, no divine weapons or treasures can be summoned, rendering it a perilous space. Chu Yun did not anticipate that he would attract the attention of the Soul Clan, who sought to intervene. Yield to me, and I shall savor your new bride. Han Yeshing licked his lips. Without hesitation, Han Yeshing transformed into a beam of light and charged towards Chu Yun, aiming to seize his soul. Chu Yun merely watched Han Yeshing's approach, appearing utterly frozen in shock, offering no resistance. Ha ha ha. Chu Yun, you are wise to comply. I shall make your transition less painful. Han Yeshing laughed heartily as he noted Chu Yun's lack of resistance. However, just as Han Yeshing's soul was about to penetrate Chu Yun's body, a pale blue flame erupted around Chu Yun. With the emergence of this flame, the temperature of the entire realm surged, becoming exceedingly intense. Noah, it hurts. The appearance of the pure spirit flame was so swift that Han Yeshing had no time to react before colliding with it. The searing pure spirit flame, a nemesis to soul entities and malevolence, inflicted upon Han Yeshing an indescribable agony, akin to the torment of a soul being scorched. Exotic fire. How could you possess such flames? The anguished Huanyu shivered uncontrollably, his visage marred by sheer terror. He never anticipated that Chu Yun would possess an extraordinary flame. Though the Tianhun realm is exceedingly tyrannical, capable of isolating the majority of treasures and methods, it does not encompass the realm of extraordinary flames. Once refined, even if drawn into the Tianhun realm, such flames could still be wielded. Moreover, extraordinary flames inherently inflict profound damage upon the soul, particularly the purifying Ling Xinhua, which serves as a bane to malevolence. Without uttering a word, Chu Yun summoned his purifying Ling Xinhua, propelling it towards Huanyu. No, please, grant me a chance, spare my life. The Huanyu, ensnared by the extraordinary flames, emitted heart-wrenching cries. It was evident that these flames posed a grave threat to his existence. It is unnecessary. I believe you do not require such a plea, Chu Yun replied with an indifferent tone. Song Chunwei, you wretched scoundrel, you have led me astray. The Huanyu's final agonized scream echoed, before being wholly consumed by the extraordinary flames, transformed into an exquisitely pure soul light. Chapter 78. The essence of the soul and the bridal chamber. This soul light is the pure essence of the divine soul power born from Hanyu, which can be utilized to enhance one's soul strength. This fellow has already 1 foot in the realm of the saints, with such an abundance of divine soul essence. Chu Yun raised his right hand slightly and absorbed the divine soul essence into his body. With this refined divine soul essence, perhaps I could elevate my soul strength to the realm of the celestial gods, he murmured to himself while gazing at the essence in his hand. My husband, my husband. At that moment, a crisp and melodious voice resonated from the void. Following the emergence of this voice, the entire Tianhun domain began to collapse incessantly. When Chu Yun opened his eyes once more, he discovered that he had returned to the Jiulong carriage. Resting in the embrace of Luo Yunxi, a delicate and refreshing fragrance wafted from Luo Yunxi, stirring the strings of Chu Yun's heart. My husband, what? What is wrong? Luo Yunxi noticed Chu Yun's distress and immediately inquired with concern. I was just pulled into the Tianhun domain by the Soul Clan. Chu Yun took a deep breath and replied. The Soul Clan has indeed taken action in the Tianhun domain. My husband, are you all right? Were you harmed? Luo Yunxi's expression shifted slightly, and she anxiously asked. Hearing Luo Yunxi's words warmed Chu Yun's heart. Despite her still donning a red veil, obscuring her features, he could sense her profound concern for him. It's nothing, just a mere Tianhun domain. It cannot harm me, Chu Yun reassured her. Luo Yunxi then grasped Chu Yun's hand, examining his body, and only after confirming he was unharmed did her heart settle. Yunxi, do you know who Song Chunwei is? That Soul Clan fellow mentioned his name unexpectedly. Chu Yun recalled the impromptu remarks made by Han Yuxing. Song Chunwei is the one who instigated the Soul Clan's actions. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunxi's aura shifted, her previously gentle demeanor transforming into something more formidable. It is possible that the Soul Clan expert's mention of Song Chengwei was a mistake, or perhaps connected to him. Chu Yun continued. Indeed, he is the one. Song Chengwei is the son of the great elephant sacred sect, exceedingly domineering. He has expressed his intentions towards me on numerous occasions, but I have always declined. Luo Yunxi spoke slowly. I see, truly a beauty brings disaster. Chu Yun stroked his chin, responding. My husband, I am sorry. Luo Yunxi then softly and delicately spoke to him. It is nothing. This has nothing to do with you. Chu Yun held Luo Yunxi's hand and spoke gently. Young master, young lady, we have arrived at the Chu family. At that moment, a soft voice from outside the carriage announced. Let us set this matter aside for now and address it later, Chu Yun said to Luo Yunxi. She nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed not the right time to deal with such issues. Hand in hand, Chu Yun and Luo Yunxi descended from the carriage. The Chu family was bustling with numerous top-tier experts, filled with an atmosphere of exuberance. Chu Yun, was your journey smooth? After disembarking, Chu Yingtian approached Chu Yun with a smile. Everything went smoothly. Chu Yun nodded, his voice gentle. The clan leader's arrangements were quite thorough, especially on the way back. There were several formidable adversaries, yet they were all dealt with. After Chu Yun returned, the banquet commenced. The entire Tianfeng city was abuzz with activity. Especially the Chu family, where the sounds of drums and firecrackers filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Guests arriving cast their gazes upon Chu Yun, assessing the fortunate individual who had wed the esteemed daughter of the Luo god clan. The wedding banquet proceeded in an orderly manner, with time passing gently. Soon, the banquet neared its conclusion. Surrounded by many members of the Chu family, Chu Yun arrived at the wedding chamber deep within the Chu estate. Inside, on the crimson bed, Luo Yunxi was seated gracefully. The soft, hazy light and the tender fragrance enveloped the space, creating an enchanting and relaxed atmosphere. Chu Yun slowly approached Luo Yunxi and gently lifted her red veil. As the veil was raised, a face of exquisite features, flawless and as beautiful as a celestial maiden, appeared before Chu Yun. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful Luo Yunxi, Chu Yun felt momentarily entranced. Although he had known of her unparalleled beauty, witnessing it firsthand made his heart flutter. Especially her ethereal aura and the vivacity in her eyes possessed an extraordinary allure. Luo Yunxi also scrutinized Chu Yun before her, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her deep eyes. Clearly, Chu Yun's appearance did not disappoint her. Indeed, as Zhou Yuyao had remarked, he was remarkably perfect. Their gazes locked, and the intoxicating atmosphere slowly flowed, leaving both feeling a touch of nervousness. My husband, have you seen enough? After a while, feeling shy under Chu Yun's fervent gaze, Luo Yunxi softly spoke. Certainly not. Chu Yun smiled gently, pulling Luo Yunxi into his embrace, and adding, in the future, I can admire you at leisure. Luo Yunxi spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. Chu Yun, feeling the softness in his arms, experienced a surge of complex emotions. He never anticipated that he would genuinely marry Luo Yunxi in this world. Other transmigrators often indulged in countless romances before tying the knot with multiple beloveds, yet he had barely begun his journey before stepping into marriage. But this is a world of fantasy, so it matters not. Yunxi, it is getting late. A moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold. Let us rest. Chu Yun quelled his thoughts and addressed Luo Yunxi. She replied softly. Indeed, Luo Yunxi was quite cooperative. Unlike others who set rigid boundaries until certain times had passed. My husband, as this is my first marriage, may I request some time? Not long after, Luo Yunxi continued to speak to Chu Yun. Chu Yun was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Luo Yunxi is? My husband, your strength is insufficient. I am merely concerned for you. Luo Yunxi observed Chu Yun's dazed expression and clarified. All right, Yunxi. It seems necessary for you to witness my strength. Chu Yun remarked with a light snort. He then lifted Luo Yunxi and made his way toward the white jade table. Chapter 79. Yunxi's invitation, triggering a choice 10 days later. Chu Yun felt utterly exhausted, as if his entire body had disassembled. Wearily, he rose from his bed. Beside the white jade table, the radiant Luo Yunxi, dressed elegantly, was tidying up a piece of glaring crimson cloth. As Chu Yun gazed at the captivating Luo Yunxi before him, a wave of comfort washed over him. Luo Yunxi, the esteemed young lady of the Luo clan, possessed extraordinary talent. Boasting a top-tier Taiyan physique, coupled with her divine lineage, her abilities ranked among the very best in the entire Tianwu realm, placing her within the top 5 of the Qianlong rankings. She was diligent in her cultivation, having reached the 9th level of the celestial realm at the tender age of 19, mere steps away from the transcendent saint realm. Her combat prowess had long since attained the pinnacle of saint-level strength, which was truly formidable. Over these past few days, Chu Yun had keenly felt the extent of Luo Yunqi's power. The relentless battles had taken a toll on him, and without the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, he doubted he would have the strength to even open his eyes. Yet, Luo Yunqi appeared unfazed, her demeanor as serene as ever. Clearly, it was essential for him to enhance his own strength swiftly. Otherwise, he would struggle to assert his role as a husband, Chu Yun mused. My dear husband, I will freshen up and pay a visit to the clan leader. Would you like to rest a little longer? After arranging the crimson cloth, Luo Yunqi turned to Chu Yun and inquired. Hearing her words, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled. No need, I shall accompany you. However, I lack the energy to do so alone. I will require your assistance. Not a problem, Luo Yunqi replied cheerfully. With that, she effortlessly lifted Chu Yun from the bed and swiftly made her way to the Chu clan's spiritual spring. 2 hours later, Luo Yunqi emerged from the spiritual spring, leading an even more fatigued Chu Yun toward a meeting with the clan's venerable ancestor, Chu Yingtian. In the ancient and elegant hall of the Chu clan, splendid. Indeed, a match made in heaven. With the two of you, our Chu clan shall surely flourish. Chu Yingtian beamed at the sight of the seemingly divine couple, Chu Yun and Luo Yunqi, his face awash with delight. Clearly, he held great admiration for Luo Yunqi. He had previously learned about her character. She was a person of profound loyalty. Although there had been some strategic considerations when Chu Yingtian saved Luo Yunqi, the debt of gratitude was genuine, and she had always cherished it. This was why he had expended considerable effort to facilitate her marriage into the Chu family. Such a gifted and loyal young woman was deemed highly desirable by Chu Yingtian. This is the wedding gift for the two of you. Please share it equally. With a wave of his right hand, an array of celestial treasures and numerous top-tier resources materialized within the hall, emanating a remarkable aura. Among them were several supreme holy medicines, various pills, sacred artifacts, and materials for refining. In the center, Chu Yun even spotted over 10,000 pounds of source stones. Both Chu Yun and Luo Yunqi stared in astonishment at the bountiful resources before them, clearly taken aback by Chu Yingtian's generous gesture, which was intended for their wedding celebration. Clan leader, this seems inappropriate. Luo Yunqi hesitated, aware that Chu Yingtian had invested considerable resources for this wedding, and while these treasures were plentiful, they paled in comparison to what he had expended. Do not fret, enhancing your strength is of utmost importance. I no longer require these items. Chu Yingtian replied calmly. You no longer need them. Luo Yunqi was taken aback, realizing that the clan leader had likely reached a certain level of understanding. Very well, we shall accept, Chu Yun said without hesitation. Now was the perfect time for him to advance his prowess, and these resources would significantly aid his cultivation. Subsequently, the two of them divided the treasures in the hall, each acquiring a wealth of resources. After some light conversation with Chu Yingtian, he allowed them to take their leave. My husband, I plan to return to the Xiantian sacred land to challenge the Saint realm. Would you like to accompany me for training? After exiting the hall, Luo Yunqi turned to Chu Yun. During their recent intense battles, Luo Yunqi had unexpectedly found herself on the brink of a breakthrough, presenting her with an opportunity to advance to the Saint realm. Our Xiantian sacred land possesses divine spiritual veins and numerous top-tier cultivation grounds. Your training there would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. She continued. To train at your Xiantian sacred land? Is that permissible? After all, I am a disciple of the Huangquan Mazo. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and remarked. Not an issue. You are my husband, and I am the holy maiden of the Xiantian sacred land. Allowing you to train there poses no problem. Luo Yunqi responded, though she added, however, there may be some complications. Many disciples of the Xiantian sacred sect might harbor objections toward you. Ding. Current experiences detected, triggering an invincible choice. Choice 1. Accept Luo Yunqi's invitation to the Xiantian sacred land. Reward. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Choice 2. Decline Luo Yunqi's invitation to the Xiantian sacred land. Reward. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. An ultimate body refinement technique that condenses the spirit through the essence, transforming one's inner particles into a colossal elephant. The elephant can continuously evolve, transforming into a dragon elephant, then into a primordial elephant, and ultimately into a divine elephant. Upon reaching the pinnacle, one can summon 100,000 divine elephants, capable of shattering the heavens and overturning the sun and moon. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, an ultimate body refinement technique that forges the body with spiritual essence. Each transformation corresponds to a level of the celestial realm. Upon achieving 9 transformations, one can attain an indestructible body, instilling awe in the heavens and shaking the earth. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated in Chu Yun's mind. He felt a shift within, realizing he had triggered a choice. 2 formidable body refinement techniques lay before him, indicating the significance of this decision. I understand. I shall train at the Xiantian sacred land for a few days. As for any troubles, I am unperturbed by them. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun declared, the Xiantian sacred land stood as a powerful force in the central region, with a profound foundation of strength. Currently, Chu Yun's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Void God realm. He is contemplating a journey to the central region, and now that Luo Yunxi has extended an invitation, it is a fortuitous opportunity to explore. Furthermore, given that the two are now wed, it is only fitting for him to assert his claim at the Xiantian sacred land. Additionally, there exists the supreme method of the divine elephant suppression technique, a pinnacle martial arts practice for body refinement, which Chu Yun feels compelled to acquire. All right, my husband, you are on the verge of a breakthrough. Should you not first elevate your realm? I could also take this opportunity to refine my spiritual energy, Luo Yunxi remarked to Chu Yun. Very well, let us engage in our cultivation, Chu Yun replied with a nod. His chaotic body is extraordinarily formidable, with ample resources for cultivation. He can disregard bottlenecks and swiftly enhance his abilities. As it happens, Chu Yingtian has provided a considerable amount of resources, and Chu Yun is eager to convert them into his own strength. Subsequently, the two parted ways, each heading to the Chu family's secluded training chamber to elevate their prowess. Chapter 80. Ascending to True God. Tianfen ancient cave within the cultivation chamber of the Chu family. Chu Yun placed an abundance of cultivation resources around him. These resources exuded a vast amount of spiritual essence, illuminating the space with their brilliance. Among them, he selected several top-tier materials intended for refining, with the ambition of enhancing the Qingli divine sword. With such a plethora of refining materials at his disposal, it was conceivable that he could elevate the Qingli divine sword to the realm of a sacred weapon. However, it was regrettable that the Xiantian refining technique was only a fragment. Even with the materials, he could only elevate the sword to the level of a heavenly god weapon at best. Contemplating the array of superior refining materials before him, Chu Yun mused inwardly. The Xiantian refining technique he exchanged at the Huangquan demon sect was merely a remnant. Incomplete. Nevertheless, the Xiantian sacred land should possess the complete version of the technique. He would have Yunxi procure it for him when the time came. Another thought crossed his mind. The soul Jade soul origin could enhance his soul realm. He then retrieved the soul origin acquired from the Tianhun domain. Henceforth, his focus would be on his own enhancement, striving to break through to the true God realm. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun immediately began to operate the chaos immortal scripture, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence to elevate his cultivation, aiming for the true God realm. The crux of breaking through to the true God realm lay in condensing the divine veins within one's body, a task that posed considerable difficulty for many prodigies. However, blessed with a chaos body and practicing the highly compatible chaos immortal scripture, Chu Yun could easily surpass this hurdle, provided he had sufficient cultivation resources. As the technique continued to circulate within him, a torrent of spiritual essence surged into Chu Yun's body. After 2 days, his aura reached its zenith, manifesting a golden divine vein radiating resplendent spiritual light within him. Although this golden divine vein appeared somewhat frail, it emitted an exceptionally formidable aura. Simultaneously, the aura of the true God realm began to envelop Chu Yun. Having successfully broken through the true God realm, he noted that Yunxi had yet to refine the spiritual power, so he resolved to continue his cultivation, refining the Qingli divine sword and converting the soul origin into his own soul power. After briefly sensing his newfound strength, he dismissed any further distractions. There remained much for him to accomplish. Chu Yun then immersed himself once more in profound cultivation, as time flowed gently by. In the Tianwu realm, in the central domain, there lay the Piaomiao sect. The Piaomiao sect was an exceedingly mysterious reclusive sect, nestled within a picturesque valley. Surrounding the valley were numerous top-tier formation arrays, intricately interconnected to safeguard this ancient sect. Outside the valley, a young man clad in black, with a resolute expression, steadily stepped into the valley. With each step, he seemed to tread upon the pivotal nodes of the formations, eliciting no disturbances whatsoever. To his astonishment, after 100,000 years, the formations here remained unchanged. Observing these familiar formations, Xiao Chun murmured to himself, his eyes filled with nostalgia. He had once participated in their arrangement, making him intimately familiar with their weaknesses and crucial points. Before long, upon traversing the final critical node, Xiao Chun successfully passed through a vast array of formations. What could this mean? After crossing the formations, Xiao Chun's pupils contracted as he beheld the scene before him in disbelief. All around lay crumbling pavilions and ancient halls, enveloped in an exceptionally profound air of decay and desolation. Step by step, he advanced, and beside a massive stone overrun with weeds, he discovered a stele engraved with the 3 characters of Piaomiao sect. The characters on the stele retained a vigorous strength, emanating an immense pressure even after the passage of countless years. Was 100,000 years too long? The passage of time had wrought significant changes, and even the Piaomiao sect could not escape the ravages of time. Gazing upon the dilapidated Piaomiao sect, Xiao Chun's eyes grew vacant, and his body trembled slightly. Since awakening his past life's memories, he had felt the weight of 10,000 years for the first time. He had once participated in the construction of the Piaomiao sect, witnessing its splendor firsthand. It was once a place brimming with treasures and spirit, home to numerous top-tier sacred veins, and even imperial veins. The many pavilions and halls were exquisitely magnificent, resembling a true earthly paradise. Yet now, these crumbling structures, devoid of spiritual essence, left Xiao Chun struggling to associate the current Piaomiao sect with the once mighty reclusive powerhouse that rivaled the imperial sections. What exactly had transpired? Xiao Chun exhaled deeply, his eyes clouded with profound bewilderment. The former Piaomiao sect had also been a top-tier reclusive sect, its power terrifying, with protective arrays that even the mightiest of sovereigns could scarcely breach. Continuing onward, Xiao Chun made his way deeper into the Piaomiao sect. Witnessing the familiar surroundings in such a state of ruin weighed heavily on his heart. After a while, he reached the back mountain of the dilapidated Piaomiao sect. This area, too, was in a state of disrepair, suffused with an air of desolation and silence. Ignoring the surrounding decay, he directly approached a cave overgrown with countless weeds. The massive stone door of the cave remained firmly shut, marked with the scars left by the passage of time. Indeed, there appeared to be no signs of disturbance. Observing the unmarked door, Xiao Chun murmured softly. He then raised his right hand, channeling his spiritual power into a shooting star that flowed slowly towards the stone door. As the spiritual energy he released continued to circulate, the tightly sealed door began to creak open. As the door slowly opened, a torrent of profound spiritual essence surged forth from within. Who are you? And how dare you open the Tianfen ancient cave of our Piaomiao sect? At that moment, a crisp voice rang out from behind Xiao Chun. Chapter 81. The Fallen Divine Flame. Young Lady Zixiao. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Chun slowly turned around, and before his eyes stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a purple celestial gown, her figure exquisite and her features delicate. The lady's skin was fair, and the gown accentuated her perfect curves, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Especially her refined, yet somewhat familiar visage sent shivers through Xiao Chun's body. Zixiao, you're all right, as long as you're safe. Seeing the enchanting figure in purple, Xiao Chun's eyes brimmed with excitement. He moved forward, eager to embrace the stunning woman. However, before he could approach, the lady in purple unleashed a formidable divine power, hurling it swiftly towards Xiao Chun. Boom! With a terrifying roar, Xiao Chun was instantly propelled backward by the overwhelming spiritual force. You are not Zixiao. Who are you? Observing the purple-clad lady's spiritual power, which shimmered with threads of crimson light, Xiao Chun realized that this woman was not his dear friend, Hongyan Zixiao. After all, he had known Zixiao for many years. Her spiritual energy was not like this, and certainly not so feeble. This should be a question for me to pose to you. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon our Piaomiao sect? The lady in purple replied. As for the Zixiao you mentioned, she is my master. So, she is Zixiao's disciple? You bear a striking resemblance to Zixiao. I am a close friend of your master." Hearing her words, Xiao Qin's heart stirred with realization, and his gaze softened considerably as he regarded the lady in purple. In her, he seemed to glimpse the figure of Zixiao, truly reminiscent of an old acquaintance. "Impossible. My master departed from the Tianwu realm over 90,000 years ago. How can you be a friend of hers?" The purple-clad lady frowned slightly at his response. "You are merely a lowly cultivator at the virtual god realm. If you knew my master over 90,000 years ago, how could you still be alive now? Your master has left the Tianwu realm?" Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Zixiao to have departed. "I have my reasons," Xiao Chun continued. The purple-clad lady chose not to elaborate further. She sensed that Xiao Chun bore no malice. Furthermore, he navigated the Piaomiao sect with a familiarity that surpassed her own, easily unlocking the long-sealed Tianfeng ancient cave. The purple-clad lady felt an inkling that Xiao Chun's words were indeed sincere, that he was truly a friend of her master. Your cultivation is merely at the Saint King realm. How?" Suddenly, Xiao Chun appeared to discover something and turned to the purple-clad lady with a question. "I was sealed by my master using the divine source, and only awoke a year ago," the purple-clad lady explained. "Sealed by the divine source, and you only awakened a year ago?" Xiao Chen's pupils narrowed upon hearing this. He, too, had awakened his memories a year prior. Why was it that both of them shared this timeline? Could it be that Zixiao foresaw my re-emergence in this era? A tumult of thoughts surged within Xiao Chen's mind. Yet he found himself lost in confusion with no discernible clues. "Do you know what lies within this Tianfeng ancient cave?" The purple-clad lady gazed towards the cave's entrance. "I once inquired of my master. She always told me I would learn in due time. Is this not that time? You will find out upon entering." Xiao Chun replied softly, and without further ado, he stepped into the Tianfeng ancient cave. The purple-clad lady followed suit, entering the cave after him. Inside the Tianfeng ancient cave, the spiritual energy was extraordinarily abundant, almost taking on a tangible form. The rich essence of heaven and earth exerted a subtle pressure even on the Saint King realm cultivator, the purple-clad lady. Yet, Xiao Chun strolled leisurely, entirely unfazed by any burden. Before long, they reached the depths of the cave, where numerous medicinal herbs, exuding a potent fragrance, flourished. 10,000-year medicinal herbs. The purple-clad lady's eyes brightened as she beheld the herbs. "Had I known, I would have planted more back then." Xiao Chun gazed at the 10,000-year medicinal herbs ahead and softly murmured, "These herbs are indeed the seeds I scattered carelessly long ago. At that time, I had no inkling that I would one day be reincarnated." "Did you plant these?" The purple-clad lady regarded Xiao Chun with a complex expression. "If 10,000 years have passed, then perhaps that thing has fully matured as well." Suddenly, Xiao Chun's eyes sparkled as he advanced forward. There, before him, stood an alchemical furnace. He lifted the lid of the furnace. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, a terrifying torrent of crimson flames erupted from within, and as these flames appeared, the spiritual energy within the cave seemed to come alive. The purple-clad lady felt her internal spiritual energy circulating with renewed speed. This is the fallen divine flame, a top-tier auxiliary divine fire that can refine spiritual power and accelerate cultivation speed. As she sensed the surge of energy within her, the purple-clad lady's pupils dilated in surprise. Xiao Chun nodded, his expression complex as he looked at the searing crimson fire. Indeed, this is the fallen divine flame. 100,000 years ago, it was merely a weak flicker after a century's growth. It has finally transformed into a true divine flame. As he spoke, Xiao Chun raised his right hand gently. Swish, swish, swish. The fallen divine flame, as if summoned, flew to Xiao Chun's side, obediently resting in his hand. He speaks the truth. Observing the once volatile fallen divine flame now so docile in Xiao Chun's grasp, the purple-clad lady felt no lingering doubt. With this fallen divine flame, my strength will escalate rapidly. The time for my vengeance and reclaiming all that is mine is drawing near. And these 10,000-year medicinal herbs will also aid in my swift recovery. Xiao Chun contemplated as he held the fallen divine flame. By the way, I still do not know your name. After a while, having collected the fallen divine flame and the surrounding medicinal herbs, he turned to the purple-clad lady. My name is Zixiao. The purple-clad lady replied slowly, a sweet smile illuminating her face. Zixiao, your master once. Xiao Chun began, nodding in acknowledgement. Boom. Just as Xiao Chun intended to inquire further about Zixiao, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from outside. Bang! Moments later, The numerous magical formations outside were utterly crushed by an overwhelming spiritual pressure, reducing them to countless fragments. Xiaochen, I know you are here, come out. As the formations shattered with a thunderous crash, a deep growl resonated from outside. This presence emanated from a quasi-emperor. Why is there a quasi-emperor here? Sensing the dreadful aura outside, Xiaochen's pupils constricted, and his complexion turned exceedingly grim. We must leave, immediately, otherwise, we will encounter great peril. However, Xiaochen also understood that this was not the time for hesitation. Now, as formidable enemies approached, escape was of utmost importance. Consequently, he promptly crushed a spatial teleportation talisman at his waist and departed from the Tianfeng Gudong with Zixia. Chapter 82. A Surge in Power. Pleading is futile. Half a month later, in the Chu family's secluded cultivation chamber, after more than 2 weeks of absorption, Chu Yun had nearly consumed all the abundant spiritual resources present. His cultivation had ascended to the 4th layer of the true God realm, and with the aid of the essence of his divine soul, he had successfully broken through the true God realm, reaching the celestial God realm. With such a remarkable increase in power, he had mastered several formidable divine abilities, and combined with his chaotic body and the chaotic immortal scripture, he was now qualified to battle against the super prodigies of the celestial God realm. Chu Yun clenched his fist, feeling the immense power surging within him. The days of diligent training had significantly enhanced his strength. It was time to emerge and head towards the Xuantian sacred land. Without further hesitation, Chu Yun restrained his aura and departed from the cultivation chamber. Young master, you have finally emerged. Hurry and see. The ancient holy body, Ye Fan, has come to our Chu family seeking trouble, and now, the young mistress is beating him up. Upon leaving the chamber, Chu Yun heard the excited voice of Chu Zihong. Yunshi is beating up the ancient holy body Ye Fan? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Ye Fan to come knocking. Let us go and take a look, Chu Yun declared, as Chu Zihong led him outside. In the training arena of the Chu family in Tianfeng City, a fierce battle was unfolding. Clad in a flowing white celestial gown, Luo Yunshi was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Ye Fan. Although termed a duel, it was a complete one-sided domination. With every move, Luo Yunshi exuded an overwhelming force, mercilessly crushing Ye Fan. Ye Fan was in a pitiful state, his complexion pale, blood streaming from his wounds. Golden blood splattered everywhere, shimmering brilliantly. The young mistress is truly formidable. This ancient holy body has clearly lost his mind to dare trouble our young master. Now he faces the consequences, the onlookers remarked with satisfaction, witnessing Ye Fan being thoroughly beaten. Indeed, the young mistress ranks among the top 10 on the hidden dragon list. Dealing with an ancient holy body is akin to slaughtering a chicken, they added, reveling in the sight of Ye Fan, once arrogant, now reduced to a pitiful state. Luojia, do you realize what your husband has done? Are you not complicit in his wrongdoings? Ye Fan wiped the blood from his lips and retorted, filled with grievance. He has harmed my sister. He is nothing but a demon, devoid of humanity. As he spoke, the haunting voice from the soundstone echoed in his mind, a reminder of the pain he endured. Though it had helped him break through the 5th seal and attain the true God realm, the torment was relentless. Oh, and what of it? Is there a problem? Luo Yunshi replied, her expression unwavering as she continued to suppress Ye Fan. You, Chu Yun has committed such vile acts, and you remain indifferent? You are the daughter of the Luo clan. How can you not feel even a shred of? Ye Fan stammered, taken aback by Luo Yunshi's lack of reaction. Realizing that Luo Yunshi was unyielding, Ye Fan felt a surge of frustration. He had hoped that by exposing Chu Yun's misdeeds, Luo Yunshi would side with him. However, it seemed that his plans had unraveled. Luo Yunshi was firmly aligned with Chu Yun. A mixture of envy and anger welled up within him as he pondered why this little demon had the fortune to marry such an extraordinary and understanding woman. Luojia, not only that, but I have also discovered that Chu Yun shares an ambiguous relationship with the current holy maiden of their sect, Song Tingyu. Ye Fan gritted his teeth, revealing his findings. Oh, Luo Yunshi responded, her expression unchanged as she continued her relentless assault on Ye Fan. Feeling the escalating intensity of Luo Yunshi's attacks, Ye Fan's face turned ashen. It was evident that he stood no chance against her. At that moment, Chu Yun arrived at the training arena, witnessing the battered Ye Fan. Luojia, I implore you, spare my brother. He did not intend to provoke young Master Chu. A soft voice interjected. A strikingly beautiful girl. with delicate features and skin as white as snow, stepped into the arena, standing protectively in front of Ye Fan, pleading earnestly with Luo Yunxi. "Qingli, step aside," Ye Fan exclaimed, looking at his frail sister in panic. Luo Yunxi scrutinized the fragile girl before her, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Indeed, she was a rare beauty, Luo Yunxi mused. "Luo Jia, I beg you, please stop," Ye Qingli implored, her voice filled with desperation. "Your pleas are futile. You should seek my husband's mercy, for I heed his words," Luo Yunxi replied after a moment of contemplation. "Please, husband." Ye Qingli blushed, biting her lip, as if wrestling with her emotions. "Sister, do not plead with that little demon. I am fine, truly," Ye Fan urged, seeing his sister's distress. Ye Qingli turned to face her brother, whose body was marred with wounds, and her heart ached with pain. She understood that Ye Fan's predicament stemmed from her own actions. If this situation arose because of her, then it was her responsibility to resolve it. A flicker of determination crossed Ye Qingli's eyes as she resolutely approached Chu Yun, who had just arrived at the arena. Chapter 83. Ye Qingli's Plea. Unfazed as the voices of Ye Qingli and Luo Yunxi were rather subdued, the numerous powerful beings surrounding them remained oblivious to Ye Qingli's intentions. "Sister, please don't." At that moment, Ye Fan, who was being ruthlessly suppressed by Luo Yunxi's spiritual power, witnessed Ye Qingli approaching Chu Yun and was filled with dread. He hurriedly shouted to dissuade her from her course of action. Boom! With a mere lift of her right hand, Luo Yunxi unleashed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy towards Ye Fan, effectively silencing him. "Young Master Chu, I implore you, let your wife release my brother. He is on the brink of being beaten to death." Ye Qingli had now knelt before Chu Yun, her voice imbued with a touch of vulnerability. Gazing at Ye Qingli before him, Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback, as if transported back to the first day of his own arrival in this realm, when Ye Qingli had appeared just as pitiable. Chu Yun remained silent, his attention drawn to the distant figure of Ye Fan, who was being brutally suppressed. "Young Master Chu, I beseech you, considering our past connection, grant my brother a chance. If you allow your wife to release him, I will accompany you for another 7 days." Seeing that Chu Yun was not responding, Ye Qingli swiftly transmitted her thoughts to him. Ding! Host's current experience detected, triggering divine selection. Option 1. Agree to Ye Qingli's request, and have Luo Yunxi spare Ye Fan, rewarded with one of the Taoist 9 secrets, the Xingzi secret. Option 2. Refuse Ye Qingli's request, rewarded with one of the Taoist 9 secrets, the Zhizi secret. Xingzi secret. One of the Taoist 9 secrets, an ancient technique long lost in the Tianwu realm. Touching upon the laws of time, an unbeatable secret of unparalleled swiftness that can bypass formations and defy restrictions. Zhizi secret. One of the Taoist 9 secrets, a supreme healing technique capable of swiftly restoring any injury. As Ye Qingli's plea resonated, a notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind. His eyes brightened, yet another selection had been activated, and indeed, Ye Qingli was his fortunate star. Both choices promised a reward from the 9 secrets, an enticing prospect. Contemplating his decision, Chu Yun mused whether to have Yunxi eliminate Ye Fan outright. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Ye Fan was the fated protagonist. Should he be eliminated, numerous troubles would dissipate. Furthermore, the rewards of both options were quite similar, each offering substantial assistance. However, just as this thought germinated, he sensed an unprecedented and formidable threat looming in the distance. It seemed a subtle force was gently stirring in the void nearby. Realizing that such an action was unfeasible and that hidden protectors were present, Chu Yun sighed inwardly, understanding that the moment was not yet ripe. Even if Luo Yunxi acted, she could not truly slay Ye Fan. Witnessing his sister kneeling before Chu Yun, Ye Fan's anguish twisted his features, his body trembling uncontrollably. 7 days won't suffice. I need at least a month. Chu Yun then communicated with Ye Qingli. Since slaying Ye Fan was off the table, Chu Yun resolved to negotiate for greater benefits. Very well, a month it shall be. Please persuade your wife to cease her aggression. Ye Qingli responded in a hurried tone, laced with anticipation. Yunxi, this is enough. Having heard Ye Qingli's reply, Chu Yun stepped forward, grasping Luo Yunxi's hand and addressing her. Very well, since my husband has spoken, I shall heed his words. Luo Yunxi's expression remained unchanged as she replied to Chu Yun. Consequently, she retracted her formidable spiritual power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and acquiring the Xingzi secret. At that moment, another notification resonated in Chu Yun's mind. Chu Yun. With the suppression lifted, Ye Fan glared at Chu Yun, his eyes aflame as the spiritual energy within him surged, threatening to erupt. The thought of his sister being subjected to Chu Yun's whims, while he felt powerless to intervene, tore at his heart. He longed to crush Chu Yun in that instant. Bang! However, before Ye Fan could vocalize his fury, Luo Yunshi struck again, her domineering spiritual force sending him hurtling away. Should you speak out of turn again, do not fault me for my lack of courtesy. Luo Yunshi addressed the flying Ye Fan with indifference. Gritting his teeth, Ye Fan felt the terrifying aura emanating from Luo Yunshi and ultimately refrained from speaking further. Nevertheless, he cast a lingering, intense gaze at Chu Yun, as though etching his image into memory. Thank you, young Master Chu. I shall honor our agreement promptly. Now beside Ye Fan, Ye Qingli secretly transmitted her thoughts to Chu Yun. Afterward, she slowly carried her gravely injured brother away. Once Ye Fan departed, the surrounding powerful beings began to disperse. Husband, should you encounter that scoundrel Ye Fan alone in the future, exercise caution. Several formidable protectors are secretly guarding him. Unless you possess countermeasures, refrain from using lethal force. After Ye Fan's departure, Luo Yunshi advised Chu Yun. Protectors of the pinnacle Saint realm, no wonder their presence felt so formidable. Chu Yun's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Although he had sensed protectors earlier, he had not anticipated their caliber to be at such a high level. Such superlative beings were nearly invincible in the Eastern domain. However, having multiple guardians for Ye Fan only reaffirmed his status as the fated protagonist, Chu Yun mused. Nonetheless, he felt little trepidation. These protectors merely ensured Ye Fan's survival, without interfering in his growth. Moreover, in certain exceptional circumstances, even protectors would find it challenging to intervene, leaving Chu Yun confident in his ability to deal with Ye Fan when the opportune moment arose. All right, Yunshi, let us return and rest. You have worked hard. Chu Yun then addressed Luo Yunshi. I shall reward you handsomely. A reward for me? Does my husband not need to meet with Ye Fan's sister? Luo Yunshi smiled gently and addressed Chu Yun. Yunshi, I. Upon hearing Luo Yunshi's words, a pang of anxiety gripped Chu Yun's heart. Luo Yunshi's understanding of his sentiments was profound, and now that she was aware of his entanglement with Ye Qingli, it left him feeling somewhat unsettled. It's all right. My husband, you are free to pursue whatever you wish, and I shall support you wholeheartedly. However, before Chu Yun could finish his sentence, Luo Yunshi placed her fingertip against his lips, gazing at him with a smile. Support wholeheartedly in everything? Chu Yun furrowed his brows at her words, sensing an underlying disquiet. Although the Tianwu realm is a fantastical world where strength reigns supreme and polygamy is not prohibited, any woman would inevitably feel a tinge of jealousy upon learning that her husband has other women. Particularly for Luo Yunshi, the esteemed young lady of the Luo divine clan, whose noble status and extraordinary talent would make it exceedingly unlikely for her to share affection for the same man with others. Yes, my husband, feel free to do as you wish, without concern for me. Luo Yunshi continued to smile at Chu Yun. As he looked at her, their eyes met, and he could discern the tranquility within her gaze. It seemed that none of his actions stirred any emotional response from her. Clearly, she was genuinely indifferent. Upon realizing this, a wave of confusion washed over Chu Yun. Why was this the case? Suddenly, a phrase echoed in his mind. Without expectations, there can be no disappointment. Thus, it dawned on him that Luo Yunshi had never truly harbored sincere feelings for him. Her demeanor stemmed solely from that paper marriage contract. Chapter 84 Other Intentions? The mosquitoes are fierce upon this thought. Chu Yun felt a twinge of displeasure in his heart. Simultaneously, a flicker of confusion emerged. If Luo Yunshi harbored no feelings, why then did she consent to this marriage contract? Although the clan leader assuredly claimed he could manage everything, this was the Luo god clan. If they were unwilling to accept the marriage, there were countless ways to delay or even dissolve it. Or perhaps Luo Yunshi had ulterior motives. Chu Yun faintly sensed he was grazing the edges of the truth. Husband, did you not say you would reward me? At that moment, Luo Yunshi seemed to notice the subtle shift in Chu Yun's emotions. With a gentle smile, she wrapped her arms around his. Regaining his composure, Chu Yun gazed at the enchanting Luo Yunshi before him, and his myriad thoughts calmed. Regardless, Luo Yunshi was already his. There was no need for excessive contemplation. He hoped it was merely an illusion. Chu Yun mused. Subsequently, he dismissed further thoughts and led Luo Yunshi back to their chamber, intent on bestowing her a proper reward. That detestable Chu Yun, always hiding behind a woman, too cowardly to confront me head-on. Outside Tianfeng City, in a picturesque valley, Yi Fan seethed with rage, his voice heavy with bitterness. Following recent events, his hatred for Chu Yun intensified, a consuming desire to devour him whole. The image of Ye Qingli kneeling before Chu Yun pierced his heart like a cruel dagger, rendering him nearly breathless with anguish. How could his sister, who had been so wronged by Chu Yun, now prostrate before him? This humiliation drove Yi Fan to the brink of madness. "Sister, I am so sorry you had to plead with that fiend." He suppressed his fury and spoke to Ye Qingli beside him, concerned about how his frail sister would endure such humiliation. I'm fine," Ye Qingli replied absent-mindedly, lost in thoughts about when to fulfill the appointment. "Sister, it's all because of me, that monster." Witnessing Ye Qingli's despondence deepened Yi Fan's sorrow. "I must inquire with Chu Yun about when the appointment is." Ye Qingli murmured to herself. "Little Yi, you should rest here and recuperate. I have matters to attend to," Ye Qingli said to the now revitalized Yi Fan. "Sister, go ahead. Don't mind me. I'm all right." Yi Fan assumed Ye Qingli desired solitude to gather her thoughts and offered her comfort. Ye Qingli nodded, ensuring Yi Fan was settled before hastily departing. "Chu Yun, you wait for me. There will surely be a time when Luo Yunxi is absent, and then I will make you pay." Yi Fan clenched his fists, his heart filled with malevolence. "Brother Yi Fan, are you all right?" Shortly after, a melodious and familiar voice rang in Yi Fan's ears. He turned to see a stunningly beautiful girl with exquisite features approaching him gracefully. "Ming'er, what brings you here?" Yi Fan expressed his surprise upon recognizing the enchanting figure as Su Ming'er. "I heard you were seeking vengeance on Chu Yun, and I was worried about you, so I came to check," Su Ming'er replied, her eyes reflecting deep concern. Yi Fan's condition was dire, blood flowed from his wounds, and his pallor suggested he had suffered greatly. "That Chu Yun is truly excessive, clearly." Su Ming'er felt a surge of indignation seeing Yi Fan in such a state, lamenting that despite her own circumstances, Chu Yun had shown no mercy to him. "I am fine. This is not the work of Chu Yun. He lacks the strength. Were it not for his formidable wife, I would have subdued him long ago." Yi Fan reassured the worried Su Ming'er. "Is that so?" Su Ming'er was enlightened. However, she remained skeptical, having experienced Chu Yun's terrifying strength, aware that even with his ancient saint body, Yi Fan might still not rival that monster. Nonetheless, she chose not to dishearten Yi Fan, refraining from revealing her source of information. For she could not explain that she had nearly engaged in a real battle with Chu Yun. "Ming'er, what is that mark on your neck?" At that moment, Yi Fan noticed a red imprint on Su Ming'er's neck, causing him discomfort, as if something significant had been lost. "Oh, it's nothing, just a mosquito bite. I was practicing in the forest earlier, and the mosquitoes there are quite fierce." Su Ming'er instinctively covered her chest, recalling how Chu Yun had been utterly ruthless, leaving her with marks she had not yet tended to. As she slightly raised her hand, the fabric of her dress slipped, revealing more faint red marks on her arm. Are the mosquitoes truly that fierce? Yi Fan was taken aback by the sight of the marks on Su Ming'er's arm. As a princess of the Tian Yaohu clan, her extraordinary talents made it hard to fathom what kind of mosquito could leave such marks on her. "Yes, they are indeed quite fierce." Su Ming'er recalled Chu Yun's earlier cruelty, biting her lip in contemplation. Chapter 85. No expectations. I am in a hurry. Be cautious in your cultivation from now on. Do not venture into such perilous places filled with ferocious mosquitoes. Yi Fan advised Su Ming'er, who was ahead of him. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Yi Fan. I will be careful." Su Ming'er nodded in acknowledgement, addressing Yi Fan. Yet, within her heart lay a tangle of emotions. Had it been in the past, Yi Fan's attentive care would have filled her with immense joy and excitement. After all, her affection for him was profound. However, for reasons unknown, his sudden concern now evoked little delight in her, instead leaving her with a sense of ennui. Nonetheless, Su Ming'er could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort, attributing it perhaps to her exhaustion. "Brother Yi Fan, I feel a bit uncomfortable due to the mosquito bites. I shall freshen up," she declared, turning to him. "Xiaobai, please look after Brother Yi Fan while I am away." With that, she summoned Xiaobai. "Go on, Ming'er, I am perfectly fine," Yi Fan reassured her. Su Ming'er nodded and departed without a backward glance. "Oh, Brother Yi Fan, you are so kind and gentle. That great demon is far too fierce, always treating the master harshly," Xiaobai lamented as it leapt into Yi Fan's embrace. Xiaobai, what did you just say? Did Ming'er suffer at the hands of that great demon? Yi Fan's body stiffened at Xiaobai's words, an icy chill coursing through him. His blood began to boil, and the shackles of his ancestral saint body trembled faintly, as though responding to an unseen force. Brother Yi Fan, I was just speaking nonsense. The master was not bullied by that Chu Yun, truly. The scars on the master's body are not his doing. Xiaobai quickly retracted its statement, sensing it had spoken too freely. Ming'er was harmed by Chu Yun. Yi Fan felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly losing his footing as his body trembled uncontrollably. The shackles of his ancestral saint body quaked violently once more. Xiaobai, tell me everything you know, word for word. Do not omit a single detail. I must know all. Yi Fan's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed intently upon Xiaobai, bloodshot and fierce. Brother Yi Fan. Xiaobai gazed at him, filled with conflict. Tell me, and I shall not disclose it to Ming'er. Besides, have you not always wished to visit Haitian Pavilion? If you tell me, I will take you there and treat you to a grand feast. Yi Fan discerned the hesitation in Xiaobai's eyes and encouraged it further. Very well, Brother Yi Fan. I shall tell you, but it is not for the sake of going to Haitian Pavilion. It is because I do not want the master to be bullied. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai began to recount the events involving Su Ming. In Tianfeng City, at the Chu residence, 3 days later, a radiant Luo Yunqi emerged from a room, embracing Chu Yun as they walked out together. The pair appeared inseparable, their faces adorned with gentle smiles, clearly content with the rewards Chu Yun had bestowed upon Luo Yunqi in recent days. All right, my dear husband, I must return to the Xiantian sacred land now. You may go and meet your little lover. Once outside the room, Luo Yunqi addressed Chu Yun. During their time together, Qing'er had informed them that Ye Qingli had arrived. Here is my identity token. When the time comes, you can use it to come directly to the Xiantian sacred land. Luo Yunqi handed her identity token to Chu Yun, and without a hint of reluctance, she departed from the Chu residence. Watching Luo Yunqi leave, Chu Yun felt an inexplicable sense of detachment, as though the intimacy they had shared over the past few days was but a fleeting dream. No matter, I had no expectations, he murmured to himself, then turned to seek out Ye Qingli. In the guest hall of the Chu residence, clad in a white dress, the pure and enchanting Ye Qingli awaited. After days of anticipation, she felt somewhat fatigued, resting against the jade table, exhaling a long breath. Before long, a low, deliberate sound of footsteps approached. Ye Qingli slowly lifted her head, rubbing her drowsy eyes, and gazed ahead. Instantly, she beheld the strikingly handsome Chu Yun approaching. Chu Yun Gongzi. You have arrived. The weariness vanished from Ye Qingli's visage as she looked at the approaching Chu Yun, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Yes, I am here, Chu Yun replied softly. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Chu Yun sensed a glimmer of anticipation in Ye Qingli's eyes, one that seemed even more profound than that of Luo Yunqi. Then please hurry. I am in a rush to return and care for my brother. Ye Qingli trembled slightly as she stepped closer to Chu Yun, speaking softly. Such directness momentarily caught Chu Yun off guard. He had not expected the sister of the destined protagonist to be so forthright. Very well, let us be swift then. I am also pressed for time. Chu Yun smiled and, reaching out, took hold of Ye Qingli, leading her out of the guest hall. Chu Yun, where are you taking me? Ye Qingli asked, puzzled. As she was drawn away. There are rooms beside the guest hall. Why go elsewhere? Just follow me. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingli refrained from further questioning and obediently allowed herself to be led away by Chu Yun. Before long, under Chu Yun's guidance, Ye Qingli found herself in an exquisitely lavish room, adorned with festive red decorations and fragrant spiritual herbs. At the back of the room lay a grand red bed. Yet the disorder within was apparent, with various items, tables, chairs, a vanity, and windows, seemingly damaged as if by design. This is your wedding chamber. With Luo Gongzi as realization dawned upon her regarding the celebratory, yet chaotic state of the room. Ye Qingli finally recognized that this was indeed the wedding chamber of Chu Yun and Luo Yunqi, the surrounding disarray evidently a result of their reckless antics. Yes, indeed, Chu Yun affirmed with a nod. Must we complete the transaction here? Ye Qingli inquired, gently biting her crimson lip, her expression tinged with hesitation. To her, this was the sacred abode of Chu Yun and Luo Yunqi. Moreover, it was evident that the two had recently shared moments within these walls. The thought of what she was about to undertake with Chu Yun filled her heart with a tumult of emotions. This was a place she had never envisioned herself in. Indeed, it must be here, Chu Yun replied calmly, his demeanor remarkably serene. Will Miss Luo be upset upon discovering this? Ye Qingli nibbled her lip again, her voice wavering slightly. Although she felt an inexplicable sensation in this setting, almost as if she were in a dream, she was acutely aware of Luo Yunxi's formidable prowess and the peril that accompanied her wrath. It will be fine, Chu Yun reassured her in a nonchalant tone. But she is Miss Luo. Ye Qingli expressed her lingering trepidation. Enough of the buts. Will you proceed or not? Chu Yun narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Ye Qingli. Yes, I will, if that is what you wish, Ye Qingli hurriedly responded, sensing a hint of irritation in Chu Yun's tone. Very well, shall we begin? Do you require guidance on the procedure? Chu Yun continued. I understand, Ye Qingli replied, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she bit her lip once more. Subsequently, she gathered her hair, slowly. Chapter 86. Merely a transaction. Arrival at Xuantian. The young master has truly gone too far, bringing that sister of the ancestral sacred body into the bridal chamber. At the entrance of the bridal chamber, Qing'er, adorned in a delicate yellow gown, noticed the commotion inside and bit her red lips in surprise. She never anticipated that Chu Yun would be so audacious, although she was aware that Luo Yunxi would not mind. However, in such a place, especially with Luo Yunxi having just departed, such behavior was indeed a bit excessive. Qing'er contemplated persuading Chu Yun, yet considering the nature of their relationship, she refrained. No, I must listen to their conversation. At the very least, I cannot allow the young lady to remain in the dark. Just as Qing'er prepared to leave, a thought flickered through her mind. She cautiously leaned closer to the door, straining to hear the intriguing sounds within. 10 days later, under the insistence of Ye Qingli, the remaining 20 days would be postponed. Chu Yun's formidable strength was overwhelming. Despite Ye Qingli's relentless efforts and sacrifices, she could only endure for 10 days. Following that, she was devoid of any fighting capacity and had to resort to this installment method. Chu Yun was unconcerned and willing to proceed. Rest well here. I shall take my leave and head to Xuantian's sacred land. Once you have recuperated, feel free to come find me there, Chu Yun said to the exhausted Ye Qingli. She nodded in response, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She would not have to perish after all. She sensed that if she continued, she would truly be overwhelmed. It appeared that Chu Yun was not entirely unkind, at least showing some consideration for her well-being. Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Qingli. No, how could I think like this? This fellow is nothing but a demon. Sensing her conflicting emotions, she hastily suppressed those thoughts. It is merely due to his sparing my brother and our transaction. I do not wish to become overly entangled with him. Ye Qingli mused inwardly. Then, she dismissed her thoughts and focused on restoring her state. Is that the Xuantian sacred land? Indeed, it is a place of extraordinary treasures, where the essence of heaven and earth converges. Hovering several hundred zhang above the ground, Chu Yun gazed at the distant Xuantian sacred land, which stood majestically atop the peaks, infused with rich spiritual energy, and was filled with awe. Before him, the Xuantian sacred land was adorned with countless pavilions and palaces, rising atop towering mountains. The unique layout of the pavilions and palaces emitted an astonishing aura, further enhancing the already sacred and majestic atmosphere of the Xuantian sacred land. Young master, of course. Our Xuantian sacred land is the premier sacred ground of the central region, standing for over 200,000 years, with a heritage and influence that is truly formidable, Qing'er remarked beside him. Chu Yun nodded. Merely from the external view, these sacred forces appeared significantly more powerful than his Huangquan Mazo. He also sensed that beneath the many peaks lay an abundance of spiritual essence, as if countless prime dragon veins were continuously supplying the Xuantian sacred land with an endless stream of heavenly essence. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the choice and obtaining the divine elephant suppression technique. As the flying vessel entered the domain of Xuantian sacred land, the system's notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind. He had accepted Luo Yunxi's invitation to the Xuantian sacred land. With a rush of energy, the abundant spiritual force surged violently into Chu Yun's body upon entering the Xuantian sacred land. The overwhelming spiritual pressure made his breathing noticeably heavier. Such powerful spiritual pressure. Is this the foundation of a sacred land? Chu Yun murmured as he felt the immense spiritual pressure. This intense spiritual energy was not from a top-tier cultivation ground, but rather from an ordinary location within the Xuantian sacred land. This indicated that anywhere within the Xuantian sacred land, such dense spiritual energy was present. No wonder so many people strive to enter the sacred land for cultivation. Even just the intensity of this energy is remarkably enticing, Chu Yun thought to himself. If the ordinary regions possess such immense strength, how formidable must the divine spiritual veins of Xuantian sacred land be? Young master, the first time one arrives at the sacred land, it feels this way because there are numerous spiritual veins beneath. One must gradually acclimate to the overwhelming spiritual pressure, which should take about half an hour. Qing'er explained, noticing Chu Yun's changes. Understood. Chu Yun nodded, having fully adapted to the torrential spiritual pressure. You have already adapted to the spiritual pressure of the sacred land. Suddenly, Qing'er noticed that Chu Yun was no longer affected by the pressure, her expression shifting slightly. Indeed, Chu Yun affirmed. You are incredible. When the young lady first arrived, she took a full quarter of an hour to adapt to the powerful pressure here, yet you accomplished it in no time. Qing'er exclaimed, astonished. Just a bit of spiritual pressure, nothing to be concerned about. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. With his chaos body and the cultivation of the chaos immortal scripture, coupled with his plethora of powerful techniques, he could easily adapt to this pressure. It seems the young master is indeed extraordinary, not merely handsome, Qing'er mused inwardly. Upon entering the Xuantian sacred land, Chu Yun stowed away the flying vessel and surveyed his surroundings. The Xuantian sacred land did not disappoint. Everywhere was imbued with spiritual energy, and many disciples exuded formidable auras. Even the outer disciples of the sacred land typically possess strength at the Dao Palace realm, not to mention the inner disciples and true successors, among whom were many at the true God and celestial God realms. You must be Chu Yun. Here is 10,000 jin of source stones. Take this and leave Yunxi, for you are unworthy of her. Just then, a clear voice resonated from afar. Chapter 87. 20,000 source stones. A most ingenious method. Chu Yun gazed toward the source of the sound and beheld a young man clad in white robes, exuding an air of elegance as he approached slowly. Surrounding him were several cultivators with formidable auras. The group turned their attention toward Chu Yun, their expressions replete with hostility. My lord, this is Su Mingjie, the grandson of the Grand Elder of our Zuanshan Shengdi. He is quite infatuated with the young lady and is an ardent pursuer, though she pays him no heed, Qing'er informed Chu Yun, elaborating on the young man's identity. Su Mingjie frequently presented gifts to the young lady, yet despite her firm rejections, he persisted relentlessly, even resorting to threats of self-harm to compel her acceptance. Many who harbored intentions toward the young lady were dissuaded by this individual through various means. It appears that he is a second-generation cultivator and a devoted admirer of Yunxi. A thought struck Chu Yun. If you can depart from Yunxi, the 10,000 jin of source stones within this spatial ring shall be yours. Su Mingjie spoke slowly, producing a spatial ring. 10,000 jin of source stones. Chu Yun, you have never encountered such a sum in your lifetime. Accept it swiftly. This is your best opportunity. 10,000 jin of source stones are sufficient to ensure your prosperity for a lifetime. The Holy Maiden is the goddess of our Zuanshan Shengdi, and no one is permitted to tarnish her purity. You should vacate her presence at once. Others among Su Mingjie's companions chimed in. Indeed, the Holy Maiden has transcended the mundane realm. You exist in an entirely different world. Do not hinder her any further. Is this truly the righteous sect? Chu Yun mused, recognizing the hypocrisy of their gentle coercion, as they wished to force him into retreat while concealing their true malice. Were this situation to unfold within a demonic sect, he surmised, countless traps and ambushes would already be laid in wait beyond their gates, making a peaceful arrival at Zuanshan Shengdi a formidable challenge. Young Master Su, we are already wed, and thus are a legitimate couple. There is no possibility of me leaving her. Chu Yun pondered momentarily before responding with deliberate clarity. Chu Yun you. Su Mingjie's countenance darkened slightly upon hearing these words, taken aback by Chu Yun's forthright rejection. However, should you be willing to offer a little more, I might consider agreeing not to pursue Yunxi actively. Chu Yun added, not to pursue the Holy Maiden actively? Su Mingjie's brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, this is the extent of my capabilities. Chu Yun affirmed. My lord, this is a commendable strategy. As long as Chu Yun refrains from approaching the Holy Maiden, her virtue will be safeguarded, whispered one of Su Mingjie's companions. Precisely. If this individual does not seek out the Holy Maiden, her purity shall remain intact. Well, what else do you desire? Su Mingjie inquired, feeling a sense of relief. I require the complete Zuanshan Shengdi refining technique, as I wish to delve into the craft of refining. Furthermore, 10,000 gene of source stones are insufficient. I need at least 20,000 gene. Chu Yun contemplated for a moment before articulating his demands. What? 20,000 gene of source stones along with the Zuanshan Shengdi refining technique? Why not go and steal it instead? Su Mingjie was left dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for such a brazen request. Yunxi, the esteemed daughter of the Luotian clan and the holy maiden of your Zuanshan Shengdi, possesses a noble identity and unparalleled beauty. Surely, 20,000 gene of source stones and a refining technique is a fair price. Is Yunxi not worth this? If it were you, would you be willing to forego your proximity to Yunxi for such trivial offerings? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Of course not. Yunxi is so perfect, no amount of compensation would suffice. Su Mingjie hastened to reply. Then there you have it. Quickly provide the 20,000 gene of source stones and the complete Zuanshan Shengdi refining technique, and I shall refrain from seeking out Yunxi. Chu Yun declared. Su Mingjie sensed something amiss, yet the prospect of Yunxi no longer being subjected to Chu Yun's advances felt like a worthwhile trade. Very well, remember your words. Do not approach the holy maiden, for I shall safeguard her virtue. Su Mingjie replied through gritted teeth. Though 20,000 gene was a considerable sum, Su Mingjie deemed it acceptable. Rest assured, I, Chu Yun, am of unblemished lineage. No, I am the heir of the Chu family. My word is my bond. Of course, should Yunxi come seeking me, I cannot be held accountable. Chu Yun added. Humph, do you think Yunxi would seek you out? You are but a mere footnote in her story. Her kindness prevents her from breaking a promise, but with your standing, you shall never cross paths with her again. Su Mingjie scoffed, regarding Chu Yun with disdain. Enough. Hand over the items. I am pressed for time. Chu Yun urged, undeterred by Su Mingjie's contemptuous gaze. Humph. The country bumpkin from the eastern region lacks vision to abandon Yunxi for such trivialities. Su Mingjie thought as he hastened to comply. Su Mingjie then retrieved a substantial number of source stones from his spatial ring. I do not have enough source stones myself. You all must contribute. He commanded the other disciples of Zuanshan Shengdi. The other disciples hesitated at the request. What? Do you dare to defy my orders? Su Mingjie glared at them coldly. Under his piercing gaze, they felt compelled to comply, surrendering their stones until the requisite 20,000 gene was amassed. With the stones gathered, Su Mingjie assured, the Zuanshan Shengdi refining technique will be delivered to you shortly. Remember, do not pursue Yunxi, or you shall face the dire consequences of deceiving me. After handing over the source stones to Chu Yun, Su Mingjie remarked, by the way, if I am not to approach Yunxi, I cannot cultivate without a training chamber. You wish for a training chamber as well? Su Mingjie raised an eyebrow at the unexpected demand. It is acceptable if you do not comply. I shall remain at the periphery of Yunxi's cave. Rest assured, I shall not proactively seek out Yunxi, Chu Yun continued. Wait a moment. How naive you are to think you can cultivate at the outer confines of the Holy Maiden's cave. That is out of the question. It is merely a cave, and I shall arrange a different one for you. Upon hearing this, Su Mingjie turned pale and then addressed Chu Yun. Young master, we can assign this fellow to Beixian Peak, which is the farthest mountain from Shengv Peak, thereby allowing Chu Yun to maintain a respectable distance from the Holy Maiden at this moment. A disciple from the Xuantiang Holy Land quietly remarked to Su Mingjie. This method is rather ingenious. Hearing the disciple's words, Su Mingjie's eyes brightened, and the gloom in his heart was considerably alleviated. Chapter 88. Superior Training Cave. Colorful Anomalies. Your journey to Beixian Peak for cultivation is arranged. I will provide you with a superior training cave. Su Mingjie felt a profound sense of assurance, his eyes glancing thoughtfully before addressing Chu Yun. Thank you, young Master Su. Chu Yun responded, his heart stirred. Indeed, Su Mingjie proved to be a commendable individual, offering him resources upon his arrival at Xiantian's sacred land and arranging a superior training cave for him. Xiantian's sacred land truly lives up to its reputation as the orthodox sect. It is filled with benevolent souls. On the way, Qinger had shared much about Xiantian's sacred land. Among these, the training caves are particularly precious, categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and sacred grades. The disparities between each grade are immense, and they are not easily attained. A superior training cave is already considered top tier, typically reserved for the true disciples of the sacred land and the most esteemed elders. Su Mingjie generously provided one, a truly lavish gesture. It's nothing, as long as you keep your distance from the Saintess. This is a trivial matter, Su Mingjie reassured, patting his chest nonchalantly. After that, he did not elaborate further and promptly arranged for a disciple to escort Chu Yun to the superior training cave at Beixian Peak. 15 minutes later, before a cave emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, the disciple informed Chu Yun, "This is the superior training cave our young master has prepared for you. Everything has been arranged. This cave is exclusively yours." With that, the disciple departed from the peak. "Young master, this cave is quite perilous." Qing'er expressed her concerns, gazing apprehensively at the vividly glowing cave. "Perilous?" Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze intently on Qing. "Indeed, young master. The spiritual energy within this cave is exceedingly volatile. If absorbed into the body, it could inflict severe harm to your meridians and physical form, especially the colorful anomalies that could exert a formidable impact on the soul." Qing'er continued, "Many elders from the sacred land who previously cultivated here experienced significant regression in their cultivation, and some disciples who trained their souls here have yet to recover. Young master, perhaps you should refrain from cultivating here. I can arrange for you another medium-grade training cave." Chu Yun's mind raced, realizing the underlying intention behind Su Mingjie's generous offer of such a superior cave. It was indeed a trap. "No need. I shall cultivate here." Chu Yun deliberated for a moment before speaking slowly. Although the spiritual energy here posed challenges, his chaos body and chaos immortal scripture rendered him largely immune to such dire influences. However, "Young master, it is truly dangerous." Qing'er voiced her worries again. Without uttering a word, Chu Yun began to channel his cultivation method, fiercely absorbing the distant colorful anomalies. In an instant, a torrent of colorful spiritual energy surged towards him like a tempest. Under the influence of this vibrant energy, Chu Yun's internal power gradually expanded. Young master is indeed formidable. He can truly absorb the spiritual energy here for cultivation. Seeing Chu Yun's seamless absorption of the colorful energy, Qing'er's eyes widened in astonishment. She had previously witnessed top-tier elders of the Sacred King realm suffer greatly from this energy, yet Chu Yun appeared untouched, far exceeding her expectations. Indeed, her young master was extraordinary. Once she confirmed that Chu Yun was unscathed, Qing'er's worries subsided, and she prepared to leave, understanding that her cultivation level was insufficient for this place, as the colorful energy could still affect her significantly. "By the way, please inform Yunqi that I miss her. Let her come find me tonight, freshly bathed." As Qing'er departed, Chu Yun spoke again. "Young master, the young lady has just broken through to the Saint realm." Upon hearing this, Qing'er's face flushed with embarrassment, surprised by Chu Yun's. "It's fine. Just tell her," Chu Yun said decisively. "All right, I will inform the young lady." Qing'er nodded. Without further delay, she exited the cave. After her departure, Chu Yun stepped into the cave radiating vibrant colors. Upon entering, an even more tumultuous wave of spiritual energy surged towards him, deep and fierce, being absorbed into his body. Indeed, this volatile energy posed no threat to him. The chaos body was overwhelmingly dominant, completely immune to such aberrant energies. It could even refine his physical and spiritual strength. Feeling the gradual growth of energy within him, a smile of joy spread across Chu Yun's face. He began to survey the cave, which, as a superior training cave, was well guarded by numerous protective formations and contained various facilities: a meditation room, a training chamber, a reception area, and a bathing space. The amenities were plentiful. After a brief inspection, Chu Yun proceeded to the training chamber, preparing to comprehend the Xinxiang Zhen Yujin and the walking character secret. One of the Taoist 9 secrets, Xinxiang Zhen Yujin, is an exceptional body refining technique, immensely powerful, particularly in unlocking the potential of the physical form, with terrifying effects. The walking character secret, on the other hand, is a top-tier life-preserving technique that grants extraordinary speed. Having previously utilized the Void God Talisman, its power had diminished considerably. Now, with the walking character secret, even if the talisman's power were entirely expended, Chu Yun would still possess formidable means of self-preservation. Moreover, as one of the 9 secrets, mastering the walking character secret would enhance the triggering probability of the tenfold combat power of the all-character secret, significantly boosting Chu Yun's overall strength. Subsequently, Chu Yun retrieved his Grand Dao Steel. With its assistance, countless flashes of insight illuminated his mind, deepening his understanding of Xinxiang Zhen Yujin and walking character secret. And so, time flowed gently by. Chapter 89. Whispering Gift of the Sword, True Meaning Yunshi. Congratulations on successfully stepping into the realm of the saints. In a picturesque pavilion atop Shingve Peak, a graceful and enchanting woman, with a waist as slender as a willow, addressed Luo Yunshi. This woman was none other than Luo Yunshi's esteemed mentor, Lin Qingyu, the revered elder of Xuanshan Shengdi. This Tianzhian, a token of my affection, I bestow upon you. Lin Qingyu continued, retrieving an ancient sword that exuded a chilling aura, as if it could rend the heavens, and handed it to Luo Yunshi. Master, I cannot accept this. It is your personal sword. Luo Yunshi quickly protested upon seeing the sword being offered. Since becoming Lin Qingyu's disciple, Luo Yunshi had observed her mentor carry this sword at all times, never parting with it. At times, she even witnessed Lin Qingyu's complex expressions as she tenderly polished the blade. Clearly, this Tianzhian held profound significance for Lin Qingyu, embodying something deeply personal. Yunshi, this Tianzhian is an ancient divine weapon, possessing the power to sever all ties. I once wielded this very sword to sever my own emotional entanglements, ultimately achieving this state. Lin Qingyu gradually explained to Luo Yunshi, you understand that the path we cultivate inevitably leads to severance from all things. I do not wish for you to truly descend into the mundane world. If you find it impossible to sever those ties, Tianzhian will assist you. Master, I will not be ensnared. I am fully aware of my path and shall steadfastly pursue it. Luo Yunshi inhaled deeply, her resolve unwavering. It seems you have yet to grasp the true essence of Taishang Wanqing. Lin Qingyu remarked, a rare flicker of disappointment appearing in her eyes at Luo Yunshi's composed demeanor. The true essence of Taishang Wanqing? Luo Yunshi bit her red lip, lost in thought. Master, As Luo Yunshi regained her composure, she discovered that Lin Qingyu had vanished from her sight. The ancient sword, still radiating warmth, was now firmly grasped in her hand. Taishang Wanqing. As she held the warm Tianzhian, a sense of understanding began to dawn upon her, and her gaze gradually filled with determination. Miss, I have brought the young master. A melodious voice soon echoed. Qing'er entered the pavilion, respectfully addressing Luo Yunshi. You may leave him here. Where is he now? Luo Yunshi inquired. Miss, the young master is currently in the colorful cultivation cave on Beixian Peak. You cannot imagine how formidable he truly is. Qing'er chattered excitedly, relaying how Chu Yun had procured numerous cultivation resources from Su Mingjia, along with details of the colorful cultivation cave. Luo Yunshi remained silent, simply listening intently to Qing'er's account. By the way, Miss, the young master also requested that you prepare yourself to meet him tonight. Qing'er concluded, conveying Chu Yun's message. Upon hearing this, a hint of crimson flushed across Luo Yunshi's cheeks, as she comprehended Chu Yun's intentions. He merely wishes to. Qing'er, please tell me more about the young master's past. After a moment's pause, Luo Yunshi addressed Qing'er again. Miss, did you not claim to be indifferent to the young master's past? Those matters seem trivial. Do you not wish to disregard them? Qing'er asked, momentarily taken aback. Since Luo Yunshi and Chu Yun's engagement was established, Qing'er had gathered ample information about him. Yet Luo Yunshi had shown little interest and had not inquired. She held no curiosity regarding Chu Yun's past. We are, after all, to be married. I should familiarize myself with him. Luo Yunshi replied, clutching the Tianzhian in her hand. Very well. Then I shall share what I know. The young master was once merely an ordinary disciple of the Chu family before joining the Huangquan demon sect, and then Qing'er began recounting the stories she knew about Chu Yun without hesitation. Given the significance of Luo Yunshi's lifelong commitment, Qing'er had conducted a thorough investigation into Chu Yun's background. In her recounting, Luo Yunshi gained a deeper understanding of Chu Yun. At Beixian Peak, within the colorful cultivation cave, Chu Yun continued to delve into the mysteries of Xingzi's secret and Xinxiang Jinyujin. Having already mastered Duzi's secret and Jieji's secret, with the aid of the Daidao Tian Bei, he successfully grasped the fundamentals of Xingzi's secret after a day's contemplation. Xinxiang Jinyujin, on the other hand, was considerably simpler, yet it required an abundance of top-tier refining treasures. Although Chu Yun possessed numerous source stones and elixirs, he lacked the elite refining treasures necessary to cultivate this supreme body refinement technique. It seems I must gather some exceptional refining treasures. Chu Yun mused to himself. The enhancement of physical power is equally vital for strength. Though his chaotic body was immensely powerful, it could not compare to the likes of the ancestral saint body, the dominant body, or the Diamond Saint body, all of which are superlative physiques. If he were to cultivate Xinxiang Jinyu Jin, it would compensate for this shortcoming, allowing his physicality to stand alongside those extraordinary bodies. Having mastered the basics of Xingzi's secret, my self-preservation abilities have significantly improved. Even if I were to encounter treasures or other means that were rendered unusable, I could still employ Xingzi's secret to escape. At that moment, Chu Yun felt the formidable capabilities of Xingzi's secret. Although he had only just begun, his speed was astonishing, enabling him to circumvent array restrictions and various other barriers, truly allowing him to move freely. Yunshi, I am here. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. Yunshi has arrived. Chu Yun's eyes brightened. He immediately left the cultivation chamber and deactivated the protective array of the cave. As the array dissipated, Luo Yunshi, clad in a flowing white celestial gown, gracefully stepped into the cave. Upon seeing her enter, Chu Yun swiftly embraced Luo Yunshi. Having entered the realm of the saints, Luo Yunshi radiated an ethereal presence, her beauty complemented by an air of cold elegance, evoking a flutter of emotions within Chu Yun. Husband. Sensing Chu Yun's presence, a blush blossomed on Luo Yunshi's cheeks. Within the confines of the cave, a moment of realization struck Chu Yun, leaving him momentarily astonished. Does my husband not like it? Queried Luo Yunshi, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her voice imbued with tenderness. Observing the enchanting Luo Yunshi before him, Chu Yun sensed a notable transformation. The subtle air of aloofness that once surrounded her had significantly diminished. I do like it, of course I do. Without further contemplation, Chu Yun commenced an intimate exchange with Luo Yunshi within the cave's embrace. Chapter 90. The Blood of the Demon Saint. A duty not to be shirked in the days that followed, Luo Yunshi visited the cave of Beixian Peak daily to meet with Chu Yun. After Luo Yunshi broke through to the Saint realm, she generously shared a portion of her resources with Chu Yun. The two often engaged in discussions day and night. Due to Chu Yun's repeated use of the Dao Tian steel for cultivation, combined with the Dian Dao technique, he gained unique insights into certain fundamental principles of the Dao, enriching Luo Yunshi, a saint, in turn. Of course, Chu Yun also benefited greatly from Luo Yunshi's understanding of the Dao. Several days later, Su Mingjie delivered the Xiantian refining technique to Chu Yun's cave. Chu Yun enjoyed a peaceful and pleasant period, dedicating his days to cultivation and his nights to philosophical discourse, steadily increasing his prowess and mastering various divine abilities. On the morning of the 20th day, Luo Yunshi donned her exquisite attire, her stunning face radiating with vitality. Clearly, this lifestyle brought her immense comfort. Husband, this is the blood of the Wind Wolf Demon Saint. It should aid you in enhancing your physical strength. As they prepared to part, Luo Yunshi presented Chu Yun with over a dozen vials of potent blood, pulsating with formidable energy. Yunshi, thank you. Chu Yun nodded appreciatively and accepted the vials. The blood of a demon saint is indeed a powerful substance for body refinement and greatly benefits the cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique. Though he had begun practicing the technique days prior, the lack of top-tier refining materials had hindered his progress. With this demon saint blood, he was confident he could successfully embark on his journey. I shall take my leave now. I will return to find you in the evening. Luo Yunshi kissed Chu Yun's cheek and continued, departing the cave with practiced ease. Once Luo Yunshi left, Chu Yun immediately returned to his secluded chamber. Although his previous training had not fully enabled him to master the divine elephant suppression technique, he was very close. Gulp. Entering the secret technique, Chu Yun consumed the Wind Wolf Demon Saint's blood directly. The power contained within was extraordinarily violent, raging within him. Thankfully, he had reached the 7th layer of the true God realm. Otherwise, he would have struggled to withstand the overwhelming force of the Demon Saint blood. Feeling the ferocious energy within him, as if it sought to rend everything apart, Chu Yun felt an immense sense of gratitude. The Wind Wolf Demon Saint is among the most formidable of demon saints, with an incredibly terrifying foundation of strength, particularly evident in its blood, which possesses a dominance that ordinary saints cannot easily endure. Chu Yun had initially thought that having reached the true God realm, he could disregard the violent energies of this blood. Now he realized he had underestimated its potency. It was only by achieving the 7th layer of the true God realm that he could barely suppress the tumultuous energy of the blood. Had he not advanced, his meridians would likely have sustained damage. Then let me devote myself entirely to my cultivation and swiftly master the divine elephant suppression technique. With that, Chu Yun suppressed his thoughts and devoted himself to fully operating the divine elephant suppression technique, absorbing the power of the demon saint blood. Time flowed slowly. My lord, last night the Saintess sought out that Chu Yun again, in a cave radiating profound spiritual energy on Shengxian Peak. A disciple of the Xiantian sacred land approached Su Mingjia with utmost respect. What? The Saintess sought out Chu Yun again? How many times is this now? Su Mingjia trembled with despair within his cave. My lord, this is the 20th time. Ever since Chu Yun arrived at our Xiantian sacred land, the Saintess has visited him every night without fail. Another disciple of the Xiantian sacred land interjected solemnly. Not a single night missed. How infuriating. What charm does this Chu Yun possess? Is it merely his handsome appearance? Why what? Su Mingjia's face contorted with anguish upon hearing his fellow disciple's words. The thought of his goddess, the sacred and pure Yunxi, being drawn to the indigenous ancient saint from the eastern region night after night, made his heart bleed. Other disciples of the Xiantian sacred land also expressed their frustration. Furthermore, this fellow had taken Yunxi to that perilous cave. While Chu Yun himself may be expendable, how could Yunxi be subjected to such danger? Su Mingjia gritted his teeth, crushing the spiritual stones in his hand into fragments. Initially, he had believed that by agreeing not to seek out Luo Yunxi, Chu Yun would spare the Saintess from suffering. To his dismay, Luo Yunxi actively sought out Chu Yun every day. More critically, the energies within that colorful cave were exceptionally violent, posing significant harm to cultivators, which was why it remained unoccupied. This meant that Luo Yunxi would face dual dangers, filling Su Mingjia with both hatred and concern. No, I cannot allow Yunxi to be in danger. I must immediately find another cultivation cave on Beixian Peak and ensure that Chu Yun practices there at night. That colorful cave is far too hazardous. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mingjia seemed to devise a plan and resolutely stated, My lord, but the Saintess is that Chu Yun's wife. Wouldn't providing him with another cave be too generous? A disciple of the Xiantian sacred land remarked. What of it? Protecting the Saintess is my undeniable duty. It is merely a cultivation cave. Su Mingjia retorted coldly, his gaze icy as he swept over the disciple. Seeing this, the disciple dared not speak further and obediently went to arrange a cave for Chu Yun. My lord, what about Chu Yun? Are we simply to let him continue to roam freely? Soon, another disciple of the Xiantian sacred land spoke somberly, his face equally filled with frustration. What can I do? The Saintess has ordered that no disciple of the Xiantian sacred land may target Chu Yun. Otherwise, she will take action. Su Mingjia inhaled deeply, his voice filled with rage as he replied. In truth, many disciples of the Xiantian sacred land harbored disdain for Chu Yun due to his marriage to Luo Yunxi, and numerous disciples sought to confront and teach him a lesson. However, Luo Yunxi had already spoken, forbidding others from targeting Chu Yun. Although many disciples felt discontented, they dared not defy Luo Yunxi's command. The expressions of the nearby disciples grew exceedingly grim upon hearing this. Young master, since we cannot confront Chu Yun directly, perhaps we could consider an alternative approach. After a moment, a disciple clad in blue robes seemed to have an epiphany and continued. Chapter 91. The suitable candidate. The current state of destiny, what do you mean by changing the way of thinking? Su Mingjia inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Luo Yunxi had already made it clear that she intended to protect Chu Yun. Although Su Mingjia felt deeply displeased, he dared not contradict her. We should start from the heart of the Saintess. The disciple in the blue robe replied, his eyes darting thoughtfully. Stop being cryptic and speak plainly. Su Mingjia cast a nonchalant glance at the disciple in blue, then continued. Indeed, the Saintess has always detested those roguish cultivators who indulge in debauchery. If we can transform Chu Yun into such a person and subsequently reveal his misdeeds to the Saintess, she will undoubtedly come to loathe him. At that point, she will surely distance herself from Chu Yun, perhaps even sever all ties. The blue-robed disciple elaborated, sharing his thoughts with Su Mingjia. Su Mingjia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Precisely. If we can render Chu Yun into someone the Saintess despises, you are quite the genius for coming up with such a plan, he exclaimed, excitedly patting the disciple's shoulder. We just need to find someone to entice Chu Yun, leading him to err, allowing his true nature to surface. This way, we won't be targeting Chu Yun, and the Saintess cannot blame me. Su Mingjia chuckled, envisioning a scenario where Luo Yunxi and Chu Yun would part ways completely. However, my lord, after experiencing the Saintess, it may be difficult for Chu Yun to be swayed by ordinary female cultivators. At this moment, another disciple from Xintian Holy Land spoke up. That is indeed true. Ordinary female cultivators would likely be ineffective. Su Mingjie nodded in agreement. He pondered, thinking that if he were Chu Yun, after being intimately acquainted with Luo Yunxi, he would hardly be interested in just any female cultivator. This presented a challenge. They needed to find an exceptionally remarkable female cultivator. Lost in contemplation, Su Mingjie's mind flashed with images. As the grandson of the Grand Elder of Xintian Holy Land, he possessed knowledge of many disciples within. He was aware of those with outstanding talents and extraordinary beauty, yet to find one comparable to Luo Yunxi was indeed rare. Wait, it seems there might actually be a suitable candidate. After a moment, Su Mingjie's eyes brightened, a youthful and vibrant figure emerging in his mind. 2 days later, in the colorful cultivation cave of Beixian Peak. Inside the cultivation chamber, Chu Yun sat cross-legged on a spirit jade mat, as the tumultuous spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowly flowed into his body, continuously refining his physical body and spiritual power. Additionally, the essence blood of the wind wolf demon saint within him was releasing boundless power, enhancing Chu Yun's physique. Deep, rumbling roars of fierce beasts echoed from within him. Inside Chu Yun, 20,000 mysterious particles had transformed into massive elephant particles. With the support of these 20,000 massive elephant particles, an exceptionally formidable aura radiated from Chu Yun, as if an overwhelming pressure surged forth. The essence blood of the demon saint is indeed remarkable. It has allowed my divine elephant suppression technique to successfully reach its initial stage and awaken 20,000 massive elephant particles. After a while, Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, filled with delight. Though 20,000 particles may not seem like a lot, they had significantly transformed his physical body, elevating it to a level comparable to that of a true divine weapon. Next, he could gather more body-refining treasures to further enhance his divine elephant suppression technique. Chu Yun's thoughts crystallized. Nightmare Beast, take Xiao He with you to search for cultivation resources and body-refining treasures. The more, the better. He immediately summoned the Nightmare Beast, preparing to have it assist him in acquiring resources for his advancement. The cultivation environment of Xintian Holy Land was far superior to that of Huangquan Demon Sect, and Chu Yun planned to continue his training here. Yes, Master. The Nightmare Beast emerged from the distorted space, showing utmost respect to Chu Yun. By the way, how is Xiao Chen faring? Do you have any information on him? Chu Yun then inquired about Xiao Chen's current state. Master, Lu Ruyan and Luo Fei are aware of Xiao Chen's reincarnation and are both restless. They have dispatched numerous powerful cultivators to hunt him down, offering a substantial bounty of 1 million pounds of source stones, a divine ability of the imperial tier, and a quasi-imperial weapon as rewards for capturing Xiao Chen. Furthermore, if they can successfully deliver Xiao Chen to their Luo Guang Empire, they are willing to grant a favor. The Nightmare Beast recounted what it knew to Chu Yun. Impressive, these two individuals exhibit considerable audacity in placing such a high bounty on Xiao Chen. Chu Yun expressed satisfaction upon hearing the Nightmare Beast's words. He was indifferent to whether they could capture Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen was kept from having the time to cultivate peacefully, it sufficed. Even if he were once supreme, facing so many powerful pursuers, merely preserving his life would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. In such circumstances, quickly advancing in cultivation was nearly impossible. Moreover, Lu Ruyan and Luo Fei were even more reluctant than him to see Xiao Chen's cultivation thrive. After all, his grievances with Xiao Chen were mere trifles compared to their blood feud, leaving no possibility for reconciliation. What about Yi Fan? Chu Yun then inquired about another pivotal figure, seeking to know the current state of Yi Fan, aware that due to the matter involving Yi Fan's sister, Yi Fan harbored deeper animosity towards him than Xiao Chen did. Not long ago, Zhu Ren, Yi Fan stealthily ventured into the Xintian Holy Land, seemingly intent on causing trouble for his master. However, he was once again soundly defeated by Miss Yunxi, to the point where his very essence was nearly shattered, leaving him on the brink of total incapacitation. It was only the intervention of Princess Ye Qingli from the Imperial Jiang clan that quelled Miss Yunxi's fury, preventing Yi Fan from becoming a mere shell of his former self. Subsequently, Yi Fan was taken back to the Jiang family, where he is currently recuperating and resuming his cultivation. The Nightmare Beast then conveyed Yi Fan's recent circumstances to Chu Yun. Upon hearing the words of the Nightmare Beast, Chu Yun felt a profound sense of reassurance, as the two fated protagonists posed no threat to him at present. filling his heart with a sense of security. However, he realized that he could not remain idle. It was imperative to elevate his own strength swiftly. After all, these fated protagonists are favored children of destiny, blessed by the heavens, and one could never know when they might experience a surge in power. Enhancing his own strength is the true path to supremacy, allowing him to suppress all with absolute might. Additionally, he must also make use of the system, triggering more options to acquire greater resources. It is crucial, however, that in triggering the system, he engages more with the romantic interests of the protagonists, as this is key to unlocking the potential and would yield even better rewards. A myriad of thoughts danced through Chu Yun's mind. Chapter 92, Mingjia's Invitation. With Sister Lingyin, after numerous interactions with the system, Chu Yun had come to grasp its peculiarities. The system was likely to trigger when he faced choices, and encounters related to the protagonist or those closely associated with him would yield more substantial rewards. Chu Yun mused that this might be intertwined with fate. The protagonist, being the destined hero, undoubtedly possessed formidable fortune. Through his choices, he seemed to have unwittingly siphoned some of the protagonist's luck, thus prompting the system to offer varying rewards. With this in mind, he resolved that once he elevated his strength further, at least to the level of Tian Shun, he would devise a plan to engage the protagonist's romantic interests. Though Chu Yun's methods were remarkable and his foundation robust, he recognized the necessity of formidable cultivation to fully harness his prowess. The protagonist's companions were not to be underestimated either. Moreover, life in Xintian Holy Land was indeed delightful, filled with daytime cultivation and nighttime companionship with the Saintess. His cultivation steadily progressed while he enjoyed such a life, which he found immensely pleasurable. After the nightmarish beast relayed the information Chu Yun sought, it departed with Kunping Xiaohong to assist him in sourcing cultivation resources. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to continue his training. Taking a deep breath, he reflected upon the resources he had acquired, most of which were nearly depleted. However, after engaging in discussions with Luo Yunxi, he had received some cultivation materials from her in recent days, which would sustain his practice. Chu Yun Gongzi, please step out for a moment. Our master has summoned you. A clear voice echoed outside the cave abode as Chu Yun prepared to continue his training. Raising an eyebrow, he recognized the voice of Gu Zhendong, a disciple of Xintian Holy Land arranged by Su Mingjie. A wave of curiosity washed over him regarding Su Mingjie's intentions. Since taking residence in the colorful cave, he had not interacted with Su Mingjie, nor had he sought out Yunxi. Deciding to investigate, Chu Yun resolved to step outside. Over the past few days, he had grown familiar with the Xintian Holy Land and understood Luo Yunxi's standing. Under her fierce protection, he felt assured of his safety. This was also why he had sent the nightmarish beast and Xiaohong to gather resources for him. As Chu Yun concealed his aura and exited the colorful cave, he found Gu Zhendong waiting at a distance, hesitant to approach. I have seen you, Chu Yun Gongzi. Upon Chu Yun's emergence, Gu Zhendong hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Although he harbored disdain for Chu Yun, he dared not offend him. Given that Chu Yun was Luo Yunxi's husband, what business does Su Mingjie have with me? Chu Yun inquired directly, disregarding Gu Zhendong's demeanor. Chu Yun Gongzi, our master recently captured a sacred king tier Jiao dragon and plans to host a Jiao dragon feast. He thought of you right away and wishes to extend an invitation. Gu Zhendong explained. A sacred king tier Jiao dragon, a Jiao dragon feast. Chu Yun's eyes sparkled at the mention. The Jiao was a branch of the dragon clan, known for its immense physical strength, and its flesh was a premier material for body refinement with powerful effects. Moreover, a sacred king tier Jiao dragon was of extraordinary value. Very well, lead the way. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yun decided to attend, captivated by the prospect of the sacred king tier Jiao dragon. Certainly, Chu Yun Gongzi, I shall take you there at once. Gu Zhendong responded eagerly. Without hesitation, he led Chu Yun swiftly toward Shengxian Peak. At Shengxian Peak, within a lavish palace, an ancient cauldron adorned with intricate Dao patterns stood prominently at the center, surrounded by searing flames. As the flames licked at the cauldron, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Brother, do you think Chu Yun will come? A fair-skinned, slender maiden clad in a purple gown, elegantly accentuating her curves, inquired of Su Mingjie. This young woman was Su Mingjie's sister, Su Lingyin. Certainly, recently, the Saintess has provided that Chu Yun with numerous body refinement treasures. He would not miss this sacred king Jiao dragon. Su Mingjie replied confidently, patting his chest. To ensure that Luo Yunxi would be thoroughly disappointed in Chu Yun, he had meticulously orchestrated every detail. I hope so, Su Lingyin sighed softly, taking a deep breath as she awaited developments. Senior Sister Su, must we go to such lengths? Sacrificing your own purity for revenge against the Saintess? A demure maid beside Su Lingyin whispered, concern etched across her face. Indeed, Su Mingjie had deemed his sister Su Lingyin the most suitable candidate for his plans. Su Lingyin, a top prodigy in Xintian Holy Land, had once been revered as the first goddess before Luo Yunxi rose to prominence, capturing the admiration of countless disciples. However, with Luo Yunxi's emergence, the spotlight had shifted, leaving Su Lingyin envious and determined to seek retribution. Luo Yunxi has always looked down upon me. If it weren't for her arrival, the title of Saintess would never have fallen to her. I must seize her, man, and make her aware of the consequences of taking what is mine, Su Lingyin declared with fierce determination, biting her lip resolutely. Chapter 93. The Feast of the Jiao Dragon. I am still hungry in the distance. Su Mingjie heard Su Lingyin's words, but did not elaborate further. He was well aware of his sister's animosity towards Luo Yunxi, which was precisely why he had thought of sending Su Lingyin. After all, Su Lingyin's beauty, talent, and prowess were indisputable. Before Luo Yunxi made her mark, she was the foremost fairy of the Xintian sacred land. Coupled with their shared grievances, Su Mingjie was confident that Su Lingyin would not refuse. Su Lingyin always felt the need to compare herself with Luo Yunxi. With Chu Yun now wed to Luo Yunxi, if she could snatch Chu Yun from Luo Yunxi's grasp, it would undoubtedly provide her with immense satisfaction, a result that Su Mingjie desired as well. Mutual benefit. Young master, Chu Yun has arrived. After a while, a disciple from the Xintian sacred land approached Su Mingjie, bowing respectfully. This fellow. Indeed. Su Mingjie's eyes lit up, his face brimming with delight. He immediately went out to greet Chu Yun. Soon, Su Mingjie reached the entrance of the grand hall and spotted Chu Yun walking towards him. Chu Yun, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for your feast to commence. Su Mingjie greeted Chu Yun with a gentle tone. Am I truly that important? Chu Yun was taken aback by Su Mingjie's eager gaze. This Su Mingjie was excessively enthusiastic. Of course, young Master Chu is the husband of the Holy Maiden. He is indeed a distinguished guest of our Xintian sacred land and deserves our utmost hospitality. Su Mingjie replied with a smile. Chu Yun chose not to comment, fully aware that Su Mingjie was speaking insincerely, wishing for nothing more than his complete disappearance. However, considering the feast of the Jiao Dragon at the Saint King level, Chu Yun preferred not to dwell on the matter excessively. Regardless, he intended to seize the benefits first. Then, under Su Mingjie's guidance, Chu Yun entered the grand hall and took his seat beside it. Upon settling down, Chu Yun noticed the grand cauldron at the center of the hall, from which an enticing aroma wafted, stirring his blood and energy, particularly the giant elephant particles within him, which seemed to respond to the scent with a gentle stirring. Chu Yun, this is my younger sister, Su Lingyin, a true disciple of the Xintian sacred land. Su Mingjie introduced Su Lingyin to Chu Yun. Chu Yun. Su Lingyin gazed intently at Chu Yun, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She had heard tales of the Holy Maiden's husband being exceptionally handsome, and upon seeing him, she found the rumors to be entirely true. You flatter me, Su Gunyang. Chu Yun replied with composure, as he was eagerly anticipating the blood and flesh of the Jiao Dragon, showing little interest in Su Lingyin. Although Su Lingyin was a stunning beauty with exquisite features, having experienced Luo Yunxi, Chu Yun had developed immunity to women of such caliber. Moreover, she was Su Mingjie's sister, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Su Gongzi, please bring forth the Jiao Dragon meat. Chu Yun urged Su Mingjie. Seeing Chu Yun's indifference, Su Lingyin frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Am I truly inferior to Luo Yunxi? Su Lingyin bit her red lips, pondering. No, I must prove that I possess greater allure than Luo Yunxi, she resolved. Chu Yun, it will be ready shortly. Su Mingjie opened the grand cauldron, smiling as he did so. Once the cauldron was opened, Su Mingjie extracted a piece of fragrant Jiao Dragon meat and presented it to Chu Yun. In addition to the Jiao Dragon meat, Chu Yun's table was adorned with numerous aromatic spiritual fruits and fine spirit wine. Chu Yun recognized that these items were indeed precious spiritual fruits and herbs. Su Gongzi, I shall not stand on ceremony, Chu Yun remarked as he gazed at the Jiao Dragon meat and the array of fine delicacies before him. With that, Chu Yun wasted no time and began to devour the Jiao Dragon meat with great enthusiasm. As the meat entered his mouth, Chu Yun felt his internal energy surging wildly, the scorching spiritual power coursing through him uncontrollably. The residual particles within him, which had yet to undergo transformation, let out a low growl. Then, Chu Yun activated the divine elephant suppression technique, digesting the power of the Jiao dragon's flesh and blood. Slow down, Chu Yun. The Jiao dragon meat contains exceedingly violent power. Be cautious, Su Mingjie, watching Chu Yun devour the meat, as if he were a starving ghost. Quickly cautioned. He feared that Chu Yun might be overwhelmed by the power of the Saint King Jiao dragon's flesh, for after all, Chu Yun was the husband of Luo Yunxi, and if he were to perish here, Su Mingjie would not escape responsibility. Rest assured, mere Jiao dragon meat cannot harm me. Chu Yun continued to feast, exuding confidence. It seems this Chu Yun is not merely a pretty face. His strength is indeed formidable. Su Lingyin observed Chu Yun consuming the Jiao dragon meat with astonishment. Initially, she believed him to be just a handsome figure with average abilities, unworthy of Luo Yunxi. However, witnessing Chu Yun's performance, she realized her misjudgment. Perhaps everyone had underestimated him. Meanwhile, Su Mingjie was not overthinking. He merely watched Chu Yun with a worried expression. Chu Yun's frenzied consumption of the Jiao dragon meat was indeed alarming. Su Mingjie was apprehensive, fearing that the overwhelming power might completely subdue Chu Yun. However, as time passed, Chu Yun showed no signs of distress. Rather, his energy intensified, resembling that of an ancient ferocious beast. Something is amiss. Why has this Chu Yun consumed so much without any reaction? Su Mingjie pondered, his brows furrowing. The Jiao dragon is inherently violent, and its flesh and blood harbor a tremendous ferocity. Overindulgence could lead to being influenced by this rage, resulting in uncontrollable emotions. Su Mingjie had hoped that Chu Yun would succumb to the rampaging aura, allowing his sister to take advantage of the situation. Yet, despite consuming considerable amounts of Jiao dragon meat, Chu Yun had not lost his wits, which left Su Mingjie in disbelief. Second brother, it is likely that Chu Yun possesses formidable spiritual strength, coupled with a terrifying body refinement technique, enabling him to suppress the violent aura. At this moment, Su Lingyin approached Su Mingjie and gently spoke. No, it cannot be. Does this lad possess such strength? Su Mingjie exclaimed in disbelief. The flesh of this Saint King Realm's dragon was extraordinarily potent, its brutal aura not easily borne even by a typical saint. Yet, to his astonishment, this young true god, Chu Yun, could actually subdue it. Indeed, we have underestimated Chu Yun, Su Lingyin remarked slowly, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as she gazed at Chu Yun. However, the more exceptional he becomes, the more determined I am to claim him for myself. Su Lingyin licked her lips and continued, since this ferocious aura does not affect Chu Yun, what shall we do? Su Mingjie sighed and replied, let us observe the situation. Perhaps if he consumes more, he may not endure it. After contemplating for a moment, Su Lingyin responded, it seems we have no other option. Su Mingjie took a deep breath, feeling a wave of restlessness within. Young Master Su, is there more? I am still hungry. After an hour, Chu Yun finished a significant portion of the dragon meat and eagerly looked towards Su Mingjie. Chapter 94. Plans change. Administering the drug not far away, Su Mingjie gazed incredulously at the empty table where Chu Yun had consumed the entire portion of jiaolong meat. He had originally cut a substantial 40 pounds for Chu Yun from the total of over 100 pounds gifted to him by his grandfather. To his astonishment, Chu Yun had already devoured a third of it by himself. He had intended to reserve the remaining jiaolong meat for his own cultivation. However, he never anticipated that Chu Yun would finish it so swiftly. Remarkably, after consuming 40 pounds of jiaolong meat, Chu Yun displayed no signs of losing his sanity. In addition to the jiaolong meat, he had also polished off various spiritual fruits and fine brews laid out on the table. Well, if there is nothing left, I shall express my gratitude for your hospitality, Su Gongzi. I must take my leave. Noticing Su Mingjie's lack of intent to offer more jiaolong meat, Chu Yun addressed him again. Though the quantity of jiaolong meat was not exceedingly large, the potent vitality contained within it significantly enhanced Chu Yun's Xinxiang Jin Yujin, elevating his giant particle count to 50,000, rendering his physical body comparable to a low-grade celestial artifact. This improvement was quite satisfactory to Chu Yun, especially since these resources were essentially gifted. Wait, you cannot leave. Su Mingjie's expression shifted as he quickly interjected upon seeing Chu Yun's intention to depart. He had invested so much. It was inconceivable to let Chu Yun walk away so easily. What do you mean, Su Gongzi? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Mingjie with confusion. I still possess Jiaolong meat. However, Chu Gongzi must wait a little longer. The cooking requires some time. Su Mingjie pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, more Jiaolong meat. Excellent. Then let us expedite its retrieval. Chu Yun's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He thought Su Mingjie was truly a good person. Subsequently, Su Mingjie retrieved over 100 pounds of sacred king-grade Jiaolong meat from his spatial ring and placed all the remaining meat into the large cauldron, reigniting the flames for cooking. Simultaneously, he instructed the disciples of Xian Tian's sacred land to fetch additional spiritual fruits and brews, exhibiting an air of hospitality. What is Su Mingjie truly up to? Does he intend to overwhelm me with Jiaolong meat? Seeing Su Mingjie's excessive eagerness, Chu Yun mused silently. Were it not for his awareness of Su Mingjie's disdain towards him, Chu Yun might have suspected that Su Mingjie harbored some affection for him. This Jiaolong meat is incredibly enticing. Nevertheless, pondering yielded no answers, and Chu Yun chose not to dwell on it too much. As long as he had meat to consume, he was content. How infuriating. I refuse to believe that you can withstand it. You must be nearing your limit. That frenzied aura will surely crush your will. Su Mingjie thought to himself while preparing the Jiaolong meat. Chu Yun Gongzi is truly impressive. He can digest such a vast quantity of Jiaolong meat. I raise a toast to you. Meanwhile, Su Lingyin had approached Chu Yun's side and engaged him in conversation. Despite consuming a considerable amount of Su Mingjie's resources, Chu Yun did not neglect Su Lingyin and chatted amiably with her. However, he refrained from any inappropriate behavior, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor even as Su Lingyin drew exceptionally close, nearly presenting herself to him. Chu Yun merely took a moment to appreciate Su Lingyin's softness and curves. Is this lady truly devoid of charm? I have hinted so overtly, seeing how close she was. And yet Chu Yun only took minor liberties. Su Lingyin felt an increasing sense of frustration. At the same time, her competitive spirit was ignited. The more Chu Yun acted this way, the more determined Su Lingyin became to win him over. Time gradually passed, and soon half an hour had elapsed. A rich aroma wafted from the cauldron in the center of the hall. Chu Yun Gongzi, the Jiaolong meat, is ready. Su Mingjie quickly extracted the Jiaolong meat from the cauldron and presented it to Chu Yun. Excellent. Thank you, Su Gongzi. I shall indulge without hesitation. Chu Yun's eyes gleamed. His Xinxiang Jinyu Jin could hardly wait to consume the delectable Jiaolong meat. He then set Su Lingyin aside and eagerly began to feast on the Jiaolong meat. Feeling neglected, Su Lingyin was overwhelmed with a sense of grievance. Although she could not compete with Luo Yunxi, she was still a proud goddess, accustomed to the admiration of numerous talented suitors. Yet, in the presence of Chu Yun, she felt inferior to mere Jiaolong meat, which left her utterly despondent. Do not fret, sister. I have added a considerable amount of potent blood-replenishing herbs to the Jiaolong meat. Chu Yun will surely be unable to handle it and will soon descend into madness. Su Mingjie, noticing his sister's dismay, transmitted a message to Su Lingyin. Just wait for the opportunity to snatch away Yunxi's husband. Upon hearing Su Mingjie's words, Su Lingyin subtly nodded, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes. It seemed she could hardly contain herself. Why does this batch of Jiaolong meat feel even more invigorating? At that moment, as Chu Yun savored the Jiaolong meat, he sensed that it contained an even deeper power than the previous batch, causing his vitality to surge intensely. Nevertheless, he did not ponder too much and continued his indulgence, focusing solely on enhancing his Xinxiang Jinyu Jin. As time passed, with the continuous intake of Jiaolong meat, Chu Yun's aura grew increasingly formidable, as if he were evolving towards a primordial ferocious beast. How terrifying! How can he remain unscathed after consuming over 100 pounds of Jiaolong meat and a plethora of blood-replenishing medicines? Is this fellow a reincarnation of a glutton? Su Mingjie and Su Lingyin were utterly dumbfounded, witnessing Chu Yun's unyielding state. With such an abundance of Jiaolong meat and restorative substances, even a sage would struggle to withstand it. It appears that a change of plans is in order. Su Lingyin took a deep breath and spoke softly. Lingyin, I shall heed your counsel. Su Mingjie realized that relying on these resources would not suffice to execute their plans. Administer the drug, Su Lingyin declared resolutely. Chapter 95. The Reversal of Tian Gang. Triggering a choice upon hearing his sister's words, Su Mingjie was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that his sister would utter such a statement. They were the rightful descendants of the Qian men. How could they resort to such measures, especially against their own kin? Second brother, do not hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. We have no other options left. Su Lingyin whispered urgently. Earlier, she had considered using her charm to captivate Chu Yun, but her efforts had proven futile. Moreover, the Jialong meat had little effect on him. Now, they found themselves at a dead end. Su Mingjie glanced towards Chu Yun, who was indulging in his meal not far away, his aura steadily increasing. He fell into silence. Indeed, there was no other way. Very well, it must be done. Lingyin, forgive me. I did not anticipate that your innocence would be compromised in this manner. Su Mingjie sighed helplessly. It matters not, second brother. As long as I can seize Luo Yunxi's husband, it will all be worth it. I will ensure that Luo Yunxi regrets her choices. Su Lingyin declared resolutely. Su Mingjie nodded, choosing not to say more. He immediately sent a message for the disciples of the Xiantian sacred land to procure the most potent medicine available. At this moment, Chu Yun remained deeply engrossed in his practice of the divine elephant suppression technique. The power of the sacred king realm Jialong blood was being continuously absorbed by him, and the overwhelming medicinal energy was rapidly transforming into his foundation. The divine elephant suppression technique had reached its peak, with mysterious particles within him evolving into massive elephant particles. As time passed, the Jialong meat, enriched with numerous top-tier restorative herbs, rapidly enhanced Chu Yun's physical strength. Soon, several hours had elapsed, and he had completely absorbed the essence of the Jialong meat. Within him, 90,000 mysterious particles had metamorphosed into colossal elephant particles. An awe-inspiring aura surged around Chu Yun, creating an almost imperceptible sense of oppression in the surrounding space. His physique was now comparable to that of a supreme divine weapon, just a step away from achieving sanctity. Feeling the terrifying strength within him, Chu Yun's face radiated joy. This was an extraordinary gain, significantly elevating his divine elephant suppression technique and bringing his physique to the level of a supreme divine weapon, with only a mere 10,000 particles remaining to achieve the sanctity of the colossal elephant physique. Initially, he estimated that it would take him several more months to gather various resources to reach this realm. Yet, with Su Mingjie's assistance, he had advanced so remarkably. Truly, Su Mingjie was a commendable individual, Chu Yun mused, reaffirming that the Qian men still had many good-hearted people among them. Chu Yun, it is bad. My sister has encountered a problem. Please, save her. Just then, an urgent cry echoed in Chu Yun's ears. He promptly reined in his thoughts and turned toward the source of the voice. There, he spotted Su Lingyin collapsed on the steps of the main hall, while Su Mingjie anxiously examined her condition. Without hesitation, Chu Yun rushed forward to their side. Save me. Chu Yun, I feel so hot. Su Lingyin's gaze was fixed on Chu Yun, her face flushed, and her eyes shimmering with enigmatic energy. Upon sensing the situation, Chu Yun detected an unusual burning sensation within Su Lingyin, an intensely powerful heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything. This felt somewhat akin to. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. As a disciple of the Huangquan demon sect, he was somewhat familiar with these peculiar symptoms. It resembled the effects of having consumed something quite illicit. Chu Yun, my sister has fallen into a state of madness and requires assistance to quell the heat within her. You must help her. She is my only sister, and I cannot bear to lose her. Su Mingjie implored, clutching Chu Yun's hand with desperation. Quell the heat. Chu Yun's mind buzzed. What were these siblings up to ask him to quell her heat? Chu Yun, you surely do not wish to see my sister harmed by this flame, do you? Su Mingjie continued. Chu Yun felt utterly bewildered. Wait, my friend, you seem to have your priorities reversed. She is your sister, not mine. Hearing Su Mingjie's words, Chu Yun felt something was decidedly off about the situation. Chu Yun, please, I beg you to save me. At that moment, Su Lingyin also gazed at Chu Yun, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her eyes filled with alluring charm. Beep, detection of the host's current experience has triggered a divine choice. Choice 1. Agree to Su Lingyin's request and help her quell the heat. Reward. One of the 3 swords of Pan Huang, the Pan Huang Year's sword. Choice 2. Refuse Su Lingyin's request and decline to assist her in quelling the heat. Reward. One of the 3 swords of Pan Huang, the Pan Huang Void Sword. Pan Huang Year's sword. One of the 3 swords of Pan Huang, a divine sword of the Supreme Emperor Pan Huang of the Tianwu realm, imbued with the laws of time, possessing the terrifying power to sever the passage of time. Pan Huang Void Sword. imbued with the laws of the void, possessing unmatched offensive power capable of severing the void. At that moment, a system prompt resonated in Chu Yun's mind. His eyes brightened as he realized he had triggered a choice. The Pan Huang was one of the most formidable emperors of the Tianwu realm, and the empire he established was among the pinnacle powers of that realm. Pan Huang left behind 3 swords: the Pan Huang Year's Sword, the Pan Huang Void Sword, and the Pan Huang Life Sword. Each of these swords was a supreme divine weapon, possessing unparalleled strength in their respective domains. When combined, they could form an emperor-grade weapon of immense power. Furthermore, it was said that possessing the 3 swords of Pan Huang granted access to the Pan Huang secret vault, a treasure trove left behind by the great emperor, filled with countless precious artifacts. Both swords were exceptional treasures. How should he decide? Chu Yun gazed at the delicate and pitiful Su Lingyin before him, and quickly came to a resolution. Saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tier pagoda. I shall extend my aid. I am not motivated by ulterior motives. My intention is purely to save a life. Chu Yun thought. However, these siblings seemed rather peculiar, and he felt the need to investigate further. Chu Yun, please, save my sister. At this moment, Su Mingjie saw that Chu Yun remained unmoved and continued pleading, I can save your sister. However, as you know, rescuing her would require immense sacrifice on my part. What reward are you prepared to offer me? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun responded to Su Mingjie, standing before him. Upon hearing this, Su Mingjie was utterly dumbfounded. What? You? This guy? I'm offering you a chance to indulge to your heart's content, and you still demand compensation? What exactly have you sacrificed? Su Mingjie's mind buzzed, his head throbbing with frustration. He never imagined that simply allowing Chu Yun to enjoy his sister's company would come with a demand for payment. It was utterly absurd. Su Mingjie now felt an overwhelming urge to slap Chu Yun across the face. Yet, having come this far, if he were to clash with Chu Yun now, all his efforts would be in vain. Chapter 96. Reputation and Affection. Overtime. Young Master Chu, what reward do you seek? Despite the intense anger simmering within, Su Mingjie dared not show any signs of it, and spoke directly to Chu Yun. I have just run out of source stones. Grant me 30,000 jin of source stones. This is already a price born of friendship. Surely, your sister's life is worth more than 30,000 jin of source stones. Chu Yun pondered for a moment before responding. You are aware that quelling such flames requires considerable effort on my part. Moreover, once I assist your sister, my own innocence will be compromised, which is equally significant. Were it not for the fact that you treated me to the Jiaolong feast, I would demand 100,000 jin of source stones. Wait, you, a disciple of the demon sect, speak of innocence and effort. Isn't it merely about you, my sister? Your words suggest that you are at a disadvantage. Chu Yun's remarks nearly pushed Su Mingjie to his breaking point. However, for the grand scheme of protecting Yunxi, he could only endure. Very well, but I currently lack such a quantity of source stones. You must wait. Su Mingjie examined his belongings, realizing he had less than 10,000 jin of source stones left, and hastily added, No worries. I can rescue your sister first, and you can provide me with the source stones afterward. Chu Yun spoke without hesitation. Agreed. Then I shall trouble you, young Master Chu. Su Mingjie replied promptly, an unbidden thought surfacing in his mind. Perhaps Chu Yun wasn't so bad after all. Then please begin. I will procure the source stones for you. He continued. With that, Su Mingjie quickly exited the grand hall, closing the door behind him while activating numerous formations to ensure Chu Yun would not be disturbed. Young Master Chu, save me. At this moment, Su Lingyin could hardly bear the overwhelming force pressing upon her and urged further. Originally, she had hoped Su Mingjie would provide her with a milder potion, but unexpectedly, he had given her the most potent aphrodisiac produced by the Hahuan sect. Although Su Lingyin was a top-tier expert in the divine realm, the potency of the Hahuan sect's concoction was too much for her to endure. If Chu Yun did not come to her aid, she would surely perish from the overwhelming domineering energy contained within. As she prepared according to the knowledge gleaned from her readings, Chu Yun interjected, This won't do. Observing Su Lingyin's current state, he frowned slightly. What? It won't he do? But I read that others do it this way. Su Lingyin, lying down, questioned in confusion. Of course, it won't do. You must do it this way. Chu Yun whispered instructions to Su Lingyin. Must I really do it this way? Su Lingyin, already somewhat delirious, asked innocently. Certainly. I am here to save you. Trust me, you cannot go wrong. Chu Yun asserted firmly. All right, I will try. but I am not very skilled at this. Su Lingyi murmured, her mind hazy. And then followed Chu Yun's guidance. My lady, the young master has sent word that you need not seek him out today. Su Mingjie has invited him for jiaolong meat. In the cultivation cave of the Shengv Peak, Qing'er informed Luo Yunxi, who had paused her training. Su Mingjie, inviting my husband for jiaolong meat? Luo Yunxi raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with depth. My lady, should we not investigate whether Su Mingjie poses any threat to the young master? Qing'er voiced her concerns, well aware of Su Mingjie being one of Luo Yunxi's fervent admirers. There is no need. Su Mingjie is not a threat. Luo Yunxi contemplated briefly before responding. Oh, indeed, that is Su Mingjie. Qing'er nodded in agreement. Su Mingjie possesses a reputation within the Xiantian sacred land. Although he is rather unscrupulous, his malice is rather naive. My lady, I have also heard that Su Lingyin accompanied him to the Jiaolong feast. Qing'er continued, relaying information about Su Lingyin to Luo Yunxi. That matters not. The siblings are equally without threat. Luo Yunxi replied dismissively, not regarding Su Lingyin as a concern. Since my husband is unavailable tonight, please hand me the love manual I purchased last time. I believe it had only one page remaining. Luo Yunxi seemed to recall something, turning to Qing'er. Of course, my lady. Qing'er responded respectfully, subsequently retrieving a yellowed book from a nearby study. Gazing at the love manual before her, Luo Yunxi gradually calmed her thoughts. She had come to comprehend the true meaning of her master's teaching regarding transcending emotions. One must first experience genuine feelings before learning to forget them. Although she had married Chu Yun and treated him exceptionally well, deep down, Luo Yunxi understood that she had never truly placed him in her heart. There had always been an insurmountable barrier between them, a wall constructed by her own doing. Thus, Luo Yunxi sought this love manual, hoping to genuinely kindle her emotions. The manual encompassed a myriad of unique insights, even delving into the intricacies of intimacy, which made her blush merely at the sight of it. However, in pursuit of achieving the state of transcending emotions, Luo Yunxi steeled herself to read extensively. During her interactions with Chu Yun over the past few days, she had subtly employed some techniques from the manual, and she sensed a deepening of their bond. Chu Yun's affection for her intensified, and she too felt an unfamiliar stirring within her. What could the final page of this manual hold? Anticipation gleamed in her eyes as she turned to the last page of the manual. The final page. Upon seeing the content of the last page, Luo Yunxi paused in surprise. It contained but a single sentence from the love sage. In this world, there are no shortcuts to true love. It is merely a matter of affection that grows over time. Chapter 97. Complete Resolution. Linghuan Yongqiuo 5 days later, within the palace of Shengxian Peak, the scene was one of utter disarray, chaos reigning supreme. Thank you so much, young Master Chu, for saving my life. In the palace, the radiant Su Lingyin gazed at Chu Yun with a gentle expression. At this moment, the medicinal effects within her body had been entirely resolved, and she had once again transformed into that pure and enchanting fairy-like figure. It was merely a trivial effort. Come assist me, Chu Yun replied to Su Lingyin. She bit her crimson lip, her cheeks slightly flushed, but ultimately agreed, having developed a reluctance to refuse him after spending these days together. 2 hours later, Chu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. Young Master Chu, may I still seek you out in the future? Su Lingyin nestled into Chu Yun's embrace, softly inquiring. Over these past days, she had genuinely sensed the formidable strength possessed by Chu Yun. Despite being merely a true God realm cultivator, his physical prowess was astonishingly formidable, and his spiritual energy was frighteningly enduring. She began to understand why Luo Yunxi chose to marry him and sought him out every night. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a Chu Yun? There may not always be time in the future, Chu Yun responded, having entered a state of calm. Hearing his words, Su Lingyin's expression shifted slightly, her heart filled with envy and jealousy towards Luo Yunxi. What shall I do if I miss you? I have entrusted everything to you, she said, sounding quite pitiful. I saved you out of necessity, not intentionally. Do you wish to cling to me? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, his displeasure evident. I apologize, young Master Chu. It is my fault. Su Lingyin lowered her head, feeling extremely humble. If I have time in the future and you are willing to offer some compensation, I would not mind allowing you to seek me again. A modest compensation of 20,000 pounds of source stones would suffice. Chu Yun pondered for a moment before addressing Su Lingyin before him. Before this, Su Lingyin had been pure, and Chu Yun was naturally inclined to offer her this opportunity. Moreover, Su Lingyin, as the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, possessed ample resources and did not lack for cultivation materials. If he could gain power and receive resources in return, Chu Yun would not mind making some sacrifices. Agreed, 20,000 pounds of source stones it is. Su Lingyin's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing his words. As the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, she certainly had her fair share of resources. This amount of source stones was something she could manage. Chu Yun nodded, and after sharing a tender moment in the Grand Hall, they departed. Young Master Chu, here are 30,000 pounds of source stones. Please count them. At the entrance of the palace, Su Mingjie observed the refreshed Chu Yun with satisfaction, handing over the source stones. No need. I trust in Su Gongzi's character. Chu Yun did not count the stones and simply stored them in his spatial ring. His words filled Su Mingjie with immense joy. The feeling of being trusted was delightful. Should such favorable opportunities arise again, do not hesitate to call upon me. Chu Yun patted Su Mingjie's shoulder with a smile. Certainly, no problem. Su Mingjie replied with a grin. Humph. But will there be a future for you? If you pursue another woman, Yunshi will undoubtedly be gravely disappointed. There will be no future for you. Su Mingjie thought maliciously to himself. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Chu Yun left the palace of Shengxian Peak and returned to Beixian Peak. Young master, I have informed the holy maiden about Chu Yun's misdeeds. She is currently awaiting his arrival at his new cave dwelling. After Chu Yun's departure, a disciple of Xintian Holy Land approached Su Mingjie respectfully. Excellent, for the holy maiden cannot tolerate any form of disrespect. Given Chu Yun's outrageous actions, she will surely detest him, and their relationship will be severed. Su Mingjie remarked, his face brimming with delight. He envisioned the scene of Chu Yun and Luo Yunshi parting ways, followed by his expulsion. Master, you have finally returned. At Beixian Peak, before a cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy, Qing'er spotted Chu Yun from a distance and waved to him. Qing'er, what brings you here? Chu Yun asked, gazing at her with curiosity as he approached the entrance of the cave. Master, have you been spending time with Su Mingjie's sister these days? Qing'er asked, biting her lip, her expression tinged with melancholy. Indeed, Miss Su had fallen into turmoil, and I assisted her in resolving her predicament. Chu Yun replied candidly, revealing no intentions of concealment. Master Yu. Upon hearing his words, Qing'er sighed softly in her heart. Although there was much to admire about Chu Yun, his flirtatious nature often attracted unwelcome attention. The young lady awaits you in the cave. Ultimately, Qing'er held back her thoughts, her expression complex as she spoke. Is Yunshi inside? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and proceeded towards the upper-tier cultivation cave. This upper-tier cultivation cave had also been provided by Su Mingjie. The spiritual energy here was abundant and even more gentle, allowing for both cultivation and comprehension of various techniques simultaneously. Thus, Chu Yun occasionally came to this cave for his training. However, he primarily practiced in the colorful cultivation cave, which, while not exceptionally powerful, offered certain enhancements to both his physical and spiritual aspects. Before long, Chu Yun entered the cultivation cave. In the resting area of the cave, a pure and enchanting maiden clad in a white celestial gown awaited him, deeply engrossed in an ancient tome at the jade table. Yunshi. Chu Yun's countenance softened as he stepped into the resting area, his gaze fixed on the breathtaking maiden. This new cave is splendid, far superior to your colorful one, Luo Yunshi remarked with a gentle voice as she noticed Chu Yun's entrance. Especially this Linghuan Yunqiuo, I adore it. You must have invested considerable effort to acquire it, haven't you? Luo Yunshi, speaking, approached the nearby Linghuan cloud bed and reclined comfortably upon it. The Linghuan cloud bed is an exquisite creation crafted from millennia-old spiritual cotton, remarkably pure and ethereal, possessing a natural levitation effect that imparts the sensation of resting among the clouds. No, this cave was bestowed upon me by Su Mingjie, and this bed was a gift from him as well. Chu Yun's lips twitched slightly as he gradually spoke. In truth, Chu Yun was not particularly enamored with the Linghuan cloud bed. After all, no matter how soft, it remained merely a bed. Naturally, he would not invest excessive time in pondering such matters. Given by Su Mingjie? Upon hearing this, Luo Yunshi was momentarily taken aback. Even with her keen intellect, she could not fathom Su Mingjie's true intentions. Nevertheless, with this Linghuan cloud bed, perhaps her knees would endure a bit less suffering. Luo Yunshi swiftly suppressed her thoughts and smiled at Chu Yun. Chapter 98, Supreme Divine Weapon, Less Suffering Yunshi. You are indeed quite mischievous. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun felt a surge of warmth within him. At that moment, Luo Yunxi reclined upon the Linghuan cloud bed, resembling a celestial being, radiating an astonishingly divine beauty. With a graceful lift of her right hand, Luo Yunxi wielded an overwhelming force of spiritual energy, binding Chu Yun and drawing him onto the Linghuan cloud bed. Husband, have you been well during your extended stay with that little girl, Su Lingyin, on Shengxian Peak? She inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. Humph, you will find out soon enough. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow in response. 7 days and nights later, Luo Yunxi departed from Beixian Peak, her heart brimming with satisfaction. This bed is truly remarkable, quite effective. Chu Yun mused as he lay upon the exceptionally soft Linghuan cloud bed. In recent days, this bed had bestowed upon him an unparalleled joy. The same could be said for Yunxi, who had grown even more spirited than before, leaving Chu Yun somewhat overwhelmed. Had he not absorbed an abundance of Jiaolong flesh, elevating his physical form to that of an exceptional divine weapon, he would have struggled to endure. Subsequently, Chu Yun retrieved the Panhuang Year's sword from his system space. On the second day after assisting Su Lingyin in dispelling the effects of the potion, he had made his choice and acquired the Panhuang Year's sword. This sword, infused with the power to sever the threads of time. Chu Yun caressed the Panhuang Year's sword in his hand, his eyes alight with delight. He could sense the terrifying aura enveloping the sword, its weight imbued with the essence of antiquity, as if it had traversed endless epochs. Possessing the might to cleave through all, the supreme divine weapon, I wonder how formidable its power truly is. Chu Yun gripped the Panhuang Year's sword tightly. Then, he cast his gaze toward a nearby spirit tree, lush with vibrant life, flourishing at the entrance of the lounge. With a swift motion, Chu Yun raised the Panhuang Year's sword, and with a gentle swing, unleashed a blade of light imbued with a dreadful aura, slicing toward the spirit tree. In an instant, the spirit tree was struck by the sword's radiance, its verdant leaves wilting and turning brittle, the once sturdy trunk rapidly decaying. Within a mere breath, the tree had succumbed to ruin, transforming into a lifeless, desiccated husk. What a tyrannical force of time, capable of swiftly draining the life from a spirit tree. Witnessing the lifeless tree before him, Chu Yun was filled with astonishment. Clearly, the might of the Panhuang Year's sword exceeded his expectations. In that case, against those nearing their end, this sword shall prove remarkably effective. Chu Yun contemplated the Panhuang Year's sword in his grasp. This weapon can siphon the lifespan of enemies, a lethal asset for those cultivators with little time remaining. After all, no matter how powerful one may be, when the hour of death arrives, even the mightiest abilities cannot be wielded. However, the consumption of energy is rather steep. Chu Yun felt that nearly half of his spiritual power had been expended. This was merely a mild activation, yet it consumed a significant amount of energy. It is worth noting that with his chaotic body and chaotic immortal scripture, Chu Yun's spiritual power was already over tenfold that of his peers. The fact that so much energy was consumed underscores the fearsome nature of the Panhuang Year's sword. Nonetheless, Chu Yun remained unfazed. After all, this power belongs to the realm of time, and his ability to wield it was already extraordinary. Moreover, as Chu Yun's cultivation progressed, he would gradually be able to sustain the immense consumption of this supreme divine weapon. Next, he resolved to continue enhancing his cultivation, especially since Su Mingjie had provided him with a substantial number of source stones, all of which would be devoted to his advancement. Chu Yun then concealed his aura, retrieving numerous source stones, swiftly absorbing them to elevate his cultivation. Time passed slowly. During this period, Chu Yun fell once more into a tranquil state of cultivation. However, Luo Yunxi began visiting him with increased frequency, sometimes during the day, and even more so at night, leaving him little opportunity for rest. Fortunately, Chu Yun's powerful physique and cultivation method allowed him to withstand the strain without issue, and his progress continued steadily. Thus, 10 days later, bang! Inside the palace of Shengxian Peak, a series of intense crashing sounds echoed. Su Mingjie was furiously smashing various items within the palace, venting his pent-up anger. Damn it! Chu Yun, do you not care for the well-being of the Holy Maiden? Oh! Su Mingjie shouted, furiously destroying the palace's decorations. He had learned that the bond between Chu Yun and Luo Yunxi had not only remained intact, but had grown even stronger. Holy Maiden, what is it about this Chu Yun? He has sullied my sister, and yet you still seek him out daily. Su Mingjie ground his teeth, his voice trembling with emotion. Surrounding him were numerous disciples of the Xuantian Shengdi, all bowing their heads, fearful to speak further. They too could not comprehend why the holy maiden held such affection for Chu Yun. After a while, Su Mingjia's rage seemed to have subsided somewhat, and he sat in the palace, drinking. Young master, the holy maiden just returned from Chu Yun's side, having spent yet another day and night there. Not long after, a disciple of Xuantian Shengdi approached Su Mingjia, trembling as he spoke. What? Another day and night? This Chu Yun. Is he utterly indifferent to the holy maiden's feelings? Even though she is your wife, you cannot. Su Mingjia, upon hearing this, crushed the wine cup in his hand, anguish flooding his heart. For days, Su Mingjia had been gathering information from that side, only to find every piece of news tightening the knot of anxiety in his chest. Yet he could not resist the urge to inquire further. Wait, where is that rascal Chu Yun's current cave dwelling? Moments later, Su Mingjia seemed to recall something and anxiously asked, What is it, disciple? Young master, it is a new cave dwelling. The holy maiden just emerged from there. The disciple replied, That's good. The new cave has the Linghuan cloud bed I prepared. At least the holy maiden can suffer less. Su Mingjia thought, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart.